Chapter 241 Enemy? Looking at the medicinal field in front of him, Kanan was extremely surprised. He never thought that there was a medicinal field planted by the Katru tribe deep in the woods. It's unbelievable. When did the Katru tribe learn to plant herbs? They are famous for being reckless men, with only muscles in their heads. Kanan shouted in surprise. Seeing Kanan appear, Song Jian's heart tightened. He was the first to discover this medicinal field. But he couldn't stop Kanan from collecting it. After all, they are now a team. Human, I will give you 3,000 Doomsday coins. And all the remaining herbs will belong to me. How about that? Kanan shouted loudly. Song Jian looked up at Kanan. He didn't expect that this green-skinned dwarf was actually quite righteous. Even if he was competing with Song Jian for the collection. Song Jian couldn't say anything. 5,000. Song Jian shouted. Deal. Kanan replied immediately. Song Jian looked at the remaining 3 or 4 herbs with some regret. If all these herbs were collected, the herbalism skill could be upgraded to another level. But if he took them out to sell, it would definitely not be sold for 5,000 Doomsday coins. After the transaction of 5,000 Doomsday coins, Song Jian walked aside and wanted to see how Kanan collected them. After the goblin merchant Kanan completed the transaction, he first walked to each herb field and observed it carefully, and then took out 2 intelligent machines that were almost as tall as him. These intelligent machines looked like 8-clawed spiders, with 6 legs supporting their bodies and 2 mechanical claws collecting herbs. Every time they dig out a plant, they put it into their oval bodies. Obviously, their bodies are also storage devices. They collect herbs very quickly, even more than twice as fast as Song Jian using a purple bamboo shovel. The 2 mechanical claws have various tools to assist. It only took more than half an hour to collect all the remaining herbs. How is it? The herb collecting robot has an 8th level herb collecting technique, which is suitable for all terrains. Even herbs growing on cliffs can be collected by them. Kanan said proudly, each one only costs 10,000 Doomsday coins. If you need it, I can give you a 9.99% discount. Forget it. There's no money. Song Jian shook his head and said, well, these herbs can probably make more than 100 bottles of potion. And each bottle of potion can be sold for an average of 300 to 500 Doomsday coins. This time, I should be able to make 20,000 Doomsday coins. Kanan took out a calculator, clicked a few times, and said softly, is potion so profitable? Song Jian asked hurriedly with a thought in his mind. Putting away the calculator, Kanan glanced at Song Jian and said with some doubt, of course. Potion is a consumable. As long as there is a battle, it will be needed. The sales volume is very large, and the success rate of making medicine is so low. If it is not sold at a higher price, won't it be a loss? Song Jian nodded. Maybe he could build a store that specializes in selling potions in the future. Wouldn't it be easy to earn Doomsday coins then? After collecting herbs, Song Jian and Kanan left the woods and walked towards the passage they entered yesterday. Kanan had slept for a few hours and was full of energy, although Song Jian did not rest. In the game, as long as the player's mental strength was not exhausted, there would be no need to sleep, and he did not feel tired. Standing in front of the passage, the 2 stone doors were still closed. Kanan carefully drew the symbols of this ruin on the parchment scroll. Song Jian asked curiously, didn't you say that this place will move every month and the maze will not be repeated? Then what is the purpose of drawing this map? Of course we will sell it. Kanan glanced at Song Jian and said, the ruins of Katru exist for a month, and we only need 2 or 3 days to enter. In the remaining time, we can sell this map to those who need it. Each person can only use the prayer altar once. After we use it up, others can continue to use it. You are really a businessman, Song Jian exclaimed. This green-skinned dwarf has made making money deeply rooted in his blood and bones. Of course, I am a goblin merchant. My goal is to become a great wandering merchant in the universe and sell items on various planets in the universe. Goblin merchant Kanan said excitedly. What a great ideal, Song Jian said. He didn't know if there was a concept like a universe planet in this game. Nor did he know if there were other planets. He couldn't even leave the city he was in, let alone a universe planet. The 2 chatted while waiting for the stone door of the passage to open. Not long after, the stone door in front of them made a rumbling sound and began to move to both sides. What an amazing craftsmanship. The Katru people thousands of years ago were able to develop the mechanism to this extent. This stone door has no one to control it, but it can operate confidently for thousands of years. It is really amazing. Kanan looked at the stone door that was slowly moving to both sides, with admiration in his eyes. After a while, the stone door opened, revealing a passage with a faint light inside. I really don't want to enter this passage full of stench again, Kanan said, took out a filter and stuck it on his face, and walked towards the passage. The stench in the passage slowly spread out. Song Jian frowned slightly, took out a filter and covered his mouth and nose, followed Kanan, and entered the passage. Just after walking a dozen meters, there was a booming sound of closing behind them. The stone door only opens twice a day, and each time it opens for only 3 minutes. The two of them were lucky to find this place. We have explored most of the maze, and we should be able to find the real ruins of Canchalu today. Kanan looked at the parchment scroll in his hand and whispered. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the front. Kanan and Song Jian stopped at the same time and looked at each other. Feeling bad? Hey, isn't this the green dwarf? What? The lesson I taught you last time was not enough. You dare to run into the Canchalu maze. Do you really take my words as fart? An arrogant voice sounded on the opposite side. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Song Jian. A girl wearing red armor and holding a flaming battle axe in her hand, followed by two beasts more than half a person tall, appeared in front of the two. Jarna, don't go too far. This is the ruins of the Cantru clan. If you can come, I can come too. Kanan was so angry that he almost jumped up and argued loudly. It seems that you really want to snatch it from me. A trace of murderous intent appeared on Karna's delicate face, and she shouted in a low voice, Red-tailed beast. Come on! Roar. The two beasts behind Karna roared to the sky and rushed towards Kanan. Chapter 242 Single Duel? The two red-tailed beasts behind Karna looked a little strange. The rest of their bodies were covered with thick shells, which made them look like a large beetle. Only their tails were covered with red hair, which swung as they ran, like a burning flame. Karna was a level 15 elite boss, and the two red-tailed beasts behind her were level 10 elite boss. Even Song Jian felt a little tricky with such combat power. Before entering the maze, you didn't say that you had such an enemy. Song Jian sighed, took a step forward, and stood in front of the goblin merchant Kanan. This woman is a lunatic. She wants to move the prayer altar in the ruins of Cantru back to her home. She will hunt down anyone she sees in the maze. Kanan screamed loudly, looking at Karna with fear and resentment. The prayer altar is mine. You rubbish dare to compete with me for it. Karna raised her battle axe in one hand and pointed at Kanan and shouted, Green dwarf. I spared you last time, but I didn't expect that you are not big. But you are ambitious. You dare to compete with me for the prayer altar? You lunatic. You killed all my guards. The prayer altar is a relic of the Cantru clan. It is placed there. If you want to exchange items, you can go there once a month. Why do you want to take it down? Aren't you afraid of destroying it? The goblin hid behind Song Jian and screamed loudly. What I like is mine. Why should I share it with you rubbish? Go to hell. Red-tailed beast. Kill these two guys. Carrying a battle axe, Karna walked towards the two men step by step. Song Jian took out a bottle of weakness potion from the package and threw it at the two red-tailed beasts. With a bang, the potion bottle exploded, and the two red-tailed beasts were wrapped in a ball of green dust, and a 30-point damage floated above their heads. Dance of broken wings. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, holding the guardian sword, and rushed towards the two red-tailed beasts. Hey, dwarf. The guards you found this time are not bad. They dare to fight my two red-tailed beasts head-on. Before, your guards turned around and ran away when they saw the red-tailed beasts. Ha ha ha. Karna seemed to think of something funny, and pointed her battle axe at Kanan and laughed. Jarna, have you found a way to move the prayer altar? Kanan suddenly asked. Jarna was stunned. A trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, and then she shouted angrily, even if I can't find a way to move it for the time being, I won't allow you rubbish to use it. If the altar consumes too much energy and is destroyed, it will be my loss. As for the way to move it, I will find it sooner or later. Jarna, you don't even understand the principle of the prayer altar, and you still want to move it away. It's just wishful thinking. Kanan sneered. Hey, dwarf, how dare you talk to me like this? A look of surprise appeared on Karna's face. After looking at Kanan twice, her eyes fell on Song Jian, who was standing with two red-tailed beasts. So you found a powerful guard. No wonder you become so courageous. Hee hee. A trace of anger flashed in Garna's eyes, and she rushed towards Song Jian with a brandished battle axe. Then let me destroy your courage once again. Song Jian's third attack of the broken wing dance made both red-tailed beasts float up. Sword speed. While the two red-tailed beasts were floating, Song Jian used the sword speed skill, which increased his attack speed by a large margin. He swung the long sword in his hand quickly, constantly cutting the red-tailed beasts. The red-tailed beasts, whose defense had been reduced by 35%, were completely defenseless in the floating state. Even ordinary attacks could cause considerable damage. Not to mention that Song Jian's long sword was attached with invisible sword energy. System, you cause 45 points of physical damage to the red-tailed beast. Combo point +1. Damage increased by 110%. System, you cause 56 points of physical damage to the red-tailed beast. Combo point +1. Damage increased by 120%. The wing-broken dance hit the two red-tailed beasts into the air, and then other attacks were connected, which could cause combo points and increase the attack damage. However, the wing-broken dance has only one level, and the floating caused by the third stage can only last for a little over a second. Soon, the two red-tailed beasts will fall down. Just when the red-tailed beasts were about to touch the ground, Song Jian's left index finger flashed silver, and he swung it forward fiercely. The two red-tailed beasts let out a painful wail at the same time, and a damage number of nearly 200 points floated above their heads. The red-tailed beast landed, but Song Jian's speed sword state had not disappeared. The sword flashed and kept slashing at the red-tailed beast. For a while, the two level 10 elite bosses were completely helpless. Go to hell! Just as Song Jian kept slashing at the two red-tailed beasts, accompanied by a loud shout, a strong force rushed towards Song Jian. Seeing Karna, who was wearing a red armor, leaping over, with the battle axe raised high in her hand. She was less than 1 meter away from Song Jian. Unable to dodge, Song Jian could only hold the long sword horizontally in front of him. Just as he raised the long sword to his chest, Karna's battle axe had already chopped over. Bang! With a crisp metal collision sound, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his right hand holding the long sword also felt a tearing pain. Almost unable to hold the long sword in his hand, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Song Jian's body flew backwards. Do you dare to fight alone? Song Jian got up from the ground with an angry face, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at Karna. One-on-one. Karna was stunned, and then laughed wildly. Are you crazy, human boy? These two red-tailed beasts are my pets, and they are also part of my strength. Why should I give up this part of my strength to fight you alone? Ha ha ha. Pets are also part of strength. Ha ha. Well, that's what you said. Song Jian's eyes flashed with a strange look. Soon, a 6-pointed star summoning formation appeared at Song Jian's feet. Walala. A large group of dark red blood crows flew out of the summoning formation and pounced on Garna. The level of these blood crows is at least level 8, and some have even risen to level 10. Obviously, during the time Song Jian was away, his summons were not idle. 30 blood crows seemed very crowded in the passage that was only 5 meters wide and 3 meters high. They were not used to such a narrow environment. As soon as they appeared, they swarmed towards Garna. Garna was shocked to see Song Jian summon so many blood crows. But after seeing the level of these blood crows, Garna's eyes flashed with contempt. Red-tailed beast. Kill these garbage. Chapter 243 Hegemony State. There are many blood crows, but their real combat power is very weak. Their original purpose is not to attack head-on, but to detect and warn. Even a level 10 blood crow has only 110 points of health, and cannot compete head-on with the level 10 elite boss red-tailed beast. This is why Jia Erna showed a disdainful look after discovering the strength of this group of blood crows. The passage was very crowded, and the blood crows could not fly at all. But under Song Jian's command, the blood crows pounced on the two red-tailed beasts. And in the narrow passage, there was a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The red-tailed beast roared and swung its claws at the blood crows, leaving a series of sharp scratches in the air. Every time it appeared, it would tear the body of a blood crow apart and turn it into a ball of pus and blood. Seeing the number of blood crows decreasing rapidly, Karna sneered and said, unable to withstand a single blow. When all the blood crows were wiped out, Karna suddenly found that in front of her, there were rows of red blood zombies. 30 blood zombies waved their arms and pounced on the red-tailed beasts. The level of these blood zombies was not high. Only about level 7 or 8. But their strength was obviously much higher than that of the blood crows. Even if the red-tailed beast wanted to kill the blood crows in one blow like before, it would be impossible to do so. 30 blood zombies swarmed towards the red-tailed beast, pressing down on its body like a pile of monks. The narrow passage left the red-tailed beast no room to dodge, and it was soon pressed down by a group of blood zombies. As if carrying a mountain of flesh, the red-tailed beast kept roaring and snarling, trying to break free from the suppression of the flesh mountain. But its limbs were tightly held by the blood zombies, and there were more than a dozen blood zombies pressing on its body, so it couldn't break free for a while. Seeing the red-tailed beast being suppressed, Karna snorted, swung the battle axe in her hand, and chopped at the blood zombie on one of the red-tailed beasts. Song Jian tightly grasped the guardian sword and rushed towards Jia Erna. He couldn't let her attack the blood zombies at this time. The dance of broken wings. Song Jian's speed suddenly increased a lot. When Jia Erna's battle axe just raised above her head, Song Jian had already rushed in front of her. Jia Erna didn't expect that the opponent's speed would become so fast. A trace of shock appeared on her face, and she hurriedly waved the battle axe to block. Ding! A strong force came, and Jia Erna actually felt that she couldn't hold the battle axe. She took a few steps back. Thump thump thump. And then she unloaded the momentum and stood firm. Jia Erna's cheeks flushed abnormally, and a trace of bright red blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, Karna suddenly found that Song Jian's speed had increased a little, and he rushed towards her. Bang! Karna had no time to block this attack. Song Jian's long sword slashed Karna's red armor fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the long sword left a deep mark on the armor. Impossible. Karna took a few steps back, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She felt that Song Jian's attack was getting stronger and faster. There was a burning pain in her shoulder. The previous attack had chopped off her armor and attacked her body. At this moment, Karna suddenly felt a shadow covering her. Looking up, Song Jian had actually jumped high and almost touched the wall of the passage above her head. Seeing Song Jian slashing at her from the air, Karna gritted her teeth, held her battle axe horizontally, and rushed towards Song Jian. Bang! Another fierce collision. As if a mountain was pressing down on her head. Karna felt a sharp pain in her knees, and could not help but kneel on one knee. Boom! A wave of air burst out from Song Jian's long sword, and Karna's body involuntarily floated into the air, rising into the air in a humiliating horizontal posture. Floating state. Karna's mind flashed with a thought, and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. She naturally knew what the floating state was. In this state, she had no way to resist the next attack. In this state, the damage she suffered would increase exponentially. Speedy sword? Song Jian's attack speed suddenly increased. A series of silver lights surrounded Karna, and the long sword kept slashing at her body. For a moment, Karna's blood splashed in the air, and her blood value dropped rapidly. Bang! As Karna landed, a silver sword energy burst out from Song Jian's left index finger, piercing Karna's body and nailing her to the ground. A series of attacks caused Karna's blood value to drop by more than half. After falling to the ground, Karna also regained control of her body. Seeing Song Jian slashing at her again, Karna roared, and golden light flashed on her body. A wave of air spread from her body in all directions. Song Jian ran into the gust of air head-on, and was forced to use both hands to protect his head and face. But his body flew backwards. Roar! The red-tailed beast behind him twisted its body madly, its thick neck swinging left and right, and its sharp fangs fiercely pierced the bodies of the blood zombies it could reach. Several blood zombies had been torn apart by the red-tailed beasts without leaving a complete corpse. After the blood value was reset to 0, it turned into a pool of pus and blood and slowly disappeared. Song Jian frowned slightly. Although the number of blood zombies was more than 10 times that of the red-tailed beasts, their strength was simply not enough to compete with them. Up to now, the blood value of the two red-tailed beasts had only dropped by 1/5, and the blood zombies had already lost more than 10 of them. The remaining ones could no longer trap the two red-tailed beasts. In a dozen seconds at most, the red-tailed beasts would break free, and by then, the blood zombies would be of no use at all. At this time, Karna's body was shining with golden light, and she rushed towards Song Jian like a Valkyrie. Dominant state? Song Jian stared at Karna's status bar above his head and shouted in surprise. In the dominant state, Karna's attack, defense and speed were greatly improved. And she was also immune to adverse effects such as floating, knockback, and dizziness. And the duration was 30 seconds. This made Song Jian feel a little tricky. Looking at Karna rushing towards him, Song Jian opened the silver vertical mark between his eyebrows. And a silver beam of light bloomed from his vertical pupil and shot towards Karna. Killing eyes. Boom boom boom. Silver beams of light continued to bombard Karna's body. And nearly 100 points of damage floated up from Karna's head. However, Karna held the battle axe in front of her and continued to rush forward with the silver beam of light. Silver sparks flowed in front of Karna like magma. Karna let out a low roar, and her originally delicate face became a little ferocious. Chapter 244. Let's unite. Jarna's strength is strong, and she is in a domineering state at this time, which makes Song Jian feel very headache. The damage of the eye kill is very high, but Karna can actually withstand the damage of the eye kill and rush towards Song Jian step by step. The crazy fighting state even surprised Song Jian. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him was actually a fighting maniac. 5 seconds later, a trace of fatigue flashed in Song Jian's eyes. At this time, the distance between Karna and him was only 3 or 4 meters away, which means that she could reach him in front of him with a sprint. Sword thread. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at Karna. The long sword and the battle axe collided fiercely. A small piece of metal shavings broke out from the long sword, and a fine crack appeared on the surface of the guardian sword, spreading downward from the broken place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 silver sword threads appeared out of thin air from Song Jian's body and pierced towards Karna's body. 1 sword thread pierced Karna's arm, 1 pierced her neck, and the other pierced her abdomen. Originally, it could cause nearly 400 points of damage, but for Karna in the domineering state, it only caused more than 280 points of damage. Go to hell. Karna swung the battle axe and chopped at Song Jian. The sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, making people's heads swell. The strong wind blew in Song Jian's face, and Song Jian's cheek was cut by the strong wind, leaving several tiny wounds. For a moment, the blood dyed the whole cheek red. Buzz. A light shield appeared on Song Jian's body, and Song Jian gritted his teeth and swung his long sword towards Jarna. He completely gave up resisting, and was ready to fight for his life. Jarna showed a cruel smile on her face, and the speed of the battle axe in her hand did not slow down. The jade necklace on her neck flashed a light blue light. Bang! The battle axe chopped on the light shield, and Song Jian's long sword also chopped on a light blue water curtain. In this attack, neither of them caused any damage to the other. You are not qualified to fight with me. Jarna stared at Song Jian, stretched out her tongue to lick the blood at the corner of her mouth, and said with a sneer, "Roar." Behind him, the 2 red-tailed beasts finally broke free from the stacked blood zombies, shook their heads and tails, and immediately threw away several blood zombies hanging on them. Snap! A blood zombie was thrown away by the red-tailed beast, and just flew past another red-tailed beast. The red-tailed beast turned its head like lightning and bit the blood zombie in its mouth. With a force, it immediately bit the blood zombie into a pool of pus and blood, which exploded in the air. For a moment, the 2 red-tailed beasts were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, sweeping away the remaining dozen blood zombies. Jarna glanced at Song Jian from behind, and a crazy smile appeared on her face. The group of garbage you summoned is almost wiped out. Wait until my 2 red-tailed beasts finish cleaning up your group of garbage, and I'll see if you have any way to fight me. Garna, you've gone too far. The Goblin clan will not let you go. Kanan hid in the distance, shouting with a face full of resentment. Will I be afraid of you little dwarfs? Garna showed a look of contempt on her face, and she was dismissive of Kanan's threat. Song Jian took out 2 bottles of potion from his pocket, threw 1 bottle at the 2 red-tailed beasts, and the other bottle at Garna. Paw! Garna waved the battle axe in the air, and the potion bottle exploded in the air. A cloud of green powder enveloped Garna, but was blocked outside by the golden light around her body. The weakness potion was ineffective against Garna in the domineering state. Are these the only tricks you can use? Karna gave Song Jian a contemptuous smile, wielding her battle axe and slashing at him. Song Jian retreated hastily. He was no match for Karna in her domineering state. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt 2 strong winds coming from behind his head, and he lowered his body, and 2 red-tailed beasts flew over his head at the same time. Roar. The red-tailed beast landed, turned around, leaned forward slightly, bared its fangs, and growled at Song Jian. Human. We are no match for that crazy woman. Or let's run away. Kanan made a trembling voice in the distance. Although Kanan has no attack power, it has strong defense and has mastered several acceleration skills. Kanan has explored more than half of the maze here. As long as it escapes, Garna will not be able to catch up with it. Song Jian looked at Garna in the dominant state, and then looked at the 2 red-tailed beasts in front of her. With a wave of his left hand, a summoning magic circle appeared in the air. A black dragon cub appeared in the magic circle, looked at Song Jian, turned his head, and roared at the 2 red-tailed beasts. At this time, the black dragon cub has risen to level 7. Although it is 3 levels lower than the red-tailed beast, it completely crushes the 2 red-tailed beasts in terms of attributes and skills. The most important thing is that at this time, the black dragon cub actually has a faint dragon power on his body. The tails of the 2 red-tailed beasts were originally waving in the air, as if 2 flames were burning. But the moment the black dragon cub roared at them, the 2 flames suddenly extinguished, and the red-tailed beasts clamped their tails tightly, leaned down and let out a cry, with a look of fear in their eyes. The level suppression in the biological blood made the 2 red-tailed beasts have no courage to attack the black dragon cub. After looking at the black dragon cub, and then at the 2 red-tailed beasts lying at her feet, Karna frowned, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. Human. Are you interested in joining forces? Karna looked at Song Jian. Join hands? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked. Let's go to the ruins of Cantru together to find the prayer altar. How about we join hands to kill that green-skinned dwarf? Karna licked her lips, glanced at Kanan and smiled. Kanan glanced at Song Jian. A look of fear appeared on his face, and slowly retreated. We have a contract. Kanan looked at Song Jian and whispered. Song Jian frowned, and clenched the sword in his hand when he heard Karna say this. Originally, the black dragon cub was summoned to hold back the 2 red-tailed beasts. Unexpectedly, the 2 red-tailed beasts didn't even have the courage to fight when they saw the black dragon cub. I'm afraid that even if Song Jian went up to kill them, the 2 red-tailed beasts would not dare to fight back. Without the threat of the red-tailed beast, Song Jian's situation changed from 3 to 1 to 2 to 1. And the offensive and defensive situation was reversed. For Garna, it was already advantageous. Garna also saw that the current situation was not favorable to her. Otherwise she would not have proposed to join forces. Seeing Song Jian's action, Garna raised her eyebrows and laughed. I'm kidding you. Human. Let's join forces to find the ruins of Cantru. This time I allow you to use the prayer altar once. But after you use it, I will move the entire altar away. As she said, Garna took the initiative to cancel the dominant state and walked towards Song Jian. Chapter 245 Map Copy. Don't believe her. She is lying to you. Kanan shouted with an anxious look in his eyes. Dwarf, if you keep talking nonsense, I will turn your green skin into red. Karna said to Kanan with a threatening look. Kanan immediately shrank his neck and hid in the corner against the wall with some grievance. Song Jian glanced at Karna, and it was obvious that the other party still had a trump card that had not been used. If the fight continued, it was still unknown who would win. Song Jian's mission was not to kill Karna, but to send Kanan safely to the ruins of Cantru. Okay, let's join forces. My mission is just to send this dwarf to the ruins of Cantru, and see if there is any benefit to be gained. There is no point in continuing to fight. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed look. Karna held the battle axe in her right hand on her shoulder. Hearing what Song Jian said, Karna showed a satisfied smile on her face and slowly took her left hand out of her waist pocket. A wise choice. Karna walked forward, kicked the red-tailed beast twice, and cursed in a low voice. Get up. Useless thing. The black dragon cub's pair of golden vertical pupils were still staring at the 2 red-tailed beasts, as if he was going to pounce on them and eat them the next moment. Even though the red-tailed beast was scolded by Karna, it still did not dare to raise its head in front of Longwei. It lay on the ground, exposing its belly, and let out a series of sad cries. I say, can you take your pet back? Otherwise, these 2 guys won't even dare to walk. Karna looked at the black dragon cub, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Dragon cub. I didn't expect that this human could actually subdue a dragon cub as a pet. Karna's eyes turned, And she thought to herself, if the dragon clan knew that someone subdued a dragon cub as a pet, then this human in front of me would probably be in big trouble. Should I secretly notify the dragon clan? Song Jian raised his hand, and the summoning array appeared under the black dragon cub, and quickly put it into the pet space. Before, the black dragon cub had been hunting monsters near the manor. When Song Jian summoned it, he had to put it into the pet space first, and then summon it from the pet space. Now, to disperse it, he can only put it into the pet space, and it can no longer be moved near the manor. Okay, dwarf, take out your exploration map, and let me see how many places you have searched. Jirna picked up Kanan, who was huddled in the corner, and said viciously. Kanan looked at Song Jian with resentment and handed over the parchment in his hand. Hey, not bad. You have searched such a large area, which saves me a lot of time. Jirna glanced at the parchment. Her eyes lit up, and nodded with satisfaction. Garna only explored about 1/3 of the area, which was also drawn on a parchment scroll. She put 2 parchments together, and a white light flashed. The 2 parchments overlapped into one, and suddenly most of the terrain of the Canteru labyrinth appeared in front of everyone. Magic map? Kanan showed envy in his eyes, and said to himself, magic map, which can automatically record any place and path you have been to, is simply a magical tool for explorers. Aren't you a great merchant of the Goblin clan? Don't you have this thing? Song Jian turned his head and looked at Kanan and asked. Song Jian was also a little envious of this magic map. It was much more advanced than the zombie city map given when he first entered the game. No! Kanan seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned ugly. Jarna, are you selling this map? Song Jian asked. What do you think? Karna rolled her eyes, snorted coldly, and walked forward with an arrogant look. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, didn't care, and followed Karna. Karna entered from another entrance, and the scope of exploration was different from Song Jian and the others, which just complemented each other. In this way, only the last 1/6 of the area was left unexplored, and the ruins of Cantula must be in this 1/6 of the area. Karna ordered the 2 red-tailed beasts to walk in front to explore the way. The shells of these 2 red-tailed beasts were like steel armor, and ordinary traps could hardly cause any damage to them. When encountering monsters, Karna would rush up and do it directly, without greeting Song Jian at all, and killed all the monsters she encountered alone. Too weak. Too weak. The monsters here are really too weak. None of them can fight. Garna pulled the battle axe out of the head of a level 20 ordinary monster, looked at Song Jian, shook her head and shouted loudly. Song Jian can also kill a level 20 ordinary monster, but he definitely can't do it as easily as Garna. Seeing Garna's provocative look, Song Jian curled his lips and turned his eyes away. Seeing Song Jian move his eyes away, Garna smiled, snorted, and had a proud look on her face. The magic map is very magical. It doesn't need to be drawn all the time, as long as the path you walk through can be accurately recorded on the map. It took less than 3 hours for the 3 people to explore the remaining maze and find the entrance to the entire Cantula ruins. At this time, the 3 of them stood at the end of a passage. At the end was a light door filled with a faint gray atmosphere. On both sides of the light door, there were 2 stone sculptures. The sculptures were not of the Cantru clan, but of 2 giant dragons wearing heavy armor and roaring to the sky. This is it. Kanan showed a look of joy in his eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Humph! You are lucky to have found a strong guard. Otherwise, you can't get here. Jirna snorted coldly. Kanan smiled awkwardly, with a flattering look on his face. How about I go in first to see if there is any danger? When did the goblin tribe become so brave? Jirna's face was full of sarcasm, and she kicked Kanan's butt directly. If you want to explore the way, then go ahead and explore it. The moment Kanan's figure entered the light gate, Song Jian received a system prompt that the protection mission he accepted had been completed. The dwarf tribe is not a good thing. They are stingy and calculating. If you deal with them, even if you have 10 minds, you will be fooled by them. Jirna glanced at Song Jian and couldn't help saying. Song Jian nodded and said, I was deceived by it at the beginning. The reward said that I could choose any one of the things in the package, but it turned out that it had more than 1 storage equipment, and the package was full of garbage. Garna couldn't help laughing. She looked very happy to hear that Song Jian suffered a loss. Taking out the magic map, Garna stretched out her hand and peeled it off. Swish! She actually peeled off a thin layer of parchment from the surface of the magic map and handed it to Song Jian. This is a copy of the Cantera Labyrinth. I give it to you. I see there are a lot of things recorded by the dwarf on it. I think you will use it, Garna said. This is another function of the magic map. You can copy any map. Garna gave Song Jian the map of the Cantera Labyrinth this time. Within 1 month before the labyrinth is moved, Song Jian can enter this labyrinth repeatedly. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he took the map and said gratefully, "Thank you, Garna." Chapter 246 Desert Scorpion. Song Jian didn't care about other places in this maze, but he coveted the golden treasure chest guarded by the level 20 elite boss. If there was no map, it would take some effort to find that place. But with this map, Song Jian could easily find the level 20 elite boss. As long as he was well prepared, he might be able to kill the boss. That was a golden treasure chest, and there was at least 1 golden quality equipment in it. At this stage, a golden quality equipment was almost equivalent to a magic weapon for players. Haha. You are a good human. You will be my Garna's friend in the future. We can learn from each other when we have time. Pets are not allowed. Garna patted Song Jian on the shoulder and said, "System, you gain the favor of the game character Garna, and your relationship with the game character Garna is upgraded to friendly. System, when your relationship with the game character is upgraded to worship, there is a certain chance that you can recruit the other party as a follower." After Garna finished speaking, she took the 2 red-tailed beasts into the light gate. Song Jian stood in front of the light gate, staring at the system prompt information for a long time, then smiled and followed in. Stepping into the light gate, Song Jian's eyes blurred. His body felt weightless, and a strong dizziness surrounded him. This feeling was even worse than the experience when he entered the game. After the dizziness disappeared, Song Jian looked up and frowned. At this time, he was standing on a sand dune, and the light gate behind him was slowly shrinking. When Song Jian noticed it, it had shrunk to the size of a basketball. After a while, it disappeared, leaving Song Jian alone standing there. Kanan and Karna were not beside him, and it seemed that they had randomly gone to other places. Song Jian looked around. The space here was obviously much larger than the valley before. He was in a desert at this moment. There was no life within a few miles. All he could see were rolling sand dunes. A scorching sun was hanging in the sky. There was very little moisture in the air. It was dead and desolate everywhere. Not to mention animals. There was not even a single weed. We should have left the range of the zombie city. Right? Song Jian thought to himself. You know, in the zombie city, even during the day, there was no sunlight. The sky was covered by thick clouds, and the sun could not be seen at all. After glancing at the sun above his head, he simply identified the direction below, randomly chose a direction, and walked forward. In the endless desert, it seemed endless. Only Song Jian was walking alone, leaving a long trail of footprints behind him. Along the way, Song Jian did not find any human habitation, not even a trace of life. But he did see some ruins in the desert. Some very rough stone houses were half buried in the yellow sand, and there were several dried skeletons scattered around. These skeletons looked exactly the same as the one Song Jian found in the Ziju building before, with horns on their heads and a row of bone spurs on their arms. There were no other precious items in these stone houses. Song Jian searched briefly and found a broken map. In the center of the map, there was a huge pyramid marked. There is no sign of an altar here. Only this pyramid. Why not go here and take a look first? Song Jian thought to himself, put the broken map into the package, and walked towards the center marked with the pyramid according to the instructions of the map. In this desert, hunger and thirst drop very quickly. If there is no drinking water, it will not take long for the hunger and thirst to be cleared, and then the blood value will start to drop. If you don't bring water, it is easy to die of thirst here. Fortunately, Song Jian had a lot of storage equipment, so he always brought a lot of food and water. When his hunger and thirst level dropped below half, Song Jian took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt the sound of fighting coming from the left front, accompanied by the roar of red-tailed beasts. Song Jian immediately ran in that direction. A few miles away, Jirna was holding a battle axe, and together with 2 red-tailed beasts, she was besieging a level 15 elite boss. This elite boss looked like a giant scorpion with 6 legs and a segmented tail behind it. The scorpion tail was like a hook, and the top was a bright red. LV-15 Desert Scorpion Beast Elite. HP 2200/2900. Features: Enhanced Defense. Poisonous. Skills: Sand Escape. Scarlet Poison Needle. Pincer Attack. Song Jian stood on a sand dune and squinted his eyes. Although it was 3 against 1, the desert scorpion beast was extremely ferocious. It moved freely in the desert without any delay. It waved its 2 large pincers and made a clicking sound. Sparks flew out when it opened and closed. Obviously, these 2 large pincers were also a pair of fierce weapons of the boss. The 2 red-tailed beasts seemed to be very afraid of the desert scorpion beast's pair of weapons. They did not dare to attack from the front, but only harassed from both sides. Karna was the main force in the battle, carrying the scorpion beast from the front. Song Jian was watching carefully from the side, just in time to see how strong Jirana's fighting power was, and what card she had not yet revealed. But before he could watch for long, Jirana seemed to notice something, and turned her head to look in the direction of Song Jian. There was yellow sand everywhere, and there was no place to hide around. Song Jian was standing on a high sand dune, so he naturally could not escape Jirana's eyes. The moment she saw Song Jian, Jirana raised her eyebrows and showed a trace of anger on her face. Come and help. Unable to continue watching the show, Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, drew out the guardian sword, jumped up, and rushed towards the desert scorpion beast. Originally, the desert scorpion beast didn't care when it saw Song Jian rushing over. In its eyes, strength is proportional to body size. The larger the body, the stronger the strength. The scorpion beast even looked down on Song Jian. However, the desert scorpion beast soon realized that it had made a huge mistake. Song Jian's attack was extremely powerful, and the damage was extremely high. With a swing of the long sword, 3 silver sword threads directly penetrated the thick carapace and pierced into the body of the scorpion beast. The long sword flashing with silver sword light chopped on the surface of the scorpion beast's body, easily tearing open its carapace, causing great damage to the scorpion beast. Even if the scorpion claws collided head-on, Song Jian was not afraid at all. The long sword with invisible sword energy was extremely sharp. Every collision could break off some scorpion claws fragments. After a while, the 2 scorpion claws became bumpy and miserable. The desert scorpion beast's blood value dropped sharply, and there was a trace of fear in its eyes when it looked at Song Jian. Feeling that its life was in danger, the desert scorpion beast turned around and ran away. After running a distance, it directly dug up the sand and drilled into the ground. Chapter 247 Scorpion Beast Helmet. Sand Escape. This is the life-saving skill of the desert scorpion beast. Once in danger, it will escape to the bottom of the sand to escape. What should we do? Just watch it run away. Song Jian looked at the big pit dug by the scorpion beast in front of him with some regret. He had no way to chase it into the sand. Humph. It doesn't have the 8 methods to stay in the sand all the time, and its skills always have a cooldown time. Jirana snorted coldly, raised her ponytail behind her head, and shouted to the 2 red-tailed beasts, "You too. Follow its traces, and find where it appears." After the 2 red-tailed beasts wandered around the big pit for a while, they roared at Jirana and turned to run to the left. "Follow them." After saying that, Jirana jumped up and actually jumped directly onto a red-tailed beast, riding it to follow another red-tailed beast. Although Song Jian had a motorcycle, he could not drive it normally in the desert, so he could only run all the way on his 2 legs, following the 2 red-tailed beasts and eating dust, because they had to search for the traces of the desert scorpion beast. The speed of the red-tailed beast was not fast, which also allowed Song Jian to barely keep up. After running for more than 10 minutes, there was finally a noise in front, and the desert scorpion beast finally drilled out from the bottom of the sand. "Go. Its health value is not much. Kill it, and we will share the spoils." Jirana shouted at Song Jian behind her, and directly jumped up from the red-tailed beast with a battle axe, jumping into the air. "Go to hell!" Karna and Mitter roared, and the battle axe in her hand whistled and chopped at the desert scorpion beast. Song Jian also rushed over, and with a step, a fong-shaped air mass made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, leaving a deep mark in the desert. After the desert scorpion beast used the sand escape skill, it seemed very tired. It swam on the bottom of the sand for more than 10 minutes. There was no air, and the resistance was great. The consumption was several times that of usual. As soon as it came out, the scorpion beast kept panting, feeling the strong breath coming from above. The desert scorpion beast showed a trace of anger in its eyes. and actually stood up the front half of its body, waving its scorpion claws, and smashing towards Karna in midair. Bang! The battle axe and the scorpion claws collided with each other. After a loud bang, the air surged. The desert scorpion beast could not help but take a few steps back. A trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. It could never have imagined that such a small body could contain such a powerful force. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from under its feet. A fong-shaped air mass hit one of its scorpion legs on the left. With a click, the earth T thrust actually triggered a critical hit, breaking one of the scorpion beast's legs. With a burst of severe pain, the desert scorpion beast's body tilted to the left. For a moment, it lost its balance and rolled to the left. Well done! Karna's eyes lit up. She shouted, and stepped hard, creating a huge pit. She bounced her body, swung her battle axe, and chopped at the scorpion beast's abdomen. Puff! The battle axe easily tore open the scorpion beast's soft abdomen, and a smelly thick green body fluid spurted out from the wound, dyeing Karna's whole body green. The scorpion beast let out a crazy hiss, and the scorpion tail swung out from under its body, raised high, and a bright red scorpion hook stabbed towards Karna's back. Buzz! A slight tremor came from the air, and a 3-meter-long sword light swept across, directly cutting the scorpion tail in two. Sword threads. 3 silver sword threads appeared out of thin air from Song Jian's body, explored in the air for a while, and then swung towards the desert scorpion beast with a swish sound. Paw! 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 The 3 sword threads were like whips, lashing at the desert scorpion beast's carapace, instantly cutting 3 wounds more than 3 feet long. For a moment, blood splattered, dyeing the surrounding sand green. Not dead yet? Karna didn't even look at the scorpion tail behind her, and kept waving her battle axe, slashing at the scorpion beast. The scorpion beast flipped its body frantically, stirring up the surrounding sand into dust and chaos. Karna's low roar and the scorpion beast's roar intertwined. The scorpion beast's figure loomed in the dust, and thick green blood splashed out from time to time. Soon, the desert scorpion beast's movement gradually became smaller, and the dust settled next to a small sand dune. The scorpion beast fell softly to the ground. Karna stood on the scorpion beast's body. 1 foot stepped on the scorpion beast's head, one hand holding the battle axe on the shoulder, and looked at Song Jian. Awesome! Song Jian gave Karna a thumbs up and praised loudly. Hearing Song Jian's praise, Karna's face showed a bright smile. You did a good job too. If it weren't for you, I might have been seriously injured this time. This guy's tail is not a joke. Karna jumped off the huge scorpion beast and kicked the scorpion beast's body hard. Transparent flames began to burn on the surface of the scorpion beast's body. The huge scorpion beast's body made a crunching burning sound, and several items emitting blue-green light emerged from the surface of the scorpion beast's body. Jairna looked at the items carefully, and directly put 1 blue equipment and 2 white quality materials into one pile, and the remaining 3 green items into one pile, and then said to Song Jian, each of you will get half of the spoils. You pick first. Song Jian walked forward and saw that among the 2 piles of spoils, only one was equipment, which was the blue item. Scorpion Beast Helmet Blue, Helmet. Equipment effect, Physical Defense +8. Vision +3. Attack Power +10. Special effect, Summon Scorpion Beast Passive. When damaged, there is a certain probability to summon a Desert Scorpion Beast Fierce Spirit to assist in the battle. The duration of the Desert Scorpion Beast Fierce Spirit is 180 seconds, and this skill can only be triggered once within 60 minutes. Equipment requirements, Level 13. Can it be taken out of the game? No. A war helmet that can only be equipped at level 13. Song Jian is only level 12 now, and he needs to upgrade 1 more level before he can wear it. The remaining 2 white quality materials with a war helmet are smelly scorpion meat and broken scorpion shell. The former is a cooking material, and the latter is a forging material, neither of which is very valuable. The other 3 green quality items are 3 exquisite scorpion beads. The effect of use is unknown, but if sold, each one can be sold for 1,000 Doomsday coins. After taking a look, Song Jian directly picked up the blue quality war helmet and 2 white quality materials. Jairna glanced at Song Jian. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she reached out to collect the 3 exquisite scorpion beads. Keep going in this direction, and you will see the ruins of Canchalu in at most 5 or 6 kilometers. The prayer altar is also there. Karna pointed to a direction in the desert. Song Jian's heart moved. The direction she pointed to was exactly the direction of the pyramid marked on the broken map. It seemed that the map he had searched for before was the map of the ruins of Kanchalu. Chapter 248 Stone City. Song Jian has now confirmed that the place marked by the pyramid on the map is the ruins of Kanchalu. But it seems that it is far away from where Song Jian and Jairna are. The two walked for more than 6 hours to get there. Because she disliked Song Jian's slow speed, Jairna asked another red-tailed beast to carry Song Jian. The two red-tailed beasts ran wildly in the desert, and they did not encounter any monsters along the way, which made Song Jian feel a little strange. Half a day later, a stone city appeared in front of the two. After getting off the red-tailed beast, Jairna pointed to the stone city in front and said, "That is the main city of the Kanchalu clan, now known as the ruins of Kanchalu. The prayer altar is in the center of the city. From here you can see a corner of the altar." Song Jian looked up and saw a tall pyramid in the city. It was much taller than other buildings. Even if you were standing a few miles away, you could still see the sharp corners of the pyramid. The stone city in front of him was not big. The walls were all built of stones. Many places had collapsed. There were dark red plants growing around it. They looked a bit like cacti, with thorns standing proudly. The small city looked simple and dilapidated. Song Jian was a little disappointed. It seemed that the Kanchalu tribe was not as powerful as he had imagined. The area of the main city was about the same as a small community in the zombie city. No wonder the entire tribe disappeared in the long river of history, leaving only such a ruined city. The two walked towards the stone city. After a few steps, they looked towards the left side of the town at the same time. They saw a rolling yellow dragon rising in the distance. It seemed that someone was running fast on the sand, raising a cloud of dust. "Humph! I said that the green-skinned dwarf was running fast." Jairna snorted coldly. Song Jian laughed. The one who was running fast was the goblin merchant Kanan. At this time, it returned to the image when it first met Song Jian. The huge package was carried on its shoulders again. This was the first time Song Jian saw Kanan running. The speed was really fast, and the duration was also very long. Kanan seemed to have seen Song Jian and Jairna, turned a corner, and ran towards the two. It ran to the front of the two in a short while. Huh? I finally met you. There are so many monsters in this desert. We were almost surrounded by them." Kanan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a tired face, "Waste. We only met one monster along the way. How can there be so many monsters in this desert?" "It's because you are timid," Jairna said contemptuously. Kanan was about to argue, but Song Jian suddenly pointed in the direction where Kanan ran and said, "Are you talking about those monsters?" Jairna looked up and saw that the dust raised by Kanan's running gradually fell. Behind the dust, hundreds of desert scorpion beasts appeared densely, like a dark tide, rushing towards the few people. "You useless guy. How did you attract so many monsters?" Jairna roared, wishing she could chop Kanan in half with her battle axe. I just said." Kanan panted and tried to defend himself. "Run. Get into the stone city, or we'll all die here," Song Jian said, and rushed towards the stone city. These desert scorpion beasts were just ordinary monsters of level 15. Not the level 15 elite boss we encountered before. But with so many of them, 3 people, no, 2 people could not resist them. There was yellow sand all around, and only by entering the stone city could we have a chance to escape. Although the walls of the stone city have collapsed beyond recognition and have no defense capabilities, most of the buildings in the stone city are still intact. As long as you avoid the sight of these monsters and hide in a stone house, if you are lucky, you may be able to drag these monsters away by themselves. Jairna didn't care to blame Kanan, and rushed towards the stone city with Song Jian, jumping over a collapsed stone wall. The 3 rushed into the stone city and ran towards the center of the city. Most of the buildings near the walls have collapsed or been covered by yellow sand. Only the buildings deep in the city, closer to the center of the city, are better preserved. These stone houses are too small. There is no place to hide people. Jairna looked around and frowned. Song Jian looked around. Most of the stone houses near the center of the stone city were 2- or 3-story stone buildings. They did not occupy a large area. And most importantly, these stone buildings could not withstand the siege of the group of level 15 monsters behind them. "Go to the prayer altar. Only there is a place for us to hide." Kanan pointed to the huge pyramid in the center of the city and shouted. "Yes, Let's go there. Jirana's eyes lit up and nodded in agreement. Song Jian came here for the first time, so naturally he had no say. He just followed the two and rushed towards the huge pyramid. This pyramid is dozens of meters high and is built of huge rocks with a diameter of more than 1 meter. It is more difficult to build such a building than to build 10 stone cities. I don't know how the Kantru tribe built it. And around this huge pyramid, there are dozens of smaller pyramids. These small pyramids are 7 or 8 meters high, and the highest are only a dozen meters high. Compared with the central pyramid, they are like elephants and jackals. What are these small pyramids for? Song Jian asked while running. Demons are sealed there. Don't get close. Only this pyramid with a prayer altar is safe. Kanan saw Song Jian pointing at the small pyramids around him. His face changed, and he said hurriedly, "Humph. What a bullshit demon. Just some level 30 elites." Jirana snorted coldly, with a disdainful expression on her face. Level 30 elite boss? Song Jian couldn't help but tremble all over, and immediately gave up the idea of exploring those small pyramids. Under the huge pyramid, there is a 2-meter wide stone corridor that leads directly to the interior of the pyramid. The three of them ran along this stone corridor. After a while, they felt that their eyes were dark, and they had entered the interior of the pyramid. There were waves of roars from the desert scorpion beasts behind them. They seemed to have a fear of this pyramid. They surrounded the entrance of the stone corridor and kept making sharp hisses. Huh? It's safe. They don't dare to rush in. Kanan sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Jirana also threw away her battle axe and sat on the ground leaning against a red-tailed beast. She didn't have any skills to accelerate. She was able to rush in because of her strong physical fitness. Now that the danger was gone, she felt a little tired. Song Jian couldn't help but frown. If this pyramid was really as safe as Kanan said, why would these scorpion beasts feel afraid? It seems that there are some secrets here that they haven't explored yet. Song Jian glanced at Kanan and Jirana, thinking to himself. Chapter 249 Stone Gate. The desert scorpion beasts behind him guarded the bottom of the Great Pyramid. The three of them walked along the stone corridor towards the interior of the pyramid. After walking for more than 100 meters, a stone gate appeared in front of them. Huh? This is it. Wait a minute. The gate is not open yet. When it opens, we can enter. Kanan saw the stone gate and immediately relaxed. He sat on the stone corridor to rest. Jirana also put the battle axe horizontally and leaned on it. The two red-tailed beasts followed closely beside her. Song Jian glanced at the two people. It seemed that the stone gate would open automatically at that time. And then, they could enter the place where the prayer altar was. After taking a look around, Song Jian was attracted by the stone door in front of him. He walked forward and looked carefully at the stone door at the end of the stone corridor. This stone door was completely black, and it looked different from other stones in the stone city. There was a faint fluorescence on the surface, and it was full of a strong smell of death. It was obviously refined by the Kantara clan with secret methods. There were some strange words and patterns carved on the stone door, and some places were even inlaid with gold wire and jewels. Song Jian stretched out his hand to touch the jewels. As soon as his fingers touched the stone door, a strong electric current surged, and with a snap, Song Jian's fingers were bounced away, and a damage of more than 100 points floated above his head. The damage is so high? Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, even if ordinary players are level 10, they may not have so much blood. If they come here and touch the stone door casually, they will be killed instantly. Be careful. There is a curse of the Kantru clan on this stone door. If you touch it easily, you will be hurt. Kanan glanced at Song Jian and said. At this point, the employment relationship between the two ended, and Kanan became a little cold. If it was before, Kanan would warn Song Jian when he was about to touch it. Can't touch it? Then what's going on? Song Jian pointed to a sword mark more than 3 feet long on the stone door and asked. The entire stone door was intact, and the sword mark seemed a little abrupt. Song Jian raised his left hand, and a silver sword light shot out. Shwa! The sword light chopped the stone door fiercely, and sparks flew everywhere. But the stone door was intact. Are you crazy? Kanan jumped up in shock and took a few steps back. The stone door was attacked, and plasma emerged on the surface, making a crackling sound of electricity. Boom! A plasma shot out, like a whip of Thor, and whipped towards Song Jian. A light curtain appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, and the plasma hit the light curtain fiercely, smashing the light curtain with 500 points of defense in one blow. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. As long as you get out of its attack range. It can't hit you and you'll be safe. Kanan screamed behind Song Jian. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced. Raised the guardian sword in his hand. And the invisible sword energy dyed the blade silver. Shwa. The long sword slashed fiercely on the stone door. And for a moment, the whole stone corridor was turbulent. And bursts of thunder were heard. The plasma on the stone door surged more and more. And finally gathered into a wall of lightning. At this moment, the sword mark on the stone door suddenly shone with light. And a light hum sounded in everyone's ears. Boom. An illusory figure appeared out of thin air in front of the stone gate. The figure was wearing a green robe and had long hair. Song Jian could only see his back. He raised his right hand, and a sword blade as thick as a finger appeared out of thin air, transforming into a huge heavy sword, and slashed at the stone gate fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, the lightning wall in front of Song Jian collapsed directly on the stone gate. Along the sword mark, another crack appeared, breaking more than a foot long to the left. The illusory figure turned around, nodded to Song Jian, and slowly dissipated in the air. Song Jian's eyes showed a confused look, squinting his eyes to see the face of the figure carefully. But he couldn't see it clearly. The plasma, the figure, the sword light, and the giant sword all disappeared, returning to the state when the three people first came in. The only difference was that there was a more than 1 foot long crack on the stone door. What happened just now? Kanan was stunned. He had been to the ruins of Cantera countless times, but had never seen such a scene. System, you personally experienced the epic profession Sword Master showing you sword moves. And all sword skills were upgraded by 1 level. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that just by looking at the illusory figure and slashing out a sword. All his sword skills were upgraded by 1 level. This was simply pie in the sky. Sword Master? Epic class? Does that mean that if the Sword Master continues to improve, he can be transferred to Sword Master in the next job transfer? Song Jian thought to himself, I just don't know when I can be transferred to the Sword Immortal class. Opening the skill bar. As expected, all sword skills, including Cold Weapon Sword Basic, have been upgraded by 1 level. And the proficiency after practicing for such a long time has also been retained, which makes Song Jian's strength improve by a big step. Boom. The stone door began to tremble slightly and move to the sides. It seemed to open automatically. Hey, it's not time yet. Why did this stone door open automatically? Could it be because of just now? Kanan muttered softly and walked forward slowly. The moment the stone door opened, an extreme aura of destruction accompanied by countless screams and wails surged out of the stone door. Song Jian stood at the front and was the first to feel it. He immediately felt a sharp breath coming towards him, as if countless evil spirits were surrounding him and biting his body. Over his head, a dozen damage numbers floated. Kanan yelled. A milky white light surged under his feet, and he ran to the back. Jirena roared, and golden light bloomed on her body, and she actually entered the domineering state directly. System, you are hurt by the ancient curse of the Cantru clan, and your health value loses 100 points per second for 10 seconds. System, the ancient curse of the Cantru family triggers your talent skill Thick Skin. The curse effect is weakened, and the health value loses 60 points per second for 5 seconds. Song Jian was startled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But with the bonus of the talent skill Thick Skinned and the 300% health value recovery speed, the ancient curse of the Cantru family did not cause fatal damage to him. After resisting for 10 seconds, Song Jian's health value began to slowly increase, and Jirena showed a trace of fatigue on her face. Continuously opening the hegemony state is extremely consuming for her, but the hegemony state can be immune to any negative effects, and the ancient curse did not cause any harm to her. Behind him, Kanan was holding a handful of pills in his hand, with a sad face, constantly stuffing pills into his mouth, and whispered, "It's a loss. A big loss. I'm afraid I can't even get back the capital this time. How could this happen? I have never encountered such a situation before." Chapter 250 Prayer Altar. Janan was depressed. When he came to the Cantru ruins before, there were some dangers in the maze, but there would be no danger after entering the real Cantru ruins. But this time after entering the Cantru ruins, he was chased by a large group of desert scorpion beasts, which make Kanan waste several one-time acceleration props and many potions to restore spirit value. After entering the pyramid, he wasted a lot of potions to restore blood value. If Kanan didn't get good things at the prayer altar this time, he would lose a lot. I haven't been so unlucky before. And I haven't encountered so many troubles. Kanan muttered softly. Jirna pointed at Song Jian and said, "You didn't come with him before." Janan was stunned, and then looked at Song Jian with resentment. It was bad luck to be chased by the desert scorpion beast before. But the passive defense of the stone gate was triggered later, causing the stone gate to be damaged and opened in advance. And then it was hit by the ancient curse that had not yet dissipated inside. This was all because of Song Jian's random attempt. But Kanan didn't dare to blame Song Jian, and could only draw circles and whisper in a corner. The three of them stepped through the stone gate and came to a huge palace. In the center of the palace was an altar built of stones that was more than one person tall. This is the prayer altar of the Cantru clan. It can communicate with billions of planes. Some things you think are useless may be treasures in other planes, and some useless things of the other side may be treasures in our plane. Through it, we can exchange items with creatures in other planes. Kanan pointed to the altar in the palace. The probability of the situation you are talking about is very small. Right? Song Jian looked at Kanan and said. Kanan showed an embarrassed look on his face, scratched his head and said, "The senior who led me here for the first time said this to me. Anyway, I have never encountered such a good thing." "How to open it?" Song Jian asked. "The time has not come yet. When it glows automatically, you can use it." After Kanan finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Song Jian with a vigilant look and reminded him, "Don't move it. This altar is the only thing of value here. If it is damaged, our trip will be in vain. Use it quickly. After you use it, I will move this altar away," Jirna said carelessly, and at the same time glanced at Song Jian and added, "This is what we agreed on before. This thing is a bit useless. It should also follow the principle of equivalent exchange." Song Jian touched his chin and muttered softly, "For example, an attribute fruit is a treasure in our eyes, but it is probably not cheap in other planes. Right? That's not necessarily true. What if there is a plane with trees full of attribute fruits, just like the ordinary fruits here?" Kanan suddenly said. "How is that possible?" Song Jian raised his eyebrows and said, "If that's true, wouldn't everyone in that plane be extremely powerful? What if the people in that plane eat too many attribute fruits, and the attribute fruits are ineffective for them, and only effective for people in other planes?" Kanan said casually. "Everything is possible. Have you ever encountered such a good thing?" Song Jian asked. Goblin merchant Kanan's face suddenly darkened, and he was silent for a long time, then shook his head and said, "In most cases, it is an equal exchange, but some things in other planes do not exist in our world, and they are non-renewable resources. Some big shots like to collect them, and they can be sold at a good price." Song Jian did not move, but Jirna circled around the prayer altar, studying the placement of each stone. It seems that she really wants to move this prayer altar back to her home. The surface of this altar is engraved with circles of dense magic runes, and there are thousands of them alone. Even if Song Jian can't understand them, he still feels a sense of awe. Prayer altar special building. Effective use. Sacrifice an item of quality not lower than ordinary. Use the altar to communicate with the universe. Trade items. And there is a certain chance that the exchanged item will be upgraded by 1 level. Use conditions, specific time. Once a month. In other words, there is a chance to get something of higher quality than the sacrificed item. If you sacrifice a silver quality item and get a gold quality item, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Song Jian said to himself. The three people didn't wait long before the surface of the altar began to glow milky white. The originally bluish stone gradually turned into an emerald green color, and the magic runes carved on it also glowed golden. "It's open. The altar is open. Who will go up?" Kanan became a little excited, with an expression eager to try. "You go first. I'm here to dismantle it." Jirna waved her hand and said. Kanan glanced at Song Jian, who motioned for him to go up first. Kanan smiled and took out an item emitting silver light from his backpack, and walked towards the altar step by step. "Wow, you are really willing to do it." Song Jian stared at the silver item in his hand with wide eyes. He had never seen him have silver quality items before. It seems that this guy has hidden storage equipment. The goblin merchant walked along the steps to the top of the prayer altar, placed the silver quality equipment on it, and then began to pray silently with his hands clasped together. After a while, The altar was shining with silver light. This is a creature from another plane. It has taken a fancy to his item, and is showing the exchange items. Unfortunately, only the people on the altar can see the exchange items. Karna also looked at the altar with curiosity, and explained to Song Jian, who was here for the first time. What if the other party is not satisfied with the item they took out? Song Jian asked. This is not a transaction with one family, nor is it a transaction with each family in order. As long as you are interested in the items placed on the altar, you can show your exchange items, and then choose the one with the highest value, Karna said, and added, of course, if the value of the item you take out is too low, and no one is willing to exchange with you, then this opportunity will be wasted, and you will have to wait until next month to come back. As he was talking, Song Jian discovered that the silver quality item that Kanan had placed on the altar disappeared. Obviously, Kanan had successfully traded with creatures from other planes, but no one else could see what item was exchanged. Only Kanan knew. Looking at Kanan's satisfied smile, it seemed that he had exchanged for the item he wanted. At least, he would not go back at a loss this time when he came to the ruins of Kanteru. It's your turn. Kanan came down from the altar and said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. Song Jian took a deep breath and walked towards the prayer altar. Chapter 251, 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body. Song Jian stood on the altar, not knowing what to do next. At this moment, a line of golden characters appeared in front of him. Please put in an item you want to exchange. Can I only put in one? What should I choose? Song Jian opened the parcel column to check. There were a lot of messy things in Song Jian's parcel column, including a bamboo shovel, miner's gloves, exquisite totem marks, batwing zombie summoning cards, blood-sucking scrolls, attack scrolls, bloodstones, dead soul crystal cores, etc. There was also a level 15 silver leather armor, and a level 13 scorpion beast helmet. These two should be the most valuable equipment in Song Jian's package. But unfortunately, Song Jian could use both of these equipment, but he couldn't exchange them. If he didn't have any of the items he could use, he would cry to death. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian's eyes fell on an item when the countdown began to appear on the prayer altar. This was the only black quality equipment Song Jian had obtained. Although the attributes were extremely poor and only increased the upper limit of the HP value a little, Song Jian always felt that this item was a bit mysterious. The mutant stone tablet was the trophy obtained when hunting the elite boss carrying the tablet zombie. So far, Song Jian has never seen black quality equipment, and this is the only one. For some reason, Song Jian took out this ornament and placed it on the prayer altar. As soon as he put it on, an item emitting silver light appeared in front of Song Jian. Silver quality? Song Jian was surprised. He didn't expect that his item was so valuable that he could exchange it for a silver quality item. Nick Hang Singer Silver. Special item. Use effect. This singer knows hundreds of dances. When used at a banquet, it can improve the level of the banquet and increase the enthusiasm by +1. One of the Peerless Twin sets can be used with Phoenix Dance Singer to dance the Fungu Nick Hang dance. Silver quality set? Song Jian's face became a little strange. He originally thought that the set was only of dark green quality, but he didn't expect that there was a set of silver quality. But this thing is a bit useless. Song Jian touched his chin and shook his head slightly. This thing is purely used to show off. It can improve the style of the banquet, but it is not helpful for fighting. Maybe some big shots in other cities will be interested in it. Song Jian was hesitating whether to exchange this silver quality item, when suddenly, hundreds of items appeared in the exchange list, and the quality of each item was not lower than silver quality. What's going on? Song Jian was surprised. You know, even if there is a chance to exchange for an item of higher quality, at most only one will appear. For example, if Song Jian takes out a blue quality equipment, most of the items in the exchange list will be blue quality, and there will even be green and white quality items. But if there is a silver quality equipment, at most only one will appear. Not as many as now. With hundreds of items, Song Jian was overwhelmed by the silver quality equipment. He couldn't even look at the attributes. Could it be that this black quality variant stone tablet has other uses? Song Jian carefully selected the exchange items, but he hesitated. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, even though I don't know what this stone tablet is for, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a golden light appeared in front of Song Jian. Among the exchange items, A golden quality item appeared, which instantly eclipsed all other items. Gold? Golden quality? Is there anyone willing to exchange this stone tablet with a golden quality item? The great compassion mantra of the conquest of yin and yang between heaven and earth. This is a skill book of gold quality? What a weird name. A skill book that can only be learned at level 80. And the good and evil value must reach negative 10,000 to learn it. Song Jian frowned slightly. And for a moment, he actually felt hesitant. It is estimated that exchanging this skill book will be a decoration for a long time. However, using an accessory with a price difference in attributes to exchange for a skill of gold quality. Although this skill sounds a bit weird and cannot be used now, it is obviously a very cost-effective thing. But Song Jian always feels that he has suffered a loss. Swish. The exchange item column suddenly flashed with light. And another item appeared in the item column. Level fruit? A golden quality level fruit that directly increases the user's level by 10 levels after use? Simple and crude. But Song Jian stared at the newly appeared level fruit, and he was more certain that his stone tablet was already a very special item, and its value far exceeded his imagination. Not long after Song Jian stared at the golden quality level fruit, another golden skill scroll appeared in the exchange list. Bone forging and marrow washing Hanyuan Qigong? Every level up increases all attributes? This skill can be used even in the real world. Good stuff. Good stuff. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The level can be slowly increased. But this skill that can increase physical attributes is too rare. Just as Song Jian was about to choose this skill, another golden skill scroll appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian just glanced at it, and immediately chose to exchange this new skill scroll. Skill scroll, 1 element chaos indestructible sword body. After using it, you can learn the skill 1 element chaos indestructible sword body. Scroll usage conditions. The main weapon is a sword type occupation. 1 element chaos indestructible sword body active. Level 1. Skill effect. After releasing this skill, the player's all attributes plus 5. Physical defense is increased by 30% overall. Spell resistance is increased by 30% overall. Negative effect immunity judgment plus 3. Using sword weapons, damage is increased by 50%. And the power of sword skills is increased by 30%. This effect lasts for 30 seconds. Dispel and purification skills cannot work on this effect. Skill consumption. Release consumes 30 points of invisible sword energy, and consumes 1 point of invisible sword energy per second during the duration. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes. Skill description. This skill is one of the inherited skills of the sword fairy occupation. This is the third sword immortal professional skill book Song Jian has obtained. Seeing it, other items are no longer in Song Jian's eyes. After the exchange, Song Jian used this skill scroll immediately, and a golden light enveloped Song Jian, and the words 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body appeared in the skill column. The cooling time of this skill is a bit long, unless you are sure not to fight. Otherwise, you can't use it casually at ordinary times. You have to use it as a trump card. After the exchange, Song Jian felt a force surging from the prayer altar, pushing him away from the altar. This force was very weak at first, and it began to slowly become stronger as time went by. A person can only exchange one item at a time. There is no point in staying on the altar. Song Jian slowly walked down the altar. Haha. It's my turn. Jia Erna put away the battle axe and walked quickly towards the altar. Chapter 252 Moving Away. Jarna's goal was to move the entire altar away, but she was not sure that the altar could still be used after moving it away, so she would use it once if she could. Hey, you are really rich, and you actually brought a gold quality item to exchange. Kanan stared at the item in Karna's hand and said with some jealousy, using the prayer altar to exchange items does not mean using gold items. The lowest quality of the exchangeable items is gold. If the items taken out are not attractive, people in other planes are not fools and will not take out treasures for exchange. It is even possible that some people will take some silver or even blue quality items for exchange. After placing the items on the altar, someone soon took out their exchange items. After selecting for a while, Karna chose one of them and completed the transaction. Huh. I exchanged for a gold quality weapon. Kanan tiptoed and said softly after seeing the exchange item in Karna's hand. It seems that Karna exchanged for a gold quality battle axe. As soon as the exchange was completed, she waved it in her hand with excitement on her face. Karna only took out a gold quality material, but it can be exchanged for a gold-quality weapon, which should be considered a great value for money. Okay. You two have finished the exchange. So leave here quickly. I want to move this altar away. Karna stared at Song Jian and Kanan and said viciously, holding the golden weapon in her hand. Karna was more confident. If she hadn't seen Song Jian exchange a golden skill just now and learned it directly, Garna might have started to fight. System, Garna asked you to leave. You must leave Garna 100 meters away within 3 minutes. Otherwise Garna's favorability towards you will drop significantly. His. Can this NPC's favorability be played like this? It has been raised to friendly. But it can be lowered at will? Song Jian immediately lost interest in this so-called favorability. Hey. This is the altar that the Cantru clan spent the whole clan's strength to build. Let alone moving it away. Even if you move a brick on it, it is possible to directly detonate the energy of the entire altar and destroy the entire pyramid. Kanan said to Garna with a mocking look on his face. You don't have to worry about this. Jairna said carelessly, you better leave quickly. If the energy of the altar is really detonated, wouldn't it be better for you to stay away? Go. Go. There are so many desert scorpion beasts outside the pyramid. How can we leave? Song Jian asked. This has nothing to do with me. Anyway, you are staying here. When I take away the altar, you can live here even if you want. Jairna glanced at Song Jian and said, let's go. Let's go. Stay in the stone corridor for a while. Kanan pulled Song Jian and walked outside. Leaving the palace, Kanan pulled Song Jian and whispered, Humph. This woman is crazy. Every time she comes, she says she wants to move this altar. But every time she doesn't do it. Does she think this altar is so easy to move? I'm afraid she can't even understand the magic pattern on it. Why don't you ask her to move a brick on the altar? The ruins of Cantru have existed for thousands of years. If they could be moved, they would have been moved away by others long ago. How could they be left to this crazy woman? Kanan said disdainfully. The two came to the stone corridor and heard the roar of the desert scorpion beasts from afar. They had been guarding outside the pyramid and refused to leave. This is troublesome. These monsters haven't dispersed yet. Kanan frowned slightly, glanced at Song Jian, and said, with your strength? I guess those desert scorpion beasts can't hurt you. I can't do that. Time is money. My friend. Things are over here. I'm leaving immediately. Take care of yourself. As he spoke, Kanan took out a scroll to return to the city, tore it open, and suddenly his body was wrapped in a milky white light. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't explore other pyramids. There are level 30 elite bosses inside. Swoosh. A white light shot up into the sky, protecting Kanan and tearing the space apart. The walls of the pyramid seemed unable to block the white light at all. The powerful spatial force formed a special passage and took Kanan out of the pyramid. Song Jian was the only one left in the stone corridor. In the palace behind him, intermittent vibrations began to come. It seemed that Karna really started to attack the altar. I hope you're ruined. If the item that can connect the myriad worlds really explodes, I'm afraid this stone city will cease to exist. Song Jian thought to himself, feeling like he was sitting on a nuclear bomb. Looking at the desert scorpion beasts that kept moving outside the stone corridor and looked very irritable. Song Jian drew out his sword and rushed out of the stone corridor. Let me try how powerful this Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword body is. When the nearest scorpion beast was still 7 or 8 meters away, Song Jian stepped down, and a fawn-shaped air mass rushed forward with a roar. With a bang, a scorpion beast was knocked out. Weakness potion. A bottle of mutant-quality weakness potion shattered in the desert scorpion beasts, immediately covering 7 or 8 desert scorpion beasts. Immortal sword body. Open! With a light shout, a faint golden light flashed on Song Jian's body, and 8 long swords surrounded him. The long sword in his hand glowed silver and rushed towards the desert scorpion beasts. Broken wing dance. Song Jian's figure rushed among the scorpion beasts, and no scorpion beast could stop him. Once the broken wing dance skill was released, Song Jian's speed was almost the same as teleportation. After 2 attacks, Song Jian's body jumped high and slashed at the scorpion beasts on the ground. Boom! A wave of air rushed up all the surrounding scorpion beasts. Shwa! The sword light in his left hand burst out, and the 3-meter-long silver sword light drew a standard circle as Song Jian's body turned. Puff puff puff. The bodies of more than a dozen desert scorpion beasts exploded directly in the air, and not even a complete corpse was left. The large group of scorpion beasts around let out a burst of angry roars and swarmed towards Song Jian. The huge clamps in their hands smashed over fiercely, and the low sound of breaking through the air echoed above Song Jian's head. Knight's Faith. A white light shield protected Song Jian. Song Jian did not retreat but rushed into the group of scorpion beasts. All the attacks continued to hit the white light shield, and the 500-point defense lasted only 7 or 8 seconds before it shattered directly. Bang bang bang. The scorpion beasts' attacks followed one after another, and illusory long swords emerged on the surface of Song Jian's body, standing up and surrounding Song Jian's body. All the attacks hit Song Jian's body, but they only caused a series of single-digit damage to Song Jian. You know, this is an ordinary monster of level 20, 8 levels higher than Song Jian. Feeling the slight vibration from the surface of the body, the speed of losing blood value was not as fast as the recovery speed. Song Jian felt calm in his heart, wielding the long sword, killing all around among the scorpion beasts. Sword Silk. Speed Sword. Start. Haha. Come on. Fight to your heart's content. Chapter 253 Total Annihilation. Once the immortal sword body was activated, Song Jian's attributes increased by 5 points, and the highest strength attribute exceeded 20 points. Other attributes were also improved accordingly, except for the blood value. Other attributes were much higher than those of ordinary monsters at level 20. In addition to the improvement of defense and resistance, the abnormal blood value recovery speed. All of this ensured that Song Jian could do whatever he wanted among the desert scorpion beasts. As if taking stimulants, silver light flashed in the desert scorpion beasts, and blood splashed. All attacks were weakened by the long sword phantom that appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, and then he was resisted by the equipment, so the actual damage he suffered was extremely low. In addition, the innate skill Thick Skin forcibly reduced damage by 12 points. Each desert scorpion beast could only cause 3 to 5 points of damage to Song Jian, with Song Jian's current health value of more than 700 points. If it were not for the fact that the immortal sword body could only last for 30 seconds, he could hold on until all the desert scorpion beasts in front of him were killed. When the immortal sword body had 5 seconds left, Song Jian turned around and rushed towards the pyramid. In just over 20 seconds, Song Jian killed at least 20 desert scorpion beasts, and his experience value increased by 8%, leaping to the 8th level of monster killing, with rich experience value rewards. Under normal circumstances, these experience points would take at least half a day to kill monsters of the same level to obtain. Huh? It feels so good. Song Jian staggered into the stone corridor, knelt on one knee, and leaned on the ground with his long sword. The zombie leader armor on his body was already a little broken, and the durability value dropped a lot. But Song Jian's face was full of excitement and crazy smile. After resting for a while, Song Jian stood up and turned to look at the desert scorpion beasts outside the stone corridor. Seeing Song Jian stand up, the desert scorpion beasts that surrounded the door of the stone corridor subconsciously took 2 steps back. Song Jian's crazy fight just now left an indelible impression in the hearts of these scorpion beasts. Just like encountering a natural enemy. Rumble. There was a roar in the Pyramid Palace. Obviously, Garna had already started to take action. Song Jian didn't expect that she would actually dare to touch the prayer altar. If I'm not careful, won't I be implicated? Song Jian couldn't help but worry. At this moment, the group of desert scorpion beasts outside the pyramid began to become irritable and kept trying to rush into the pyramid. But for some reason, as soon as they approached the stone corridor, they would hiss and retreat. Even if the scorpion beasts behind them kept biting them, they dared not step into the stone corridor. As the movement in the palace behind them became louder and louder, the scorpion beasts began to rush towards the pyramid. The scorpion beasts behind even climbed onto the bodies of the scorpion beasts in front, and the layers of scorpion beasts were getting closer and closer to the stone corridor. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Finally, a scorpion beast was squeezed into the stone corridor by a large group of scorpion beasts behind it. Voila! The rock walls around the stone corridor suddenly shone with golden light, and countless complex magic patterns appeared on the surface of the surrounding stone walls, and lightning continued to flow on the surrounding stone walls. Boom! A lightning bolt hit the body of the scorpion beast that was squeezed in, and suddenly more than 1,300 points of damage floated up from the top of the scorpion beast's head. These are just ordinary monsters of level 20, and their health value is not as much as the elite that chased Kanan at the beginning. Only 1,450 points. This blow directly beat it to a near-death state, with less than 100 points of health remaining. The second lightning was condensing rapidly. Song Jian looked at the dying desert scorpion beast with its shell cracked. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards it, stabbing the long sword in his hand fiercely into its body. After receiving this fatal blow, the bloodless desert scorpion beast bounced and fell heavily to the ground, turning into a corpse. The transparent flame burned quickly and burned it into a pile of black ash. With the death of this scorpion beast, the lightning in the stone corridor began to slowly dissipate, and the magic runes on the surrounding stone walls also slowly disappeared. The light dissipated, and it looked no different from an ordinary stone wall. Most of the health value of this desert scorpion beast was knocked down by the pyramid's defense measures. Therefore, although the entire experience value was given to Song Jian, no loot was dropped. Hey, if we kill them this way, the speed will be faster? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he took out a bottle of weakness potion and threw it towards the entrance of the stone corridor. With a pop, the potion bottle exploded in the scorpion beast group closest to the entrance of the stone corridor, and a 30-point damage floated above the heads of dozens of scorpion beasts at the same time, and the defense was greatly reduced. One by one, the scorpion beasts were squeezed into the stone corridor like rolling balls, triggering the pyramid's defense measures again. Lightning flashed like a thunder whip, lashing the desert scorpion beasts that broke into the pyramid. The lightning flashed, and painful screams echoed in the stone corridor. No scorpion beast could withstand the damage of the thunder whip. However, before these scorpion beasts were squeezed in, they were all attacked by Song Jian first. So the system also assumed that the experience points of these monsters were obtained by Song Jian. Soon, Song Jian's experience points kept jumping. All he needed to do was to throw bottles of weakness potions at the entrance of the stone corridor and the desert scorpion beasts that were about to be squeezed in. 15%, 30%, 45%, 60%. Song Jian's experience points increased rapidly, and the weakness potions in the parcel column were consumed rapidly. Soon, an hour passed, and Song Jian's experience points also increased to 94% of level 12, just a little bit away from level 13. The scorpion beasts at the door gathered more and more, and it seemed that all the desert scorpion beasts in this area had poured into the stone city. At first, these scorpion beasts were squeezed in, but in the end, they began to bear the lightning in the stone corridor and rushed into the interior of the pyramid. With every step forward, one or even several desert scorpion beasts were destroyed by the lightning in the corridor. But the desert scorpion beasts behind them continued to move forward step by step, stepping on the ashes of the corpses of their companions in front. And Song Jian could only retreat step by step. At this moment, a loud boom sound came from behind Song Jian, and the whole pyramid was shaking. Song Jian's feet began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. A wave of air surged out from behind him, mixed with endless dead silence and exhaustion, which immediately made Song Jian's heart tighten. Without time to dodge, Song Jian subconsciously released the skill 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body that had just finished cooling down. A golden light flashed, and several inverted long sword phantoms appeared around Song Jian's body, slowly rotating around his body. Boom! The air wave behind him hit Song Jian hard, almost knocking him to the ground. Song Jian's body surface was shining with golden light, and the speed of several long sword phantoms suddenly increased a lot, gathering together to form a sword shield to resist the air wave behind him. The air wave behind him rolled in like a tide. Song Jian used all his strength to stick to the wall of the stone corridor like a reef, and closed his eyes, waiting for the air wave to disappear. It took a full 10 seconds for the air wave filled with dead energy to slowly weaken and finally disappear. Chapter 254 Return to the Labyrinth. The air wave filled with dead energy disappeared in the stone corridor. Song Jian finally persisted, but his blood value had dropped to 1/3. The stone corridor was quiet. All the desert scorpion beasts were lying quietly on the cold stone slabs, motionless. It can be seen that the bodies of these desert scorpion beasts have lost moisture, like mummies. Puff! The body of a desert scorpion beast turned into powder. This seemed to be the beginning. Then all the bodies of desert scorpion beasts turned into a pile of powder, including all the scorpion beasts outside the stone corridor. This is all experience, Song Jian thought with some heartache. His experience was stuck at 94%. And there were still hundreds of scorpion beasts left. It seemed that all the desert scorpion beasts in the world were attracted here. If Song Jian killed all the remaining scorpion beasts, he would not only be able to reach level 13, but also be able to upgrade one more level. It was difficult to encounter such an opportunity outside the ruins of Kanchalu. Even if he encountered a monster beast hide, he would not be able to kill them. What happened in the palace? Did Garna really dismantle the prayer altar? Song Jian walked towards the pyramid palace out of curiosity. Sure enough, the hall was empty. The prayer altar in the center of the hall was actually dismantled. There was no trace of its existence. The place where the prayer altar was originally located was now a floor tile. And even the degree of dilapidation was exactly the same as the other floor tiles around it. It was actually moved away. Song Jian was surprised. At this moment, a crackling sound was heard, and cracks suddenly appeared on the wall of the pyramid hall. The cracks continued to extend toward the top of the hall, and Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, when Song Jian rushed out of the pyramid, the whole pyramid began to shake violently, and rubble kept falling from the top of his head. A large bluestone 1 meter square fell from the top of his head, and the sound of shattering and collision was apiece. Song Jian finally escaped from the pyramid. The process was also full of dangers. He was almost hit by the huge stones on his head several times. Fortunately, the pyramid was tall enough, and the time for the falling was enough for Song Jian to react and dodge. Looking back, the huge pyramid was shaking, and bricks were collapsing inwards. The great building, tens of meters high, was reduced to ruins at this moment. The scene was very spectacular. Just as the largest pyramid in the center of the stone city collapsed, waves of monsters howling and roaring came from the dozens of small pyramids around it, as if they also felt the collapse of the largest pyramid. The collapse of the pyramid lasted for more than 10 minutes. In the end, this magnificent building turned into a pile of ruins. The monsters in the surrounding small pyramids also stopped roaring and became silent. Just in front of the ruins after the pyramid collapsed, a blood-red light gate appeared out of thin air, and there was a 5-minute countdown on the light gate. Could it be that this is the portal to leave? Song Jian summoned a blood crow and ordered it to fly into the light gate. After waiting for a while, the blood crow did not die and returned to the blood pool. Song Jian stepped into the portal. The stone city of the ruins of Kanchalu fell into silence again. At the moment when the countdown above the blood-red light gate disappeared, the blood-red light gate collapsed directly and disappeared. The next moment after the blood-red light gate disappeared, all the bosses sealed in the pyramids roared wildly together, and the seal runes in the small pyramids collapsed rapidly. Even the tower body of the small pyramid began to have dense cracks like the big pyramid just now. Boom! 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 The small pyramid in the center of the stone city exploded from the inside one after another. One by one, the level 30 elite boss jumped out from the ruins, stood on the collapsed pyramid, and looked around fiercely. Although these boss, who have been sealed for who knows how many years, have different forms, each of them exudes a fierce aura, and they seem to be a little weak, with a look of blood and chi deficiency. These dozen level 30 elite boss looked at each other, and obviously saw the crazy killing intent in each other's eyes. Fortunately, these boss were still rational. They randomly chose a direction, and left the stone city, and ran towards the desert outside. Song Jian stepped into the red portal. After a slight dizziness, he found himself back in the Kanchalu labyrinth. A blood crow stood stupidly in front of the portal. Sensing Song Jian coming in, the blood crow turned its head 180 degrees and looked at it stupidly. Song Jian raised his hand and dispersed the blood crow, making it return to the blood pool and look around. There were cold stone walls all around, because it had been explored. There was no sound in the labyrinth. It was terribly quiet. Does it mean that I am allowed to walk back by myself? Song Jian couldn't help but complain. If there is no maze map, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to leave here if you draw it while walking like Kanan did before. And Song Jian does not have the good craftsmanship of Kanan. However, Garnet copied a map maze for him before, and the maze will not change within a month. Song Jian took out the map and checked it carefully. After more than half an hour, he finally determined his location. This place is too big, and every fork looks exactly the same, which makes Song Jian a little dizzy. Don't rush to leave the maze. My current location is very close to the golden treasure chest. Do you want to try to kill a level 20 elite boss alone? Song Jian touched his chin and thought carefully. Although he is only level 12 now, After possessing the 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword body, within 60 seconds, his attributes can completely crush ordinary level 20 monsters. Coupled with numerous attack skills, he is still certain to fight a level 20 elite boss head-on. You know, the profession of Sword Immortal is known as the top offensive professional role. Song Jian, who has 3 inherited skills of the Sword Immortal profession. Although he does not meet the requirements of Sword Immortal, his attack power is far superior to other professions. Xiao He, come out! Song Jian raised his hand and summoned the Black Dragon Cub in the pet space. When fighting with a pet, the combat experience is shared by both. Previously, Song Jian was reluctant to share the experience of killing the desert scorpion with it. Now he summoned the Black Dragon Cub to let it fight monsters and increase insurance. The HP of the level 7 elite boss Black Dragon Cub has exceeded 5,000, which is more than twice that of the level 20 elite boss Ghost Fire Beast. Song Jian even suspected that if the Ghost Fire Beast and the Black Dragon Cub were put together, the one who could survive in the end might be the Black Dragon Cub. Let's go. It's time to show your strength. Kill that big spider, and I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Song Jian touched the scales on the Black Dragon Cub's head and said gently. Chapter 255 Red Fire Beast. After the Black Dragon Cub turned from a wild monster into Song Jian's pet, it seemed to have suffered a degradation of intelligence. When it heard that it could have an extra chicken leg in the evening, it suddenly became excited, like a puppy, flying around Song Jian, shaking its wolf-tooth hammer-like tail vigorously. And it was unknown whether it learned it from the local dog. With the Black Dragon Cub, Song Jian walked all the way to the passage where the golden treasure chest was found. The filter that Kanan gave him had a time limit. When Song Jian found that the filter had failed, he suddenly found that he had actually gotten used to the stench of the sewer in the maze. Human habits are terrible. Song Jian shook his head, grabbed the filter covering his mouth and nose, and threw it on the ground. The filter, which looked like it was made of plastic, melted and decomposed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, only a small pool of light gray traces was left on the ground. Following the guidance of the map, Song Jian soon came to the passage where the golden treasure chest was found. The treasure chest with golden light rendered the entire passage into a light golden color, but it could not illuminate the huge spider web above his head. If Song Jian had not felt something was wrong at the time and looked up, he might have become the prey of the big spider above his head. The huge spider web above his head was more than 6 meters in diameter. Each strand of spider silk that made up the web was as thick as a finger, and the surface was shimmering with a light gray luster, as if a layer of transparent jelly was spit out on the surface. A faint, indescribable fishy smell entered Song Jian's nose. In the sewer full of stench, this smell was so obvious that Song Jian could easily distinguish it from other stench. Looking up, there were oval silk balls similar to cocoons hanging on the spider web. These were the prey of the Ghost Fire Beast. It sucked the juice out of its body, leaving only a thin layer of skin hanging on the spider web to dry. A huge red spider lay in the center of the spider web, motionless, with 8 long hairy legs folded around its body. One of its legs accidentally pierced into the wall of the passage next to it, tearing a deep crack in the hard concrete like tofu. Okay, Xiao He, this is the big spider. Kill it, and you can have an extra chicken leg tonight. Song Jian pointed at the big red spider and said to the Black Dragon Cub. On. A joyful dragon roar sounded, and the big spider that had been sleeping above his head suddenly shook all over, and several compound eyes slowly opened, looking around nervously. Huh? Strong wind blew over the face, and a mouthful of hot dragon breath sprayed towards the red fire beast sitting firmly on the spider web. The red fire beast let out an angry roar, and several compound eyes stared at the Black Dragon Cub, revealing a look of fear. But the Black Dragon Cub, which was only level 7, could not make the level 20 elite boss dare not attack it like those ordinary monsters, even if it exuded a faint dragon power. A red fire beast opened its mouth, and a mouthful of pus burning with blazing green poisonous fire sprayed out of its mouth, colliding with the dragon breath, making a dull bang. The two energies collided and annihilated each other. The Black Dragon Cub seemed to feel provoked, spread its wings, roared angrily, and pounced on the red fire beast. Poof! A ball of milky white pus spurted out from the belly of the red fire beast. As soon as the pus came into contact with the air, it immediately expanded in all directions and turned into a large net emitting a fishy smell, wrapping up the Black Dragon Cub. just like a large white cocoon. The black dragon cub roared and fell from the air, struggling constantly. The mucus on the spider web made the black dragon cub feel like it was stuck in a quagmire. The red fire beast slid down from the big web along a spider silk and fell to the ground with a thump. Several compound eyes stared at the struggling black dragon cub and walked towards it step by step. Although it was a little afraid, the red fire beast could feel that if it ate the black dragon cub in front of it, it would have unimaginable benefits for its growth. The level is still too low. Otherwise, how could a spider web trap a giant dragon? Song Jian sighed in his heart, holding the long sword and rushing towards the red fire beast. With a light tap of his feet, his body rushed towards the red fire beast like an arrow. The red fire beast stared at Song Jian with one of its compound eyes, not caring at all. The spider leg closest to Song Jian on the left suddenly bounced up and shot towards Song Jian like a spear. Song Jian used the force to kick up and flew into the air. The spider leg of the red fire beast brushed Song Jian's body and pierced into the air. Song Jian waved his long sword, and a silver light bloomed on the blade. He swung it fiercely to the side. Swish! The long sword chopped on the spider leg that was ejected, easily cutting it in two. Milky white liquid gushed out from the wound of the spider leg and fell to the ground, making a hissing burning sound. One of the spider legs was cut off, and the red fire beast let out a miserable howl, shaking violently all over, falling into severe pain. Several compound eyes shifted from the black dragon cub to Song Jian, revealing a fierce and cruel look. Before it could recover from the pain, Song Jian fell down, pointed his left index finger forward, and the silver sword energy emitted a dazzling light, fiercely piercing into the head of the red fire beast. And a critical damage of more than 300 points floated up from the top of its head. Squeak! With a shrill wail, the red fire beast became even crazier, and the invisible sound waves rushed towards Song Jian, hitting him hard. There was a sharp pain in both ears, as if a red iron rod had pierced into his brain and stirred it hard. He felt dizzy and his chest seemed to be pressed by a big stone. And even breathing was a little difficult. Song Jian couldn't help but take a few steps back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face turned pale as frost in an instant, and a dizzy symbol appeared in the status bar, which flashed away and didn't even last for a second. Obviously, the thick-skinned skill was as powerful as ever and played a role silently. A damage number of more than 100 points floated above his head, but Song Jian didn't care. A golden light suddenly burst out from the surface of his body. Immortal sword body. Open! A surge of power rushed to Song Jian's limbs and bones. Song Jian kicked his feet, and with a snap the broken concrete and gravel splashed. Song Jian's body appeared in front of the red fire beast as if teleporting, and the long sword in his hand slashed at its head fiercely. Broken wing dance. Song Jian's body was like a dancing butterfly, constantly attacking the red fire beast, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing at the red fire beast's body. But the opponent couldn't touch the corner of Song Jian's clothes at all. Boom! Leaping down from the air, the long sword pierced into the head of the red fire beast. A wave of air exploded, and the huge body of the red fire beast was shaken and floated into the air. However, the red fire beast was less than 3 feet away from the ground and began to fall to the ground. Obviously, the floating state has a lot to do with the size of the monster. The larger the monster, the shorter the floating time. Sword thread. Before the red fire beast fell, 3 silver threads swished pierced into the body of the red fire beast. One of them happened to hit one of the red fire beast's compound eyes. Suddenly, a thick green liquid flowed out of its compound eye. The sudden severe pain made the red fire beast completely crazy. Chapter 256 Spider Spear Armor. Boom! A light red flame burned on the surface of the red fire beast's body, and its chi and blood value began to drop rapidly. Whoosh! Several spider legs kept dancing, like spears, stabbing at Song Jian. For a moment, it was overwhelming. Speed sword. Song Jian waved the flying sword in his hand, leaving a series of afterimages, constantly resisting the attack of the spider legs. The long sword with a silver glow. Every collision could leave a deep mark on the opponent's spider legs. But at this time, the red fire beast seemed to feel no pain and attacked madly. Poof! After several attempts to resist, a spider leg finally broke through Song Jian's defense, fiercely pierced into his shoulder, and directly pierced his body. Song Jian remained calm, turned his right wrist, and a silver light flashed, and the spider leg that pierced into his shoulder was directly cut off, leaving a stump of more than a foot long in his body. He gritted his teeth and pulled the broken spider leg out of his shoulder. The fist-sized penetrating wound caused Song Jian's chi and blood value to drop rapidly. Surgical treatment. A milky white light appeared on the wound, and the wound that was bleeding profusely began to heal quickly. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, several spider legs stabbed at him again. Song Jian leaned back and rolled backwards. Duo. Several spider legs pierced the ground fiercely, piercing the hard concrete and bringing out some black soil. The red fire beast waved the remaining 6 spider legs and rushed towards Song Jian frantically, giving people a feeling of dying together. At this time, the struggling black dragon cub roared, and the originally sticky spider web gradually became hard under the action of the air, just like a thick cocoon shell, which was torn apart by the black dragon cub. The black dragon cub, who had regained his freedom, rushed towards the crazy red fire beast, spewing out a ball of hot dragon breath from its mouth, burning on the back of the red fire beast like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The intense pain made the red fire beast roar, and its body violently crashed into the passage next to it. Boom! As if there was an earthquake. The entire passage began to tremble slightly. The black dragon cub pounced on the red fire beast, its claws piercing into its body, and its sharp fangs constantly tearing the shell on the surface of the red fire beast's body. The two monsters twisted together, rolling constantly, and making deafening roars. Song Jian rushed towards the red fire beast with a vigorous step. At this time, the immortal sword body state had not disappeared. The long sword in Song Jian's hand kept slashing at the red fire beast's body, not afraid of the blood and chi flames burning on the surface of the other party's body. Paw! Another spider leg was thrown out. The target of Song Jian's long sword was the remaining spider legs of the red fire beast. Once these spider legs were lost, the red fire beast would only be a big neat ball, without any resistance. At the moment when the immortal sword body state disappeared, Song Jian had cut off 6 spider legs of the red fire beast, leaving only 2, barely supporting the body of the red fire beast. However, it could no longer maintain its body balance. Under the attack of the black dragon cub, it kept falling and rolling, and its resistance became weaker and weaker. The long sword in Song Jian's hand kept piercing the body of the red fire beast. Every attack made the red fire beast let out a high-pitched cry. But soon, the red fire beast's voice became lower and lower, and finally became dying, lying on the ground and twitching constantly, no longer in the previous crazy state. The black dragon cub continued to bite and attack. After its last claw, a transparent flame burned on the surface of the red fire beast's body. A golden light burst out from the surface of Song Jian and the black dragon cub's body at the same time, and both the man and the dragon were upgraded at the same time. Song Jian was upgraded to level 13, and the black dragon cub was upgraded to level 8. At level 13, Song Jian added the newly acquired skill points to Thick Skin, and upgraded this talent skill to level 10. At level 10, Thick Skin increased its own defense to 40%, and resistance to 50%, while forcibly reducing 15 points of effective damage. The resistance to negative states has also reached an extremely strong level, and some low-level mental attacks can even be directly immune. After reaching level 10, the Thick Skin skill seems to have reached its limit, and a max sign appears behind it, and it can no longer be upgraded with skill points. However, after the skill introduction, the word synthesis appears. After reading the instructions carefully, I found that after any skill reaches level 10, it can no longer be upgraded with skill points. But 2 level 10 skills can be synthesized to become a new skill. As for whether this new skill becomes stronger or weaker, only God knows. There must be certain rules for synthesizing skills. Now there are too few skills and low levels. It's not the time to synthesize, Song Jian said in his heart. At level 13, the Scorpion Beast helmet can be worn. Song Jian put on this blue quality helmet immediately, and his attack power increased significantly. The red fire beast dropped 3 items, one of which was a level 15 silver quality equipment, and the remaining 2 were both level 20 forging materials. Song Jian picked it up and saw that this level 15 silver quality equipment was actually a pet equipment. He was immediately disappointed. Spider Lance Armor Silver. Pet equipment. Equipment effect: physical defense plus 10. Spell resistance plus 8. Rebound plus 3. Special effect 1. Healing passive. When the HP value drops below 30%. After being hurt, there is a certain chance to recover 15% of the HP value. This feature can only be triggered once within 10 minutes. Special Effect 2, Spider Lance passive. When attacking the target, there is a certain chance to transform into 1 to 8 spider spear phantoms. Cooperate with the pet to attack. The number of spider spears appears randomly. Exists for 30 seconds. And after 30 seconds, the spider spear disappears. This feature will only be triggered once within 10 minutes. Equipment condition, pet level 15. Can be taken out of the game, no. Seeing this armor emitting silver light, the black dragon cub showed a curious look in his eyes. He stretched out his right claw and kept fiddling with it. It seemed that he wanted to wear it on himself. But because of his low level, he couldn't put it on no matter how hard he tried. He immediately shouted at Song Jian anxiously, and kept spinning around Song Jian's feet. Song Jian couldn't help laughing. Put the spider spear armor into the parcel column. Touched the black dragon cub's head and said, if you want to wear it, upgrade it quickly. You can only wear this armor when you reach level 15. The black dragon cub calmed down, folded his wings, and stood beside Song Jian. It's time to open that golden treasure chest. Song Jian looked at the golden light at the end of the passage. This is the first golden quality item I got by myself. I hope it will be an equipment. Song Jian said to himself and walked towards the treasure chest. Chapter 257 Red Fire Heart Monkey Sword. The surface of this golden treasure chest is engraved with complex patterns. And it looks like a giant beast holding the entire treasure chest in its arms. The moment Song Jian's fingers touched the treasure chest, a crisp click sound came from the treasure chest, and the lid slowly opened, and a bright golden light bloomed from the treasure chest. Reaching out and touching it, a long sword emitting golden light appeared in front of Song Jian. Red Fire Monkey Sword Gold. One-handed sword. Equipment effect, attack 50 to 50. Armor penetration plus 3. Piercing plus 3. Fire attribute damage plus 30. Attack speed increased by 10%. Special effect 1. Recognition of the owner passive. The item absorbs the user's essence and blood to recognize the owner. After recognition, the item cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, and will never wear out. Special effect 2. Growth passive. This item is a growth type equipment. The initial level is level 1. Gain combat experience in battle to upgrade. The higher the level, the stronger the item attribute. The item level cannot exceed the user level. Equipment requirements, level 1. Set, 1/5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Looking at the attributes of this long sword, Song Jian was so excited that he almost trembled. This golden quality growth set weapon. Even Duan Jian, who led him to become a palm sword user, probably didn't have such a good weapon. Drop blood to recognize the master. Drip blood to recognize the master. Recognize the master first. Song Jian muttered to himself, holding the blade with his left hand without hesitation, and gently scratched it. Blood gushed out immediately, which scared Song Jian. Fuck. This is too sharp. Just when Song Jian was hesitating whether to throw a surgical treatment at himself, the gushing blood was absorbed by the long sword without a drop left, and the wound on his left hand healed instantly. The long sword in his hand actually had an inexplicable feeling of being connected with him, as if the long sword was a part of his body, connected to his flesh and blood. After absorbing the blood, the red fire heart monkey sword suddenly burst into a red glow, and then slowly converged. Even the golden light that showed the quality of the item gradually converged into the long sword. The brilliance is restrained, and the divine object is self-concealed. Swoosh! Before Song Jian could react, the red fire heart monkey sword turned into a red light and drilled into his body. Suddenly, Song Jian felt that there seemed to be an extra object in his heart. The red fire heart monkey sword turned into a 1-inch small sword, floating quietly in Song Jian's heart. As the heart beat, the red fire heart monkey sword also trembled slightly, absorbing Song Jian's blood and qi, and also emitting waves of surging energy, which was transmitted from the heart to all parts of the body. With a thought, Song Jian's right hand appeared out of thin air, and he held it tightly in his palm. When Song Jian let go of his hand, the sword turned into a red light again and penetrated into his heart. Ha ha ha! Song Jian laughed. His goal was to become a sword immortal in the top 10 professions. As the sword immortal profession with the best attack, how could he be the best without a suitable weapon? After taking out the long sword, The light of the golden treasure chest gradually faded. It seemed that there was only one golden item in the treasure chest. But Song Jian was already very satisfied to get the red fire ape sword. The golden light gradually dimmed. But the treasure chest did not disappear. Obviously, there were other items inside. Song Jian reached out and took out 2 bottles of advanced healing potions and 1 bottle of advanced mental recovery potion. These were potions that could be used in battle. Although Song Jian now had a very high blood value recovery speed. If he encountered a high burst monster, these potions that could be used to recover in battle were still indispensable. After the 3 bottles of potions were taken out, the treasure chest gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. Song Jian smiled slightly and walked towards the exit of the maze marked on the map. In the evening, Song Jian returned to the manor with the black dragon cub. At this time, the manor was still busy, with new buildings rising from the ground. Song Jian even saw several players wandering around his territory, and seemed to be very interested in the items sold in the grocery store. "Lord, you are back." When the butler George saw Song Jian, he ran towards him and bowed respectfully, saying, "Lord, most of the buildings that can be built now have been built, but there are still some vacant lands. I wonder how to use these vacant lands." "Oh, George, do you have any good suggestions?" Song Jian asked casually. "Sir, I have 3 suggestions. Please consider them. The first is to transform these vacant lands into farmland. Food reserves are the most important thing for every manor. If all of them are transformed into farmland, we can harvest a lot of food every month. At this stage, having sufficient food reserves is the best way to attract refugees. The second is to build barracks and training grounds so that we can cultivate our own armed forces. The third is to rent them to those who want to settle down. These people may become your people in the future." Song Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's build farmland first. Sufficient food reserves are necessary. In addition, when can we expand next time? I found that the territory is not enough. Dear Lord, there are still 25 days and 17 hours before launching the next expansion campaign," said George. The butler, "Very good. Remember to remind me in time." Song Jian nodded and said, Beside a road next to the City Waste Collection Center, a level 5 zombie wandered aimlessly under the shade of the trees beside the road, making a low roar from time to time. At this moment, there was a light hum, and the space around the zombie began to ripple like water waves. Hearing the sound, the zombie subconsciously turned his head in the direction of the sound, and a light blue light gate with a diameter of 2 meters began to gather energy around it. The energy in the space around the light gate began to riot. The zombie had just taken 2 steps when it was torn into powder by this strong energy. Soon, the energy near the light blue light gate began to stabilize, and a strong man wearing full-body mail and a shield on his back walked out of the light gate. After stepping out of the light gate, the strong man quickly gave up his position and stood aside. Then another man wearing leather armor, with 2 daggers hanging on his waist and his face covered by a red triangle cloth walked out. As soon as this man appeared, he quickly gave up his position, and the third person stepped out of the light gate. The fourth person came next, but as soon as he appeared, he knelt on the ground and vomited blood. The strong man who came out first frowned, grabbed the fourth person's collar, and pulled him to the side. The 3 people who came out first ignored the team member who was still vomiting blood, and their eyes were still on the light gate, as if they were waiting for something. After a long time, an arm covered with tattoos was thrown out of the light gate by an invisible energy. The light blue light gate began to become unstable, and ripples shook violently. Puff! The space energy collapsed. The light gate disappeared, and only an arm that was still twitching was left in the original place. Chapter 258 Hunting. Looking at the tattooed arm on the open ground, Chu Ping's face was ugly. He couldn't help but hold the dagger on his waist with his right hand and cursed in a low voice. Damn it! Ma Jiang stared at the arm for a while, took off the battle shield hanging on his back, placed it on his left arm, and said in a deep voice, Qi-Yun, go see Miao-Wen and treat him. Understood. Qi-Yun, who was wearing a cloth robe and a short stick on his waist, nodded and walked towards Miao-Wen who was spitting blood. The group of rubbish in the gathering place. They guaranteed that this transmission channel could withstand 5 professionals. Chu Ping pulled out the 2 daggers hanging on his waist, turned them twice in his palm, and held them tightly. His eyes were ferocious. If those so-called experts in the gathering place were in front of him, he would definitely not hesitate to poke a few big holes in the other party. Qi Yun half knelt on the ground. Laid Miao Wen, who was vomiting blood, flat on the ground, pressed his palm on his forehead, and began to chant a spell. A white light bloomed from Qi Yun's palm and quickly covered Miao Wen's entire body. Miao Wen's vomiting blood stopped, but his face was still very ugly. His muscles were twisted, and his hands kept grabbing at his chest. After a while, Qi Yun showed a trace of fatigue on his face. He held a short stick on his waist in his hand and gently waved it towards Miao Wen. A holy light bloomed from Qi Yun's body, and raindrops of energy appeared in the air, falling towards Miao Wen, who was lying flat. Miao Wen's face became even uglier. His eyes bulged outward like a frog. His hands clutched his chest tightly, and he made a ho-ho wheezing sound. After using the healing skill Holy Rain with a cooldown of 12 hours, Miao Wen's condition still did not improve. Qi Yun frowned, looked at Miao Wen's appearance, and stretched out his hand to tear open his shirt. "Captain!" Qi Yun's face changed drastically, and he looked up and shouted. Ma Jiang, who was in a fighting state, turned his head and saw that there was a more than 1 foot long crack on Miao Wen's chest, at the position of his heart, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The force of space was constantly surging on this crack. Any healing energy that touched the wound would immediately stimulate the force of space to fight against it, and it could not be effectively treated. Ma Jiang walked to Miao Wen and carefully examined the wound. Miao Wen was dying at this time. His blood value dropped rapidly. He could no longer speak. His mouth was full of blood. His body twitched involuntarily, and he tightly grasped Qi Yun's sleeve. The force of space at the wound had spread to Miao Wen's whole body. At this time, Miao Wen's blood value was only 3 points. But these last 3 points of blood value seemed to be locked and no longer dropped. Miao Wen's body was shaking constantly, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. His whole body looked like he had just been fished out of a pool of water. After a while, a pool of water accumulated under his body. Qi Yun gritted his teeth, held the short staff, and was about to use another healing skill. Ma Jiang grabbed Qi Yun's hand, shook his head and said, "If you can't dispel the spatial force at the wound, there is no way to save him. Chu Ping, give Miao Wen a quick death." Chu Ping took a deep breath, his eyes full of angry flames, walked to Miao Wen, knelt on his knees, and gently placed the fawn-like dagger in his hand on Miao Wen's neck. Swish! A white light flashed, and a critical hit number floated above Miao Wen's head. A slight breath vibration sound came out of his throat, and his body lay down softly. After death, Miao Wen's body should be burned to ashes by the transparent flame. But as soon as the flame started, the space force emerged and began to compete with the flame. It is necessary to wait until the space force is consumed before Miao Wen's body will be burned to ashes by the flame. Pack up, put away his equipment, and continue to complete the mission, Ma Jiang said calmly. If that bastard hadn't killed our people in the 101 gathering place, how could we have received this hunting mission? If we hadn't accepted this mission, Miao Wen and Kaya would not have died, Chu Ping said indignantly as he walked. The bunch of idiots in the research institute said that this teleportation array can carry 5 professionals. But, okay, Chu Ping, it has already happened, so don't talk about it anymore. Our task now is to check the situation at that time and then kill the God-favored person, Ma Jiang said coldly. Chu Ping's tone stagnated. He snorted coldly and stopped talking, just tightened the dagger in his hand. Soon, the 3 of them walked towards the Urban Waste Collection Center. There are several garbage mountains erected in the Urban Waste Collection Center, and a faint stench spreads around. From time to time, a low zombie roar can be heard in the area surrounded by barbed wire. The 3 of them came to the garbage station, let out all the monsters inside, killed them one by one, and walked towards several rooms. The highest level of the mutant zombies here is only level 5, and the 3 of them are all professionals. Their captain Ma Jiang is already level 12, and the remaining 2 are level 10. It is effortless to deal with these zombies. It has been more than a month, and many traces have disappeared, but they fought very fiercely at that time, so there should still be some traces left. Qi Yun looked around and said, I don't need you to completely restore the battle scene at that time. I just need to know how many people killed our 101 gathering place at that time. Was it only this God-favored person named Song Jian? Or were there other accomplices? Ma Jiang said coldly, no one who offended our 101 gathering place can be spared. Qi Yun nodded and began to check carefully. After a while, Qi Yun walked around the garbage station, stopped at several special places for a while, pointed to 3 bungalows and said, there should be 2 people at the scene at that time. One of them did not participate in the battle, but just watched in that room. There was only one person who took action, which should be the God-loving one mentioned by the system. Who is the one who did not take action? Ma Jiang asked. At that time, the advance team sent a message saying that a scientist was captured. If he was taken out, he could be sold for a good price. Presumably, the one who did not take action should be the scientist they captured. Chu Ping interrupted. Scientist? Humph. If he is not in the same group as the God-favored one, why would the God-favored one come to this deserted place to kill people? Ma Jiang sneered. He must be here to save the scientist. They are both going to die. Do you know the identity of the scientist? Ma Jiang turned around and asked. His name is Dr. Aberston, and he lives on 5th Avenue. Chu Ping looked up and said after pressing a few times on the computer on his wrist. That's right. Let's kill this doctor first, and then go find the God-favored one. After Ma Jiang finished speaking, the 3 of them left the garbage station together and walked towards 5th Avenue marked on the map. Chapter 259 Monitoring. The area where the 5th Avenue is located in the level 10 monster area of the Doomsday City. It can be said that this is the most prosperous street in the entire city before the Doomsday. Of course, it is also one of the most severely destroyed places after the Cataclysm. Ma Jiang and his 3 companions followed the electronic map and began to run all the way to this place. As one of the hunting teams that have been surviving in the 101 gathering place, Ma Jiang's team has performed more than one similar hunting mission. But this time, it is obviously the one with the greatest loss. Just through the teleportation array, they lost 2 team members. If Ma Jiang had known this would happen, he would not have accepted this hunting mission. After I go back, I will definitely settle accounts with those rubbish in the research institute. Miaowen and Kaya can't just die in vain. Chu Ping kept cursing those guys in the research institute in a low voice. They swore that this teleportation array was improved based on the teleportation array excavated from prehistoric ruins, and it can definitely guarantee the safety of 5 professionals. You know, the previous teleportation array can only teleport unemployed people below level 10, which is why the 101 gathering place did not come in to hunt down Song Jian, even though they knew that one of their advanced teams was killed by Song Jian. Other cities have already developed teleportation arrays that can safely transport professionals. Only the 101 gathering place has only developed a little bit of it. Qi Yun obviously did not have any good feelings towards the scientists in the institute. The death of 2 companions made their mission meaningless, even if they successfully completed it. The rewards they received could not make up for the loss of their team. Okay, when we go back this time, I will explain the situation to the team leader. I will definitely give more rewards to make up for everyone. But the premise is that we have to complete this pursuit mission. Captain Ma Jian said gloomily. This street is not far from the garbage station, but it is not close either. The 3 of them had no means of transportation and ran all the way here. And they also had to avoid mutant zombies. When they arrived at 5th Street, the sky had become a little dark. There are many shops on 5th Avenue, most of which have been destroyed and collapsed. Behind the shops are rows of single-family villas, which are much more luxurious than the villa area Song Jian originally chose. The green area of the community alone is not comparable to the communities Song Jian chose. However, after the catastrophe, the entire city became a Doomsday City. Most of the green plants here have also mutated. The original high-end community has now become a dead zone. Even ordinary mutant zombies are unwilling to approach here. This community is the best hiding place for Dr. Aberston. If he had been hiding here, he would have died as many as the militiamen from the 101 gathering place came. After replenishing some strong herbicides around his villa, Dr. Aberston returned to the laboratory in the villa. Robert, the former city guardian, stole a piece of information from a biological and biochemical company called New Life in the city before the Doomsday Cataclysm broke out. He hid the information in the garbage station. After notifying Dr. Aberston, the Cataclysm broke out. Robert, the former city guardian, became a roaming zombie boss. Dr. Aberston had been hiding on 5th Avenue and luckily escaped the erosion of the virus. A few months ago, he began to go to the garbage station every day to look for the information hidden by Robert. If it weren't for this, Dr. Aberston would have left the city long ago. But at some point, the entire city was shrouded in black fog, and all those who entered the black fog disappeared, and Dr. Aberston was trapped here. Fortunately, just a few days ago, Dr. Aberston finally found the information and began to study it. But after studying it for a few days, he still had no clue. After all, he was only a doctor of physics and polymer science, not a doctor of biochemistry, and he still felt a little bit of difficulty with some high-end professional knowledge. If Sarah was still here, she should be able to understand these things. Aberston sighed, left the laboratory table, put down his glasses, took out a photo, and fell into memories. At this moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Aberston's eyes became sharp, and he left the laboratory and walked towards the monitoring room next to it. A few months ago, Dr. Aberston installed a lot of cameras and sensors on the surrounding streets. Once an outsider entered this area, an alarm would be automatically sounded. Looking at the three fully armed men on the surveillance screen, Dr. Aberston frowned. "Captain, have you noticed that there seem to be fewer and fewer monsters here?" Chu Ping pulled the dagger out of the head of a level 10 ordinary zombie and asked softly. "Be careful. There may be an elite boss here, and ordinary monsters dare not enter its territory." Ma Jiang frowned slightly. A level 10 elite boss was not difficult for the three of them, but he was worried that the noise of the battle might be noticed by Dr. Aberston. But he didn't expect that at this time. Every move of the three of them had already fallen into the eyes of Dr. Aberston. "Can you determine the specific location of the doctor?" Chi Yun cast a primary healing spell on Chu Ping and asked. He did not directly participate in killing the militia, and the system cannot provide his specific location. "We can only spend some time to find it ourselves," Ma Jiang said. "What a pity. Otherwise, let's go kill the God-favored one first. His position is reported every half an hour. He has not moved twice in a row." Chu Ping looked up at the captain and suggested. "From the traces of the battle at the garbage station, it can be seen that the God-favored one is quite powerful. He killed an entire advanced team by himself. We need to make more preparations." Ma Jiang analyzed. "This doctor is a researcher and has no combat ability. As long as we find him, we can easily capture him. We can get more information about the God-favored one from him. You are the captain. You have the final say. Unfortunately, if Miao Wen is here, he can hack into the city monitoring system, which will be very convenient for finding people." Chu Ping touched his nose and said, "This city has been abandoned for many years. The power system has long been paralyzed, and the city monitoring system has probably become a bunch of decorations." Chi Yun sneered. "Decorations? How is that possible? Look at that monitor. Isn't it still working?" Chu Ping pointed to the monitor on a traffic light at the intersection of the street. After a moment, the three people seemed to realize something, and looked at the monitor that was still working with a flashing red light. They found that the monitor was facing the three of them at this time, monitoring their every move. Chapter 260 Escape. Seeing this monitor, the faces of the three people suddenly became ugly. Originally thought that they could search silently, but unexpectedly, the other party was so cunning and set up a large monitoring network early, like a sky eye, watching their every move seriously. Damn, this must have been set up by that doctor. Chu Ping narrowed his eyes, took out a pistol from his backpack, aimed at the monitor, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot sounded, and a bunch of sparks came out of the monitor. "We have been discovered. Start to disperse and search. Find the doctor's trace as soon as possible. Don't be impulsive after discovering the other party. Send a signal first, and wait until everyone is gathered before fighting." Ma Jiang quickly arranged. Since they have been discovered by the other party, there is no need to explore carefully. Although the area of 5th Street is not small, many houses have collapsed. It will not take long to search the whole street. The other party is just a researcher who is powerless, facing any of the three of them. He has no power to fight back. So Ma Jiang is not worried that the three of them will be defeated one by one. Understood. The three of them took out an instrument and started to act separately. This is a life detector. Each member of the team has one, which is specially used to find prey hidden in the city. The range of the detector is only 300 meters. It may take a long time to find a person in the entire 5th Street. The most important thing is that the other party has discovered the three of them. If Dr. Aberston takes the opportunity to leave, their efforts for a long time will become a bubble. You have figured it out. Even if I run, there is no place to escape? Aberston looked at the three people's undisguised search, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Originally, he was not sure that the three people were targeting him. But after seeing the other party's shoulder badges and a series of actions, Dr. Eberstein had confirmed that the other party was his enemy. I will not be caught by the people of the 101 gathering place for the second time, Dr. Eberstein muttered to himself, and began to quickly pack up his belongings and prepare to escape. Things that could not be taken away were destroyed. The whole laboratory was in a mess. You know, every item here was found by Dr. Eberstein after spending a lot of time searching throughout the city. And he almost paid the price of his life. Looking at the mess on the ground, Dr. Eberstein showed a look of heartache in his eyes. He sighed and placed various precious materials and information on a silver metal panel floating in front of him. Eberstein tapped the metal panel a few times, and suddenly, the metal panel began to fold up automatically. The original 1-meter square metal plate, after several folds, turned into a palm-sized polyhedral metal ball. Eberstein grabbed the metal ball, put it in his pocket, put on a backpack that was almost as big as him, sprayed a whole bottle of herb repellent on his body, and prepared to leave the safe house he created with his own hands. At this time, Chi-Yun had also come to the neighborhood where Boston was with a life detector. Soon, a red human figure appeared in the center of the detector screen. Captain, I found a life wave, and he seems to be preparing to leave this area, Chi-Yun informed the other two teammates through the intercom on his left shoulder. Stand by. Ma Jiang's voice came from the intercom. A few minutes later, Ma Jiang and Chu Ping appeared almost in the same place where Chi-Yun was. Is this the neighborhood? Ma Jiang asked. Yes. I could detect his life fluctuations just now. But now it has disappeared. He should have left the detection range, Chi-Yun said. This community. I always feel a little weird. As if there is something that can threaten our lives. Chu Ping frowned, staring at the lush high-end villa community in front of him, and whispered, a researcher can survive here. What are we afraid of? Chi-Yun glanced at Chu Ping and said, are you not as good as an old man who can't even tie a chicken? If it weren't for the captain's order, I might have caught that guy now. Chi-Yun muttered softly. Let's go in and search together, and mark the place where the life fluctuations disappeared last. Ma Jiang seemed not to hear Chi-Yun's muttering, and said calmly. Chi-Yun clicked a few times on the detector, marked the place where Boston's life fluctuations disappeared last, and transmitted it to the two people. The three of them used each other as a ladder, jumped over the wall of the community, and rushed towards the marked location. Swish. There was a sound of wind blowing through the leaves in the community, and Ma Jiang frowned. He had the same feeling as Chu Ping. This community gave him a very bad feeling. There was not a single monster in such a large area, and the surrounding plants were a bit too dense, and each plant was huge, as if it had grown for hundreds of years. Why is it so quiet here? There are so many plants, but there is no sound of insects or birds, Chi-Yun whispered as he ran. Ma Jiang was suddenly startled. He suddenly realized something. There must be dangers in this community that he didn't notice. Be careful. There is something strange in this community, Ma Jiang reminded. At this moment, Ma Jiang suddenly saw a black shadow rushing towards him, and subconsciously raised his left hand in front of him. Dang! With a loud bang, Ma Jiang's body was whipped away by a thick vine like a baseball. After landing, Ma Jiang rolled over twice on the ground. He looked up and found that a huge willow tree, only 3 meters away from where he was just now, had rumbled up from the ground, and a strange human face appeared on the surface of the trunk. The vine that had just blown him away was like a giant python, entwined around the tree. Mutated tree spirit. This is a level 10 elite boss mutant tree spirit, Chu Ping shouted loudly, with a look of surprise on his face. Before a plant monster launches an attack, even if you walk in front of it, you will not see the monster's attributes. Only when it attacks you will the name and attributes be displayed. Rumble. The plants in the entire community began to shake violently, and even in a large lawn in the distance, a green giant slowly emerged. Countless weeds that were more than 1 person tall coiled around the giant like snakes, and became part of the giant's body. Roar. The burly green giant, who was more than 5 meters tall, roared and rushed towards the 3 people. Retreat. Retreat. Leave here quickly. Ma Jiang took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth, shouting loudly. Soon, the 3 people fled to the place where they had just come in like stray dogs. Behind them, a large group of various plant monsters rushed towards the 3 people like a tide. Chapter 261, There is a boss here. The 3 fled from the community in a panic. Each of them was covered with wounds. The community behind them seemed to have become a monster's nest, and there were waves of earth-shaking roars. However, after the three left the community wall, these monsters threatened the three with their fangs and claws, and then returned to their original place and turned into quiet plants. Shi-Yun began to perform healing magic to recover the injuries of the three people. Ma Jiang looked grim. The three people were able to escape thanks to his use of two precious disposable props. These were all killers used to turn the tables, but they were wasted in this place. Most importantly, they completely lost the trace of Dr. Aberston. What should we do now, Captain? Shi-Yun asked cautiously. Go and kill that god's favored one. Ma Jiang gritted his teeth and said, this Doomsday City is full of dangers. More than half of the monsters chasing them in the community just now are level 10 elite bosses, which will never appear near the 101 gathering place. No wonder other hunting teams refused to carry out the mission in this Doomsday City when they heard that they were going to perform the mission. Only he was moved by the generous reward and accepted the mission. Now, Ma Jiang regretted it a little. Kill that god's favored one, and we will leave directly, Ma Jiang said. Obviously, he had given up on continuing to hunt down Dr. Aberston and didn't want to stay in this city for another second. When Song Jian killed the militiamen of the 101 gathering place, his relationship with the 101 gathering place had already declined to hatred, and his name had been hanging on the front page of the wanted list. As long as you accept the task, you can check his specific location every half an hour. The God-favored one is still in the level 5 monster area. Shi-Yun looked at the communicator on his wrist and said. Ma Jiang nodded, and the three of them ran towards the manor castle where Song Jian was. I don't know how the three of them felt when they saw a well-defended level 2 manor castle, but now, they have determined that Song Jian's strength has not improved much during this period of time. Otherwise, why is he still staying in the level 5 monster area? At this time, Song Jian was worried about the main task. Although the immortal sword body was one of the inherited skills of the sword immortal profession, it was not a sword technique, so it was not counted as part of the main task. After returning to the manor, Song Jian stayed by the radio station, wanting to buy some sword skills from here, but after listening for a long time, he found that there were more purchases than sales. Even if a skill occasionally appeared, it was like a piece of meat bone, and a group of mad dogs swarmed forward and competed to bid. When Song Jian watched a skill of ordinary quality being raised to more than 3,000 Doomsday coins, he could only silently take out some of his unused equipment and auction it. 101 Tactical Helmet, Guardian Sword, Batwing Zombie Summoning Card, Bloodsucking Scroll, Attack Scroll. All these things that were not very useful to Song Jian were sold through the radio. If his level was not enough to be 15, Song Jian would even want to sell the Zombie Commander armor on his body. However, to sell the Zombie Commander armor, he must also sell the handguards. If the green suit is sold as a set, the price will double. There were a lot of empty spaces in the package column, and the number of Doomsday coins reached more than 5,000. He finally got out of the poverty stage. But the original purpose, to buy a sword method, was never realized. Forget it. Even if a sword technique book really appears, with my current financial resources, I can't compete with these guys. It's better to go out and hunt monsters and get them. Song Jian turned off the radio in a depressed mood and prepared to leave the manor to hunt level 15 monsters. At this moment, he suddenly heard a young dragon roar outside the manor. He stood at the window and saw a group of players waving weapons and chasing the black dragon cubs. Boss, an 8th-level elite boss. And it's a dragon. It will definitely give out good things when it explodes. A level 10 player holding a submachine gun rushed to the front with excitement. 7 or 8 level 10 players followed closely behind him, preparing to surround and kill the black dragon cub. Song Jian looked at the black dragon cub in silence. The little thing had no awareness of being hunted down. Instead, it seemed to be playing a game. It was not flying very fast. It would occasionally shout or turn around and rush into the players to bite. Fortunately, the black dragon cub only regarded this as a game and had no intention of killing anyone. Otherwise, at least 3 or 4 of these people would have died by now. The black dragon cub, which became a pet, did not follow the principle of attack whoever has the highest damage of the monster, although it looked like it had suffered a degradation of intelligence in front of Song Jian. When facing other creatures, the cunning and wisdom inherited from the dragon race naturally appeared. Fuck. This boss has a high attack. Hurry up. Throw another herb to attract its attention. A player with the mage profession, who was unable to withstand the attack of the black dragon cub, shouted loudly. I said, I have been taking things out all the time. You guys want to get something for nothing. A teenager said, somewhat dissatisfied. The black dragon cub was found because it was attracted by the herbs in his hand. If he hadn't taken out a herb from time to hook the boss, it would have escaped long ago. But he had to pay all the time, which made this player, who was employed as a herbalist, somewhat dissatisfied. Along the way, the herbs he consumed alone were worth dozens of Doomsday coins. Don't be reluctant. After we kill this boss, if the dropped items are suitable for your profession, you have the priority to choose. The player in the front holding a submachine gun and shooting at the black dragon cub shouted loudly. Yes. Yes. If there is equipment suitable for you, you have priority. Other players also shouted. In fact, he was the only herbalist in the whole group. Even if the herbalist's professional equipment really dropped, others would not be able to use it. After hearing this, the herbalist hesitated for a moment, but still took out a red herb from the package and threw it at the black dragon cub. The black dragon cub that was attacking smelled the fragrance of the herbs, gave up the mage who was already at low health, turned around, grabbed the herbs in one bite, swallowed them, and let out a refreshing dragon roar. Keep going. Keep going. Its health value has dropped below half. Work harder. Victory is just around the corner. Haha. It's an 8-level elite boss. It will definitely drop good stuff. I saw a 5-level elite boss before. It was so fierce that I almost ran away. I didn't expect that I could surround and kill an 8-level elite boss today. Song Jian watched for a long time and finally understood why the black dragon cub was teasing these people. It turned out to be for the herbs. This guy, Song Jian, was angry and amused. Speaking of herbs, he collected a lot in the ruins of Kanchalu. After he came back and refined the weakness potion and the salamander potion, there were still a lot left. With a thought, a hexagram summoning magic circle suddenly appeared under the black dragon cub, emitting a dazzling light, covering the black dragon cub. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon cub disappeared, and a group of people looked at each other, and for a moment, they were actually a little confused. Chapter 262 Vegetarian Dragon. Although this group of people have reached level 10, they have not come into contact with many things in the game, and do not know what it looks like to summon a pet. They thought that the scene that just appeared was the magic of the black dragon cub. Is this teleportation? No. It should be teleportation. There must be a distance limit. How can it just disappear? If the boss can do this, how can we play? Everyone look around. Maybe it's somewhere around. Look around. Shout when you find it. We will rush over as soon as possible. Don't think about taking it all for yourself. It's a black dragon. A group of people began to search for the black dragon cub's traces, leaving only the herbalist player standing there with a look of wanting to cry, but not being able to. You little rascal. You actually know how to cheat the players of herbs. Song Jian gently knocked on the black dragon cub's head and scolded with a smile. On. The black dragon cub stood at Song Jian's feet, raised his head with an expression of not being ashamed but proud, and his tail like a nail hammer swung quickly. Just tell me what you want to eat in the future. Don't play with those players anymore. Be careful not to meet a powerful one who will kill you, Song Jian said, touching the black dragon cub's head. Walala. Hundreds of herbs appeared out of thin air in front of the black dragon cub. Golden, blue, red, herbs of various colors covered the floor. The black dragon cub let out an excited dragon roar and swallowed the herbs on the ground in big mouthfuls. Aren't dragons carnivorous animals? Why do they become vegetarians after becoming pets? Song Jian looked at the black dragon, who licked the grass debris that fell from the corner of his mouth with some confusion, and thought to himself. After resting in the manor castle for a few hours, Song Jian decided to go to the level 15 monster area to upgrade. A piece of silver quality leather armor could not be worn in the package, which made Song Jian feel itchy. Most of the monsters in the Doomsday City are mutant zombies, ranging from level 1 to level 30. Song Jian cannot go to higher level areas for the time being, but he guesses that there are probably many higher level mutant zombies. It feels like the movie Resident Evil, where the virus turns millions of people in the entire city into zombies, and they can be upgraded to become stronger mutant zombies. Song Jian left the manor and drove his motorcycle towards the level 15 monster area. He saw many players hunting monsters along the way. He found that more and more players entered the game, and most of them should be like him, entering passively. For some people, entering this game may be a disaster. But for Song Jian, being able to enter this game is an opportunity and challenge. In the real world, Song Jian has only been in contact with this game for 3 or 4 days. Perhaps hundreds of people died in Linhai City during these 3 or 4 days. But Song Jian did not hear any news from the radio or TV. It seems that someone must have covered it up. Song Jian came to the level 15 monster area. Here, there are almost no players. Now most players have just reached level 10 and are worried about choosing a career. In general, many people like to hunt monsters with lower levels than themselves. This is much safer. After all, in this game, there is only one life. The level 15 mutant zombies had greatly improved their health, defense, attack, and speed, and their resistance to sunlight was also greatly improved. Even in the daytime, all the attributes of the level 15 mutant zombies were not reduced by half. For other players, such a monster is already a small boss. So it is no wonder that no player can see it in this area. With a raise of his right hand, a stream of heat surged from his heart, and a golden light flashed. Song Jian held the red fire hard monkey sword and rushed towards a level 15 mutant zombie. Swish! Song Jian waved the long sword in his hand, and 3 silver sword threads appeared out of thin air, sweeping and cutting like a blade. Chi. 3 streams of dark brown liquid sprayed out from the zombie's body. Although the golden quality long sword was only level 1, it had higher damage than the previous level 10 guardian sword. Each attack of the 3 sword threads could cause more than 150 points of damage. The 3 sword threads disappeared, and the health value of this level 15 mutant zombie, which was only over 1,000, was less than half of its health value. Such a strong damage scared Song Jian himself. He originally wanted to activate the immortal sword body, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Dance of broken wings. Bang, bang, boom. In the floating state, a 3-meter-long silver sword energy directly split the mutant zombie's body in half. It died so easily. Song Jian was a little surprised. An ordinary monster with full attributes of level 15 died in just a few moves in his hands. This was a little different from what he had imagined. When he first encountered this monster, Song Jian was ready to go all out. Woo! Woo! One by one, the mutant zombies came out from the dark corners. Their eyes were bloodshot, staring at Song Jian. Their eyes full of instinctive killing desire. Ta. 7 or 8 mutant zombies rushed towards Song Jian from both sides of the road. Song Jian's mind moved, and a hexagram summoning array appeared in front of Song Jian. A white light flashed, and the black dragon cub flapped its wings and let out a tender dragon roar. The mutant zombies had no feeling for the faint dragon power emanating from the black dragon cubs, and still rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian waved his long sword and rushed towards the mutant zombies, pouring out his skills. Silver light bloomed in the mutant zombies, and the roars became one. As the number of mutant zombies increased, Song Jian's blood value began to drop continuously. But the number of mutant zombies killed also increased. Buzz! The long sword in Song Jian's hand suddenly began to shake violently, struggling hard to get out of his palm. The force of the escape was getting stronger and stronger. Song Jian had no choice but to release his right hand. The red fire-hard monkey sword flew into the air with a whoosh. The sky was filled with golden light, as if a sun was radiating light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the sword became louder and louder. In an instant, countless pale golden long sword phantoms, like rain, shot towards the mutant zombies within a radius of 10 meters. A series of critical hits floated up from the top of the mutant zombies' heads, and screams rang out. The red fire-hard monkey sword whooshed and flew back to Song Jian's hand. A closer look revealed that the long sword had been upgraded to level 2. The attack and attributes were all slightly improved. But what surprised Song Jian was that the noise caused by the upgrade of this long sword was a bit too loud. The health values of all the mutated zombies within a radius of 10 meters dropped by nearly 300 points. They roared and pounced towards Song Jian one by one. Now, the hatred values of these mutated zombies were firmly locked on Song Jian. Chapter 263 Sniper. Immortal Sword Body. Fire. A golden light enveloped Song Jian, and 8 long sword shadows surrounded Song Jian like guards. And Song Jian's strength increased a lot. The long swords danced, and the silver light flashed. Song Jian did not retreat but rushed towards the swarming 15th level mutant zombies. As the battle continued, Song Jian's violent killing intent surged into his heart again, which made him feel fearless and painless. And the coolness that came from his mind from time to time always protected his sanity, so that he would not be overwhelmed by the crazy killing intent and become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. Roar. A huge shadow of a desert scorpion beast with a height of more than 2 meters and a body length of more than 4 meters appeared beside Song Jian. The moment it appeared, the scorpion tail behind it pierced through the body of a mutant zombie like lightning. With a slight shake, the mutant zombie shattered directly. The desert scorpion beast rushed into the group of mutant zombies and killed them all. When the mutant zombies attacked it, it was like attacking a shadow, which could not hurt the desert scorpion beast at all. However, when any part of the desert scorpion beast's body touched the mutant zombie, the shadow would instantly become real, causing a lot of damage to these level 15 monsters. If the mutant zombies were not afraid of this emotion, I'm afraid that just this one desert scorpion beast would have caused the mutant zombies around to flee in fear. As time went on, there were more and more mutant zombie corpses around Song Jian, and transparent flames surrounded him, seemingly never extinguished. An hour earlier in the immortal sword body state, the blood value of the black dragon cub was also beaten to a residual blood, and it hid in the pet space. It did not have the blood recovery speed of Song Jian's transformation. Song Jian was now fighting against the attacks of the mutant zombies. There were too many monsters around him. Even Song Jian, who had a 300% blood recovery speed, his blood value began to slowly decrease. Break it. With a fierce sweep of his left hand, the 3-meter-long silver sword energy cut the 7 or 8 mutant zombies that were besieging him in half. Song Jian panted and ran away, crossing the ruins of a collapsed 6-story building and heading towards a remote alley. Just now, Song Jian suddenly felt a strong killing intent enveloping him, and a fatal threat was approaching. So he made a quick decision and instantly killed the mutant zombies surrounding him, tore a hole in the zombie encirclement, and fled far away. After many twists and turns, Song Jian hid in a residential building, listening to the roars of the monsters around him that gradually subsided. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, took out food and water, and began to replenish his energy. In the previous battle, Song Jian killed more than 80 level 15 mutant zombies, and his level 13 experience value increased a little bit. But the noise of the battle was too loud, and those mutant zombies kept roaring, as if they were calling their companions through the transmission of sound. As a result, more and more mutant zombies surrounded Song Jian. If Song Jian had not realized something was wrong and escaped in time, he might have attracted the mutant zombies in the entire area. Standing on the roof and looking down, Song Jian saw that in addition to the mutant zombies like a tide, there was also a special mutant zombie in the distance that was more than 3 meters tall, had 4 arms, and had a dark metallic luster all over its body. Obviously, this was a level 15 elite boss, and was also attracted from a distance by the noise of the battle. Seeing this, Song Jian couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he hadn't just vaguely sensed the danger approaching, he might have continued to hold on for a while. By then, the noise of the battle attracted the mutant zombie with 4 arms. Song Jian might not even have a chance to escape under the siege of the elite boss and the ordinary level 15 mutant zombies like a tide. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temple. He turned his head to look at a skyscraper in the distance. A dazzling reflection flashed from the top of the building. With a loud bang, Song Jian's heart jumped violently, and a flash of fire shot out from the top of the skyscraper, full of cold murderous intent. Sniper! This thought subconsciously emerged in Song Jian's mind. The next moment, Song Jian's body suddenly disappeared, replaced by a large black mist that spread over the entire roof. Although the bullet is fast, it is also relative. The skyscraper in the distance is not far from where Song Jian is. Even for a sniper bullet, it takes some time to cross this distance. Song Jian could even feel that the cold bullet quickly passed through the black fog and easily drilled into the floor of the top floor of the building, and a fist-sized deep hole broke out. After dodging this attack, Song Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost there. If he had subconsciously hesitated for half a second just now, then this fist-sized deep hole on the floor should have appeared on his temple. Captain, we missed the target. On the skyscraper, Qi-Yun, who was lying on the edge of the building, saw Song Jian disappear through the eightfold mirror, and a large black fog appeared on the roof. Qi-Yun is a healer, but it does not prevent him from mastering the skills of a sniper. However, Although he can use a sniper rifle and perform some auxiliary skills to assist in attacking, he cannot master the core skills of the sniper profession, or the inherited skills. However, the sniper rifle in his hand is a level 10 silver quality weapon, and he is aiming at Song Jian's head. They don't know that Song Jian has the vertical pupil exosuit equipment. Once the head of an ordinary player of level 10 is hit by a sniper rifle, the critical damage of ordinary attacks alone can take their lives. The target person should have changed his job and has some strange skills. Give up the long-range sneak attack. The three of us will go to capture him, Ma Jiang said expressionlessly. Chu Ping sneaks over and confirms the specific location of the target. Understood. Chu Ping smiled, put the dagger back into his waist, took out a rope, wrapped it around the protruding part of the roof, and slid down from the skyscraper quickly with the help of the rope. In just a dozen seconds, Chu Ping slid down from the top of a building hundreds of meters high to the roof. With a swing of his right hand, he collected the rope and put it in his backpack. Chu Ping ran towards the building where Song Jian was. Let's go down too. Ma Jiang and Qi Yun also quickly left the building and followed Chu Ping. Song Jian was full of anger at this time. He had long forgotten the hatred with the 101 gathering place, and never thought that the other party had sent pursuers after such a long time. He thought he had met other players, who were killing people, and stealing treasures. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Song Jian was full of anger. He had just brushed shoulders with the god of death, which made him have the urge to tear the other party into pieces. Huh? A ball of black fog fell to the ground. Song Jian quickly lifted the black fog state and ran towards the skyscraper in the distance. Chapter 264 Greed. Ma Jiang and his three men wanted to hunt Song Jian. They originally thought that Song Jian would run away if they didn't kill him with one shot. But they didn't expect that Song Jian wanted to kill them even more. Chu Ping was like a shadow, jumping and running non-stop on the dim street. He was very fast, fearing that he would be escaped by the other party, like he did when he hunted Dr. Aberston before. Song Jian also ran very fast. In his impression, snipers were characters who would flee thousands of miles away if they missed a shot. If they were late, they might not even see the other party's back. Just like that, on a road more than 4 meters wide, the two people unexpectedly bumped into each other. Chu Ping looked at Song Jian's name, which was as red as blood. This was a prominent feature of all those wanted by the 101 gathering place. Only in the eyes of the hunters who received the wanted mission, Song Jian's name would emit such a blood-red color. Correspondingly, in Song Jian's eyes, the words 101 gathering place hunter on Chu Ping's head were also as red as blood. This was the characteristic of the name of the hunter in the eyes of the wanted person. Seeing Song Jian, Chu Ping's mouth showed a trace of cold sarcasm. He didn't expect that the other party didn't escape, but appeared in front of him openly. Is he going to kill us? Such a thought flashed through Chu Ping's mind. And then he felt a little funny about this wanted person, who didn't know the height of the world. When did the pursuers of the 101 gathering place become so unthreatening? Chu Ping looked at Song Jian, who was rushing towards him, smiled slightly, and his figure slowly disappeared. Stealth, one of the core inherited skills of the thief profession. And when Chu Ping took office, he chose the assassin profession, a branch of the thief profession. This profession weakened the ability to steal and strengthened the ability to fight and assassinate. Chu Ping was confident that he could kill the target of the same level or even a few levels higher than Chu Ping. After stealth, Chu Ping did not rush straight towards Song Jian, but went around to a small alley next to him. He knew that when Song Jian saw him sneaking, he would definitely use a large-scale group attack skill to attack the place where he just disappeared, and use his movement speed after stealth to infer his approximate position. Generally speaking, the movement speed will be much lower after stealth. If the stealth skill level is only level 1, the movement speed will drop by 60% after stealth. The higher the level, the lower the movement speed. Chu Ping's stealth level is not high, only level 3, and the movement speed drops by 52%. But he has obtained a silver quality thief skill book, which strengthens stealth. Within 10 seconds after release, the stealth movement speed will increase by 15%. In other words, in fact, Chu Ping's stealth speed has only dropped by 37%, which is equivalent to the effect of the 7th or even 8th level stealth skill. However, what surprised Chu Ping was that Song Jian did not release a large-scale attack skill immediately after seeing him disappear. but stopped and looked forward with a sneer on his face. Chu Ping suddenly had a bad idea. Does this guy have any skills or props to see through invisibility? Thinking of this, Chu Ping, who originally planned to attack Song Jian from behind, immediately suppressed the urge to kill him and slowly retreated into the dark alley. Sure enough, a faint vertical mark on Song Jian's forehead glowed with silver light, and a vertical pupil slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. Chu Ping was startled and felt a chill on his back. Fortunately, he was alert. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. As an assassin, it is the wisest choice to expose your figure before the battle unless the opponent is too different from you in strength. Otherwise, run away immediately. Is this a superpower, magic, or a genetic mutation? Chu Ping guessed in his heart. The equipment and weapons on Song Jian had already cancelled the item light, and looked no different from an ordinary melee profession. But the moment the vertical pupil opened, Song Jian's importance in Chu Ping's mind suddenly increased by several levels. You know, ordinary warriors don't have such means. Song Jian glanced around and frowned slightly. He didn't find the other party's trace. You know, from the time the other party became invisible to the time his vertical pupil opened, it was only a few seconds. How could he run there in such a short time? Song Jian opened his vertical pupil and slowly searched around. The vertical pupil was an external implantation equipment. The moment it was implanted, it became a part of his body. As long as he did not release any skills and just kept it open, there was no consumption. Chu Ping looked at the vertical pupil between Song Jian's eyebrows, which was emitting silver light and was always open, checking everywhere. This state lasted for more than 10 minutes, and he was sweating coldly. All external forces such as skills, magic and even rap props could not last for such a long time. So the only means were genetic mutation or biological warrior transplantation. However, biological warriors and gene warriors, who use the fusion of other biological genes to strengthen themselves, always have many side effects. But Chu Ping did not find any obvious side effects on Song Jian. Could it be? At this moment, Chu Ping's mind flashed with inspiration, and he suddenly thought of another possibility, and his eyes suddenly showed surprise and greed. Exocolonial equipment. This must be an exocolonial equipment. Chu Ping's eyes lit up, and he was originally hiding in the deepest part of the alley. But now, he couldn't help but slowly move towards the entrance of the alley. Exocolonial equipment. That is equipment that can be improved with the improvement of the host's strength. Almost comparable to a growth equipment. Priceless. If you can get it, even if you don't want this time's hunting reward. It's an exocolonial equipment. For a moment, Chu Ping's palms were sweating, and he became a little nervous. At this time, two figures appeared on the other side of the road. Ma Jiang and Qi Yun finally rushed over. Seeing Song Jian standing alone on the street, they were stunned. Where did Chu Ping run to? Ma Jiang said to himself. Maybe he hid? Look at the boy's eyebrows. It should be a skill that can see through the invisible state. Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and said, after all, the two people had just arrived and did not connect the exocolonial equipment with Song Jian. After all, it sounds like a fairy tale to encounter exocolonial equipment when chasing a wanted criminal casually. Moreover, if they really chased a wanted criminal with exocolonial equipment, it would not be their turn. Go. Kill him, Ma Jiang said, pulling out a long sword and rushing towards Song Jian. Qi Yun also climbed towards the high ground next to him. He had to choose a place that was neither too far away, not beyond the range of the healing skill, nor too close, where the opponent could easily attack him. Now he was the only one in the team who could provide long-range support. Seeing Ma Jiang rushing towards him, Song Jian gave up looking for Chu Ping. He clenched his long sword and slashed at Ma Jiang. On the dark red blade, a strange silver sword light flashed. The invisible sword energy in Song Jian's body suddenly surged, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sword silk. Cut! With a sharp shout, the long sword in Song Jian's hand collided with the long sword in Ma Jiang's hand, making a loud noise. Chapter 265 Joining Forces. The long sword in Ma Jiang's hand is also a level 10 silver quality weapon, and he is also a strength expert. With the blessing of his full body equipment, his strength attribute has exceeded 15 points. One slash of the sword is enough to split a person in half. Bang! The swords collided, and a powerful force burst out from the blades, making a loud noise. Ma Jiang groaned. A look of horror flashed in his eyes, and he retreated repeatedly. He suddenly found that the opponent's strength was even greater than his. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when Ma Jiang was defeated and retreated, 3 silver sword threads appeared out of thin air. After searching in the air for a while, they rushed towards Ma Jiang in unison. Paw! 2 sword threads hit Ma Jiang's shoulders, and 1 sword thread directly pierced Ma Jiang's abdomen. A series of damage numbers floated up from Ma Jiang's head. In one encounter, Ma Jiang was beaten to a low health state. More than 300 points of damage made Ma Jiang's steps a little erratic, and the tiger roaring knife in his hand became a little heavy. In the state of serious injury, all his attributes decreased by 30%. How is this possible? He is only level 13. Why is the damage so strong? Ma Jiang felt that the person standing in front of him was at least a strong man above level 20. Not a god-favored person of the same level as him. At this moment, a ray of white light fell from above his head. Qi Yuan, who was far away, was already standing on the roof of a shop. Before he could take out his sniper rifle, he was shocked to see that Ma Jiang's health value was only 1/5 left. He subconsciously performed an instant healing spell. Ma Jiang's health value recovered to 3/5, and his serious injury disappeared. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him again, Ma Jiang gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion and gulped it down. Rage potion. After use, the attack is increased by 30%. The attack speed is increased by 15%. And the effect lasts for 60 seconds. After 60 seconds, all attributes decrease by 35% and last for 1 hour. This is one of Ma Jiang's trump cards. But he didn't expect to use it as soon as they met. A red flame of blood and energy burned on the surface of Ma Jiang's body, and his eyes turned red. Ma Jiang roared, swung his long sword, and chopped at Song Jian. For a moment, Ma Jiang was full of momentum, and when he swung the tiger roaring sword, there were bursts of thunderous tiger roars, which made Song Jian feel upset. Song Jian frowned slightly, feeling that the opponent's attack speed suddenly increased. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his wrist shook, and the red fire heart ape sword also made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Speed sword? For a moment, Ma Jiang couldn't even see the direction of the opponent's sword. His eyes were blurry. At the same time, 3 or 4 long swords appeared and stabbed at him. Swish! Another white light enveloped Ma Jiang, instantly raising his blood value to 90%. Song Jian frowned slightly, and couldn't help but look up at Qi Yuan, who was more than 10 meters away. This healer is too annoying. I must find a chance to get rid of him first, Song Jian said in his heart. If you want to kill Ma Jiang, you must kill this healer first. Otherwise you might be exhausted to death by these people. He didn't forget that there was a thief who was lurking beside him. Ding ding ding. Song Jian and Ma Jiang were extremely fast, fighting for more than a dozen moves in an instant. And for a while, they seemed evenly matched. However, Ma Jiang felt uncomfortable at this time. The opponent's attack speed was faster than his own. If he wanted to compete with him, he had to spend more effort, which was naturally very consuming. Chu Ping, why don't you attack now? What are you waiting for? Do you have to wait until I become a corpse before attacking? Ma Jiang yelled. He could feel that Chu Ping was around. Chu Ping's face changed. After discovering that Song Jian had the exocolonization equipment, his mind changed. Even if this mission failed, as long as he could get the opponent's exocolonization equipment, he would make a lot of money. However, there was only one piece of exogenous equipment, but there were still 3 people in their team. They originally planned to let Ma Jiang and Qi Yuan fight each other to a draw, and then they would take advantage of it. However, they did not expect that the opponent was so strong that they fought on equal terms with the 2 of them, and they were evenly matched, and even had the upper hand. This made Qi Yuan feel a little uneasy. Ma Jiang just yelled angrily, and he didn't know that Qi Yuan was thinking the same thing in his heart. But seeing that Song Jian was so strong, he was afraid that killing Ma Jiang and the other 2 would not consume too much of his own energy, which made Qi Yuan a little uneasy. If Song Jian really killed the 2 people, he would not be able to escape, not to mention the exogenous equipment. He might even have his life left here. Chu Ping hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the alley directly, rushing towards Song Jian's back. Ma Jiang struggled to resist Song Jian's attack, looking shaky and about to collapse. But under the treatment of Qi Yuan behind him, he still did not retreat a step. Qi Yuan, who originally planned to use a sniper rifle for long-range harassment, had a bitter face. He did not expect that the wanted criminal he was chasing this time was so powerful. Although he was only level 13, his strength was comparable to that of a strong man above level 20. He did not even have the opportunity to take out the sniper rifle, and could only desperately consume his mental value to replenish Ma Jiang's blood value. Seeing Ma Jiang's blood value fluctuate, Qi Yun's heart was also beating violently. At this moment, Qi Yun suddenly saw a translucent figure behind Song Jian, slowly approaching, and his face suddenly brightened. If two people attacked Song Jian at the same time, his treatment pressure would not be so great. Go to hell! Ma Jiang saw Chu Ping appear, and suddenly changed his usual behavior and began to attack actively. The 60 seconds were almost up, and all attributes would be reduced by 30%. It was even more impossible for him to be Song Jian's opponent. He could only seize the opportunity and join forces with Chu Ping in the remaining time to at least seriously injure the opponent. Ambush. At this time, Chu Ping also approached Song Jian, and the dagger in his hand was like the fangs of a poisonous snake, aiming at the back of Song Jian's head. Feeling the strong wind behind his head, Song Jian's figure suddenly rushed forward, as if teleporting, with a fierce and violent momentum, and slashed at Ma Jiang in front of him with a sword. Dance of Broken Wings. This attack made Chu Ping and Ma Jiang unexpected. At this time, Ma Jiang felt a huge wave rushing towards him. His face changed drastically. He didn't dare to resist head-on, and quickly dodged to the side. Chu Ping's ambush behind him also fell into the air. Not only did he not hurt the other party at all, but because of the attack, his figure slowly appeared. Song Jian saw Ma Jiang hiding to the side, and did not continue to chase Ma Jiang with the second attack of the Broken Wing Dance. Instead, he turned around and slashed towards Chu Ping. Chu Ping never thought that Song Jian would change his target, and in panic, he crossed his dagger in front of him. Bang! The long sword and the dagger collided fiercely, and a great force came. Chu Ping could not resist it at all, and directly swung his arms. At this time, his chest was wide open. In his horrified eyes, Song Jian's figure jumped high, and the dark red sword body flashed a dazzling silver sword light, slashing towards his head. Chapter 266 Slave. Boom! Song Jian was extremely fast. This sword chopped Chu Ping's chest fiercely. A sound of bone cracking was heard. In an instant, Chu Ping's blood value plummeted and his chest bones were shattered. A mouthful of blood spurted out involuntarily. He had no strength left. Chu Ping's mouth was covered with blood foam. He wanted to retreat, but suddenly he felt a wave of air surging from his feet. His whole body floated up into the air without control. Floating state. Chu Ping's heart sank, and a look of despair appeared on his face. He knew that in this state, his body was completely defenseless, and would suffer more damage than usual. Will I die here? This thought came to Chu Ping's mind for the first time. He has an external, Chu Ping yelled, wanting to cause some trouble for Song Jian before he died. Qi Yun's original treatment target had always been on Ma Jiang. Seeing Ma Jiang being split by Song Jian's sword, he quickly cast a healing spell to add blood to Ma Jiang. But the battle situation changed in an instant. With just one blow, Song Jian beat Chu Ping to a state of residual blood, and he almost went directly into a state of near death. Qi Yun quickly interrupted a healing spell for Ma Jiang, raised his hand and waved the staff, transferring the treatment target to Chu Ping. An instant healing spell landed on Qi Yun, raising his qi and health slightly. Then, Qi Yun began to chant a spell, preparing to release a more effective healing spell. At this moment, Song Jian raised his left hand, and his index finger glowed with silver light. A silver sword energy exuded a terrifying aura, and with a swish, it pierced through Qi Yun's forehead and penetrated his skull. Sword finger. This was an extremely sharp attack, leaving no one able to react. It was so fast that even Chu Ping could not see how this move was released. In his eyes, he only saw the dazzling silver sword light. Poof! Chu Ping's body fell from the air to the ground, rolled twice, and then there was no more movement. Qi Yun stared at the system prompt in amazement. System, your treatment target is dead. Can't be treated. The skill fails to release. Enter the cooldown time. Dead. Died so easily. And it was under my treatment. Just like that. Qi Yun couldn't accept it for a while. Song Jian's movements were really too fast. He originally attacked Ma Jiang, but suddenly turned around and used the acceleration of Broken Wing Dance to put the remaining two attacks on Chu Ping. In the floating state, he used a very fast sword finger. Not to mention that Chu Ping was already in a state of low health at this time. Even if he was full of health, the second level sword finger could cause more than 75 points of physical damage to him. And at the same time add 80 points of gold damage. Even if Qi Yun finally cast a healing spell on Chu Ping and restored his opponent's 50 points of health, it could not save Chu Ping's final fate. After killing Chu Ping, Song Jian didn't even look at the loot package box he dropped. He turned and stomped his feet towards Ma Jiang. A fong-shaped air mass made a sharp whistle and rushed towards Ma Jiang. Ma Jiang glanced at Song Jian and turned around and ran. He had less than 10 seconds left before the violent potion expired. In such a short time, even if Qi Yun kept adding blood behind him, it was impossible to kill Song Jian. Once the effect of the violent potion was over, he fell into a weak state, and his whole body attributes decreased by 30%. Then there was really only one way to go. Now, while the effect of the drug has not yet worn off, saving life is the most important thing. Boom! The ground tooth hit Ma Jiang's back hard, and a 50-point damage floated up from Ma Jiang's head. Ma Jiang staggered and almost fell to the ground, but finally ran away without looking back. Seeing Ma Jiang running away, Qi Yun was stunned. He was the slowest one in the team, looking at the captain's back who was about to disappear, and then looking at the wanted criminal who was walking towards him step by step. Captain, you are just running away like this, without taking me with you? Qi Yun had an MMP in his heart at this time, not knowing whether to say it or not. I never thought the captain was such a jerk before. If I had known he was such a jerk, I would not have given him blood and would have run away first. I am a ranged fighter, and he is a melee fighter. Qi Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. I surrender. Don't kill me. Qi Yun raised his hands and looked at Song Jian in horror, shouting, System, Qi Yun, a member of the 101 Gathering Place hunting team, surrenders to you under the pressure of your physics. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Option 1. Accept surrender and ask for ransom. Option 2. Accept surrender and become your slave. Option 3. Do not accept surrender and kill the opponent. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Song Jian walked forward and looked at Qi Yun, who gave him an ugly flattering smile. Do you have money? Song Jian suddenly asked. Qi Yun was stunned, took out all the money he had, and said, only 32 Doomsday coins? The hunting team's habit of going on a mission is to spend all the money on them to purchase equipment or other items to enhance their own strength, or deposit the money in the bank, and not to carry too much money on them during the mission. Seeing the 32 Doomsday coins in Qi Yun's hand, Song Jian immediately shook his head. Then become my slave. Song Jian directly chose the second option. Qi Yun's eyes showed a trace of anger, and his face was uncertain. Obviously, he was not ready to become a slave. If you don't work, kill him. Song Jian frowned and said with murderous intent, I am willing to be your slave. Qi Yun finally nodded helplessly, with a trace of humiliation on his face. At the moment when Qi Yun agreed, a mysterious power appeared on Qi Yun's forehead, and a magic rune was imprinted on his forehead. Qi Yun trembled all over, and wanted to shout in pain with his big mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. After a while, the mysterious power disappeared, and Qi Yun was limp like mud and lying on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, Song Jian found that he had an extra slave interface, which showed all of Qi Yun's attributes, and he could also deprive the other party of his equipment at will. Song Jian picked it up and found that most of Qi Yun's equipment was white quality. Even the healing short staff in his hand was only a green quality weapon. Only the silver quality sniper rifle was worth some money. Song Jian shook his head, unloaded the silver quality sniper rifle directly, put it in his backpack, and said to Qi Yun, in the future, just concentrate on practicing healing and be a nurse. Don't think about attacking. Qi Yun's main occupation is a healer, and he only mastered ordinary skills like Eagle Eye. Even if he uses this sniper rifle, he can only perform ordinary attacks, which is really a waste. Hearing what Song Jian said, Qi Yun's face showed a look of shame and anger, but he finally nodded. System, you deprived slave Qi Yun of an equipment, and Qi Yun's loyalty to you dropped by 10 points. At this time, Qi Yun's loyalty to you is only 50 points. If it is lower than 50 points, the slave has a certain chance of defecting. Chapter 267. Let me show you my safe house. Defection? Song Jian glanced at Chi Yun and snorted, "If you dare to defect, I will kill you." "No. I dare not. I dare not." Chi Yun shook his head repeatedly. "System, you intimidate slave Chi Yun. Chi Yun's loyalty increases by 5 points." Song Jian was stunned. "This works? Tell me, why did you come to hunt me down?" Song Jian looked at Chi Yun and asked. "In fact, we are members of the 101 Gathering Place hunting team. The reason we are here is because the 101 Gathering Place has carried out a wanted you." Half an hour later, Song Jian finally understood that it was the trouble caused by saving Dr. Burston at the garbage station last time. 101 Gathering Place? Hee. Song. No. Master. Don't underestimate 101 Gathering Place. It is one of the 500 safe bases created by humans after the Doomsday catastrophe. Now, all other safe bases have been destroyed. And only this gathering place numbered 101 is left. Other gathering places have been destroyed. And only this one is left. Song Jian couldn't help but sneered. Then how are these big cities such as the City of Sin and the City of Holy Light built? If the 101 gathering place was really so powerful, it would have become the 101 city long ago, instead of being just a gathering place until now. In essence, the gathering place in the wild is no different from the second-level manor castle built by Song Jian, except that the area of the 101 gathering place is larger than that of Song Jian's manor castle. The 101 gathering place not only has complete facilities, but also has many hunting teams, pursuit teams, and even its own direct army. The Storm Legion, Chi Yun said. Storm Legion? This name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it on the radio. Song Jian whispered to himself, by the way, how many people are there in the Storm Legion? The Storm Legion has a total of 800 of the most elite professionals. Chi Yun said. Only 800 people? You dare to call yourself a legion with 800 people? Song Jian couldn't help but say. Supporting 800 people is already the limit of the 101 gathering place. But if possible, the 101 gathering place can always launch a battle of more than 30,000 people. Chi Yun said, after all, the 191 gathering place shelters many wanderers, and many people have already regarded the 101 gathering place as their home. There are many people willing to fight for the 101 gathering place. Moreover, according to rumors, the 101 gathering place has begun to prepare for the third creation of the city. If it can be successfully created, it will be on par with major forces such as the City of Sin and the City of Holy Light. At that time, there will definitely be more people willing to settle in the 101 gathering place. Chi Yun said. Song Jian nodded, feeling a little heavy in his heart. After all, it was a powerful force that had existed for decades after the apocalypse. It was probably just an ordinary human with no background at the beginning. He relied on his own strength to create the 101 gathering place from scratch. If it was really like what Chi Yun said, the person who created the 101 gathering place was really amazing. Now such a powerful force that has developed for decades wants to hunt him down. It would be a lie to say that he is not worried. After all, in this game, you only have one life. Well, do you think that after this failure, when will the next hunting team be sent? Song Jian asked, staring at Chi Yun. Chi Yun hesitated for a moment and said, there was a problem with the transmission device this time. In fact, we have 5 team members, but one of them was torn apart by the power of space during the transmission. Another was also seriously injured and died shortly after being transmitted. Only 3 people are left. Captain. No. Ma Jiang is alone now. He should give up the pursuit mission and go back to report the information. I guess unless the group of people in the research institute improves the transmission device, they will send out another pursuit team. In the short term, no pursuit team should continue to enter the city. Song Jian nodded slightly. It seems that he should be safe for some time in the future. He must improve his level and strength as much as possible before the 101 gathering place improves the transmission device. Let's go. Continue hunting monsters. Keep an eye on my health, Song Jian said, and summon the black dragon cub with low health. Chi Yun immediately restored the short staff and restored the black dragon cub's health. Roar. The black dragon cub roared, and directly attracted 5 or 6 level 15 mutant zombies. Song Jian moved his wrist, summoned the red fire heart monkey sword, and trotted towards the monsters with the sword flower. Swish, swish, swish. Song Jian's figure danced, and the dark red long sword in his hand kept flying, emitting dazzling silver light. Facing 5 or 6 mutant zombies at the same time, Song Jian did not make any defensive moves. Even if he had to bear the monster's attack, he had to kill the opponent. With a desperate posture of dying together, the black dragon cub next to him also kept spitting out dragon breath, waving its claws and tail, and pounced on the mutant zombies and bit them. Gradually, the noise of the battle attracted a large number of mutant zombies around. After a while, dozens of level 15 monsters surrounded Song Jian. "Pay attention to add blood to me," Song Jian shouted, and rushed into the group of monsters instead of retreating, constantly slashing the monsters that were close at hand. Seeing Song Jian's blood value slowly decreasing, Qi Yun's hands trembled slightly in the distance. After a long time, he sighed as if he had given up, waved his short staff, and released a healing spell to help Song Jian increase his blood value. Song Jian, who was in the monster group, felt the healing effect, and his mouth curled up slightly. He was not very confident about this slave whose loyalty was close to the bottom line of defection. He only used 70% of his strength, leaving 30% of his strength. If Qi Yun dared to trick him, he could guarantee that he could rush out of the monster group. In this way, Song Jian kept killing for several hours until Qi Yun's spirit value was exhausted. And then, he used the immortal sword body and rushed out with the black dragon cub. Although he killed hundreds of level 15 mutant zombies, the monster tide chasing behind him did not seem to be reduced at all, and chased Song Jian madly. Summoning a motorcycle, Song Jian put the black dragon cub into the pet space and shouted to Qi Yun, "Get on the car!" Qi Yun quickly sat on the back of the motorcycle. With a roar, a cloud of black smoke spewed out of the exhaust pipe, and the motorcycle turned into a flash of lightning and drove towards Song Jian's manor castle. Haha. It's fun to kill monsters like this. Song Jian laughed against the wind. Qi Yun showed an inexplicable look on his face, staring at Song Jian's back, looking thoughtful. The two quickly returned to Song Jian's manor castle. Seeing the safe house that was already a second-level manor, Qi Yun also showed a look of surprise on his face. This is your safe house? You have actually created your own safe house? Qi Yun couldn't believe his eyes. This is the Doomsday City. There are so many monsters in it. Don't they attack here? Qi Yun couldn't help asking. You know, it's not easy to create a safe house in the wild. Many ambitious people want to imitate the 101 gathering place and create their own safe area. But in the end, they all turned into a pile of ruins under the siege of the swarming monster army. Although there are not as many monsters in the Doomsday City as in the wild, the density is quite large. Compared with the wild, the density is at least 10 times or 100 times that of the former. Song Jian smiled slightly and did not explain. He just summoned the black dragon cub and let it play around by itself. You know, if a pet is kept in the pet space, the intimacy will decrease. Come in and take a look. How many people do you think the 101 gathering place will send to attack my manor castle? Song Jian turned his head and stared at Qi Yun and asked. Chapter 268. Your warning is too late. Qi Yun looked at the manor castle in a trance. This is a second-level manor. He has never heard of anyone being able to upgrade a safe house to a manor in the wild. Of course, the 101 gathering place is an exception. That was created after decades of hard work by a large group of people. After so many years, there has only been one 101 gathering place. When the safe house is upgraded to level 3, a manor can be created. When the manor is upgraded to level 6, a gathering place can be created. When the gathering place is upgraded to level 9, a city can be created. Qi Yun looked around Song Jian's manor and said softly, LV Jianlong spent decades of hard work to upgrade to 101 gathering place from a first-level safe house to a 9th-level gathering place step by step. I'm afraid only he knows the hardships. If your manor is in the wild, he knows you have a second-level manor. I'm afraid he will directly send the Storm Legion to raise your manor to the ground. But now in the Doomsday City, the black fog outside the city is a natural protection. Although you can't get out, it's not so easy for them to get in. Even if the 101 gathering place sends more hunting teams, I'm afraid they can't capture your manor. Qi Yun glanced at Song Jian and said, but if they want to kill you, they don't need to occupy this place. You can't stay in the manor 24 hours a day. When you go out, they only need to send a team of assassins. And there is a high probability that they will kill you. You are right. Manors, armies, And so on are all external forces. The most important thing is to be strong yourself. Song Jian laughed and said, By the way, the LV Jianlong you mentioned is the person in charge of the 101 gathering place? Qi Yun nodded and said, Yes, the 101 gathering place was established by LV Jianlong himself. But now he is old and rarely shows up. The actual controller of the 101 gathering place is his son, LV Mao. It was also LV Mao who issued a wanted order for you. I heard that it was because you disrupted one of his search missions and killed an advanced team of the 101 gathering place. Haha. LV Mao. Song Jian remembered the name and asked, What is this LV Mao's profession? What is his level? Qi Yun shook his head and said, I have only met LV Mao a few times. I only saw him from a distance and never saw him take action. I don't know what his profession is, but his level is at least level 30 or above. Level 30. Song Jian calculated in his mind. He is only level 13 now. If he wants to reach level 30, it will probably take several months of game time. I don't know if the 101 gathering place can give him such ample time for development. Let's take a step forward and see what happens. My most important task now is to collect 10 sword techniques, Song Jian said in his heart. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in the territory outside Song Jian's manor. As soon as he approached the territory, he was stopped by 2 soldiers of the territory. These were NPC wanderers hired by the butler George. They formed a team of 10 people. Each of them was not high in level, only about level 6 or 7. They were only wearing simple leather armor and spears, and were responsible for the usual manor guard work. Hey, isn't that Dr. Aberston? How come he is here? Song Jian stared at the stopped figure and thought to himself. At this time, Dr. Aberston was very embarrassed. His body was full of dust. His hair was messy, and there were dead branches and leaves stuck on it. 2 NPC soldiers stopped him. He seemed very angry and shouted loudly, I want to see Song Jian. He is in danger. Damn it. You idiots. Your lord is in danger. What happened to him? Why did he say I was in danger? Did he know you were coming to hunt me down? Song Jian showed a curious look on his face and turned to look at Qi Yun. Qi Yun showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and said, We went to hunt him down before, but he ran away. The community where he had turned out to be a boss nest, which was full of elite bosses above level 10. After we lost him, we went to hunt down you, the owner. He is a scientific researcher and has no combat power. You didn't kill him? Song Jian said in surprise. He is not on the wanted list of the 101 gathering place, so we can't determine his exact location. But your location will be displayed by the system within half an hour, Qi Yun explained. Uh-huh. Okay. Go and bring the doctor here. After all, he is an old acquaintance. It's not good to stop him. Song Jian laughed and told George, the butler standing next to him. Yes, Lord. They don't know that this is your friend. George bowed slightly, turned and went down the castle, and asked someone to invite Dr. Aberston in. As soon as they met, Dr. Aberston rushed towards Song Jian and shouted, Song Jian, you are in danger now. Someone is chasing you. I guess it is the pursuer shot by the 101 gathering place. You have to be careful. They are very powerful. Doctor, calm down. You are safe here. Don't worry. No one can hurt you in my manor. Song Jian held Dr. Aberston's shoulder and comforted him. Huh? There are 3 of them. Well equipped. All professionals. You have to be careful, Dr. Aberston said with a heavy breath. Well equipped? Song Jian glanced at Qi Yun next to him with a strange expression. Except for the silver quality sniper rifle, he had no equipment that could be worthy of the word well equipped. At this moment, Dr. Aberston seemed to have noticed something. Following Song Jian's gaze, he looked at Qi Yun next to him. After a closer look, his face suddenly changed, and he pointed at Qi Yun with a look of horror. He is. You are right. He is one of the 3 people chasing you. Song Jian shrugged and said, But he is my slave now. By the way, isn't it a bit late for you to call the police? Slave? Slave? Boston looked strange, staring at Qi Yun's forehead. And sure enough, he saw the magic rune representing slaves. Huh. To own such a manor, the people of 101 gathering place probably underestimated you. And failure is inevitable. Boston breathed a sigh of relief. But don't be careless. 101 Gathering Place has already set its sights on you. And they will continuously send hunting teams, a Boston said with a serious face. He thought Song Jian killed the 3 people by relying on the safe house. In his impression, Song Jian did not have the strength to kill 3 professionals head-on. Chapter 269 Followers. Song Jian looked at Aberston's miserable appearance, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He said to him, "Doctor, I'm already on the wanted list of the 101 Gathering Place. But they now regard you and me as one. What are you going to do next? Go back to 5th Street? The neighborhood full of level 10 elite bosses? No. That place has been exposed. I can't go back." Aberston's eyes showed confusion. He was just a researcher without any combat ability. He couldn't survive in this Doomsday city full of monsters. Even before, he had already had a hard time surviving. And now it was getting more and more difficult to find food and water. "Why don't you stay here with me? I will prepare a laboratory for you. What do you think?" Song Jian said with a smile. "At least, here with me. Safety is not a problem. What do you think?" Boston fell silent. Although he had a strange personality, he was not an idiot. Now in this city, I am afraid that only Song Jian dared to take him in. "Okay. Then I'll leave it to you from now on." Boston sighed, feeling a little depressed. In fact, he did not want to lose his freedom. If he was willing to rely on a certain strength, he could leave the city with those big figures in the city before the Doomsday. "System, you are willing to take in Dr. Aberston for the plot mission. For his own safety, Dr. Aberston is willing to stay and become one of your followers. System, when you enter and stay in the game, Dr. Aberston will continue to consume Doomsday coins as his salary. When you leave the game, the consumption will stop. The higher the follower level, the more Doomsday coins will be consumed. System, your follower is a research type with a good knowledge reserve. You can choose the other party's research skill tree to develop more research skills. Once the other party dies, all skills will be restored to the initial state when recruited. And loyalty will also drop randomly by 10-30 points. System, after the death of a follower, you can look for a resurrection altar and spend a certain price to revive the follower. However, after the death of a follower, if the loyalty drops to the defection standard, the follower cannot be resurrected. System, Dr. Aberston's loyalty is 70 at this time. If it is lower than 60 points, he will be passive and lazy. And if it is lower than 50 points, he may defect. System, you can view the attributes and initial skills of the follower Dr. Aberston. And you can choose the research direction of the other party. Song Jian knew that Aberston was a doctor. Obviously, the other party's research skill tree should have climbed to a very high level. If he reselected the direction, it would definitely be more trouble than gain. It is better to continue to climb up based on his current research skills. Song Jian opened the other party's personal attribute interface and checked it carefully. Unlike Chi-Yun, Boston is Song Jian's follower. And to a large extent, he enjoys different freedoms and permissions. Even if Song Jian wants to check the other party's attributes and skills, he needs Boston's consent. Soon, the attribute interface that was originally full of question marks was revealed to Song Jian without reservation. Boston Song Jian's follower. This is a rare research type follower in the game. The chance of encountering is 1 in 1,000. And the chance of recruiting is 1 in 10,000. The current level is 15. And the experience value is 3351/8000. After the level is increased, the physical attributes will also increase accordingly. At the same time, skill points can be consumed to improve their own research skills. Expert level 9 engineering manufacturing? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Dr. Aberston as if he was looking at a sparkling diamond. You know, the level of life professions cannot be improved by skill points, but must be accumulated slowly with proficiency. The initial life skills are only level 1, and then slowly upgraded to level 2, level 3, and up to level 5, and then to the top level 9. After breaking through level 9, you will have the junior title, and then it will be divided into 9 levels. After breaking through the junior level 9, you will be promoted to the intermediate level, and after breaking through the intermediate level 9, you will become the advanced level. After the advanced level 9, you will be the expert level, and above the expert level 9, you will be the master level, the grandmaster level, and the grandmaster level. Above the grandmaster level, you will be the god level. All of Song Jian's current life skills are still below the elementary level. It is unknown when he can reach the elementary level. It is conceivable how high Dr. Eberston's expert level 9 is. Dr. Eberston, I wonder if you can make a T11 high-explosive grenade now. Song Jian asked expectantly. Eberston glanced at Song Jian and said unhappily, I researched the T11 high-explosive grenade. Do you think I can make it? In recent times, I have researched the TX high-explosive grenade, which is more powerful than the T11 high-explosive grenade. The power is 5 times that of the T11. However, to use this high-explosive grenade, the throwing skill must reach level 10. The throwing skill has reached level 10? Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath. The only skill that can reach level 10 is his talent skill Thick Skin, which consumed a lot of skill points. Throwing skill is also a basic passive skill. You only need to throw stones a few times to directly comprehend it. But Song Jian has never focused on training this skill. So now the passive skill of throwing is only level 1. High explosive grenades are disposable consumables and are not within the range of weapons. So they will not be restricted by 80% power reduction. If I can have a large number of such grenades, the upgrade speed will definitely be very fast. Song Jian thought to himself. These are the materials for making TX high explosive grenades. As long as you can collect all these materials, I can make it for you. In this city, it is the most suitable to use it to upgrade. Eberston handed a list directly to Song Jian. Song Jian took a look and found that compared with the T11 high explosive grenade, there were only 2 or 3 more materials. He nodded and put the list of materials into the parcel column. Doctor, in addition to high explosive grenades, can you make other weapons? For example, guns, rocket launchers, missiles, etc. Can you make nuclear bombs? Song Jian asked with shining eyes. I am a doctor of physics and materials, not a doctor of weapons manufacturing or weapons research and development. I know nothing about weapons development. I know the intention of making nuclear bombs. But you want me to make nuclear bombs alone? It's simply a fantasy. Eberston looked a little ugly, glared at Song Jian and said, Haha. Okay, doctor. I apologize to you. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders a little embarrassedly. Seeing Song Jian's good attitude, Eberston's face became much more relaxed. Hesitant for a moment and said, in fact, I also dabble in some research on space science, such as space equipment. If there are materials, I can also make it. Chapter 270 Rebuilding the Laboratory. Space equipment? Song Jian paused. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. Can you make a teleportation array? Teleportation array? Dr. Eberston showed a dull look on his face, then became furious and jumped up and down. Are you crazy? Who do you think I am? A master of space magic? Don't say I can't make it. Even if I can make it, do you have the equipment? Do you want me to hammer a teleportation array for you? Don't worry. If you can't make the teleportation array, just put it aside for now. Other things will work too. Song Jian comforted him, hurriedly. He learned from Qi Yun that the teleportation array is a standard feature of those top forces. Even the 101 Gathering Place has been researching for more than 10 years, and only now has a little bit of results. The research of the teleportation array requires a continuous investment, and during the investment period, there may be no results. If you can't bear this kind of investment and give up, then all the previous investments will be wasted. Even the 101 Gathering Place has only dared to start researching this after decades of development and laying a solid foundation. Song Jian is now penniless and has never had more than 10,000 Doomsday coins on him. What can he use to research this skill that must climb to the top of the technology tree? Besides, Dr. Eberston has only dabbled in space equipment, and his technology tree has not yet reached the level where he can study teleportation arrays. I can only make some storage equipment at most, such as 12 storage packages. If you need it, collect the materials for me, and I will give you a 20% discount on the labor fee. After saying that, Eberston handed Song Jian another list. Discount? What the hell? Aren't you my follower? Why do you still have such a suffocating operation? Song Jian subconsciously reached out to take the list, thinking to himself. In addition, I need to build a laboratory. This is what you promised me. This is the list of materials for building the laboratory. You have to collect them for me as soon as possible. I don't want to delay the research time for too long. In this way, the third list fell into Song Jian's hands. System, your follower Dr. Eberstein has issued you a task, rebuilding the laboratory. Task description, as a researcher, Without a laboratory of your own, you cannot make any items. Nor can you climb the skill tree of researchers. You must create a complete laboratory for your follower. Dr. Eberstein. Task requirements: microscope, 0/1. Test dish, 0 out of 1. Physics laboratory table, 0/1. Nuclear magnetic resonance instrument, 0/1. Task deadline, 3 days. Mission failure penalty. Dr. Eberstein's loyalty to you will drop significantly. Mission prompt. After accepting the mission, there will be a mission to guide you to search for items in the relevant area. Mission warning. Some mission items are guarded by powerful monsters. You must kill the guardian to obtain the item. Mission warning. There is only one item in the entire city for some missions. If it is not obtained or damaged, the mission will fail directly. Mission warning. Creating a laboratory is a very secret matter. Please do not tell others about this mission. And you cannot buy it in places such as auction houses. Once others know that you are creating a laboratory, it may attract some malicious eyes to detect. Song Jian carefully checked the task requirements. There were more than a dozen things needed in total. However, after seeing the task prompt, Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best thing to have a task guide. Otherwise, if Song Jian searched by himself, he might not be able to complete the task in 30 days, let alone 3 days. After reading it, Song Jian immediately chose accept. In that case, I will go down and rest first. I will start working after you complete the task. After seeing Song Jian accept the task, Eberstein's face was slightly relieved. He nodded and said, "Collect the other 2 lists of materials as soon as possible. There are no requirements for this. When you have collected them all, I will make the finished product for you." Song Jian nodded. In fact, the 2 lists were the most important to him. He would work hard to search without Dr. Eberstein issuing any tasks. Dr. Eberstein directly occupied an annex on the right side of the manor castle. When the castle was first built, there was an annex on each side of the main castle. Song Jian lived in the main castle, and the 2 annexes have been idle until now. After occupying the annex, Dr. Eberstein began to get busy. Song Jian didn't know what he was busy with, but he was a little worried about the task. Under the list handed over by Dr. Eberstein, there was a simple map with the search locations of various items marked on it. Song Jian found that some simple items such as test dishes could be searched in at least 4 places. But items like polymer analyzer that sounded high-end and classy not only had only 1 search location, but were also in the level 20 monster area. With Song Jian's current strength, it was still a bit too much to enter the level 20 monster area. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian sighed, "Forget it. Let's search for other items first. The items in the level 20 monster area will be put off until last." No words were spoken that night. Although Song Jian did not need to rest, the daily life of game natives, like Chi Yuan and Eberstein, was no different from that of people in the real world. They had to sleep to restore their energy. The next day was a sunny day. The heavy clouds in the sky were slightly dispersed, and the sun occasionally shone down. Song Jian took Chi Yuan and walked towards an abandoned school in the level 10 monster area. This school is located in the level 10 monster area, surrounded by a circle of iron fences. As soon as you enter the gate, the first thing you see is a wide playground. In front of the playground, there is a tall flagpole. This school has been abandoned for decades. The surface of the flagpole is rusty, but the red flag flying on the top is fluttering in the wind, as new as if it had just been hung up. It's a bit strange. Song Jian walked forward and raised his neck to look carefully at the red flag flying on the flagpole. There is a faint glow on the surface of this flag. It looks like a piece of equipment. Song Jian's heart moved, and he immediately stepped forward and grabbed the rope on the flagpole, trying to put down the red flag. The moment he touched the flagpole, he immediately received a system prompt. "System, you touched a special item, the school flagpole, triggering a special entertainment task. Task name, raise the national flag. Task description, the school flagpole is out of order and the school flag cannot be lowered. Please climb the flagpole within 180 seconds and take down the school flag. Task requirements, climb to the top of the flagpole. 0/18 meters. Task limit, 3 minutes. Task reward, school flag. Failure penalty, none. Task prompt, to climb the flagpole, you need to be agile. If I were you, it would be best to choose a light skill to complete this task. It is recommended to practice the light skill Tianzong to level 3 or above. Task warning, the higher you climb, the heavier you fall. Before completing the task, please ensure that medical personnel are present. Task warning: this task cannot be completed with the help of any tools such as ropes. Otherwise, the task will fail immediately. Chapter 271: Climbing the Pole. Special Entertainment Mission? This was the first time Song Jian encountered such a mission. It was not easy to climb up the 18-meter flagpole. If one was not careful, he would fall down from it, which would be a loss. The level 10 monster area was where most players fought monsters. Seeing someone enter the school and prepare to climb the flagpole, several players, who were watching the fun, immediately surrounded him. Brother, this mission is not easy. It's entertainment. But so far, no one has completed it. A player holding a submachine gun and wearing a military green combat uniform kindly reminded him. Yeah, 18 meters doesn't look high. But the higher you go, the harder it gets. What's the best record now? Said another player next to him. It seems to be 13 meters, which is already the limit. It seems that no one has been able to climb above 13 meters. I can only climb 8 meters at most. And I fell from it once, and almost broke my bones. That's because you are stupid. Can't you wrap the pull rope around your body as a safety rope? If you fall, you will suffer some internal injuries at most. Are you stupid? Which is harder to treat? A fracture or an internal injury? Song Jian frowned slightly. The height of 18 meters is not impossible for ordinary people to climb up. Even if a level 10 player can only gain a few skill points each time he upgrades, it is impossible that so many people don't even have one who has gained the skill of body movement. Why has no player been able to climb this 18-meter flagpole so far? There must be something strange. Thinking of this, Song Jian jumped more than 3 meters high, and grabbed the flagpole. Nothing unusual? Song Jian frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and began to climb up. Shi Yun stood under the flagpole, hesitated for a long time, waved his staff towards Song Jian, and cast a light body technique. The effect of the first level light body technique is to increase the movement speed by 15% and lasts for 5 seconds. Although Chi Yun has only upgraded to the first level, it is still of great help to Song Jian now. Chi Yun's position in the hunting team is auxiliary, but he doesn't want to control his life in the hands of other teammates. So he also mastered some other means of attack. Of course, these means of attack are centered around the silver quality sniper rifle. Now that the sniper rifle has been uninstalled by Song Jian, these means of attack have also lost their effect. Chi Yun now has 5 healing skills and 3 auxiliary skills, of which the light body skill is just one of them. After gaining the bonus of the light body skill, Song Jian's speed became faster, and in a short while, he climbed to a height of 7 or 8 meters. It's not difficult. It should be easy to climb to the top, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt his body sink, as if a big stone was tied to his body, and he was falling down. If he hadn't subconsciously grabbed the flagpole, the sudden gravity might have made him fall directly from the flagpole. Sure enough, there is something strange. Song Jian looked at his status bar, and sure enough, there was an adverse effect of gravity level 1 on it. His talent skill Thick Skin can only be immune to and reduce the adverse effects of the mental type, but it cannot be immune to or weaken this kind of physical adverse effect. Could it be that the higher the level of this adverse effect, the more obvious the effect is? Song Jian guessed in his heart. Sure enough, when he climbed to a height of 10 meters, this gravity level 1 directly jumped to level 2. Song Jian frowned slightly. This level of gravity is probably like the effect of adding 30 kilograms to the body. For him, it does not have much effect. But as this adverse effect increases, it is obvious that the difficulty of this task is also increasing. Continue to climb up, and the effect will increase by 1 level for every meter. When Song Jian climbed to 13 meters, the negative state had been upgraded to level 5. At this time, it was equivalent to climbing with a weight of more than 100 kilograms on his body, without the 3 points of strength bonus from the Guardian Sword. Song Jian's strength attribute at this time fell to 14 points. The 100 kilograms of weight was obviously a bit strenuous for him. The higher he climbed, the more physical strength he consumed. Song Jian's hands began to tremble slightly. Immortal Sword Body, open! Song Jian said in his heart. A golden light appeared on Song Jian's body, and all attributes were increased by 5 points, giving Song Jian the confidence to continue climbing. 13 meters, 14 meters, 15 meters. There were only 5 meters left. and Song Jian's hands began to tremble more and more violently, and his forehead was full of sweat. At this time, let alone climbing up, even staying in place was a torment. At this time, Qi released another auxiliary spell to restore physical strength towards Song Jian, and then added a light body spell. But even so, it became difficult to continue climbing. Song Jian shook his head slowly. He had already climbed to 15 meters. Even if he exhausted all his strength, he could only climb 1 more meter at most, and he would not be able to hold on, and he might even fall down. After weighing it, Song Jian sighed and prepared to give up this task. 15 meters? This is a tough guy. Breaking the record, exclaimed the onlookers. In fact, climbing 1 meter and climbing 17 meters have the same effect, and there is no reward. But this does not prevent players from taking it as a benchmark to measure their strength and enjoying it. Some players even applauded Song Jian, who had already climbed 15 meters. Only 3 meters. Song Jian looked at the school flag in front of him and couldn't help sighing. But the last 3 meters were more difficult to climb than the previous 15 meters. Just as Song Jian was about to slide down, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Hey, I wonder if this is possible. Bang. Song Jian's figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by a large black fog floating in the air. The skill of transforming into black fog can float and fly in the air, up to dozens of meters high. For this 18-meter flagpole, it only takes a few seconds to reach the top. Hey, my body has become lighter. Song Jian, who was in the black fog state, suddenly found that the grade 7 gravity in the status bar had disappeared. It seems that the physical immunity of the black fog state can even be immune to this kind of physical adverse effects. The mission has not failed. It seems that even if it becomes this state, it can continue to complete the mission. Seeing that the task in the task bar did not show failure, Song Jian felt relieved and began to float towards the top of the flagpole. Chapter 272 School Flag. The black fog wrapped around the flagpole and slowly floated upwards. At the top of the flagpole, Song Jian cancelled the black fog state. In an instant, a huge pressure acted on Song Jian's body again, making Song Jian have at least 300 kilograms of weight. Such a terrifying gravity could crush Song Jian in an instant. But fortunately Song Jian was mentally prepared. The moment he cancelled the black fog state, he grabbed the school flag and slid down from the flagpole. Bang. In the end, Song Jian fell from the flagpole. His back hit the ground hard, and he felt a sharp pain. A damage of more than 200 points floated above his head. Fuck. He really got it. What happened just now? Why did he turn into a ball of black fog? Didn't they say he couldn't leave the flagpole? What happened? Yeah. Last time someone turned into a crow and flew to the top of the flagpole. He failed the mission. Why is this guy fine? Maybe it's because he didn't leave the flagpole even if he turned into black fog? Does this count as climbing? No one cared when Song Jian fell off the flagpole. But when he took the school flag, the atmosphere went wild. The players watching were immediately excited. You know, someone discovered this mission half a month ago, but no one was able to complete it. Without the school flag, there was only a bare flagpole standing in front of the school square, which looked a bit desolate. School flag of the 5th middle school white, two-handed weapon. Can be evolved. Equipment effect, agility +1. Movement speed increased by 15%. Defense increased by 10%. Special effect 1, alumni team active. You can designate 5 people as alumni to form a team, and all attributes will be increased by 20% after the team is formed. Special effect 2, brilliant aura passive. The holder of the school flag and his teammates will receive the brilliant aura blessing. Brilliant aura. Attack speed increased by 5%. Damage +5. Usage requirements, level 1. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Another item that can be evolved? Song Jian's eyes lit up. In this game, there are only a handful of items that can be evolved. I didn't expect to get another one today. Two-handed weapon. Just right. My main weapon slot has been empty. Just right to equip. Song Jian happily placed the school flag in the main weapon slot. In fact, Song Jian's most commonly used weapon is still the one-handed sword in his right hand. The two-handed main weapon slot has never encountered equipment with particularly good attributes, so it has always been empty. Now, although this school flag has no damage, the added attributes are extremely good. For Song Jian, it is even better than a two-handed weapon. After the school flag was installed, It appeared directly on Song Jian's back, with the words 5th Middle School written on it. It looked a little funny, but the added attributes were not bad. Especially now there was a faint white halo under Song Jian's feet, like ripples, constantly spreading outward. And after exceeding 3 feet, it slowly disappeared. Looking at the 3D model in the personal attribute column, Song Jian frowned slightly. A flag behind him would affect his image too much. Soon, he set the school flag to be hidden, and the school flag slowly disappeared from his back. But it still played its role. Let's go. Chi-hyun. Search the school first and complete the task first, Song Jian said with a smile. Surrounded by several players, Song Jian and Chi-hyun went straight to the school laboratory. Looking at Song Jian's back, several players talked about it. Soon, the news that the flag of the 5th Middle School was taken away gradually spread in this area. Song Jian ignored those players and followed the task instructions to enter the school directly. There were originally several players who wanted to follow them to see if they could get some bargains. When they saw Song Jian and Chi-hyun entering the school, they all stopped. This school has been searched several times inside and out. All the useful things have been moved away. It can be said that it is empty. Moreover, this place is not the mansion of those big shots with some dark rooms. This is a school, and no one is so idle that they would dig out a dark room in the school. This place has been searched hundreds of times. Why are they still going there? Someone asked curiously. You know this place has been searched, but they don't know? Can you feel at ease if you don't see it with your own eyes? Didn't I tell you when you wanted to go in to search, but you still want to go around in person to feel at ease? A companion next to him rolled his eyes and glanced at him and said, It's not that I don't believe you. I just... The man blushed and explained quickly. Okay. Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. I guess they will come out in a while. This place, except for some useless tables, chairs, benches and some bottles and jars, is as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. After a while, as expected, Song Jian led Chi-hyun out of the school with a blank expression. Several players looked at each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. In fact, those utensils were just ordinary background items in the eyes of other players. But it was different in the eyes of Song Jian, who received the task. When Song Jian approached, these things that were originally background items would become task items. And they would also glow slightly to remind Song Jian to take them. In this school, Song Jian obtained a total of 3 task items, and the rest seemed to be searched elsewhere. After obtaining the items, if there are the same items in other places, they will disappear from the task map. And the items that appear on the map are the items that Song Jian did not obtain. The two went to the level 15 monster area. There were few players here, but there were more monsters. They were very careful all the way, but they still attracted the attention of the monsters. At first, there were only 3 or 2 mutant zombies, but once the battle started, the noise quickly attracted all the mutant zombies around. After a while, hundreds of monsters surrounded them. The two were forced to retreat, killing and stopping, and retreated to the level 10 monster area. After trying twice, they could not reach the place indicated by the mission map. Wait for me here, or go back to the manor first. I will try it alone, Song Jian said to Chi-hyun. Chi-hyun nodded, looked at Song Jian's back. His face was uncertain, and finally sighed, turned around and prepared to walk towards the safe house. Although he was already level 12, he lost the silver sniper rifle, and he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. At most, he could hunt some monsters of level 5 or 6. The level 10 monsters here were still a bit difficult for him. Just as he turned to leave, a figure suddenly walked out of a side alley. This person was covered in a gray cloak, and his face was covered by the cloak. Are you really willing to become his slave? The man's voice was hoarse, but Chi-hyun still recognized who he was at the first time. Turned around suddenly, and whispered, Captain. Chapter 273 Landmines. Song Jian went to the level 15 monster area alone. Without Chi-hyun, it was much easier to move. When he was surrounded by monsters, he turned into black mist and flew into the air, drifting towards the location indicated by the mission map. The flying speed in the black mist state was not fast, about the same as the usual jog, but without the siege of mutant zombies, it was much faster than on the ground. Soon, Song Jian floated to the central area of the level 15 monsters. This was also an abandoned school. Unlike the middle school just now, this was a university called Yuanhai University. Standing on the street, Song Jian looked forward. Opposite the entrance of the university is a huge rock relief, which is covered with cracks. The 4 characters Yuanhai University on the relief are also modeled. Song Jian's destination this time is the physics laboratory of Yuanhai University. Except for one item in the level 20 monster area. The rest of the mission items can be found in the physics laboratory of this university. This is also an important reason why Song Jian chose it as the second destination. Walking into the school gate, there are 3 teaching buildings in front of you, each of which is more than 10 stories high. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time, and looks a bit shabby. It seems that this place has not been searched yet. Song Jian thought about it, and decided to get the mission items first, and then search these teaching buildings carefully. Behind the teaching building are several paths, leading to the canteen and dormitory area respectively. A little further away is a dense forest. A small hill can be vaguely seen, surrounded by trees. There is also a small pavilion on the hill. It seems that there should be a place similar to a park. Song Jian followed the instructions on the task map and walked along the path towards the physics building of the university. It's so quiet here. There is not a single monster. How is this possible? Song Jian frowned slightly. It seems that his previous judgment was wrong. He was not the first to enter this area. Obviously, other players have come here and cleared the monsters in this area. Otherwise, it would not be so quiet here. When Song Jian arrived at the physics building, he saw a thin layer of black ash on the ground in front of the building. This was obviously the trace left by the monster being burned by transparent flames after death. Song Jian frowned slightly. There were 2 unique mission items here. If they were destroyed, the mission issued by a Burston would fail. At that time, even if a Burston could not leave alone, he would probably not become his follower and help him with anything. Walking towards the physics building, as soon as he stepped into the door, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill, and a slight click sound came from his feet. System, you stepped on a contact-type infantry mine, and it will explode in 3 seconds. Fuck. Song Jian had just finished reading the system prompt when he was blown away by an explosion. The roar echoed in his ears. His mind was blank, and his right leg had lost consciousness. After a long time, Song Jian struggled to sit up. His health value, which was close to 700 points, dropped to more than 200 points in an instant. In other words, this infantry mine was more powerful than his T-11 high-explosive grenade, and directly caused him more than 400 points of damage. This was the final damage after deducting his talent skills and equipment defense bonus. He felt something wet in his nose, and when he wiped it with his hand, blood stained the entire back of his hand. He looked at his right leg, and the bone must have been broken. The whole leg was at a strange angle, and there was no strength at all. Surgical treatment. A white light enveloped Song Jian's right leg. With a click, the broken bone suddenly connected and began to heal slowly. At this time, Song Jian felt a piercing pain in his right leg, which made him gasp. He released 2 shell treatments in succession, and finally healed the leg. Fortunately, he had this treatment skill. Otherwise, Song Jian, who had a broken leg, would probably have to crawl back to the safe house, waiting for the health value to slowly recover. Song Jian opened the battle record. System. The mine set by player Feng Kai caused 489 damage to you. You have the right of self-defense. If you kill the opponent in the next 180 seconds, you will not get the killing value. Feng Kai. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent appeared on his body. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the physics building. Who is it? Do you have your eyes open? You can step on this. What the hell? How can you let me beat this boss? Song Jian was stunned. And Su? He saw a player hurriedly running down the stairs. Behind him, a zombie holding a silver sword was slowly chasing after him. Seeing Song Jian at the door, Feng Kai was stunned, then took a breath, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Feng Kai knew clearly how powerful the mines he had set were. Otherwise, he would not have used them as his trump card to hunt down the level 15 elite boss. If ordinary players stepped on them, it would be difficult to leave a complete corpse. But the man in front of him was intact, which made Feng Kai a little unacceptable. You stepped on the infantry mine I set? Feng Kai couldn't help asking. Yes. Song Jian showed a ferocious smile on his face, and held the red Fireheart Ape sword in his right hand, saying, "It hurt so much." Feeling the killing intent from Song Jian, Feng Kai suddenly became a little Spartan. Behind him was a level 15 elite boss. The player in front of him could withstand the infantry mines without any damage. His strength can be imagined. Brother, calm down. Feng Kai waved his hands and said, that was a trap I set up to kill the boss. Not specifically for you. Ha ha. Song Jian laughed and jumped towards Feng Kai. Feng Kai shouted and disappeared with a bang, leaving only a half-person high wooden stake in the original place. The zombie boss holding a silver giant sword behind him chopped with a whoosh sword and directly split the wooden stake in half. Then, the boss showed a confused look in his eyes. After standing for a while, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Song Jian was just trying to scare Feng Kai. His target was the boss holding the giant sword. Sword thread. Song Jian rushed behind the boss and stabbed forward. 3 silver sword chi appeared around his body and stabbed towards the boss. The zombie boss holding the giant sword showed an angry look on his face. He turned around and stared at Song Jian with his dark eyes. In an instant, he flicked the silver sword in his hand forward. Swish. A sword chi as cold as ice and snow flew towards Song Jian. Chapter 274 I Can't Become a Concubine. Song Jian felt the chill coming from the opponent's giant sword, and his face suddenly changed. With a clang, the red fire-hard monkey sword collided with the opponent's silver giant sword, and a chill was transmitted along the opponent's giant sword. White frost spread from the collision point to the red fire-hard monkey sword, and soon covered the middle of the blade. At this moment, the dark red fire-hard monkey sword made a sword chant, and a red flame phantom appeared on the surface, offsetting the chill from the opponent's giant sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sword threads pierced the boss's body, causing more than 300 points of damage. The boss was furious, roared, held the sword in both hands, and chopped at Song Jian. A sharp cold wind blew around. Large flakes of snow appeared out of thin air, flying in the air, and large flakes of icicles spread from the ground to all directions. Soon, a thin layer of icicles appeared on the surrounding walls. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. A 5 or 6 meter high snow tornado rushed towards Song Jian with the boss's sword. The snow tornado released powerful energy, like a white giant beast, accompanied by bursts of shouting. Several stone pillars supporting the hall of the physics building could not withstand its impact. One of them made a sharp cracking sound and quickly twisted and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immortal sword body. Open! Facing this sword, Song Jian did not hesitate and directly opened the 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal sword body. Golden light appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body. An 8-long sword phantom slowly rotated around his body. Broken wing dance. Song Jian waved the dark red long sword and slashed at the ice and snow tornado fiercely. Bang! The long sword sank deeply into the tornado, and the huge impact force made the ice and snow dragon pause for a moment, followed by a terrifying explosion. As a result of the collision of the 2 huge forces, the ice and snow tornado was directly shattered, and the surroundings were full of ice and snow debris. The cold energy instantly filled the entire hall. Song Jian's figure retreated 2 steps under the impact of this force, and the dance of broken wings was interrupted, and the next 2 attacks could not be performed. Under the snow and ice, the zombie boss holding a silver giant sword slashed at Song Jian's head. Song Jian had no time to be surprised. He shouted, swung the long sword upward, swept away the opponent's weapon, and stabbed forward. The dark red blade pierced the opponent's throat. Before he could pull out the long sword, Song Jian saw a black shadow from the corner of his eye, hitting his cheek. The zombie boss directly hit Song Jian's cheek with an elbow, and swung the sword, slashing out a white light. Speed sword. Open! Song Jian endured the pain on his cheek and retreated to block the opponent's attack with his sword. The 2 figures quickly exchanged blows in the hall of the physics building. Song Jian's attack speed increased a lot. He swung his sword frantically and caused repressive attack damage to the opponent at the fastest speed. Feng Kai, who was hiding behind a pillar, stared at Song Jian and the zombie boss standing together in amazement. He didn't expect that there was actually someone who could fight against this level 15 elite boss in front of him. After more than a dozen moves, the 2 figures separated at the touch. Song Jian was blown away by a strong force and rushed to the door of the physics building and rolled down the stairs at the door. The stairs were covered with bloodstains left by Song Jian. Climbing up from the ground, Song Jian knelt on one knee, gasping for air. Cough cough, his throat was itchy, and Song Jian coughed twice, his mouth full of blood. oozing out from the corners of his mouth. Looking extremely miserable, a tall figure holding a silver giant sword appeared on the stairs of the physics building. With its appearance, bursts of ice and snow began to float in the air. This boss is even more powerful than the level 20 elite boss Ghost Fire Beast in the Canchalu Labyrinth. Song Jian slowly stood up and said to himself. The various attributes of the boss in front of him were obviously not as good as that of the Ghost Fire Beast. But the opponent's sword skills were too powerful, suppressing Song Jian from beginning to end, not giving him any chance at all. Whoosh! The zombie boss suddenly jumped forward and swung his sword towards Song Jian while in the air. The sharp cold air condensed on his sword. In an instant, the surrounding ice power quickly condensed into a 5 or 6 meter long ice dragon, which roared to the sky and pounced down. Dragon? Ha ha! Song Jian's face showed a mocking look. Buzz! With a slight sound, the hexagram summoning array appeared beside him, and a half-human-high black dragon cub appeared, roaring angrily at the ice dragon that pounced in the air. Roar! A ball of hot dragon breath sprayed towards the ice dragon. In an instant, the long dragon formed by the cold sword energy broke into pieces, unable to withstand the dragon breath attack of the black dragon cub. Looking at the zombie boss rushing towards him in the air, the silver vertical marks on Song Jian's eyebrows slowly opened, and a silver beam of light shot out from the vertical pupils, hitting the zombie boss, who could not dodge in the air, killing with eyes. A series of damage numbers appeared above the boss's head. The black dragon cub waved its flesh wings and rushed towards the zombie boss in the air. A basketball-sized fireball continued to condense in its mouth, and the color gradually changed from red to purple-black. Bang! After a while, a purple-black fireball spewed out from the mouth of the black dragon cub and hit the zombie boss hard. After spewing out the fireball, the black dragon cub showed a trace of fatigue on his face, waved his wings, and returned to Song Jian's side. Both legs seemed to be trembling slightly. Obviously, this attack had exhausted all his strength. The zombie boss's momentum was stopped, and then it was hit hard by another purple-black fireball and fell towards the physics building. With a loud bang, the door of the physics building was completely shattered, and several pillars in front of the door were broken in half, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Song Jian's heart tightened, and the entire physics building began to shake slightly. If the building collapsed because of the fierce battle, the mission items would probably no longer exist. Seeing a figure looking at this side with a sneaky look, Song Jian waved his sword and pointed at him, shouting, "Come here!" Feng Kai hesitated for a moment, and finally walked out slowly, with a flattering smile on his face. "Big brother, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. Hold this boss for a few minutes. I'll go up to find something." Song Jian pointed at the zombie boss, who was slowly crawling up in the dust, and said. Feng Kai showed a frightened expression on his face, and hurriedly said, "Brother, I really can't beat it. I can't even withstand one move. If you can't withstand it, you will die now." Song Jian showed murderous intent in his eyes, and put the long sword on Feng Kai's neck. Three minutes? I can't do it." Feng Kai's face was full of resentment. "Okay. In addition to my black dragon pet, I will find you a few more helpers." After saying that, Song Jian began to perform the blood pool summoning technique. And soon, 30 blood crows and 30 blood zombies appeared beside him. Chapter 275 8 Direction Soul Destroying Sword. Feng Kai was surprised to see Song Jian summon so many helpers for him. But when he saw the levels and attributes of these helpers, he was disappointed. These level 7 and 8 things are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. What use are they? Feng Kai complained secretly, but he didn't dare to say anything in front of Song Jian. Use them casually. It's okay if they all die. Song Jian saw that Feng Kai looked unhappy and immediately comforted him. Okay, boss. Feng Kai forced a smile and nodded. At this moment, the zombie boss stood up again from a pile of broken bricks and rushed towards Song Jian. "Hold it!" Song Jian shouted. Although Feng Kai had been attacking the boss before, Song Jian's damage was obviously much higher than Feng Kai's, and he had already locked the boss's hatred on himself. It would not be easy for Feng Kai to grab it. "Boss, how about you hold on for 15 seconds first, and I'll place a mine?" Feng Kai shouted with his eyes rolling. After that, without waiting for Song Jian to answer, he began to place a mine in the middle of an open space in front of the physics building. The infantry mines are powerful, But once they are placed in a certain place, they cannot be moved. Monsters must be attracted to trigger them before they can work. Moreover, it takes a certain amount of time to place infantry mines, and there are still great restrictions on their use. Song Jian, who was originally ready to rush to the physics building, turned around and glared at Feng Kai. But Feng Kai was squatting there with his head down to place mines, and did not see Song Jian's threatening eyes. 15 seconds later, Song Jian gritted his teeth and swung his sword, fighting with the boss. He did not dare to continue attacking to attract hatred, and could only fight back desperately. 15 seconds passed in a flash. By the time Feng Kai finished placing the mines, Song Jian's health value had dropped below half. Not ready yet? Song Jian's face was very ugly. Okay. Feng Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted loudly, "Boss! Lead it over here. Be careful. Don't step on it." Song Jian's face suddenly turned black. With his current blood value, if he stepped on it, he would be killed instantly. Turning his head to take a look, Feng Kai was afraid that Song Jian could not see the mine, and he specially marked a red circle around the mine. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and finally used the school flag to designate Feng Kai as his temporary teammate. In an instant, a white halo exactly the same as the one under Song Jian's feet appeared under Feng Kai's feet. This was the bonus of the brilliant halo, and Feng Kai's damage was also increased a little. At the same time, the shadow of the mine placed by Feng Kai also appeared in Song Jian's eyes. As expected, the mine was in the center of the marked red circle, just as Feng Kai had marked it. Seeing the shadow of the mine, Song Jian finally felt relieved. The power of the infantry mine left a deep impression on him, and now he was a little scared. Clang! The zombie boss raised the silver giant sword, and countless icy air currents on his head continued to condense and entangled with each other, and finally condensed into more than a dozen transparent long swords. 8-sided soul-destroying sword, the zombie boss roared, and the more than a dozen transparent ice-long swords on his head trembled slightly, making waves of sword sounds. As if ready to go, Song Jian's heart went cold, and he suddenly felt a creepy tremor, like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, feeling that he would be caught and devoured at any time. At this moment, the threat brought to him by the zombie boss was far greater than that of the level 20 elite boss Ghost Fire Beast. Without saying a word, Song Jian turned his head and ran towards the location of the infantry mine. Now he could only enter the physics building to search for the mission items if he transferred the boss's hatred. With a bang, he exerted force on his feet, and 2 stone bricks on the floor suddenly broke apart, and Song Jian's figure shot backwards like an arrow. Die! A figure emerged from the zombie boss' throat, and the giant silver sword in his hand swung. The ice sword condensed on his head turned into white streams of light, like a missile, chasing Song Jian. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions came one after another, and the open space not far away seemed to have been plowed. The brick and stone floor was blasted into fine stone chips, and large pieces of soil were turned out by the explosion. Song Jian's figure was blown aside, and he was lying on his back on the ground in a mess. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Feng Kai would have thought that Song Jian was dead. Boss! Seeing Song Jian's miserable appearance, Feng Kai did not dare to step forward for a while. The blood crows and blood zombies behind him stood there blankly like him, motionless. The zombie boss slowly walked towards Song Jian. It could feel that the other party had not lost his life yet. It wanted to give the other party a final blow and kill all the enemies in front of it. 3 or 4 meters away from Song Jian was the infantry mine placed by Feng Kai. As the zombie boss approached, the surface of the infantry mine began to emit a red halo, spreading outward in circles. The diameter of the halo was about 1 foot long. As long as the boss stepped into this range, the mine would be triggered to explode. Song Jian struggled on the ground, trying to stand up, but he couldn't stand up. He was covered in blood and dust, and even his face was dirty. Looking at the boss, Song Jian kept adjusting his position and slowly moved away from the infantry mine. When the boss was less than 1 meter away from the infantry mine, Song Jian suddenly took out a bottle of potion and threw it at the boss. Weakness potion. Bang! The potion shattered under the feet of the boss, and the potion dust exploded, covering the boss. The next moment, the boss stepped into the halo of the infantry mine. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent explosion roared under the feet of the boss. The boss's thick calf was directly blown apart, and flew to the side in a spiral. A shrill roar sounded, and the temperature around suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Snowflakes even floated in the sky, covering an area of dozens of meters. The moment the infantry mine was triggered, Song Jian immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the physics building. When he passed Feng Kai, he gave Feng Kai a look that said, "You know." At the same time, the blood crows and blood zombies that had been standing still began to swarm towards the zombie boss. Although their levels were not high and their strength was even weaker. With so many people, it would take some time for the boss to kill them one by one. The power of the infantry mine was unexpectedly strong, and it immediately transferred the boss's hatred to Feng Kai. Feng Kai roared, and a spear emerged from his back. He grabbed the spear and rushed towards the boss. Chapter 276 Self-Destruction Device. At this time, one of the zombie boss's legs had been blown off, and it was in a disabled state, and its movement speed was greatly reduced. Feng Kai held a spear in his hand and did not fight hard, but just kept harassing and attacking the boss. The blood crows and blood zombies also rushed towards the boss, although they were no match for the boss, and were all cut in half by the boss's sword. They finally made their own contributions to delaying the boss. At this time, the boss was surrounded by flying ice and snow. Once the blood crows flew to a distance of 3 or 4 meters from the boss, the flying speed was increased, and ice began to slowly condense on the surface of their bodies. Feng Kai saw an adverse effect of ice cold in his status bar. This effect is level 3. As long as you are within 5 meters of the boss, your movement speed and attack speed will be reduced by 30%, and there is a certain chance of being frozen. Feng Kai knew that the boss had begun to fight desperately, and this state would definitely not last long. His current task was not to kill the boss, but to wait until Song Jian came out of the physics building. By then, the boss would naturally be dealt with by Song Jian. Fight. Fight. Didn't I originally want to fight this boss alone? Feng Kai thought to himself, gritting his teeth and waving his spear to stab out continuously. All must die. 8-way soul-destroying sword. The zombie boss with one leg broken. The lower the blood value, the more powerful the fighting power. It was seen that it used the power of ice to continuously condense on the broken left leg. After a while, a large ice block replaced his left foot. Although the movement is still not very convenient, the most basic turning and moving is no problem. You can still do this. Brother, you make such a good prosthesis. Why do you have to stay here as a boss? Isn't it very promising to be a prosthetic technician? Feng Kai complained, stepping back step by step. A dozen transparent ice swords condensed above the boss's head and flew towards Feng Kai. Feng Kai's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned around and rushed towards a small forest in front of the physics building. These dozen sword moves that were like Sidewinder missiles were too much for Feng Kai's small body to withstand. A dozen white streams of light followed Feng Kai closely, like sharks smelling blood, and drew arcs in the air. Boom, boom, boom. 1/3 of the entire forest was blown up, revealing the bare ground, and the surroundings were all frozen cold. Even the big trees on the edge of the explosion were frozen by ice, and it looked like it had gone from summer to winter in an instant. Feng Kai sat slumped in front of a broken tree stump, with a look of horror on his face. He had seen the boss use this move to attack Song Jian before, and it made a lot of noise. But Song Jian didn't seem to be hurt much. But when it was his turn to face this move, Feng Kai now even felt like he was dead. This move is too horrible. Feng Kai was scared. He was only hit by one of the ice sword phantoms, and his health dropped by 1/3. Fortunately, this move was a targeted skill, not a locked one. Otherwise he might not even have a complete body left. Originally, I was planning to fight this boss alone. Feng Kai felt a little annoyed for a moment. He had originally placed his hopes on infantry mines, but now he found that it would be difficult to cause fatal damage to the boss without 5 or 6 infantry mines exploding together. But he could only place one infantry mine at a time, which is a bit embarrassing. Just like now, after the boss stepped on one, it suffered a lot of damage, and the hatred value was firmly locked on him. But he didn't have time to place the second one, so he could only withstand the boss's attack and dodge. After releasing 2 big moves in a row, the boss looked a little tired and limped towards Feng Kai. The ice on his left foot made a crackling sound with every step, leaving a pool of fine ice chips on the ground. Feng Kai became afraid of this boss. In fact, he didn't have many skills. Only one infantry mine and a set of blue quality gun skills. Placing infantry mines is his core skill as a mine infantryman. He doesn't even need to make infantry mines. 10 are automatically generated every day. And as the level increases, the power of infantry mines will also increase. It can be said that this is his most damaging attack method. Originally thought that he could kill this boss alone. But now it seems that it was just his illusion. Kai even has the urge to turn around and run away now. You know, although the boss's hatred value is on him. As long as he escapes a certain distance. A boss like this who stays in one place will not keep chasing him like an ordinary monster. It should be easy to escape. 3 minutes. I said I would hold the monster back for 3 minutes. And now it's only been over a minute. Kai's face was uncertain, looking at the boss slowly approaching him. Kai shouted, as if he had made some kind of decision. And he turned over and got up from the ground, holding a spear, and rushed towards the boss. Ding ding dang dang. In front of the boss, Kai was beaten without any ability to fight back, and could only passively resist. If it weren't for the increased speed of blood value recovery obtained by completing the main task, Kai's blood value would probably have been cleared long ago. In fact, Kai fought so hard not only because of the 3 minutes he promised just now, but also because he had ambitions for this boss. Such a powerful boss. If it is killed, it will definitely drop good things. Of course, the big head will be taken by Song Jian. But at least Kai should be able to share some soup. If he does not make any contribution. Even if Song Jian gives Kai items, Kai will probably be embarrassed to take them. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Ah. Boom. Once again, Kai was chopped away by the boss's sword, and his body fell heavily to the ground, feeling that all his bones had been broken. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Kai looked at his health value, which had dropped to 1/3. With such a low health, if the opponent releases another big move, I am afraid he will really die here. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Kai muttered to himself, gritted his teeth and stood up again, took out a bottle of medicine from the package and poured it into his mouth, holding the spear tightly with trembling hands. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the 3rd floor of the physics building. With a bang, the air wave rushed out of the glass, and a figure flew out of the window, holding an object flashing blue light in his hand. Bang. Song Jian fell to the ground from the 3rd floor, and a damage of more than 60 points floated above his head. Fuck. There is a self-destruct mechanism. Song Jian was scared for a while. Almost. This device with the unique attribute was about to be blown up. Fortunately, at the last moment, he blocked it with his body, and put it away at the last second. At this time, he held a light ball emitting blue light tightly in his hand. In the transparent light ball, a miniature operating table floated quietly in the center of the light ball. Seeing Song Jian coming out of the physics building, Kai's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly, "Boss! Help!" Chapter 277 Skill Scroll. The task of creating a laboratory has been completed by 90%. Of all the task items, only the polymer analyzer in the level 20 monster area is left. Song Jian is still very satisfied with the progress of the task. Hearing Kai shout, Song Jian first carefully put the light ball in his hand into the parcel column, and then turned his head to look at Kai. Seeing the zombie boss holding a giant sword and walking towards Kai, who only had half of his health left, Song Jian shook his head slightly, stomped his right foot on the ground, and a fawn-shaped gas mass quickly condensed in front of his right foot, whistling towards the boss. A deep mark was plowed on the ground. With a bang, the earth teeth hit the back of the boss, and the whole air mass exploded, just like a ferocious beast biting the boss fiercely. Unprepared, the boss stumbled and rushed forward. Bang! Another bottle of weakness potion hit the boss, weakening the defense by 35%, which is extremely fatal to the boss. At the same time, Song Jian also used a bottle of salamander potion on himself, and a burning flame appeared on the dark red sword blade, and even the spear held by Kai also appeared with fire. Heart's eye. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and a huge red cross cursor appeared on the surface of the boss's body, and began to scan the boss's body up and down. Finally, the cross cursor stopped at the back of the boss. Eyes kill. The vertical pupil on Song Jian's forehead slowly opened, and a dazzling silver light beam burst out from the vertical pupil, shooting at the back of the zombie boss like a laser. Boom boom boom. Every second, there would be a violent explosion at the back of the boss, and damage numbers close to 100 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. In 5 seconds, the zombie boss's health value dropped a lot, and finally stopped at a position where only 1/3 was left. With a shrill roar, the boss turned around, his eyes full of bloodshot, staring at Song Jian. And the hatred value at this time returned to Song Jian again. 8-sided soul-destroying sword. With another hoarse roar, the zombie boss took the attack and raised the silver sword in his hand. Countless icy air currents began to condense quickly above his head. Fuck. This trick again. Feng Kai was so scared that his face changed. He quickly rolled and crawled to hide in the distance, looking at the zombie boss with horror. What on earth did I think before, to provoke such a terrifying existence? Feng Kai felt a little scared. The immortal sword was still cooling down, so Song Jian could only wield the red fire hard monkey sword and rush towards the boss. The boss, which had less than 1/3 of its health left, was no different from an automatically walking gift bag to Song Jian. Dance of broken wings. Bang bang bang. The two collisions caused the zombie boss's body to continuously retreat. With the last blow, Song Jian jumped high and chopped at its head. The boss let out an angry roar. Over its head, more than a dozen phantoms of ice swords had not yet condensed completely. Seeing Song Jian chopping at it in the air, the boss immediately felt a great threat. It swung its sword directly at Song Jian, and more than a dozen phantoms of ice swords that had not yet fully formed flew towards Song Jian. Song Jian's face changed slightly. He had personally experienced the power of these ice swords, but at this moment he was in midair. Even if he wanted to hide, there was no place to dodge. He could only bite the bullet and chop at the long sword phantoms. Boom boom boom. 3 or 4 long sword phantoms collided with the red fire hard monkey sword, and a roar broke out. Song Jian also suffered heavy damage. Bang! Song Jian's figure finally fell down, and the red fire hard monkey sword in his hand collided with the silver giant sword of the boss, and a thunderous sound broke out at the collision. A wave of air lifted the boss directly, and his body was immediately in a floating state. Song Jian held back a mouthful of blood, and with a swing of his long sword, 3 sword threads appeared on his body. After performing the sword thread skill, he immediately activated the speed sword skill. For a moment, all attacks were poured down on the boss like a storm. In the previous move of 8-direction soul-destroying sword, Song Jian endured nearly half of the ice long sword phantom, and his health value instantly dropped from nearly 700 points to more than 200 points. Roar. A huge desert scorpion beast phantom appeared out of thin air next to Song Jian. As soon as it appeared, its huge scorpion tail stabbed at the boss. Buzz. With a slight sword sound, Song Jian thrust forward with his left index finger, and a 3-meter-long silver sword energy pierced the back of the boss, piercing its body directly. The floating boss let out a painful roar. His face was hideous, and the veins around his eyes bulged violently, as if they were about to burst at the next moment. Die! The flaming long sword in Song Jian's hand pierced into the back of the boss again, harvesting the last bit of his blood value. The boss's body fell heavily. In the floating state, he was completely defenseless. All the damage he received would be superimposed with the increase in the number of attacks. Song Jian's last attack even caused a huge damage of 180%. Bang! The body of the boss seemed to be carved out of ice and snow. The moment it landed, it shattered directly. Even the silver giant sword in his hand was spinning and inserted diagonally into a broken tree stump. Feng Kai's eyes immediately fell on the 2-handed sword emitting silver light, and his eyes were shining. Like it? It's yours. Song Jian glanced at Feng Kai and said, although his profession is a palm sword user, he prefers to use a 1-handed sword and has no love for 2-handed swords. Moreover, he currently has a school flag in his 2-handed weapon column. Although the current grade is much lower than the silver giant sword, it is a growth-type weapon, and no one knows where the upper limit is. And if Feng Kai hadn't helped him this time, he wouldn't have been able to collect all the quest items so easily. Most importantly, he saw a few pieces of loot scattered around the boss's body, among which was a skill scroll emitting silver light. Song Jian walked directly to the boss's body and collected all the loot, except for this silver skill scroll. The rest were just some materials, and were not valuable. Seeing this silver scroll, Song Jian suddenly felt as if there was an attraction that was calling him faintly. Could it be the swordsmanship performed by the boss? Song Jian guessed in his heart, and immediately checked the properties of this skill scroll. The boss's 8-direction soul-destroying sword left a deep impression on Song Jian. It has a short cooldown time, great power, and is also a group attack skill. If he could obtain such a sword technique, Song Jian's strength would definitely increase greatly. However, soon, Song Jian's face showed a look of astonishment. The silver quality skill scroll in his hand was not the boss's 8-direction soul-destroying sword, but another sword technique. Chapter 278 Rebellion. Song Jian looked at the silver quality skill scroll in his hand and frowned. Spirit Control Sword Technique? What is this? Spirit Control Sword Technique active. Level 1. Skill effect. Condensing a spiritual sword, causing 150 points of spiritual damage to the target within the specified range. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Skill consumption, 30 points of spiritual value. Hiss. Isn't this just the poor man's version of the boss's 8-direction soul-destroying sword? Song Jian couldn't help but twitched his mouth after reading this sword technique. But in the end, he chose to learn it. The scroll turned into a silver light and disappeared. In Song Jian's skill column, there was another skill of Spirit Control Sword Technique, and the main task took another step forward. With a thought, Song Jian swung his sword forward, and his spirit value immediately decreased by 30 points. At this time, a transparent long sword slowly condensed above his head. Fuck. It's funny. You said it was instant, but the time you condensed was a bit too long. At least 3 seconds. You made my expression a bit incoherent. When the Sword of Spirit was condensed, Song Jian found that he seemed to be able to control the long sword, just like controlling his hands and feet. Swish, swish, swish. Song Jian controlled the long sword to swing and chop in the air. Others could not see the sword at all. It was simply a great way to trick people. However, just when Song Jian was overjoyed, the spirit sword floating in the air exploded without warning, making his ears buzz, and his mind seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, making him dizzy. System, you are backlashed by the Spirit Control Sword Technique and receive 150 points of mental damage. Hiss. This spirit sword is too unstable. Why did it explode suddenly? Fortunately, I have a lot of blood. Otherwise, I would have killed myself. Song Jian wiped the blood from his nose and thought a little depressed. Feng Kai next to him, holding a silver giant sword, showed an indecisive look on his face. The attributes of this two-handed sword are much better than his spear, but there is no matching sword technique. If you want to use this sword, you need to learn another set of sword techniques to cooperate with it to exert its maximum power. The two-handed sword and the spear obviously conflicted, and Feng Kai could only choose one as the main weapon. Feng Kai was a little confused for a while. Song Jian said hello to Feng Kai, dismissed his temporary teammates, and walked towards the level 20 monster area alone. At this time, his slave Qi-yun did not return to the manor castle, but was stopped by a man in a black cloak. Captain, why are you here? I thought you had left the city. Qi-yun looked at Ma Jiang with a gloomy face and asked in surprise. At the beginning, Ma Jiang ran away without caring about him. Qi-yun was a little angry at the time, but later thought that if Ma Jiang really chose to save him, both of them would not be able to escape. Either they would be slaves of Song Jian together, or they would be killed by Song Jian together. Qi-yun, are you really willing to be his slave? Even if he is a god-favored one. Ma Jiang's eyes showed hatred. Captain, his strength is too strong. We are no match for him. The intelligence collected by the 101 gathering place at the time was very wrong. Qi-yun shook his head and said, It's not that the intelligence is wrong. Qi-yun, we also personally verified it at the battle site at the time. His strength when he killed the advanced team should not be much different from the intelligence. Ma Jiang stared at Qi-yun's eyes and said, It's just because the god-favored ones level up too fast. They can rely on hunting monsters to improve their own levels, while we can only practice step by step to improve our strength. Captain, do you mean that Song Jian has grown from an ordinary person of level 5 or 6 to a professional in just half a month? Qi-yun showed a look of horror on his face. It's not impossible. Qi-yun. Ma Jiang stepped forward, pressed his shoulder and said, He has become a mortal enemy of the 101 gathering place. If I go back to report the situation now, I don't know how much he can grow when I send out the hunting team next time. Time is too important for us. The 101 gathering place is our home. Don't forget that your son is also in the gathering place. Qi-yun shuddered, and a look of hesitation and struggle appeared on his face. Captain. But I... Chi-Yun, as long as you kill him, you can be free from your slave status. He is only level 13 now, and we still have a chance. When he continues to grow, we will have no chance at all. Ma Jiang patted Chi-Yun's shoulder hard, with an expression of disappointment. Chi-Yun's mind flashed the innocent face of his son. Apart from anything else, once Ma Jiang reported the whole process of this hunt, and the 101 gathering place knew that he had become Song Jian's slave, his son would definitely not survive. Thinking of this, something in Chi-Yun's mind seemed to shatter directly. He looked at Ma Jiang and nodded, saying, "Captain, I will do whatever you say." Ma Jiang looked at Chi-Yun, with a satisfied smile on his face. "With our current strength, no. Even if all our team members are here, we may not be his opponent. However, before entering this city, I bought a lot of information about this Doomsday city on the black market." Ma Jiang showed a strange smile on his face, and continued, "In the eyes of others, this city is a zombie city. But in my eyes, it is an undeveloped treasure. Do you remember the name of Aegis?" "Aegis?" Chi-Yun was shocked. This was the most famous company in the world before the Doomsday Cataclysm. The genetic modification fluid they developed could give an ordinary person superpowers, and become a powerful genetic warrior. There is also a branch of Aegis in this city. There must be a lot of genetic modification fluid stored there. As long as we can get it, we can immediately gain powerful strength that can turn the world upside down. Isn't it a simple matter to kill a 13th level god-favored person?" Ma Jiang showed a crazy look on his face. The reason why he accepted this hunting mission was also for the genetic modification fluid of the Aegis branch. He originally thought that while completing the mission, he would go to the Aegis branch by the way. But the result was very different from what he expected. "Captain, I will listen to you." Chi-Yun naturally knew the power of the genetic modification fluid, and his eyes became hot for a moment. Ma Jiang looked at Chi-Yun with a smile on his face. When he mentioned Chi-Yun's son, it was a threat to him. And when he mentioned the genetic modification fluid, it was a naked benefit. Chi-Yun was just forced to become a slave of the god's favored one. As long as he saw hope, he would definitely be able to fight for it. Facts have proved that he succeeded. At the same time, Song Jian, who was running towards the level 20 monster area, suddenly received a system prompt. "System, your slave Chi-Yun's loyalty to you is dropped by 30 points, and he will rebel against you at any time." "Treason?" Song Jian's face darkened. He originally thought that the other party was a healer and worth training, but he didn't expect that he would choose to betray in the end. Why did he betray? Could it be that Song Jian instantly thought of another person who escaped from their team, who was said to be their captain? "Since you refuse to repent, let's die together." Song Jian smiled coldly, and did not take Chi-Yun's betrayal to heart, and continued to run in the direction indicated by the mission map. Chapter 279 Aegis Corporation. If players rarely set foot in the level 15 monster area, then the level 20 monster area is definitely a restricted area for current players. Song Jian walked carefully on the street, fearing that any sound would alarm the monsters here. His goal was to search for the last polymer analyzer, not to hunt monsters here to upgrade. According to the mission map instructions, the last polymer analyzer is on the 13th floor of the Aegis Corporation marked on the map. That floor is a laboratory dedicated to the research of Gauss weapons. When Song Jian arrived at the location indicated by the map, he found that the entire 18-story building actually belonged to the Aegis Corporation. Even after decades, the Aegis Corporation sign on the building was still clearly visible. This is a building that has been abandoned for many years. Apparently, there was a riot in the building when the Doomsday broke out. On the 7th floor, there is a hole caused by an explosion. The surrounding edges are all burnt. There should have been a big fire at that time. The glass on the floors above this hole is also charred. At this time, a huge zombie figure over 3 meters tall appeared at the hole and looked down. The zombie was wearing heavy armor, almost covering the whole person, revealing only 2 scarlet eyes and mouth. In its right hand, it held a weapon similar to a Gatling machine gun, and on its back hung a magazine, with a bullet chain extending from the magazine to the machine gun. LV-20 Aegis Guardian Elite. HP, 2800/2800. Spirit, 300 out of 300. Features, Super Defense, Super Attack. Skills, Fire Suppression. After taking a look at the monster's attributes, Song Jian frowned slightly. The opponent could actually conceal his attributes. Only monsters above level 10 could partially conceal their attributes. But the level difference between Song Jian and the opponent was only 7 levels. The Aegis Guardian looked at Song Jian coldly, then retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward, disappearing at the hole on the 7th floor. Level 20 Elite Boss. Song Jian's heart sank. There was no telling how many monsters there were in this building. It seemed that this last quest item was not so easy to obtain. At this moment, monsters also appeared on the first floor of the building. These monster zombies looked a circle larger than ordinary level 20 mutant zombies. They were also wearing simple armor and protective clothing, and holding small submachine guns such as Uzi in their hands. They also looked different. Some were covered with long gray hair. Some were covered with dark blue scales. And one zombie had a long tail behind his butt. Level 20 Common Monsters. Genetic Zombies? Song Jian frowned slightly, looking at the monsters on the first floor of the building, and suddenly felt a little tricky. No matter what, we still have to give it a try to see if we can lure them out one by one and kill them. If it doesn't work, we can only use the Incarnation Black Fog and fly up. Song Jian looked up at the roof of the building. The Incarnation Black Fog allowed him to easily reach the 13th floor. But even if he could directly enter the 13th floor, once a battle broke out, the noise caused would be enough to attract all the monsters on other floors. At that time, Song Jian would have to rely on the power of one blow to fight against the monsters in the entire building. And at that time the Incarnation Black Fog skill was on cooldown. So he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Although it takes some time to attack layer by layer, it will be much safer. Just as he approached the first floor door, a Gene Warrior spotted Song Jian and rushed towards him. This Gene Warrior looked like the legendary werewolf, with a protruding mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and both palms turned into wolf claws, with nails more than a foot long, flashing a metallic cold light. LV20 Gene Zombie Ordinary. HP value, 1400/1400. Characteristics, Super Recovery. Skills, Claw Attack. This speed is much higher than the level 15 monster. Song Jian frowned slightly, directly activated the speed sword, and rushed towards the monster. Only in this way can he keep up with the rhythm of this Gene zombie. The dance of broken wings. The red fire heart ape sword in Song Jian's hand easily tore open the protective suit of this Gene zombie, chopped it on its body, and cut a wound more than 3 feet long. However, just as Song Jian put away the sword, the wound recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few seconds, the wound disappeared. Green words +2, +3, +2 floated above the head of the Gene zombie. Song Jian was stunned, and then accelerated his attack. Swish, swish. The two-part attack of the broken wing dance. The first part chopped the genetic zombie. The second part collided with its claws. And the third part. Song Jian jumped high and chopped at its head. Bang! The genetic zombie was knocked down by a sword. And it was in a floating state. With a wave of his hand, 3 sword threads appeared out of thin air and pierced the body of the genetic zombie. Roar! The floating genetic zombie roared to the sky. With a hideous face, it seemed to feel the threat of death. There was a bloodthirsty light in its scarlet eyes, and it looked like it wanted to die with Song Jian. Together we will perish? You're overthinking. Song Jian sneered, raised his left hand, and a 3-meter-long silver sword light pierced through the monster's eyebrows and pierced out from the back of its head. In an instant, the monster's blood value dropped a lot. This attack actually caused critical damage, and the monster's breath suddenly became weak. Bang! The body of the genetic zombie fell from the air. In just a short while, its blood value recovered by more than 60 points, which made Song Jian's face change slightly. It seemed that the more damage this monster suffered, the faster it recovered. Can't delay. We must burst out with all our strength to kill it. Otherwise we will enter its rhythm. Song Jian's mind flashed, and he directly used the newly acquired swordsmanship, soul-controlling sword technique. The spirit value dropped a little bit instantly, and a transparent long sword gathered above Song Jian's head and stabbed at the Gene zombie. At this time, the long sword in Song Jian's hand was not idle, and he kept slashing at the monster. The sword of spirit pierced into the monster's chest in an instant and disappeared. The Gene Warrior suddenly trembled all over, and hugged his head with both hands. Ah! A shrill scream came out of the mouth of the Gene Warrior, like a wolf howling, and a lot of blood slowly seeped out of its 7 orifices, as if blood snakes swam out. Song Jian was frightened by the monster's behavior and instinctively took 2 steps back. A light blue 150 points of damage floated above the monster's head. Isn't it just 150 points of mental damage? The sword thread caused at least 400 points of damage just now. And I didn't see you make any movement. Why are you making such a big noise now? Seeing the monster rolling on the ground with its head in its arms, Song Jian immediately rushed forward and chopped the monster with a few swords, taking away the last of its health. Watching the monster's body slowly burning, Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the spirit control sword technique in the skill column. Recalling the details of the battle just now. Something is strange, Song Jian said in his heart. Chapter 280 Genetic Modification Fluid. Song Jian was somewhat surprised by the power of the soul control sword technique. Is it because of the mental damage? Song Jian thought to himself. But the eye-killing skill also adds mental damage. And I haven't seen a monster like it? Could it be that the soul control sword technique can specifically target the consciousness and mental power of monsters? Song Jian suddenly thought of the pain he suffered when he used the soul control sword technique and the backlash. At that time, he was dizzy and his head was about to explode. It was simply worse than death. Looking at the performance of this monster, it should have felt the same as I did at the beginning? Song Jian guessed in his heart. In fact, the soul-controlling sword technique really hurts the opponent's mind. But its power is 10 times stronger than Song Jian's backlash. The feeling of splitting the whole head is unbearable for any creature. After standing there and thinking for a long time, Song Jian still couldn't figure it out. He just put it aside and focused on the spoils dropped by the Gene Warrior. This is a tube of injection emitting white light. Gene modification liquid broken, after use. It can increase your own strength attribute by 2 points. And the speed of blood recovery is permanently plus 50%. Usage requirements: 10 points of physical fitness. Item description: this item is a biochemical weapon researched by Aegis Corporation. It can make ordinary people have powerful strength in a very short time. People with less than 10 points of physical fitness can also use it. But there is a high probability of causing gene collapse after use. Warning: this item is an early experimental product, and it can cause serious mental loopholes after use. And the resistance to mental attribute attacks will decrease by 50 points. After reading the attribute description of this item, Song Jian was relieved. It turned out that these zombies injected with genetic modification fluid all had mental loopholes, which reduced their mental attack resistance by 50 points. I'm afraid that their mental resistance has already been negative. No wonder they reacted so strongly to the soul-controlling sword technique. Although this item can increase strength by 2 points, and can also permanently increase the speed of blood recovery by 50%. The sequelae are too great. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and put it in the bag column. After testing the weaknesses of these level 20 ordinary monster gene zombies, the subsequent battles will be much easier. And most importantly, Song Jian has now surpassed level 7 to kill monsters. The experience value bonus alone is enough to make other players jealous. System: congratulations. You surpassed level 7 and killed a level 20 common monster. Your experience points increased by 700%. And you got 5,800 experience points. Song Jian's experience bar increased a little, and he felt that he was not far from reaching the next level. The cooling time of the soul control sword technique is 30 seconds. It will take no more than a minute to kill a gene zombie. As long as you don't attract 2 at the same time, you can easily kill it. Half an hour later, Song Jian felt that killing this group of level 20 monsters was even easier than killing the previous level 15 common monsters. When all the gene monsters on the first floor of the building were killed, Song Jian's level was also raised to level 14. And 14%. What was even more surprising was that the proficiency of the soul control sword technique also increased by 28%. After getting a skill point, Song Jian took a look at the skill bar. The skill of Earth Teeth Thrust has reached 87% proficiency at level 1. Kick is 65% at level 1. Sword Finger is 77% at level 2. Wing Broken Dance is 91% at level 2. Sword Silk is 67% at level 2. Speed Sword is 34% at level 2. And Immortal Sword Body is 18% at level 1. All active skills have not reached 100% proficiency, and cannot be upgraded to the next level. The talent skill Thick Skin has reached level 10, and cannot be upgraded. Passive skills can be trained and upgraded by themselves. The most important thing is that these passive skills are generally powerful. It is a waste to use skill points to upgrade them. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian decided to keep this skill point, and use it to upgrade the skill of Wing Broken Dance after the proficiency is full. The wing-broken dance has a short cooldown time, great power, and strong control. It is used in almost every battle, so the proficiency is improved quickly. Song Jian feels that he can meet the requirements for improving this sword skill by hunting a dozen monsters at most. At level 14, one level up, you can wear the level 15 silver quality leather armor in the package. It has been lying in the package column for several days. Song Jian is confident that while completing this task, he can also upgrade his level to level 15 and wear it. After killing so many gene zombies, the spoils turned out to be only gene modification fluid. Song Jian now has a total of 6 tubes of white quality gene modification fluid in the package column. And not every gene zombie can drop these modification fluids. Moreover, the properties of these transformation fluids are different. Some increase agility, some increase defense, some increase attack, or other attribute damage. But they all have a huge sequelae, which is to make the user have a huge mental loophole. There is almost no resistance to attacks of mental attributes, and there will even be damage bonus. This sequelae discouraged Song Jian, and only the same type of genetic transformation fluid can be used. High-level genetic transformation fluid can cover and absorb low-level genetic transformation fluid. But if too much genetic transformation fluid of the same quality is injected, it will also cause genetic disorder, with a high probability of death, and a small probability of becoming a madman who has lost his mind and only has the instinct of a beast. After cleaning the first floor, Song Jian walked up the stairs to the second floor. Just as Song Jian left the first floor, 2 figures appeared in front of the Aegis building in the distance. "Captain, is this the place?" Chi Yun looked up at the dozens of meters high building and asked in a low voice. There were level 20 monsters all around. Chi Yun, who was only level 13, was a little nervous. Without his sniper rifle and no means of attack, he would not dare to enter the level 20 monster area if he was alone. "This is it. I spent a lot of money to get the information." Ma Jiang looked at the Aegis building with his eyes shining. This is a huge treasure. The genetic modification fluid stored in it alone is worth a lot of money if it is taken out. Not to mention that there is also a genetic modification fluid that has just been successfully developed and has perfect quality. This perfect quality genetic modification fluid was extracted from a fossil of an ancient creature. After hundreds of millions of years, this fossil of an ancient creature actually still has active gene fragments. This is a miracle. Even before the end of the world, it caused quite a stir around the world, making the world's top biologists look forward to becoming a member of the Aegis Biological Laboratory. When Ma Jiang learned that the Aegis branch in the Doomsday City had a perfect quality genetic modification fluid made with gene fragments extracted from ancient fossils as the main material, his first reaction was that it was a fantasy. How could it be possible? But after spending a lot of money to buy the information, Ma Jiang suddenly became excited. The information contained a lot of pictures and videos, which could clearly prove that this perfect genetic modification liquid was indeed transported to the building in front of him before the Doomsday catastrophe. It's true. The perfect quality genetic modification liquid is really in this building in front of me, Ma Jiang said to himself, and walked quickly towards the building. Chapter 281 Searching for Mission Items. Ma Jiang and Chi Yun walked into the first floor of the building, only to find that the hall on the first floor was full of monster corpses burning with transparent flames. Seeing all this, Ma Jiang's face suddenly darkened. Are these all the genetic warriors from the Aegis Company? Chi Yun was surprised. The power of the genetic warriors has been circulated among the survivors, but no one has seen it. After all, it was decades ago. Even if there are still genetic warriors now, they are not accessible to the mercenaries living on the lower floors. Why are they all dead? It seems that they were just killed. Could it be that someone entered this building before us? Chi Yun looked up at Ma Jiang and couldn't help saying, "Be careful. That person must not have left yet. Don't attract his attention." Ma Jiang whispered. "Captain, do you think this person is Song Jian?" Chi Yun stared at the bodies of these gene warriors and couldn't help but speak. He felt that the wounds on the bodies of these gene warriors were somewhat familiar. Him? How is it possible? This is a level 20 monster area. These gene warriors have superhuman physical fitness and strong strength. It is impossible for a level 10 god-favored person like him to kill them. Ma Jiang shook his head and sneered. In Ma Jiang's impression, Song Jian's strength is indeed strong, but he still doesn't believe that he can kill so many gene warriors. What he didn't know was that although these genetic warriors were powerful, they also had obvious weaknesses. and Song Jian happened to master a sword technique that could target their weaknesses, making it much easier to kill these level 20 monsters than level 15 monsters. He didn't even activate the 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword body, and he cleared the entire first floor. The one who killed these monsters must be a very powerful adventurer. We are not his opponent, and the other party's goal may not be the perfect quality genetic modification potion. Ma Jiang thought to himself. Follow him. Be careful. Don't let him find us. Ma Jiang whispered. Captain, what on earth is here that is worth such a big risk? Qi Yun hesitated. You know, for someone who can kill so many level 20 gene zombies, it must be very easy to kill the two of them. If it were normal, when they met such a strong man, they would choose to leave quietly without alerting the other party. But for some reason, Captain Ma Jiang chose to follow behind this strong man. What on earth is there that is worth the captain's willingness to risk his life to obtain? Qi Yun secretly guessed in his heart, ordinary gene modification fluid will not make him lose his life. Right? There must be some special treasure here. Thinking of this, Qi Yun's eyes also showed an expectant look. It seems that you have guessed it. Ma Jiang looked at Qi Yun and said, yes. This company also stores a large amount of genetic modification fluid. As long as we obtain it, we can have powerful power and huge wealth. Enough for us to choose a city and become permanent citizens. But more importantly, there is a perfect genetic modification fluid with the genes of ancient giant beasts hundreds of millions of years ago as the main material. With it, we can become the top existence in this world. Think about it. Once we get that kind of earth-shaking power, it will be easy to kill Song Jian. At that time, you can also get rid of your slave status. The promise I promised you will definitely come true. Ma Jiang patted Qi Yun's shoulder with a confident look on his face. Captain, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Qi Yun was immediately excited. Powerful strength and abundant wealth are the greatest pursuits of people after the end of the world. If they can really be achieved here, it is worth taking some risks. We should be thankful that we don't have to face these monsters directly. Ma Jiang glanced at the burning corpses on the ground and shook his head. The intelligence he obtained at the beginning did not say that this building had become a gathering place for monsters. With the strength of him and Qi Yun, I am afraid that they can't even beat these genetic zombies on the first floor. Song Jian came to the second floor and pushed open the side door of the stairwell. A genetic zombie covered with spikes suddenly turned his head. The two looked at each other. The genetic zombie showed its sharp fangs and made a threatening gesture towards Song Jian. The spikes on the surface of its body also popped out in an instant and flew towards Song Jian like bullets. Pop, pop, pop. 7 or 8 long spikes more than 1 foot long pierced the side door behind Song Jian. Song Jian reacted very quickly, rolled to avoid the attack of the genetic zombie, and swung his sword to chop at it. Duh. The genetic zombie held the submachine gun in his hand and fired at Song Jian, leaving several blood holes on the surface of Song Jian's body. A series of damage numbers appeared above Song Jian's head. Bang! The red Fireheart Ape sword chopped the opponent's arm and swept the submachine gun in the hands of the genetic zombie monster to the ground. Soul Control Sword Technique. A transparent long sword condensed above Song Jian's head and chopped fiercely at the opponent's head. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the genetic zombie held its head, with a painful and hideous expression on its face, and rolled on the ground. Song Jian quickly killed the genetic zombie that had no power to fight back, and harvested a genetic modification potion and 2 long thorns on its body. These 2 long thorns are also a kind of forging material. Song Jian took a glance and put them in the parcel column. The second floor was filled with rooms, and they looked like laboratories. Song Jian was about to enter the second floor, but after thinking for a while, he retreated. He took out a piece of steel bar from the parcel column, inserted it into the handle of the side door of the stairwell, twisted it into a twist, and completely blocked the side door. Song Jian continued to climb up. His goal was the polymer analyzer on the 13th floor, not to kill all the monsters in this building. However, after getting the quest items, it did not prevent Song Jian from upgrading here. As long as he did not encounter particularly strong boss monsters, upgrading here would be even easier than in the level 15 monster area. In this way, every time Song Jian went up a floor, he would use some materials in the parcel column to block the side door of the stairs. After he went up to the 7th floor and blocked the side door of the stairs, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the 7th floor. This is the boss who stared at me before. Song Jian's heart sank. and he didn't dare to make any sound. He waited until the boss walked away before he continued to walk to the next floor carefully. Chapter 282 Vampire Zombies. The Aegis building has a total of 18 floors. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters you encounter. The genetic zombies on the first floor should be the failed products of the original experiment. On the 13th floor, the genetic zombies here are physically stronger and have more advanced equipment, although they are also level 20. Song Jian feels that they are two different levels of monsters. Standing at the side door of the staircase on the 13th floor, Song Jian carefully explored whether there were monsters waiting outside the side door. Fortunately, there were only two ordinary level 20 genetic zombies outside the door. These two genetic zombies are in human form, with dull eyes, and they staggered from one end of the corridor to the other. These two genetic zombies did not wear any protective clothing, nor did they have any weapons in their hands. They looked no different from an ordinary mutant zombie. They walked back and forth in the corridor like robots with set routes, without even changing their walking posture. According to the mission map, the polymer analyzer was in the laboratory diagonally opposite the side door. If they wanted to enter there, they would definitely alarm the two monsters. If they let the two monsters enter the laboratory, the polymer analyzer might be damaged during the battle. Thinking of this, Song Jian took a deep breath, held the red fire heart ape sword tightly in his hand, and began to wait patiently for the two mutant zombies to come in. When the two mutant zombies approached, Song Jian directly used the spirit control sword technique, and the transparent spirit sword chopped at the mutant zombie closest to him. In an instant, a shrill roar echoed throughout the entire 13th floor corridor. The mutant zombie hit by the sword of spirit rolled on the ground with his hands holding his head. His body began to change dramatically. His muscles bulged, and thick black hair grew on his body. His clothes were torn by the bulging muscles. His pale face, which was originally bloodless, began to twist into form. His bones made a crackling friction sound, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a strong werewolf over 2 meters tall. Another mutant zombie had a dull expression at first, but the moment he saw Song Jian, his eyes suddenly became smart and showed Song Jian a weird smile. 2 fangs poked out from his upper lip, and his scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Song Jian felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The mutant zombie moved very quickly and actually pounced in front of Song Jian, holding his head, opening its mouth wide, and biting the aorta on his neck. Sword finger. A silver sword energy penetrated the chest of the mutant zombie and pierced out. Bang! The mutant zombie in front of him suddenly exploded and turned into countless palm-sized bats, fluttering and flying back. Song Jian was stunned, feeling that this scene seemed to have been seen somewhere before, and it looked very familiar. Not far away, the bats gathered again and turned into a blonde, middle-aged European man in a black suit. His face was very pale, but his lips were unusually rosy. He stared at Song Jian, gracefully placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly, saying, "Sweet taste of fresh blood. I haven't tasted such powerful blood for decades. Thank you, strange human, for saving me from the chaotic state of zombies. In return, I can suck all your blood and leave you a complete corpse." After saying that, the genetic zombie showed a greedy and secretive smile, and rushed toward Song Jian like lightning. In an instant, a deep scratch was left on Song Jian's chest. If Song Jian hadn't stepped back 2 steps in time and forced it back with the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand, he might have dug out Song Jian's heart. Song Jian glanced at the werewolf still rolling on the ground. He didn't know how long it would take to recover from the pain caused by the sword of spirit. This werewolf gene zombie was obviously a warrior with strength as the main attribute, while the gene warrior in front of him, who looked like a vampire, was mainly agile. Once the two of them joined forces to attack Song Jian, Song Jian would probably have to flee in panic. If he was not careful, he might lose his life here. Speed sword? Song Jian's eyes could not keep up with the speed of this gene zombie at all. He could only rely on perception, and the attack speed increased by the speed sword to fight against it. The vampire zombie came and went like the wind. Every attack could add a scar to Song Jian's body, licking the blood from his nails. The vampire zombie showed a sickly intoxicated expression on his face. In just a few seconds, Song Jian had more than a dozen wounds on his body. Fortunately, the opponent's attack speed was fast, but the damage caused each time was not high. Only 20 to 30 points. Considering Song Jian's blood recovery speed, even if he endured the opponent's attack, It would take dozens of minutes to clear Song Jian's blood. However, at this time, the werewolf zombie seemed to have recovered. Although it looked at Song Jian with some fear, it was more angry and violent. Swish. Another wind-like attack. When Song Jian felt the stinging pain on his shoulder, the vampire zombie had already quickly left him 1 or 2 meters away. Sword threads. 3 silver threads appeared out of thin air beside Song Jian. At this moment, the werewolf zombie roared and rushed towards Song Jian. 3 sharp blades popped out from its 2 front paws, flashing with cold metallic light. Snap, snap, snap. The 3 sword threads that originally wanted to attack the vampire zombie detected the approach of the werewolf zombie and immediately focused their fire on it. One of the 3 sword threads hit the opponent's face, and the other 2 pierced into the opponent's shoulders, almost chopping off its right shoulder. Just when Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, the werewolf zombie took a look at his right arm, slightly aligned the bones with his left arm, and then twisted it. In 2 or 3 seconds, the right arm was reconnected intact, and there was not even a trace of scar on the outside. Song Jian took a breath of cold air. The speed of the blood value recovery was even more terrifying than his. If he wanted to kill this werewolf zombie, it seemed that he really had to cut it into pieces and burn it to ashes. Fortunately, the 2 gene zombies seemed to be attacking together, but there was no tacit understanding or cooperation. The werewolf zombie often rushed forward regardless of anything, blocking the attack route of the vampire zombie several times, making the vampire zombie look at its neck with a malicious expression. Of course, these 2 gene zombies were obviously much more rational than the failed test subjects on the lower floors, and finally did not stage an internal fight in front of Song Jian, which was a popular scene. Song Jian also gave up defense, wielding the red fire heart monkey sword, fighting with the opponent with a life-for-life fighting style. Soul control sword technique. After the cooling time ended, another transparent spiritual sword condensed above Song Jian's head. The werewolf zombie seemed to sense something, and the sharp blade that had already grabbed Song Jian's shoulder also retreated violently, retreating 5 or 6 steps in a row, with a vigilant look on his face. Whoosh! The vampire zombie took the opportunity to pounce on Song Jian, with the fangs in its mouth aimed at Song Jian's neck. This kind of powerful blood, full of power, was like a DU drug, full of irresistible temptation to it. Chapter 283, The Last Line of Defense. Boom! The sword of spirit slashed fiercely on the chest of the vampire zombie, knocking it to the ground. A sharp howl broke out from the mouth of the vampire zombie. The sound was so loud that even the window glass at the end of the corridor shattered directly. The wolf zombie's eyes showed a gloating expression, looking at the vampire zombie holding his head and rolling on the ground. The wolf zombie hesitated for a moment and continued to pounce on Song Jian. The dance of broken wings. Song Jian rushed towards the wolf zombie with a sword. After 3 attacks, the wolf zombie left 3 deep holes on Song Jian's shoulder, and Song Jian cut off one of the wolf zombie's arms. Song Jian's mouth was full of blood. Looking at the werewolf zombie, who wanted to take back his arm, Song Jian directly chopped the arm on the ground with a sword, and then twisted it vigorously, and immediately twisted the thick arm into a ball of meat paste. The werewolf zombie can still reconnect an arm, but Song Jian doesn't believe that this pile of meat paste can be restored into an arm. Roar! The werewolf zombie roared angrily, and pounced on Song Jian. Immortal sword body. Open! With a light shout, a golden light appeared on Song Jian's body, and 8 long swords appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating around Song Jian's body. Bang! The red fire heart ape sword and the werewolf zombie's claws collided with each other. When they looked at each other, the werewolf zombie actually showed a trace of panic in his eyes, because he actually found that the opponent's power attribute actually suppressed him in an instant. Sword thread. 3 silver threads rippled in the air, and swish, and wrapped around the werewolf zombie's neck. Bang, bang, bang. The moment they wrapped around the werewolf zombie's neck, the 3 sword threads suddenly straightened and became as hard as iron. With a swish, 3 deep scars were cut on the werewolf zombie's neck. Song Jian could even see the white stubble of the spine from the wound. Swish. Before the werewolf zombie could react, the long sword in Song Jian's hand drew a dark red light mark, chopped fiercely on the werewolf zombie's neck, and immediately chopped off its head. The werewolf zombie's blood value dropped a lot, but the headless werewolf zombie was still alive. The headless body still pounced towards Song Jian, and the 2 sharp claws pierced into Song Jian's body. For a moment, blood splattered, and Song Jian's blood value also dropped by 1/3. Can't die even if the head is chopped off? Song Jian was stunned. He raised his right leg and kicked the werewolf zombie fiercely. After swinging the sword and slashing a few times, the werewolf zombie's blood value was emptied. The headless body shook a few times and fell softly. Before Song Jian could catch his breath, a dark shadow rushed towards him. The figure of the vampire zombie was like a gust of wind, as if it was sweeping from all directions. The pair of terrifying claws, like sharp blades, instantly drew a series of light marks in the air, which remained in Song Jian's pupils. Song Jian held the red fire heart ape sword tightly in his hand, blocking it in front of his chest, silently enduring the attack like a storm, and his blood value plummeted. Bang! With a muffled sound, Song Jian was beaten 5 or 6 meters away. The vampire zombie let out a sharp roar, licked the blood on his claws, and his face was full of hideous expressions. Under its skin, there were bulges, like little snakes, running under its skin. Its pale cheeks slowly turned blue, and its 2 cold fangs slowly turned red from the roots. The vampire zombie became even crazier and more violent, but its eyes also showed a trace of confusion, as if its actions were more instinctive, and its only rationality began to slowly disappear. The vampire zombie now became even more bloodthirsty, screaming madly and rushing towards Song Jian. Its speed became faster, like a black shadow. With a swish, cold light passed through Song Jian's neck, and 3 blood arrows shot out. 3 deep blood marks appeared on Song Jian's throat, and blood gushed out. It looked like he had suffered a tragic injury, like a cut throat. It's too fast. My eyes and senses can't even catch its movements. I can only passively bear the damage. I can't go on like this. Song Jian's eyes were burning with flames. He took out a potion bottle from the parcel column and smashed it hard at his feet. At this moment, the vampire zombie was stimulated by the blood and completely lost its mind. It roared and rushed towards Song Jian, wanting to suck the hot blood. With a bang, the potion bottle shattered under Song Jian's feet, and at the same time, it also enveloped the figure of the vampire zombie that rushed towards him. Song Jian opened his hands, and while the vampire zombie's blade-like claws pierced his body, he also hugged its body fiercely. Ah! With a beast-like roar, the vampire zombie lowered its head and bit Song Jian's shoulder, sucking his blood. Song Jian was not to be outdone, so he opened his mouth and bit the vampire zombie's neck fiercely. He did not suck the vampire's blood, but kept biting its flesh like a beast. At the same time, when the 30 seconds were up, Song Jian immediately used the soul-controlling sword technique. A transparent spiritual sword appeared above Song Jian's head. With Song Jian's mental control, the sword kept slashing at the vampire zombie's body. When it was almost 3 seconds, Song Jian controlled the spiritual sword and stabbed it fiercely into the vampire zombie's body. The vampire zombie was bleeding from all 7 orifices, struggling madly, trying to break free from the restraints of Song Jian's arms. Go to hell! The red fire-hard monkey sword in Song Jian's hand shrank to the length of a dagger. Holding it, Song Jian kept stabbing it into the back of the vampire zombie. A stream of black smoke came out of the vampire zombie's body. Just when Song Jian thought the vampire zombie was about to die, it suddenly broke free from Song Jian's speed, holding its head and screaming as it rushed towards the stairs. After a while, it disappeared in the stairwell. Song Jian knelt on the ground, lying on his side, twitching constantly. His qi and blood value had dropped to only 1/10. But there was no sign of recovery, as if the speed of qi and blood value recovery was suppressed by something. The fangs of vampire zombies contain toxins. If they are not removed in time, after a period of time, Song Jian will become a blood slave controlled by vampire zombies and lose his self-consciousness. Even if he can survive, what is the difference between him and death? The vampire toxin spreads in Song Jian's body and quickly flows along the blood vessels to Song Jian's brain. Once the virus occupies Song Jian's brain, he will really become a walking corpse. However, the vampire toxin only flows to Song Jian's neck and is stuck. He can't break through the last defense. In the skill column, the talent skill Thick Skin is glowing faintly. The level 10 Thick Skin skill has become Song Jian's last line of defense, constantly fighting against the vampire toxin. Time passed little by little, and it was unknown how long it had been. Song Jian finally regained consciousness. His eyes, which were originally congested and red, also regained clarity. When he stood up, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become a little lighter. Chapter 284 Chi-yun. Song Jian regained consciousness, his eyes showing confusion. He looked at his hands and carefully checked his whole body. At this time, there was no wound on his body. All the scars disappeared. Even the 3 tragic bloodstains on his throat were no longer recovered. The blood value has been fully restored. No, the upper limit of the blood value has increased. And it has increased by 120 points, reaching 800 points. This is almost the same as the blood value of a small boss. Looking at other attributes, the agility attribute has also increased by 5 points. This is simply a miracle, equivalent to eating 5 attribute fruits. The other attributes were the same as before. Song Jian quickly opened the system combat information. Sure enough, the improvement of all attributes was caused by the erosion of Song Jian's body by the vampire virus, which was equivalent to transforming him genetically. However, at the last moment, it was expelled by the talent skill thick skin. Otherwise, Song Jian's physical attributes would not have increased so much. Mission item. Song Jian suddenly had a flash of thought in his mind, and his feet ran forward involuntarily. As a result, he ran forward 5 or 6 meters as soon as he exerted force. He couldn't control himself for a while and almost fell. I'm... Song Jian showed a surprised expression on his face. But soon, he reacted. The sudden increase of 5 points of agility attribute greatly improved his physical fitness, which made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Slowly moving forward, step by step to the door of the laboratory indicated by the mission map, Song Jian quickly adapted to the explosive agility attribute and was able to control his body. Pushing open the door of the laboratory, a more than 2-meter-high instrument flashing white light appeared in front of Song Jian. This is the last mission item. Quickly walked to the instrument, stretched out his hand to touch the item, and this instrument, which was 3 meters wide, more than 2 meters high, and weighed more than 500 kilograms, suddenly turned into a palm-sized ball of light and was held in the palm of Song Jian's hand. The last mission item was obtained. The original mission time was 3 days, but Song Jian only spent 1 day to complete the mission. What a pity. I don't know where to search for the materials of the other 2 lists. Otherwise, I could have completed them all at once. Song Jian thought to himself. After searching the entire 13th floor, Song Jian did not find any other items, so he prepared to start cleaning up from the bottom of the building. After all, with the soul-controlling sword technique, it can cause extra damage to the Gene warriors here, and upgrading in this building is much faster than in other places. Just as Song Jian walked down the stairs, he suddenly found that the side doors of the stairs that he had blocked on the lower floors were all knocked open by monsters from the inside. This was the case on every floor, and the monsters inside disappeared, and no one knew where they ran to. Soon, Song Jian saw 2 human mummies on the stairs, one of which was his follower Chi-yun. However, after Chi-yun followed Ma Jian to this building, he betrayed Song Jian directly, and Song Jian could not receive any news about him afterwards. Unexpectedly, he died here with Ma Jiang. The blood in these 2 people was drained, and their skin was tightly attached to their bones, looking like Egyptian mummies. It looks a bit like the masterpiece of the previous vampire zombie. Song Jian guessed in his heart after a careful inspection. There were 2 deep holes on the necks of both people, which were the traces left by the vampire zombie sucking blood. They came here to seek revenge on me, didn't they? Song Jian guessed in his heart. However, I didn't tell Chi-yun that I was coming here. How did he know that I would come to this building? After thinking for a long time, Song Jian couldn't figure it out. He shook his head, pushed the 2 mummies away, and walked towards the manor castle. For some reason, all the monsters in this building disappeared. Even the level 20 elite boss Aegis Guardian that I had seen before disappeared. I don't know whether it was destroyed or left. They have been guarding this building for decades. It stands to reason that they should not leave this building easily. But now there is no reasonable explanation for all this. Song Jian felt a little regretful. After all, this place was a holy place for him to level up. Once he used the soul control sword technique, the monsters here had no power to fight back. They were all experience packs that could be easily harvested. What a pity. Song Jian looked back at the sign of Aegis on the building, shook his head and sighed. The sky gradually darkened, and there was silence all around. There was no sound at all in the Aegis building. At this moment, Chi-yun, who had become a mummy, slowly moved. First the fingers, then the whole arm. Slowly, the whole person climbed up from the ground at a weird angle. At this time, Chi Yun no longer looked like a human being, and looked no different from a zombie. In his blood-red eyes, there was a trace of confusion. He seemed to have lost his previous memory. He lowered his head and looked at the dried corpse of Ma Jiang next to him. He felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. After staying in front of Ma Jiang's body for a long time, Chi Yun suddenly began to slowly climb up the stairs. He didn't know where he was going, but there was always an idea in his mind that asked him to go to the top floor of the building. The 18th floor. There seemed to be something there that was very important to him. Chi Yun's legs could not bend. Every time he climbed a flight of stairs, he had to consume a lot of energy. He even had to lie on the stairs with his whole body and move up little by little. After resurrecting, Chi Yun seemed to have become much simpler. The idea in his mind was always lingering, so he kept working hard for it, without considering the price or weighing it. He just wanted to climb to the top floor of the building. After several hours of climbing, the durability of Chi Yun's equipment was reset to 0 due to wear and tear, and he finally climbed to the 18th floor. Standing up slowly from the stairs, Chi Yun pushed open the side door and entered the 18th floor. When he got here, Chi Yun seemed to feel that there was an item here that was too important to him, just like drugs to a drug addict. Stumbling to the door of a laboratory, Chi Yun saw through the glass on the door that in the center of the laboratory, there was a metal pillar, more than 1 person tall, with a transparent glass cover on the top, which contained a potion emitting colorful light. The glass cover was covered with a thick layer of dust, but it could not resist the light emitted by the potion. His cracked lips slightly opened, and 2 syllables squeezed out of his dry throat. Chi Yun suddenly began to pound the door of the laboratory with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy knocking sound echoed in the empty corridor, and it sounded creepy. Chapter 285 Fishman. Back at the Manor Castle, Song Jian laid out the mission items in the package one by one, and Dr. Aberston showed a look of surprise in his eyes. How could it be? It's only been a day. Looking up at Song Jian, Aberston even suspected that Song Jian had already collected these mission items and was just going out to get them. This is an instrument from Aegis. Dr. Aberston touched a logo on the polymer analyzer and said in surprise, "If I had known that you could enter Aegis, I would have let you take more instruments. They are rich people. If it weren't for an accident, I would have become a member of their company." Dr. Aberston fell into memories, shook his head for a long time, sighed and said, "It's a pity. I was too young at the time, and I was not very proficient in biological sciences. The direction of my research conflicted with Aegis, so I didn't join. Aegis should still exist now, right?" Song Jian suddenly asked. "Of course. An international consortium like this will not disappear so quickly even if it is the end of the world. And I suspected that the zombie virus that caused the destruction of this city was first spread from Aegis. But I don't have any evidence to prove this." After chatting for a while, Song Jian was driven out by Dr. Aberston. He could continue his research now. As for Song Jian, he still had 2 lists in his pocket. If he didn't collect the materials for these 2 lists, Dr. Aberston would probably not care about him anymore. Song Jian left the Manor Castle and prepared to go to the level 15 monster area to upgrade. He is now level 14, and only has more than 70% of experience points away from level 15. When he reaches level 15, he can wear the leather armor in the package. In the previous battle of Aegis, Song Jian's skill Broken Wing Dance, level 2 proficiency has been increased to 100%. Just in time to use the skill points rewarded at level 14 to upgrade it to level 3. The 3rd level of the Wing Broken Dance has increased the damage by a small amount. And at the same time, the judgment of the 3rd stage of floating has also been improved a lot. After a set of Wing Broken Dance, even a level 15 monster can reduce the HP by nearly 300 points. Just when Song Jian passed the level 10 monster area, he suddenly saw a large group of players running wildly on the road, as if there were some terrifying monsters chasing them behind them. "Brother, run quickly. The monsters from Jinong Lake have landed, and there are so many of them that you will die if you don't run." Seeing Song Jian standing still, a player in his 30s kindly reminded him, loudly, "Don't worry about him. Go back to the safe house quickly. Only the safe house can resist these monsters." His companion next to him pulled him, looked at Song Jian, and showed a vigilant look on his face. "Monsters? What monsters? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Mercemen. Water elements. Lots of monsters. All level 15 monsters. Run! The man called loudly briefly explained and ran back along the street with his companions. Soon, Song Jian saw a large group of monsters with fish heads, gills on both sides of the neck, green scales all over the body, and only 1.45 meters tall. They held a round-headed wooden stick in their hands and pounced directly on any living creatures. These fish monsters are all ordinary level 15 monsters. They not only hunted players along the way, but also killed other monsters on sight. Song Jian saw with his own eyes several level 10 mutant zombies surrounded by a group of fishmen in the center, constantly hitting the zombies with wooden sticks in their hands. Not long after, these level 10 zombies were knocked to the ground. After killing these level 10 monsters, the fishmen did not waste them. Several fishmen carried the mutant zombies that were smashed to death and went back the way they came. These zombies killed by the fishmen did not burn with transparent flames, and they were no different from ordinary corpses. More fishmen rushed into the shops on both sides, searching for anything edible. These fishmen were like locusts passing through the border, leaving a mess wherever they went. A level 10 player just finished searching a building and came out of the building door and bumped into this group of fishmen. Before he could react, this group of fishmen swarmed towards him like flies smelling blood. The player screamed in fear and released skills crazily. Lightning appeared in his hands and hit the murlocs. The murlocs attacked by lightning seemed to be electrocuted and stood there trembling. But more murlocs continued to pounce on the player. After a while, the player's mental power was exhausted and he was thrown to the ground by a group of murlocs. Soon, a shrill scream sounded, and the group of murlocs actually bit the player crazily. Soon, a strong murloc leader with armor on his body and a long fork in his hand came over, roared at the surrounding murlocs, and drove away the murlocs lying on the player and biting his flesh. Then, it kept yelling at several fishmen, ordering them to lift up the player's body and follow the original route. Level 15 Elite Boss. Song Jian stared at the strong fishman wearing armor and holding a long fork, and whispered. Originally, he wanted to charge for a while, but when he saw this level 15 Elite Boss, Song Jian stopped and slowly retreated. If it was just an ordinary monster, Song Jian would have the confidence to escape from the encirclement after charging for a while. But with this elite boss, it would be a bit difficult to escape from this group of level 15 monsters. Turning into a residential area, Song Jian hid behind the door of a building. Although there were many fishmen, it was obviously impossible to search the entire level 10 monster area, and many places would be missed. Song Jian waited patiently, and when the group of fishmen left, he went somewhere else. However, not long after, Song Jian heard several fishmen shouting and breaking into the community, and began to walk towards the residential building in groups of 3 or 5. 2 of the fishmen chose the residential building where Song Jian was hiding. You are unlucky. Song Jian summoned the red fire heart-age sword and held it tightly in his hand. Soon, a fishman used the wooden stick in his hand to hit the half-open door of the building fiercely, and then walked in carelessly. Behind it, there was a thin fishman, timidly following behind its butt. Compared to the fishman in front, the one behind him was like a child. The fishman in front seemed very dissatisfied with the timid performance of the fishman behind him. After smashing the door of the building, he turned around and shouted angrily at the fishman behind him, waving the stick in his hand and making a threatening expression. At this moment, the little fishman showed a look of fear on his face, pointed his webbed hands behind him, and screamed. Chapter 286 Regional Mission. Looking at the frightened expression on the face of the skinny little fishman in front of him, the strong fishman also felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. The dance of broken wings. Swish. 2 sword lights flashed, and the strong fishman's health value plummeted, just as he was terrified and ready to run away and shout, calling for his companions. The third attack came from the sky and directly split his head in half. The skinny little fishman was so scared that he even dropped his weapon on the ground. Just as he was about to turn around and run, he was bounced into the air by a wave of air behind him. Swish. 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 A few more sword lights left dark red marks in the air, and this little fishman was also easily killed by Song Jian. Picking up the materials dropped by the 2 fishmen, Song Jian was about to rush out, but suddenly saw another large group of fishmen pouring into the community. With a frown, Song Jian slowly retreated and hid in a dark corner. Soon, several fishmen found the bodies of the two fishmen. After a shout, they actually carried the fishmen's bodies and returned along the original route. It seemed that the dead fishmen were no different from those players and monsters, and they were all regarded as goods or food by them. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw the system in front of him emitting a red prompt light. He opened it and saw that when he killed the first fishman, he triggered a regional task. System, you killed a LV-15 fish-headed monster. Triggering a regional task. The food crisis of the fish-headed monster. Task description, because there are too many fish-headed monsters in Jinong Lake and there is not enough food storage. They began to invade the surrounding areas and plunder food. Task target. The first stage target is to kill 50 fish-headed monsters. The second stage target will appear after you complete the first stage task. System, this task is a special regional task, which cannot be rejected or abandoned. The task failure penalty is that the own attribute is reduced by 2 points. Task reward, 500 Doomsday coins. After looking at the mission target, he has killed 2 fish-headed monsters, and he needs to kill 48 more to complete the first stage of the mission. Originally, Song Jian only wanted to evacuate. After all, in such a large-scale monster tide, personal strength can't play any role at all. But it is easy to get yourself trapped. But after seeing the word Special Area Mission, Song Jian immediately thought of the original skill steal. The rewards for such sudden missions are very generous. And if you leave like this, you will lose 2 attributes immediately, which is absolutely unacceptable. Thinking of this, Song Jian summoned the Black Dragon Cub. Now it is a Black Dragon Cub of the 9th level elite boss. Even if it fights alone with a 15th level fish-headed monster, it can easily defeat it. Its strength should not be underestimated. As for the blood crows and blood zombies, it is better not to bring these cannon fodders out to embarrass themselves. A childish dragon roar sounded, and the fishmen who were originally preparing to explore the residential building suddenly trembled all over, looked at each other, and turned around and fled at the same time. It seems that the dragon's might can also have an effect on these fish-headed monsters. In this way, Song Jian felt relieved and walked out of the residential building, rushing towards a group of 5 or 6 fish-headed monsters. Weakness potion. A potion bottle shattered under the feet of several fish-headed monsters, and a ball of gray potion powder enveloped the fish-headed monsters like mist. The Black Dragon Cub excitedly pounced forward, constantly spewing hot dragon breath. The fish-headed monster's stick hit its body, but it had no other effect except losing more than a dozen points of health and making it more angry. Soon, these level 15 fish-headed monsters were killed by Song Jian and the Black Dragon Cub. Although the experience points were not as good as those of the Jin warriors, they were still good. Song Jian originally planned to hunt level 15 monsters to upgrade. The noise of the battle attracted other fish-headed monsters in the community. After a while, more than a dozen fish-headed monsters were attracted. Song Jian slowly retreated towards the residential building. In the open space, even if his strength was doubled, he would not be their opponent if he encountered more than a dozen level 15 monsters at the same time. Entering the residential building, the stairs are narrow, and only 2 people can pass through at the same time. After occupying the terrain, it is much easier to kill these level 15 monsters. It took more than half an hour for Song Jian to kill all these fish-headed monsters, in addition to a lot of materials such as fresh fish meat and sharp fish bones. The dropped items actually dropped 3 pearls for Song Jian. Each of these 3 pearls has a diameter of more than 20 millimeters, round and delicate, and it is obvious that they are not ordinary items. Even if placed in the real world, they are worth a lot of money. Exquisite pearls, white, valuables, use effect, can be sold in the system store. Each worth 100 Doomsday coins. Can be taken out of the game, yes. 3 pearls are worth 300 Doomsday coins, which is a small fortune for ordinary players. Song Jian played with them for a while. If he could get a few more and put them together into a necklace, the value would definitely soar a lot. Putting the 3 pearls into the parcel column, Song Jian walked out of the residential building. At this moment, outside the gate of the community, a fish-headed monster with a red crown stood outside the gate and made a strange click sound, as if calling for companions to enter the community. After it shouted a few times, no fish-headed monster came out, and no one responded. Suddenly, it showed a puzzled look in its eyes. It stood there and stretched its neck to look for a long time, but did not find anything unusual, and turned around. Song Jian originally wanted to rush out and kill it to prevent it from finding something unusual and attracting the large group of fish-headed monsters. Unexpectedly, this monster was so timid that it just left after watching for a while. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the community, he suddenly heard a rapid click-click sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw a fish-headed monster carrying a round-headed stick standing in front of the residential building he had just left, with a terrified expression on his face. Its cry was sharp and piercing, and it seemed like an air defense siren was sounded in the empty community. Not good. Song Jian rushed towards the fish-headed monster in one step, and the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand flashed with silver light, and 3 sword threads appeared, whipping the fish-headed monster. Paw! 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 3 sword threads hit the fish-headed monster, instantly shattering its scales. A strong force surged, and the half-blooded fish-headed monster was knocked out like a broken bag. With a step, a fawn-shaped air mass rushed towards the fish-headed monster, slamming it hard against a wall, leaving a human-shaped blood mark on the wall. Struggling to get up, the fish-headed monster let out a sharp cry and turned to run towards the inside of the community. Song Jian was about to chase him when he heard a series of hurried dong-dong-dong footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw the fish-headed monster leader wearing armor and holding a long fork running towards the community. Chapter 287 Fish-Headed Monster Captain. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at this level 15 elite boss. LV-15 Fish-Headed Monster Captain Elite. HP, 1800/1800. Spirit, 200 out of 200. Features, underwater attack damage increased by 30%. Skills, fountain shooting. Long fork throwing. The HP is only 1,800 points. It seems that the strength of this fish-headed monster captain is not very strong. I am afraid that he is at the bottom among the level 15 elite boss. Looking around, this boss actually ran over alone, without other fish-headed monsters following him. And Song Jian immediately felt relieved. A level 15 elite boss, and a weaker one among the level 15 elite boss, with no monsters around. This is simply a gift package delivered to the door. This boss must be nearby. And it ran over after hearing the shout of the fish-headed monster just now. Before other monsters come, kill this boss first. Thinking of this, Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, holding the red fire heart ape sword, and rushed towards the captain of the fish-headed monster. When the two were 7 or 8 meters away, the captain of the fish-headed monster suddenly raised his right hand and raised the harpoon in his hand high. Song Jian's figure stopped immediately, realizing that the other party was going to release the long fork throwing skill. Sure enough, with a whoosh, the captain of the fish-headed monster threw the long fork in his hand towards Song Jian. The long fork looked rusty and no different from a piece of rag, but it flew very fast in the air, drew an arc, left a white mark in the air, and stabbed towards Song Jian fiercely. Song Jian dodged to the side and heard a boom. The power of the long fork was beyond his imagination. It was like a missile, and a large pit with a diameter of more than 1 meter was blown out where he had just stood. The strong air wave almost blew Song Jian away, and a damage number of more than 30 points appeared above his head. It's hiding so far away, but it can still cause me harm. If it's in the center of the attack, it will directly kill 300 or 400 of my health points. Song Jian was shocked and immediately became alert. The fish-headed monster captain saw that Song Jian was not killed, and screamed in anger. With a wave of his right hand, the long fork that was originally stuck in the ground disappeared and returned to his hand again. Seeing that the fish-headed monster captain raised his right hand again, Song Jian narrowed his eyes. We can't let it attack me so recklessly. Ground teeth. A fawn-shaped air mass flew towards the fish-headed monster captain, and the black dragon cub flapped its wings, circled a big circle, flew out from the bushes next to it, let out a dragon roar, and spit a breath of dragon breath at the captain. Seeing the black dragon cub, the fish-headed monster captain trembled all over and shouted wow 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 at it loudly, while shouting and gesturing at Song Jian with his hands. Bang! Bang! The ground teeth and dragon breath hit it at the same time, flipping it over, and 2 damage numbers of more than 70 points floated above its head. As if feeling that his explanation was ineffective, the fish-headed monster captain clenched the long fork in his hand, and actually gave up Song Jian, turning around and rushing towards the black dragon cub. The black dragon cub flapped its wings and fought with the fish-headed monster captain. At this time, the fish-headed monster captain was covered with light red flames, and seemed to have developed some resistance to the dragon power of the black dragon cub, and looked like he wanted to kill it. Song Jian also rushed over with his sword. Although the black dragon cub was strong, it was only a level 9 elite. It was obviously at a disadvantage when fighting with the fish-headed monster captain. Many of its skills were weakened by the fish-headed monster captain because of the level suppression. However, the fish-headed monster captain's attack on it had a damage bonus due to the level suppression. If there was no Song Jian, the final result of this battle would definitely be that the black dragon cub became the fish-headed monster captain's food. With the addition of Song Jian, the fish-headed monster captain immediately fell into a disadvantage. While fighting desperately, he screamed and squeaked, as if he was summoning other fish-headed monsters. Song Jian's heart tightened, and he immediately released all his skills except the immortal sword body without reservation, concentrating his firepower to kill this boss in a short time. Just when the fish-headed monster captain's health value was less than 1/3, suddenly a stream of water as thick as an arm surged out from the hard ground, like a tentacle, and fiercely pulled the black dragon cub out. The black dragon cub's health value was less than half, and after this attack, the health value fell to less than 1/3. Song Jian frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and waved his hand to take the black dragon cub back to the pet space. In the pet space, the black dragon cub's injuries can be slowly recovered. If the black dragon cub really died here, even if the fish-headed monster captain was killed, it would be a bit of a loss. After the tentacle-like stream of water blew away the black dragon cub, it continued to sway in place. After 3 seconds, the stream of water automatically dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Before Song Jian rushed towards it, the captain of the fish-headed monsters waved his long fork again, and a stream of water rustled out of the ground less than a meter in front of it. The captain of the fish-headed monsters looked at Song Jian with a cunning look. There were already unusual movements around, and many fish-headed monsters were gathering here quickly. If it really dragged on, Song Jian might have no choice but to turn around and run away in the end. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and the vertical pupil between his eyebrows suddenly opened. A silver beam of light pierced towards the fish-headed monster captain. Boom, boom, boom. The silver beam of light hit the fish-headed monster captain's body like a scorching flame, constantly making explosive roars. A series of damage floated up from the fish-headed monster captain's head, and its health value fell. Hua hua hua. It wanted to dodge, but the silver beam of light seemed to have a strong suction force, so it couldn't break free at all, and could only passively endure endless pain. Bang! After the eye-killing skill ended, the fish-headed monster captain's body bounced back violently and hit the wall behind him hard. Before it stood up, Song Jian rushed over with a quick step, raised his left hand, and a dazzling silver sword energy bloomed on his index finger. He slashed down fiercely, and with a swish, the sharp sword energy slashed towards the fish-headed monster captain. Swish! The body of the fish-headed monster captain was directly split into 2 pieces from the shoulder, and the smelly internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Song Jian rushed forward quickly, grabbed the few pieces of trophy it dropped, turned around and rushed into the community. At this time, a large group of fish-headed monsters had already rushed towards this side frantically from the other end of the street. But when they ran to the body of the fish-headed monster captain, Song Jian's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 288 Jinan Lake. Ignoring how the fish-headed monsters treated the body of their captain, Song Jian hid in a safe corner and checked the spoils. The fish-headed monster captain dropped a total of 3 items: a pair of shoes, a black pearl, and an ancient black wooden box. Fish scale boots green. Shoes. Equipment effect: movement speed increased by 8%. Physical defense +3. Spell resistance +2. Features: underwater breathing time increased by 50%. Equipment requirement: level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Song Jian could just wear this pair of excellent quality shoes, so he put it directly into the equipment column. Black pearl white. Valuable item. Effect: can form a bubble underwater, providing oxygen to the user. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Cooling time: 2 hours. Sell to get 1,000 Doomsday coins. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This item is good, even if it is sold to the system store. It is worth 10 times the ordinary pearls just now. Song Jian took a look and put it in the parcel column. The remaining item is a black wooden box that looks a bit worn out. There are strange raised patterns carved on the surface. It looks simple and elegant, as if it has been precipitated for a long time. If it is in the real world, it can be collected as an antique. When he opened the box, he saw a worn-out parchment with simple patterns on it, which looked like a map. Jinan Lake. Eye of the God of Fire? What is this? A treasure map? Song Jian looked at the map carefully, and found that it was a treasure map leading to Jinan Lake. In the center of Jinan Lake, there was a symbol that looked like a ring, and the 4 small words Eye of the God of Fire were written next to it. Jinan Lake is located on the edge of the city, and is also a level 15 monster area. It is part of the city wetland park, and covers a large area. These fish-headed monsters in front of us live in Jinan Lake. And there are not only fish-headed monsters there. Some players have been there before. But the attributes of ordinary fish-headed monsters underwater will be improved, which is more difficult to fight than monsters of the same level on land. Gradually, few people are willing to go so far to Jinan Lake to upgrade. After putting the treasure map into the wooden box, and putting it into the parcel column, Song Jian went around the back wall of the community and climbed over. After identifying the direction, he ran towards Jinan Lake. At this time, most of the fish-headed monsters in Jinan Lake had already rushed ashore to search for supplies. There should be fewer monsters in the base camp. It was a good opportunity to take a look and see if the treasure could be taken. Finally, the regional plot task of hunting 50 fish-headed monsters was completed. Anyway, there was no time limit. Song Jian had hunted more than 20 now. There must be many fish-headed monsters in Jinan Lake. It was the same to complete this task there. Song Jian ran all the way, avoiding monsters and taking detours when he encountered them. It took more than 2 hours to reach the wetland park. The wetland park in front of us is full of lush vegetation, and flowers of various colors are blooming brightly. Small artificial canals are spread all over the park like spider webs. But at this time, these small canals have dried up and are covered by thick dust and fallen leaves. There are only a few sparse level 10 fish-headed monsters and small water elements outside the wetland park. Their attributes are no different from ordinary level 10 monsters, but their number is too small. Only 1 or 2 will appear every hundreds of meters. It is too inefficient to fight monsters and level up here. Going further in, Song Jian soon came to the edge of Jinan Lake. The number of monsters here increased suddenly, and the level was directly upgraded to level 15. On the edge of Jinan Lake, you can see simple houses built with wood. Many of the food caught by the fish-headed monsters are hung in front of the house to dry, and the surroundings are filled with a faint fishy smell. This is the base camp of the fish-headed monsters. And there are translucent water elemental figures that appear in Song Jian's eyes from time to time underwater. Each of these level 15 water elements is more than 2 meters tall, with surging water elemental power in their bodies, and 2 golden bracelets on their wrists. On land, these water elements are the same as ordinary monsters, but underwater, their strength will increase by 30%, and their movement speed will also increase greatly. When fighting, they will attract a large group if they are not careful. Even if Song Jian is now level 14, he must be careful. I found some lone fish-headed monsters on the edge of Jinan Lake. It took a little time to complete the 50 monsters required by the regional task first, and I got the first stage reward, 300 Doomsday coins. Just as Song Jian was waiting for the second stage mission to be released, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, you triggered the plot guarding the base camp. The game system released the plot mission conquering the fish-headed monster. Complete the mission. You can get rich rewards and war merits. System, the regional mission you triggered was terminated. Please choose whether to accept the plot mission of conquering the fish-headed monster. Song Jian frowned slightly. It seemed that the fish-headed monsters would be back soon, leaving him with little time to find the treasure. And he didn't have time to accept the plot mission of conquering the fish-headed monster. Song Jian took out the treasure map and studied it carefully. The treasure map clearly marked the location below the fish-headed monster base camp in the center of Jinan Lake. Although most of the fish-headed monsters have gone out to search for supplies, it is impossible that there is no fish-headed monster near the base camp. How to bypass these fish-headed monsters and enter the place marked on the treasure map is a problem. And the water elements in the water are also very troublesome. The water elements that have not entered the combat state are like a group of flowing light blue liquid underwater. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to distinguish. After observing for more than half an hour, Song Jian finally discovered the pattern of these monsters patrolling the fish-headed monster base camp. There are a total of 6 teams. Each team has 7 or 8 fish-headed monsters. And each patrol. Only one team is underwater. And every 5 minutes, they will swim back to the base camp in the center of Jinyang Lake to rest. And another team will take over and enter the underwater. When the 2 teams are connected, there is a vacuum period of about 30 seconds. You can take this opportunity to enter the location marked on the map. In addition to these 6 teams, there are some scattered fish-headed monsters next to the base camp. These fish-headed monsters seem to be in larval state. Only level 10. Playing around. Another problem is the water element. If the sprint is too loud, it is easy to bump into a water element without knowing it. You must go into the water in advance, hide aside, and wait for the fish-headed monster guard to change shifts. The time underwater is at least 10 minutes, not including the distance from the lake to the center. However, Song Jian had the fish scale boots and the black pearl, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to slowly approach the center underwater. After looking around, Song Jian chose a place without monsters and quietly dived into the water. Ordinary players can only last 5 minutes underwater. With the fish scale boots, Song Jian can last for 6.5 minutes. With the 30 minutes of the black pearl, it is enough for Song Jian to wait underwater until the vacuum period when the 2 fishermen guard teams take over, quietly entering the bottom of the lake, swimming forward slowly, carefully avoiding the wandering water elements. Song Jian came behind a large rock only 7 or 8 meters away from the fish-headed monster base camp, hiding his body and waiting quietly. Chapter 289 Lord Level Boss. The place chosen by Song Jian was full of water plants. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find a person hiding behind the stone. 6.5 minutes passed quickly, and Song Jian immediately used the black pearl, and a transparent bubble suddenly wrapped him up. Time passed little by little, and soon, the fish-headed monster guard team in front of them began to swim towards the lake surface, preparing to change shifts with another team above. Song Jian also slowly left the rock and swam towards a cave at the bottom of the lake under the base camp. The treasure map showed that the Eye of the God of Fire was hidden in that cave. When Song Jian swam to only 11 or 12 meters away from the cave entrance, a sharp hissing sound suddenly came from the shore of Jinyang Lake. A small fish-headed monster in a mess was stumbling towards Jinyang Lake, roaring loudly while running. If Song Jian could see it, he would definitely recognize that this small fish-headed monster was the fish-headed monster that escaped from his hands. Hearing the alarm of the small fish-headed monster, several teams guarding the fish-headed monster base camp suddenly panicked, jumped into the water one after another, and began to explore vigilantly everywhere. Hearing the movement above his head, Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately sped up and swam towards the stone cave. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking water suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a harpoon like a torpedo, dragging a long trail in the water, stabbing towards him. Song Jian's body flashed to the side, and the harpoon flew forward along Song Jian's body, piercing into a rock at the bottom of the lake. "I've been discovered." Song Jian was startled, and turned his head to see a small group of fish-headed monster guardians swimming towards him quickly. Underwater, these fish-headed monster guardians move very fast, and their attribute strength has been greatly improved, comparable to level 20 monsters. With such a small group of fish-headed monster guardians comparable to level 20 monsters, Song Jian can destroy them all with some time. But where is this place? This is the base camp of the fish-headed monsters. Once a fight breaks out, it will definitely attract other fish-headed monster guards. It's okay to fight 3 or 5 at a time, but if there are too many, an ant can bite an elephant to death, and there will be no chance to escape. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately swam towards the cave in front. Only by entering there could he escape the pursuit of these fish-headed monsters. After finding the intruder, more than a dozen fish-headed monster guards chased after Song Jian in a short while, and their movements also alarmed the surrounding water elements. A large number of water elements began to gather here, and even 2 light blue water elements appeared in front of Song Jian. At this time, there was no way to avoid it, and Song Jian could only rush forward. Soon, Song Jian entered the warring range of the 2 water elements, turned around, and began to rub ice arrows towards Song Jian. The damage of the frost arrow is not high, but it has a very annoying effect, which is freezing and slowing down. After hitting the target, it can reduce the target's movement speed by 40%. Once hit, they will stick to it until they die. Song Jian quickly hid behind a rock beside him. The frost arrow left a long white frozen mark in the water and hit the rock. Soon, the surface of the rock, which was more than one person tall, was covered with a thin layer of ice, and the surrounding water temperature suddenly dropped by 5 or 6 degrees. Song Jian frowned slightly. The entrance of the cave was blocked by these two water elements. If he wanted to enter the cave, he had to kill these two water elements first. But these two water elementals were also level 15 monsters, and they were underwater, so all their attacks had a chilling and slowing effect. Even if he could kill them in the end, the time it took would be enough for the group of fish-headed monsters and water elementals behind him to catch up with him, and he would still inevitably die by then. At this moment, a white ice elemental boss, whose body was made of thick ice, slowly walked towards him, more than 10 meters away from the cave. The body of this ice elemental boss was a full circle larger than that of an ordinary water elemental. Its two eyes were like two huge sapphires, sparkling. Its body was also covered with armor made of ice, and it held a pale golden trident tightly in its hand. LV-15 Ice Element Lord Frenzel Lord. HP 4800/4800. Features: Cold Enhancement, Ice Bloodline. Skills: Deterrence, Domination, Frozen Cold Current, Ice Ray, Halberd of the God of War. It's actually a Lord-level boss? Song Jian was shocked and quickly shrank behind the rock. This was the first Lord-level boss he had encountered. The two water elements did not give up attacking Song Jian and were still rubbing their ice arrows. At this time, the Ice Element Lord slowly walked over. Seeing the two water elements, his body suddenly stagnated and pointed at them with his trident. The ice arrows that had been condensed suddenly disintegrated into a group of scattered water element energy. The two water elements showed surprise on their faces and turned their heads to look at the Ice Element Lord. Seeing the Ice Element Lord, the two water elements hurriedly saluted, bent over and slowly retreated, not even having the courage to talk to it. At the moment the Ice Element Lord appeared, all the water elements following Song Jian stopped and saluted in the direction of the Ice Element Lord, not daring to get close at all. The Ice Element Lord controls all the water elements in Jinan Lake, but the fish-headed monster is not under its control. Seeing the Ice Elemental Lord, the fish-headed monsters chasing Song Jian also became agitated and did not dare to continue chasing forward, fearing that the Ice Elemental Lord would misunderstand and kill them. Before a Lord-level boss appeared among the fish-headed monsters, they did not dare to circle around the Ice Elemental leader in the lake. I hope it doesn't notice my presence. Song Jian was uneasy and tried to hide himself in a dense water plant behind the rock. Fighting this Ice Elemental leader underwater is simply courting death. Song Jian has no hope of killing it unless it is lured to land. This is a Lord-level boss. Good things will definitely drop after it is killed. Song Jian stared at the slowly moving Ice Element leader, his eyes shining. However, with his current strength, it is simply a fantasy to want to kill this Ice Element leader underwater. Now he can only hope that the Ice Element leader's alert range is not too large and finds him behind the rock. Soon, the Ice Element leader slowly walked away from the cave entrance and cruised along the fixed route in Jinan Lake. Seeing that the Ice Element leader was about to disappear, the fish-headed monsters and water elements behind him began to move. Song Jian immediately got out from behind the rock and swam towards the cave like an arrow. The monsters behind him swarmed towards Song Jian, and the water element not far away began to rub ice arrows again. Song Jian could only try his best to swim towards the cave. With so many monsters, if he was hit, he would probably lose his life here. Song Jian entered the cave and felt as if he had passed through a thin film. The cave was very dry, and the transparent film at the entrance blocked all the water from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 290 Eye of the God of Fire. Boom boom boom. Several icy arrows bombarded the entrance of the cave, and the transparent film rippled, blocking all the attacks. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward. This underwater cave did not look big. A narrow stone staircase extended from the entrance to the depths of the underground. Following this stone staircase, the treasure marked on the treasure map, the Eye of the God of Fire, should be found. After Song Jian disappeared in the cave, the fish-headed monster and water element that had been chasing him also lost track of him. After looking around, they dispersed. The fish-headed monster ran out of the wetland park to search for supplies, alarming many players. Some high-level players heard about the fish-headed monster's unusual movements. And instead of running away, they rushed to the level 10 monster area. When they arrived at the nearby area, they received the same regional plot task as Song Jian, and began to team up to hunt these monsters. Just as they were hunting the fish-headed monsters with great interest, all the fish-headed monsters seemed to have suddenly received a message, and they hurriedly returned along the original route and ran towards the wetland park. System. Players trigger special plots and start the plot guarding the base camp. Nearby players can choose to accept the plot task conquering the fish-headed monster. Completing the task will get rich rewards and war merits. The players who were originally hunting the fish-headed monsters suddenly became excited. In addition to the main quest, they rarely get to other side quests or plot quests. The reason why they ran to this level 10 monster area is because there are regional quests here. You know, the more quests you complete, the faster the blood value will recover when you pass the main quest rewards. This is a magical skill to ensure that you can survive the next time you enter the game. Who is so powerful that he can trigger the plot? What does this mean? Why did the fish-headed monsters run away? I still have more than 20 fish-headed monsters to complete this regional quest. What should I do now? Wetland Park. Where is it? Fool. A level 15 monster area. How can I do this? It's already a bit difficult to fight in this level 10 monster area. Level 15. It's fatal. Can anyone tell me what the war merit is for? The plot that the big guy triggered. Couldn't it be half an hour later? By the way, will I get extra rewards if I trigger the plot? Does anyone know who triggered this plot? This sudden system information immediately attracted the attention of all nearby players. This was the first time they saw someone who could trigger the game plot. They immediately became curious about the identity of this person. Some people even wanted to find this player and kill him to replace him. After all, being able to trigger the plot will definitely get a lot of extra rewards. Compared to ordinary players, those who have formed a war alliance are even more excited. Only they know what the war merit is for. It is a good thing to upgrade the war alliance level and buy special items in the war alliance store. It is several times more difficult to obtain than the Doomsday coin. In addition, except for completing the expedition missions that occasionally appear in the war alliance, there is no other way to obtain war merit. Our war alliance is only 300 points away from upgrading to level 2. This plot mission must not be missed. Everyone go and try to get more war merit. I have seen the level 10 silver dagger in the alliance store for a long time. I must participate in this plot mission. After completing this mission, I will have accumulated enough war merits, and I can buy the dagger back when I come back. Hurry up. Hurry up. The wetland park is not close to us. We must rush there as soon as possible. Otherwise we won't even be able to drink a sip of soup. The plot mission triggered by Song Jian, this time almost alarmed half of the players in Doomsday City. All the professionals above level 10 rushed to the wetland park. The remaining players, who didn't even have a job, could only look at them with envy. After all, it was a level 15 monster area. If you don't have a certain strength, you will die if you go there. At this time, Song Jian didn't know that his intrusion into the fish-headed monster's base camp had triggered the plot mission, and he was still walking slowly down the stone steps. This stone staircase leading to the underground is spiral-shaped, and mysterious magic runes are depicted on the rock walls on both sides. These magic runes are shining and can just illuminate the entire staircase. This stone staircase is narrow and long, but fortunately, there is no monster guarding it. Song Jian spent more than half an hour and finally walked to the end of the stone staircase and came to a wide hall at the bottom. The whole hall is the size of a football field, with blazing flames burning all around, and many pictures and strange words carved on the walls. One stone pillar after another stands on the ground, emitting a dark red light. The whole hall looks a bit like the Athenian temple in the real world, with a rough architectural style and a sense of ancient barbarism. In the deepest part of the hall, there is a brick and stone altar with a golden treasure chest on it. On both sides of the altar, there are two warrior statues holding giant swords and wearing heavy armor, as if guarding the treasure chest. Is this the treasure marked in the treasure map? Song Jian stared at the treasure chest on the altar. The eye of the god of fire should be in this treasure chest. It is the most precious treasure in the treasure chest. Otherwise, the eye of the god of fire would not be marked in the treasure map. Song Jian walked towards the altar. His goal was the golden treasure chest on the altar. This was the second golden treasure chest he had seen. According to his guess, the eye of the god of fire must be a golden quality equipment, just like the scarlet fire heart ape sword. At this stage, If a player can get a piece of blue quality equipment, it is already incredible. Most players probably have never even seen golden equipment. When Song Jian walked up to the altar, he clearly felt a chill, as if someone was looking at him with murderous eyes. And this chill came from the huge statues holding swords guarding on both sides of the altar. These two statues should be guarding the treasure chest. If I touch this treasure chest, will they come alive and hunt me down? Song Jian hesitated. However, after thinking for a while, Song Jian gritted his teeth and continued to walk towards the top of the altar. This was a golden quality equipment, and it was worth taking a risk for it. Soon, Song Jian came to the top of the altar and slowly opened the golden treasure chest in front of him. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from the treasure chest, illuminating the entire hall. Then, the golden light converged into the treasure chest, and the three items lay quietly in the treasure chest. Without saying anything, Song Jian quickly collected all three items. The first thing that caught his attention was a ring that emitted a light golden glow. The ring was made of red gold, and the ring face was inlaid with a cat's eye-like stone. The golden pupil was full of light, and it looked like a real eye was staring at Song Jian. Chapter 291 Auction House. Divine Ring Eye of Vulcan Golden Broken. Ring. Will definitely drop after death. Equipment effect. Damage increased by 15%. Comes with Vulcan Shield. Rebounds 30% melee damage. Special Effect 1. Permanent immunity to negative effects such as slowness and freezing caused by ice energy. Special Effect 2. When damaging the target, there is a certain chance to trigger the Wrath of Vulcan, causing an additional 300 points of fire damage to the target. This effect can only appear once within 30 seconds. Equipment requirements, Level 1. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Item description. This item is the favorite of Hephaestus, the god of fire. Due to the fall of the god of fire, it lost its godhood, became broken, and its grade decreased. If one day you can obtain the godhood of the god of fire, you can repair this item and make it a divine artifact again. Broken gold quality? Artifact? Song Jian couldn't help but smile in surprise. This is an item with the potential to become an artifact. Players can only wear 2 rings at the same time, one on each hand. Song Jian is currently wearing the storage ring and the power ring. However, the storage ring can be used directly to expand the parcel column. Song Jian had not hit other rings before, so he always carried it with him to get more storage slots. Now that he has the Eye of the God of Fire, he will naturally use the storage ring directly to expand the parcel column. After clicking use, the storage ring turned into a blue light and directly merged into the parcel column. Soon, the storage column, which originally had only 16 slots, suddenly became 20 storage slots. Song Jian equipped the Eye of the God of Fire directly, and a warm feeling immediately flowed out of the ring and instantly flooded his whole body. After using the storage ring, although a few storage slots were reduced, for Song Jian, who obtained a gold quality ring, the loss was still within the expected range. After wearing the Eye of the God of Fire, Song Jian set his eyes on the other 2 items. The remaining 2 items are a small red triangular flag and a return scroll. The small red triangular flag is called Broken God of Fire Battle Flag, with white quality, a 2-handed weapon, and after equipping it, it can summon 2 fire elemental spirits of the same level as the user to assist in battle every half an hour. The strength of these 2 fire elemental spirits increases with the level of the user. After being killed, it takes 12 hours to summon them again. The remaining return scroll. Song Jian had seen it in the hands of the goblin merchant Kanan. It is a life-saving artifact. When encountering danger, just tear it open, and you can return to the safe place you have set. Really good. It is indeed worthy of being a treasure map. This harvest is absolutely rich. Song Jian looked at the Vulcan flag and the return scroll in the parcel column, and was very satisfied. At this moment, the statue guards on both sides suddenly shook, and the rock crust condensed on the surface shattered directly. The 2 eyes glowed with scarlet light, locking Song Jian firmly. Song Jian was shocked. He didn't expect that the 2 statues could actually move. At this time, the outside of the cave was tightly surrounded by fish-headed monsters and water elements. He couldn't leave at all. Now he was being chased by 2 statues. There was no place to escape. There was no way to go to heaven or to the earth. At this moment, Song Jian immediately took out the return scroll from the parcel column and tore it open. Suddenly, a series of magic runes wrapped Song Jian up. In an instant, He turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. The return scroll is the safest escape artifact, but it is too rare among players. Only the legend of its existence is circulated, but no one can really own it, especially now that there is only one life in this game. The preciousness of the return scroll has been raised by several levels, and it can even be compared with the top-grade silver equipment. Song Jian was able to use this return scroll here without hesitation, and he was determined. If he regretted it a little, he would not use it. At the moment when Song Jian's figure turned into a white light and disappeared, the guard statues on both sides swung their giant swords fiercely and chopped at the altar, directly chopping the altar into a pile of rubble. At this time, players above level 10 swarmed towards the wetland park, including some players of the War Alliance. They had the same War Alliance logo, which was very different from ordinary players, like scattered soldiers. However, Song Jian, who triggered this plot mission, returned to his own manor castle at this time, because there was no safe return location set. The system used the return scroll by default and returned directly to his safe house. Sensing Song Jian's return, the butler George came immediately. "Dear Lord, I have something to report to you," George said respectfully. "What is it?" "George, as long as it is a matter within the territory, you can make your own decision. I remember that I have granted you such rights before." Song Jian sat in a rocking chair and slowly closed his eyes. Previously, he was chased by a large group of fish-headed monsters and water elements under Jinan Lake. If he was not careful, he might die. In this way, Song Jian's nerves have been very tense. Now he can finally relax and take a rest. "It's like this, Lord. The territory has developed well recently. I need to report some things to you." George replied respectfully. "Some of the shops we built recently have begun to make a profit. In the past few days, we have made a profit of 130 Doomsday coins, but 67 of them were spent on buying food, and 23 on buying seeds and materials." Before George finished speaking, he was interrupted by Song Jian, who waved his hand and said, "George, you don't need to report these things to me. It would be great if you can achieve a balance between income and expenditure. If you are short of money, just ask me for it. Please take care of the development of the territory in the future. In addition, any needs of Dr. Aberston must be met as soon as possible. If you cannot meet them, remember to report to me in time." Song Jian waved his hand and prepared to send George away. But George finally hesitated and continued. "Lord, recently, some gods have begun to create safe houses around our territory, which will have some impact on our future expansion plans. Are there any strong ones?" Song Jian asked casually. "No one has been found yet." "Then continue as planned. When the time comes, notify them to surrender. If they disagree, destroy them directly," Song Jian said with a sneer. "Okay, Lord." George nodded and continued. 10 kilometers away from our territory, a strange building appeared. According to those gods, the building is called an auction house. I think this news should be helpful to the Lord." "Auction house?" Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up from the rocking chair. Chapter 292 Self-Destructing Robot. The auction house is a building added in this game update, which is specially open for players. Before the players, that is, the god-favored ones in the NPC's mouth, appeared, there was no auction house in the entire world of the game. Moreover, the auction house is a very convenient place. Players put their unused items there, and players in the entire Doomsday City can see them. It is much more convenient than setting up stalls before. However, selling items in the auction house requires a 5% auction fee, so the items on it are generally very expensive. When Song Jian heard the word auction house, he immediately became very interested. You know, he can use the radio to sell items to NPCs in other places. But selling items in this way not only requires high mailing fees, but also is very inconvenient whether selling or buying, and is far less convenient than the auction house. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately stood up and drove his motorcycle towards the area where the auction house was located. When he arrived at the auction house, Song Jian found that it was a Doomsday supermarket similar to the surrounding area. No monster dared to approach it. The area within a radius of 500 meters was almost a safe zone. Entering the auction house, Song Jian found that many of the items for sale were sold by anonymous sellers. It seems that many sellers don't want others to know what items they sold. It has been a while since the game of Doomsday City was opened. Players have accumulated a lot of Doomsday coins, and some alliances have received a lot of funds through the auction house. The prices of all items have gradually returned to normal. Unlike before, even if there are good things, they can't sell for much money. If he continued to set up a stall like what Song Jian had seen before, not only would his customer base be narrow, but he would also be easily targeted by others. This made many players, who had obtained good equipment, that they did not need rather let it rot in their parcels than sell it. Song Jian took a look and found that the prices of the items in the auction house were not cheap, which immediately shattered his original idea of buying them at a low price here, and then selling them at a high price on the radio. After putting all the unused items in his parcel column on the auction house, Song Jian began to search for items in the auction house to see if there were any equipment or skills he needed. Soon, Song Jian found a blueprint of an engineering machine. The base price of this blueprint was 300 Doomsday coins, which has now been increased to 370. The fixed price was only 500. Song Jian did not hesitate and bought this blueprint at the fixed price. Engineering Blueprint, Self-Destruct Robot. After using it, you can learn to make engineering equipment self-destruct robot. Usage requirements, Engineering Level 1. Self-Destruct Robot. After locking the target, the self-destruct robot can automatically launch a suicide attack on the target, causing 250 points of explosion damage to the target. The self-destruct robot has a defense of 100 points. When the defense reaches 0, it will automatically explode. After buying the engineering equipment blueprint at a fixed price, the blueprint appeared directly in Song Jian's parcel column. When he was about to use it, Song Jian suddenly thought of Dr. Aberston. He might need such a blueprint more, and if there was anything he needed to make in the future, he could just give it to him. As a lord, I need to spend more energy on other things. As for side jobs like siege equipment and pharmaceuticals, I can leave them to my followers in the future, Song Jian thought to himself. However, he soon thought that skills like herbalism and mining should be practiced at a higher level so that they can be collected in time when they encounter good materials in battle in the future. Just like the 2 lists that Dr. Aberston needed. They are still in Song Jian's parcel column, and he can collect them directly if he encounters them in the future. Putting the drawings back into the parcel column, Song Jian continued to search in the auction house. Soon, Song Jian found 2 sword techniques. But these 2 sword techniques were of white quality, and the price was very expensive, so there were very few competitors. Sword swinging 3 styles active. Level 1. Skill effect, after use. It causes 110% basic physical damage to the target. This skill class is released 3 times in a row, and the damage to the target is increased by 10% each time. Cooling time 60 seconds. Equipment requirements, sword weapons. Sword shadow step active. Level 1. Skill effect, after using. The whole body turns into a shadow. The movement speed increases by 30%, and there is a 50% chance to avoid long-range damage. The duration is 7 seconds. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. The skill consumption, 10 points of spirit value. Equipment requirements, sword-type weapons. These 2 skills are all sword techniques that meet the main task, which is a pleasant surprise for Song Jian. Now Song Jian's main task has been completed by 90, and he already has 9 sword techniques. He only needs to obtain 1 more to complete the main task. However, since the update, whether the main task is completed or not, you can leave the game freely, and the game time and the real-world time pass at a certain ratio. 8 hours in the real world is equivalent to 1 month in the game world. Now only 11 days have passed in the game, and there is still plenty of time for Song Jian to search for the last sword technique. Moreover, after mastering these 2 sword techniques, Song Jian's strength has been further improved, and it will be easier to deal with level 15 monsters. After staying in the auction house for more than an hour, Song Jian no longer had any items he needed. He shook his head and returned to his manor castle. Pushing open the door of the annex castle, Song Jian quickly came to Dr. Aberston's laboratory. At this time, Dr. Aberston was doing an experiment that Song Jian couldn't understand, and he looked very serious. After waiting for a long time, there was a slight cracking sound on the test bench. Dr. Aberston sighed deeply, grabbed a few biscuits beside the laboratory table, and stuffed them into his mouth. Turned around and lay on a chair. Closed his eyes and rested. It seems that the experiment failed, and Dr. Aberston is not in a good mood. Doctor, I want to give you a gift. I hope you like it. Song Jian walked to the doctor carefully, took out the engineering equipment drawing and handed it over. Dr. Aberston swallowed the biscuit with difficulty, turned his head, and looked at the drawing in Song Jian's hand. Self-destruct robot? This kind of low-level gadget. I have no interest in it since I was 9 years old. Dr. Aberston sneered, retracted his gaze, and continued to close his eyes to rest, as if thinking about something. Song Jian's hand holding the drawing froze suddenly. He didn't expect that it would be such a result. How stupid. This old man is already a master. How could he be interested in such low-level drawings? Song Jian slapped his head and thought regretfully. But in this case, he won't make such low-level products for me? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Song Jian's mind. With his current strength, the materials of the items he made must be very high-level. Just like the 2 lists he gave me, which I haven't collected yet. However, he is unwilling to make low-level items with easy-to-collect materials. What use is he to me now? Song Jian couldn't help but glare at Dr. Aberston, and his face instantly became ugly. Chapter 293 Help. I originally thought that I would not have to make engineering equipment in the future, and I even thought that I would look for some other professional masters, such as pharmacy masters, forging masters, and other NPCs to become my followers. But from Dr. Aberston's attitude, it can be seen that the self-destruct robot production drawings in Song Jian's hand have no appeal to him. Such low-level siege equipment production drawings are not made by masters like Dr. Aberston. Then the question is, Song Jian doesn't know where to collect the materials for high-level items, and these low-level items are easy to collect. But Dr. Aberston is unwilling to make them. So what should I do? What else can I do? I'll make it myself and have enough food and clothing. Song Jian had no choice but to study the self-destruct robot blueprint by himself. This self-destruct robot is much easier to make than the T-11 high-explosive grenade, but the damage it causes is also lower than that of the grenade. However, from the perspective of cost-performance, the self-destruct robot is still more cost-effective. The production of the self-destruct robot requires 5 pieces of ordinary iron ore, 3 parts of gunpowder, and 1 piece of magic stone. Gunpowder requires saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to synthesize. Ordinary iron ore, saltpeter, and sulfur can all be collected in the mine. Charcoal requires ordinary wood to synthesize, and magic stone needs to be purchased in the system store. Even if Song Jian doesn't collect ordinary wood, he can buy it from other players. After ordinary players enter the game, the fastest way to make money is to collect stones and sell wood. Some people can also endure the pain and collect with bare hands. The amount of wood and stone obtained is still quite large and the price is cheap. However, the amount of iron ore, saltpeter, and sulfur that need to be obtained from the mine is not so much. Now there are also professional players above level 10 who are willing to go to the subway station to search and collect ore. But after all, it is too dangerous. Only those players with high skills and courage dare to go. Moreover, there are many players practicing side jobs now. There are more wolves and less meat. Even ordinary ores are very scarce, and the price remains high. Does that mean I have to be a miner for a while and collect ore? Song Jian touched his nose and thought to himself. Just when Song Jian was hesitating whether to go to the mine to mine, he suddenly received a system prompt. System: the gene modification fluid broken you consigned at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the handling fee, you have obtained 483 Doomsday coins. System: the gene modification fluid broken you consigned at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the handling fee, you have obtained 398 Doomsday coins. Song Jian threw all the more than 20 bottles of gene modification fluid he obtained from Aegis into the auction house. He didn't expect that they were all sold out in such a short time. Although these genetic modification fluids have the same name, their properties are different. Some increase strength, some increase agility, some increase physical fitness, and there are also some additional properties, such as increasing the recovery of blood value and increasing night vision ability, making this batch of genetic modification fluids very popular. Although there are some sequelae, there are not many players and monsters who can perform mental attacks now. Some players have not even seen monsters perform mental attacks until now. So most of them don't care about the sequelae of reduced mental attack resistance. You know, this is an increase of 2 or even 3 points of its own attributes, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 attribute fruits. Now an attribute fruit sells for more than 1,000 Doomsday coins, and there is no market for it. Once these genetic fluids appear on the market, they immediately become the object of crazy grabbing by players. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Doomsday coins were earned, which made Song Jian sigh. He wondered where the monsters in the Aegis building had gone. If they could be killed, he might earn tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. With this income, the Doomsday coins in Song Jian's pocket had exceeded 15,000. He could be considered a small local tyrant. He walked with a different confidence. Now, even if ordinary players have been saving Doomsday coins, they probably only have 2,000 or 3,000 at most. But most of them are unable to make ends meet. They don't have more than 100 Doomsday coins. Even some smaller alliance funds may not have as much as Song Jian alone. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a message from Liqueur. He hadn't seen this little girl for a long time. He didn't know how she was doing now, whether she had found a job, and what level she was now. "Kur, what do you want to talk to me about?" Song Jian opened the private chat channel and asked. "Brother Xiaojian, come to Songnong River quickly. There is a rock boss here. It's so powerful. I can't beat it. Come and help me." Liqueur's exclamation and the sound of fierce fighting were heard in the private chat channel. "Songnong River? Send me the specific location. I'll be there soon." Song Jian frowned and said immediately. Liqueur sent the location coordinates to Song Jian, who took a look and found that it was only about 6 kilometers away from his manor castle. "Don't panic. Just wait a while. I'll be there soon," Song Jian said, hung up the call, summoned a motorcycle, and drove towards the coordinates marked by Liqueur. When leaving the territory, Song Jian saw that a new building had risen on his territory, with a tall chimney emitting billowing smoke. Half of the building was a huge iron furnace, and some NPC employees were constantly throwing fuel into the iron furnace. Soon, the large iron furnace was burning. "Is this a forging room?" Song Jian squinted his eyes and took a closer look, recognizing the slightly strange building in front of him. If a player is a forger, he must use a forging room to forge items and improve his forging skills. However, it is not easy to build a forging room of his own. Not only is it expensive, but the land occupied alone is equivalent to the area of a safe house. Therefore, few players can create their own forging room. Since you can't have a forging room of your own, the best way is to rent it. Butler George also discovered the business opportunity and built a forging room in Song Jian's territory, renting it to other players to make a profit. Song Jian almost completely let his butler George manage everything that happened in the territory. He thought he didn't have the management level and talent in this area, so he might as well give it to George. This NPC's loyalty to him has always been full, and the intimacy between the two has even reached the level of reverence, just a little short of worship. So Song Jian is also very confident in it. Songnong River belongs to the level 15 monster area, which is not far away. It only took more than 10 minutes for Song Jian to drive his motorcycle to the place marked by Liqueur. At this time, on the bank of Songnong River, a monster covered with thick rock shells and looking like a big turtle was fighting fiercely with Liqueur. Chapter 294 Rock Turtle Beast. Songnong River is a river that spans the entire Doomsday City. There are many monsters along the shore. Liqueur is in the area where the level 15 monster mutated rock turtle is located. The mutated rock turtle has high defense, but slow movement, which is just right for Liqueur, a long-range professional, to fly a kite here. At this time, Liqueur was wearing a set of rattan armor, and the silver crossbow in her hand became more gorgeous. When she waved it, silver fragments of light kept falling, which was very beautiful. "Here!" Song Jian greeted from a distance. At this time, Liqueur had also completed the main task of taking office. But Song Jian couldn't tell what her current profession was. He guessed that she should be a long-range professional like an archer. "Brother Xiaojian, come quickly. Come quickly. This big turtle is so hard. I have been beating it for more than half an hour." Liqueur was immediately happy when she saw Song Jian, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Song Jian did not waste any words, holding the red fire heart ape sword tightly, and rushed towards the 15th level elite boss mutated rock turtle beast. Broken wing dance. Song Jian's body flashed violently, and after sprinting forward for a distance, the dark red long sword slashed fiercely on the body of the mutant rock turtle beast. -45, -48. Two damage numbers not exceeding 50 points appeared above the head of the mutant rock turtle beast. Song Jian was stunned, and was a little surprised. His current damage was impossible to deal such a small amount of damage to a level 15 elite boss. Not to mention the level 20 Lord boss in Genome Lake. The third attack of the Broken Wing Dance. Song Jian jumped high and slashed at the rock turtle beast fiercely. Boom! A strong wave of air burst out from the red fire heart ape sword. But this attack that could lift the monster and make it float in the air only made the opponent's body shake slightly twice. Not to mention the floating state. Even its thick limbs did not leave the ground. This big turtle is really hard to beat, Song Jian said in surprise. Yes. It's too hard. It's hard to move. Otherwise I wouldn't bother Brother Jian. Liqueur nodded her head repeatedly. Looking very cute. Despicable human. The rock turtle roared and stomped on the ground fiercely. Suddenly, a wave of air spread out from its feet in all directions. The ground was like water waves, and boom set off ripples like waves. Song Jian jumped into the air fiercely, and threw a bottle of weakness potion at the rock turtle beast. The rock turtle beast's defense is too strong. The weakness potion can weaken its defense by 35%, which is just a weapon against this kind of monster with high defense. Bang! The potion bottle shattered under the feet of the rock turtle beast, and the gray mist immediately wrapped up the rock turtle beast that was as big as a hill, and then slowly dissipated. But it turned its whole body gray. Oops! With a cry of surprise, Liqueur was unstable, and was thrown up by the air wave under her feet. She was in a floating state. Song Jian saw it, and immediately opened fire, and launched a fierce attack, trying to take the hatred of the rock turtle beast to himself. Sword thread. Sword swing 3 styles. Spirit control sword technique. Song Jian threw all his skills at the rock turtle beast, and the damage exploded instantly. The rock turtle beast that had rushed to Liqueur suddenly stopped moving. His eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head and stared at Song Jian and roared. Boom boom boom. Like a heavy armored vehicle, the rock turtle beast rushed towards Song Jian. The power of the soul-controlling sword technique remained undiminished, although it did not roll over in pain like those genetic zombies with flawed minds. It also made the mutant rock turtle beast completely lose its mind and become even more crazy, wanting only to tear the hateful human in front of it into pieces. The rock turtle beast rushed to Song Jian, raised its mountain-like forelimbs, and stomped heavily on Song Jian. Song Jian had experienced too many battles, and faced the attack of the mutant rock turtle beast without showing any panic. With a thought, the sword shadow step was immediately performed. With a move of his feet, his figure pulled out a series of phantoms, and quickly flashed to the side of the rock turtle beast, avoiding its trampling. Holding the red fire heart ape sword, he slashed at the boss. Liqueur was not to be outdone. She quickly climbed up after landing and aimed at the mutant rock turtle beast. She also opened fire with all her strength. Various translucent crossbows with different energies were shot at the rock turtle beast one after another, so fast that they almost formed a thin line. Time passed quickly. Song Jian attacked while attracting the hatred of the rock turtle beast and constantly dodging attacks, while Liqueur was bold and output with all her strength. After half an hour, the blood value of the rock turtle beast dropped by 1/5. What made Song Jian feel a little depressed was that the blood value recovery speed of this level 15 elite boss was not slow. It could recover 80 to 90 points of blood value every few seconds. If the damage was too low, it would not even be as good as its recovered blood value, and it would be impossible to kill this boss. Compared with other ordinary elite boss, the mutant rock turtle beast can recover more than 700 points of blood value in 1 minute, which almost offsets the damage of 2 or 3 skills of Song Jian. If it weren't for the weakness potion, I'm afraid that the two of them couldn't even reduce 1/5 of the blood value in half an hour. More than half an hour of high-efficiency fighting made Song Jian's face show a trace of fatigue. At this time, he not only had to dodge constantly, but also had to attack frantically, which made people feel very boring. And the high-intensity battle would be very tiring. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by the boss. As time passed, the blood value of the mutant rock turtle beast was also decreasing little by little. It was only a matter of time to adapt to its attack rhythm and kill it. Brother Xiaojian, my spirit is almost used up, Liqueur suddenly shouted from a distance. It has been more than an hour. Song Jian has long realized that this is a protracted battle, so he has strictly controlled his spirit consumption. But now, he has less than 1/3 of his spirit left. Not even enough to release I kill. Song Jian felt very good that Liqueur could hold on until now. Then you continue to use ordinary attacks to hit it, Song Jian replied. And at the same time, he waved his hand, and summon the Black Dragon Cub. Liqueur's ordinary attack damage is not bad. But facing this rock turtle beast, it is a bit unreliable. Each attack can only cause more than 10 points of damage. If there is no Song Jian, this damage is not even as fast as the boss's own blood value recovery speed. After the Black Dragon Cub appeared, it let out a dragon roar. But the mutant rock turtle beast seemed to ignore its dragon power and attacked without any weakening or hesitation. This scene made the Black Dragon Cub angry. You don't treat bean buns as dry food. And you don't treat my child as a high-level beast. The Black Dragon Cub spewed hot dragon breath at the mutant rock turtle, but was blocked by its thick rock shell, leaving only a charred mark. But the actual damage caused was very limited. At this time, the mutant rock turtle beast's blood value had dropped by 2/5, almost to half. Suddenly, it raised its head and took a deep breath, and let out an angry roar. Within a 10-meter radius around its body, basketball-sized rocks suddenly appeared in the sky. The surfaces of these rocks were burning with flames. With the roar of the mutant rock turtle beast, hundreds of burning rocks fell from the sky, dragging long-tail flames, like a meteor shower, smashing to the ground. Fuck. Such a terrifying group attack skill? Song Jian's face changed drastically. At this time, he was in close combat and had no time to escape the attack range. He could only resist. For a while, there were bursts of explosions around him, which completely submerged Song Jian. Chapter 295 Upgrade. Faced with the sudden big move of the boss, Liqueur's face changed. She was 6 or 7 meters away from the boss. When she saw something was wrong, she immediately used a skill similar to teleportation and quickly escaped from the attack range. But Song Jian was not so lucky. By the time Liqueur reacted, Song Jian had been submerged by a burst of explosions. Brother Xiaojian. Liqueur was terrified. She stood there at a loss for a while, and even forgot to attack. Pa Song Jian ran out of the smoke and dust with a dusty face, looking embarrassed. In the big move just now, he was hit by at least 3 burning rocks, and his health value was directly lost by more than half. If he hadn't had a high health value now, this would have killed him instantly. After the ultimate move, Song Jian was still in the burning state, losing 13 points of health per second for 8 seconds. Is this ultimate move released so fast? There is no time to react? Song Jian couldn't help but complain. If there is a team, at least half of the people can be killed with one move. After releasing the ultimate move, the mutant rock turtle beast had a trace of fatigue in its eyes, and lay on the river bank with its limbs curled up, with its head half extended and half exposed. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he rushed over without waiting for the health value to recover. Sword thread. Sword swinging 3 styles. Broken wing dance. Instantly, damage numbers exceeding 100 points floated above the boss's head, and the words fatigue status appeared in its status bar. Liqueur. Attack quickly. Song Jian looked at Liqueur, who was standing there in a daze, and hurriedly called out, Okay. Liqueur was also shocked. She didn't expect that the big move just now seemed to have no effect on Song Jian, but made him more vigorous, and the damage was greatly increased. At this moment, the phantom of a huge desert scorpion beast also appeared out of thin air and joined the attacking team. As the boss's fatigue ended, its health value successfully dropped to 1/3. This time, the fatigue state saved Song Jian at least half an hour of attack time. The next battle returned to the previous state of grinding health value. Song Jian had to allocate his skill damage to offset the boss's health recovery speed, and at the same time, he had to be alert to the boss's big move. The shadow of the desert scorpion beast has disappeared and will not appear again in a short time, which reduces Song Jian's damage a lot. He dared not use the sword shadow step anymore, and the immortal sword body was ready to release at any time. The big move just now did not have a critical hit. If there were 3 critical hits just now, Song Jian could be killed directly. Although the probability is not high, it cannot be ignored. The weakness potion was used up very quickly. From the beginning to now, more than a dozen bottles have been used up. Without the weakness potion to reduce defense, it would be more difficult to fight this boss. When the boss's health value dropped to 15%, it finally launched another big move. This time, Song Jian directly released the sword shadow step and the immortal sword body, and rushed towards the mutant rock turtle beast from the falling burning rock. Heart Eye. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and a huge scarlet cross cursor kept scanning the body of the mutant rock turtle beast. After a while, the cross cursor stopped on the left eye of the rock turtle beast, which was the only weakness on its body. Sword finger. While the sky was roaring and the smoke and dust were venting, Song Jian rushed to the front of the rock turtle beast with several burning rocks. He thrust his left index finger forward, and the 3-meter-long silver sword energy emitted a dazzling light, which was dazzling even in the smoke and dust. Puff. The dazzling sword energy pierced into the left eye of the rock turtle beast, and blood splattered immediately. A critical damage number of more than 300 points floated up from the top of the rock turtle beast's head. Roar. The rock turtle beast let out a crazy roar, holding its head high, as if brewing another skill. Kick. Song Jian kicked the rock turtle beast hard. The hard rock shell made his right foot seem to kick on an iron plate, and he felt a piercing pain. However, this attack also interrupted the skill that the rock turtle beast was about to release, and the roar stopped abruptly. At this moment, a rotating purple-black fireball smashed towards the rock turtle beast from the air, hitting its high head. Bang! The purple-black fireball exploded on its head, and a purple-black flame swept across the huge body of the rock turtle beast. Awing! The black dragon cub let out a loud dragon cry. A trace of fatigue appeared on its face, and it flapped its wings and flew to Song Jian's side. Song Jian's attack did not stop. He directly activated the speed sword skill, and the attack speed suddenly increased a lot. The red fire heart ape sword in his hand kept leaving dark red marks in the air, and chopped the rock turtle beast fiercely. Fast, fast, fast. Song Jian's attack speed seemed to break through the sky. A phantom appeared while he was swinging, taking advantage of the fatigue state of the boss again. He attacked it madly, and all his skills were thrown at the boss. -89, -96, -102. A series of damage numbers appeared above the boss's head. The mutant rock turtle beast in a fatigued state seemed to have a premonition of its own death, and a panic appeared in its eyes. But at this time it couldn't even move, and could only passively bear a lot of damage. 3, 2, 1. After the fatigue state ended, the mutant rock turtle beast suddenly stood up, glared at Song Jian fiercely, turned around, twisted its body, and rushed towards the Songlong River. Oh no! This guy is going to run. Song Jian was shocked and looked at his own state. At this time, his spirit value had just recovered to 54%. Without time to think about it, Song Jian directly used Eye Kill. The vertical pupil between the eyebrows opened, and a silver beam of light burst out from the vertical pupil. In a flash, it hit the body of the mutant rock turtle beast. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded on the body of the rock turtle beast, and huge rocks broke off from it. Less than 6 meters away from the Songlong River, the rock turtle beast finally let out a shrill cry, fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of huge rubble. A golden light burst out from the black dragon cub. The experience gained from killing the rock turtle beast allowed it to level up again, becoming a level 10 elite boss. The upgraded black dragon cub let out an excited dragon roar, and unexpectedly entered the pet space and fell asleep without Song Jian's summons. Song Jian was startled and quickly checked the pet's attributes. He found that there was nothing abnormal except that it fell into a deep sleep. So he was relieved and closed the pet interface. The experience of the 15th level elite boss was rich, but it was not enough for Song Jian to level up again. It only increased his experience slot by 8%. Awesome. Brother Xiaojian is so awesome, Li Ke exclaimed, and ran towards Song Jian excitedly. Song Jian smiled slightly, resisted his fatigue, and pulled Li Ke towards the rock turtle beast. Chapter 296 Minerals. After killing the huge rock turtle beast boss, Song Jian began to explore in the rubble. Although this rock turtle beast boss is only a level 15 elite, its strength is comparable to that of a level 20 elite boss, even if it is a whole team. If there is no strong output, an MT that can firmly attract its hatred, it will not be able to kill it at all. In the end, it may even be dragged down by it, and its supplies will be exhausted, and then the whole team will be wiped out. Therefore, the items dropped by this boss must be much better than ordinary level 15 elite bosses. And Song Jian is looking forward to it. Wow! It's really good. It actually dropped a silver quality shield. This can definitely be sold at a high price. Those war alliances will probably fight for it. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Rock turtle shield silver. Shield. Equipment effect, defense plus 10. Defense rate plus 34%. Strength plus 2. Constitution plus 3. Health value plus 200. Special effect, Gushin active. Instant. After release, the defense of the self increases by 30 points. Weakens 25% of attack damage. Rebounds 10% of melee damage. And the self cannot move. Lasts for 5 seconds. Equipment requirements, strength 10 points. Equipment level 15. Whether it can be taken out of the game, no. Such attributes, even in silver equipment, are considered as small top grade. After taking it, the defense power is greatly increased. And the health value is increased by 260 points. Now some ordinary level 10 professionals may not have such a high health value. As for the 10 points of strength required by the equipment, it is easy to get them. For those who can work in melee defense professions, strength and constitution are core attributes and will be improved at all costs. In addition to the shield, the boss also dropped a pet egg, a few pieces of black iron ore, and a fist-sized oval gray stone that beats like a heart. Pet egg rock turtle beast. After hatching, you can get a rock turtle beast pet. LV1 rock turtle beast elite. HP value 500/500. Spirit value 100 out of 100. Features: super defense, super recovery, skills taunt, rebound damage. Pet description: this pet has a trace of basalt blood in its body and is not afraid of any biological pressure. Purifying this blood can make the pet evolve. This pet egg is not bad. Rock turtle beast. It is simply a natural MT. Song Jian said in surprise, turned his head and looked at Li Kur and said, Kur, you are a long-range professional. With this pet egg to resist monsters, it will be more convenient for you to upgrade in the future. Do you want it? Li Kur frowned slightly, looked at the rock turtle beast boss that had turned into a pile of rubble, and then looked at the great pet egg in Song Jian's hand. After hesitating for a long time, she nodded and took the pet egg reluctantly. Hatch. Li Kur took the pet egg and hatched it directly. A ray of light bloomed from the pet egg, and then another ray of light shot out from the inside. After a while, countless rays of light shot out and wrapped the entire pet egg. With a click, a mini rock turtle appeared in Li Kur's palm. It's so ugly, Li Kur said with disdain. Train it well. This pet has the blood of the black tortoise. It may evolve into a divine beast in the future. Song Jian comforted. Xiaozi, come out and meet your friend. Li Kur raised her hand, and a pet card from purple jade appeared above her head. This pet is Li Kur's first pet. It used to be the size of a palm, but now it is the size of a football, and its level has been upgraded to level 10. Unfortunately, although it looks beautiful from the outside, this pet is just an ordinary pet, far inferior to the rock turtle beast, which is an elite boss at birth. However, looking at Li Kur's expression, it was obvious that she liked Xiaozi more than this rock turtle. The palm-sized rock turtle crawled around on Li Kur's hands, looking very impatient, and shouted weakly at Li Kur. Li Kur seemed to be very experienced. She immediately took out a meat strip as thick as a finger from the parcel column and stretched it to the mouth of the rock turtle beast. The rock turtle beast swallowed the meat strip in one gulp. After feeding a few meat strips, the rock turtle beast also became friendly with Li Kur and kept rubbing its head against Li Kur's palm. Hee hee. It's so itchy. Li Kur laughed and put the rock turtle beast on the ground. The palm-sized rock turtle followed Li Kur's feet closely, looking pitiful and frightened. Song Jian smiled slightly, and set his eyes on the remaining pieces of ore and the stone that was beating slightly like a heart. The ore was ordinary black iron ore, a kind of forging material, and could also be used to manufacture engineering equipment. But the stone that was beating slightly like a heart was a little strange. Special ore. Can be planted. Effect: planting this item in a spiritual field. There is an 85% chance of harvesting 10 first to third level ores. 50% chance of harvesting 3rd to 5th level ores. 30% chance of harvesting 6th to 7th level ores. 10% chance of harvesting 8th level ores. And 1% chance of harvesting 9th level ores. Planting time: 6 hours. Planting requirements: occupy 2 spiritual fields. Item description: this item cannot be moved after planting, and will form a small or mother after 300 hours. And the output will be increased. This thing is good, but the output is a little low. Song Jian looked at the inconspicuous ore in his hand, and his eyes showed curiosity. With this thing, it is almost equivalent to getting a small mine. This thing may be a bit useless in the eyes of others. In addition to occupying 2 spiritual fields, it can only produce 10 pieces of or every 6 hours. If you dig in the mine, in 6 hours, even a junior miner can get dozens or even hundreds of times the amount of ore of this ore. Now the player level is low, and I dare not go to the subway station to mine. But after a while, when the player level and strength are improved and they can enter and exit the subway station safely, the usefulness of the ore will plummet. At that time, it may not be as good as planting other things with 2 spiritual fields. It still has some value at this stage. Take it back and try planting it. Song Jian thought to himself. I'll take this mineral. Song Jian showed the mineral in his hand and said to Li Ke. Li Ke looked at the gray mineral, curled her lips, waved her hand nonchalantly and said, Here you go. Looking at the little rock turtle that had been following closely at her feet. Li Ke muttered softly, If I had known that the spoils were these gray things, I would not have come to fight this boss. No one likes it. Neither of us can use this shield. Let's sell it at the auction house. We will split the Doomsday coins, Song Jian said after looking at the silver quality shield. Song Jian estimated that this silver quality shield was worth at least 5,000 Doomsday coins. If several alliances could compete for it, it would not be surprising if it was worth over 10,000. Okay, Brother Jian. The boss is defeated. I'm leaving now. Bye. Li Ke waved to Song Jian. Then summoned a red warhorse, rode on the warhorse, and quickly disappeared in front of Song Jian. Hey, I said. Before Song Jian could say anything, Li Ke had already run away. Shaking his head helplessly, Song Jian put away all the items, rode his motorcycle, and drove towards his manor castle. Chapter 297 Shadow District. Back at the manor castle, Song Jian directly eradicated the plants on the 2 spiritual fields, planted the mineral species, and then ordered people to guard it and collect it every 6 hours. Because the ore is produced randomly, although the quantity is not large, there must be many types. Song Jian also specially arranged a large room as a storage room to store the ore produced by the mineral species. After the arrangement, Song Jian went to the auction house and put the silver quality rock turtle shield on the auction house. With a reserve price of 5,000 Doomsday coins and a fixed price of 20,000 Doomsday coins, Song Jian looked at his parcel column and found a broken Vulcan flag in it. It was a 2-handed weapon that could summon 2 fire elemental elves to assist in battle. However, its position was the same as the 5th middle school flag that he had already equipped, and the attributes of the school flag were much higher than those of the broken Vulcan flag. It was also an equipment with evolutionary attributes, which made Song Jian reluctant to throw it away. It seemed that he could only sell the broken Vulcan flag in exchange for some Doomsday coins. Just when Song Jian grabbed the broken Vulcan flag and was about to put it in the auction house, he suddenly received an unexpected system prompt. System, your weapon 5th middle school flag has reached the evolution conditions. The system detects that you have the evolution auxiliary item broken Vulcan flag. Do you want to consume the broken Vulcan flag to evolve the 5th middle school flag? Has it reached the evolution conditions? How did you reach it? What are the evolution conditions? Song Jian was confused and had no idea what was going on. However, he still knew to evolve the school flag and immediately chose to evolve. A white light flashed, and the Vulcan flag in the package column disappeared. The surface of the 5th middle school flag in the equipment column suddenly burned with a layer of red flames. The entire equipment was in a sealed state. At the same time, there was a progress bar under the item. It would take about 3 hours to complete the evolution, without the attribute bonus of the school flag. Song Jian's strength suddenly dropped a little. But it doesn't matter. 3 hours later, the attributes of the evolved school flag will definitely be stronger. After closing the equipment bar, Song Jian was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone beside him exclaim, Hack! Someone is selling a shield with such powerful attributes. Are you crazy? What shield? Where is it? Let me see it quickly. RNT is currently missing a shield. Is it blue quality? When someone heard this, they immediately surrounded him. Oh my god! It's a silver quality shield. No. I have to inform our leader. With this shield, the underground boxing gym dungeon can be cleared directly. Fuck. The reserve price is 5,000 Doomsday coins. And now it has been raised to 7,500 Doomsday coins. Are you crazy? Our leader has given me a death order. I must bid for the shield. 10,000 Doomsday coins. Humph. Let's see who dares to raise the price. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that in just a few minutes. The entire auction house went crazy because of this silver quality shield. Now there are dozens of war alliances of all sizes in Doomsday City. The price has broken through to 13,000 Doomsday coins in a short time. This made Song Jian regret that the price was too low. At this speed of competition, I am afraid that someone will really buy the shield directly at a price. Once an auction item is sold, it cannot be taken off the shelf. Even if Song Jian wants to buy it back with his own money, he can only watch the price of the shield go up. Fortunately, when the price reached 15,000 Doomsday coins, the number of bidders suddenly dropped sharply, and the range of each bid was also much smaller. It seems that there will be no result in the dispute for a while. Song Jian smiled slightly, turned around and left the auction house, and went to the level 15 monster area to upgrade. Now Song Jian's level is only half a step away from level 15. The leather armor in the package column has been silent for a long time. Song Jian can't wait to wear it. There are many level 15 monster areas in the Doomsday City. Song Jian chose the place closest to him, the Shadow District. The Shadow District is very dangerous. There are assassin-like mutant zombies everywhere that can be invisible. It is also the place with the most wandering NPCs. Many professional players of level 10 like to come here to hunt monsters. On the one hand, the core skill of the assassin profession, the stealth skill book, can be dropped here. On the other hand, if you are lucky, you can recruit the NPCs here as followers. However, only those players who are confident in their own strength dare to come to this area. Many players will be robbed of all their items and equipment after entering this area. They are thrown out like dead pigs. The reason why Song Jian chose to upgrade here is mainly because the monster experience value here is 30% higher than the monsters of the same level in other areas. And it is closest to the auction house. As for the fact that the monsters here can be invisible, Song Jian, who has the vertical pupil, said that this is not a big deal. Song Jian walked through a dirty alley and entered the range of the shadow block. As soon as he entered here, Song Jian couldn't help frowning. Everything in front of him made Song Jian feel that this place was like a slum, with dilapidated and old houses everywhere, sewage all over the ground, and a faint stench in the air. And as soon as he walked in here, Song Jian could clearly feel that several malicious eyes were looking him up and down. These eyes were full of greed and malice, just like a beast in the dark, looking at its prey, which made Song Jian feel very uncomfortable. Walking along the road, some mysterious figures appeared from time to time on both sides. Some of them looked ferocious and looked like street thugs, while others wrapped their bodies in black cloaks, hiding even their names and attributes. Song Jian looked around vigilantly, guarding against all creatures he could see. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill, and a gust of wind came from behind his head. A sharp blade suddenly emerged from midair and stabbed at the back of Song Jian's head. Song Jian turned around suddenly, raised his left index finger upwards, and a silver sword energy burst into a dazzling light, illuminating the dim streets nearby. At this time, a hunched translucent figure appeared in front of Song Jian. He held a bone-grinded dagger in his right hand and stabbed at Song Jian. Bang! The opponent's bone dagger stabbed Song Jian's chest and collided with the zombie leader's armor, making a crisp sound. A damage of more than 30 points floated above Song Jian's head, and Song Jian's sword finger also swept across the opponent's shoulder, leaving a deep scar on the opponent's body. LV-15 Crazy Assassin Zombie Ordinary. Chi and Health Value, 910/1100. Spirit Value, 300/300. Characteristics, Bloodthirsty. Skills, Stealth. Life-sacrificing strike. The assassin zombie who was injured and slowly emerged had red eyes and a distorted face. He made a hoarse sound of ho-ho from his mouth, and rushed toward Song Jian with a desperate look of dying together. Chapter 298 Hidden Mission. Broken Wing Dance. Song Jian wielded the red fire-heart monkey sword and rushed towards the assassin zombie. After 3 moves, the assassin zombie in the floating state roared wildly, but could not control his body at all. Speed Sword. Song Jian's attack speed suddenly increased a lot. Even if it was just a normal attack, it gave others the illusion of using skills. A series of damage numbers floated up from the assassin zombie's head. When the assassin zombie's floating state ended and his body fell heavily to the ground, his blood value was less than half. Then, before it could get up, a transparent spiritual sword slashed at it fiercely. The assassin zombie didn't even notice where the attack came from, and felt a sharp pain coming. accompanied by waves of feeling as if his head was squeezed into a juicer, which made the assassin zombie scream miserably. And the NPCs on the whole street couldn't help but shudder. Oh! It's so miserable. What did you do to this poor assassin zombie? Why did he make such a miserable scream? Several NPCs who had opened the door and poked their heads out were frightened and retracted their heads, and closed the door with a bang, hiding in the house and shivering. The monster that lost its mind was no less afraid of the sword of spirit than the genetic zombie, seeing the assassin zombie rolling on the ground with its head in its arms. Song Jian was too lazy to use his skills. He used ordinary attacks to harvest the remaining health of the monster. With a crisp sound of clang, a skill stone rolled out from under the assassin zombie. Song Jian picked it up and smiled. It was a good start. The skill stone that fell was the core inherited skill of the assassin. Stealth. An assassin who can't stealth is like a tiger without claws and fangs. Not even as good as a Hello Kitty. Almost all professions can bully them. But an assassin who has mastered stealth has become a top killer, and a terrifying existence that other professions are afraid of. In the auction house, the price of stealth skills remained high. Some people even offered 3,000 Doomsday coins to buy it. But they were ridiculed by a group of people. The price of this core skill was at least 5,000 Doomsday coins. And there was no demand for it. Lucky. The first monster dropped stealth skills. Song Jian put the skill stone into the package with a satisfied smile on his face. He had heard that someone had brushed assassin zombies here for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't get stealth skills. This really depends on one's luck and face. After killing the assassin zombie, the malicious eyes that had been staring at Song Jian from the dark disappeared. Such a ruthless person was simply not something they could deal with. Song Jian was too lazy to wait, so he opened his vertical pupils and looked around. Soon, he found that there were at least a dozen assassin zombies in stealth mode wandering aimlessly on the street. The names of these assassin zombies are all blood red, and they are active attack monsters. Once a player enters their alert range, they will actively attack the players. After opening his vertical pupils, Song Jian rushed directly to the assassin zombie closest to him and chopped it out of stealth mode with a sword. After the stealth mode disappeared, the assassin zombies could not use many powerful first-hand skills, and could only fight Song Jian head-on like a warrior. But an assassin zombie that has lost its stealth state and first-hand skills is at most comparable to a level 10 ordinary melee monster, and is no match for Song Jian. After a series of skills, Song Jian's health value did not even drop by 1/10, and he killed a monster that was 1 level higher than him. Although the assassin zombies did not give as much experience as the Jin warriors, it was easy to kill them. Song Jian could even deal with 3 or even 4 at the same time, and the efficiency was faster than hunting Jin warriors. Not long after, Song Jian killed a street, and all the assassin zombies on the street were killed by him alone. The miserable screams of the assassin zombies before they died echoed throughout the street from time to time. Almost all NPCs hid in the houses. The whole street was deserted and closed. After killing so many assassin zombies, only a lot of cloth dropped, and about 300 Doomsday coins dropped. Not to mention the skill stones. Even ordinary materials did not drop. However, I was able to get a stealth skill stone, which was a big profit for killing monsters this time. And my level was also raised to 87% of level 14. And I will soon be able to reach level 15. At this time, an old man in a white robe, trembling with a cane, slowly walked in front of Song Jian. On this street full of garbage and sewage, an NPC dressed spotlessly appeared, which surprised Song Jian. This NPC was totally out of tune with the environment here, and it felt like an intruder. Thank you, God-given, fearless warrior, the old man said to Song Jian with a grateful expression on his face. Thank you for killing all the villains on this street. Because of these infected people, we haven't been out for a long time. Song Jian curled his lips. All the NPCs on this street are not natives. There are very few natives in the whole city. Most of them appeared in this city after the players appeared and were arranged by the system god. This old man actually acted like a native of the Shadow District, which made Song Jian feel a little disgusted. Nothing. This is what I should do. Song Jian had a righteous expression. After entering the game for so long, he naturally knew how to talk to these NPCs. He just needed to follow their words. Maybe he could get a few side quests or hidden quests. And it is obvious that the appearance of this old man is because he killed all the assassin zombies in the entire block. It is a kind of invisible reward. I must get some benefits from this old man. Fearless warrior. I am the boss of this block. Deep in the shadow block, there is a library hidden. But now this library has been occupied by demons. I wonder if you can help us drive away the demons there so that the children here can learn some knowledge. The old man stared at Song Jian with cloudy eyes, with an expectant expression on his face. Children? Are there still children here? Song Jian complained in his heart. The whole street was full of adults, and he didn't see any trace of a child at all. System, do you accept the hidden task clean up the library? Of course. I am willing to accept this task. No matter how much you complain, you still have to accept the task. This is not only related to the evaluation of the main task, but also the side tasks alone can get rich rewards. Please follow me. Warrior. After Song Jian accepted the task, a gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he walked towards the depths of the Shadow District with a cane. Chapter 299 Mutated Soul. Song Jian followed the old man and walked towards the end of the Shadow District. Along the way, almost all the NPCs in the houses began to whisper, and some even opened their eyes and looked out from the cracks in the door. Another. Too powerful. Maybe he can. That's ours. I hope he can. Some whispering voices floated into Song Jian's ears, although he couldn't hear clearly what they were talking about. It was obvious that their topic had been discussing around the task Song Jian had accepted. Ahem, the old man suddenly coughed, turned his head, and looked at the houses on both sides. A sharp look appeared in his originally turbid eyes, and all the whispers stopped abruptly, and silence returned. Warrior. This way. The library is in front. The old man looked like he was in his twilight years, and it seemed that he would fall to the ground in the next moment. Song Jian nodded and became a little alert. It seems that this hidden task of cleaning the library is not as simple as imagined. Song Jian thought to himself. Soon, under the guidance of the old man, Song Jian came to a dilapidated small building. This small building looks like a 3-story building built by a family in a rural area in the real world. Many of the paint on the outside has been corroded and peeled off, revealing the green bricks and stones inside. There are also garbage and fallen leaves all around. It seems that no one has cleaned it for a long time, because this place has been occupied by demons. No one has approached it for a long time. The old man sighed and said, Warrior, the demons are in the library. Please kill them all and restore the tranquility here. Song Jian nodded, without saying a word, and walked directly to the library. The old man stood in front of the small building with a cane, staring at Song Jian's back until he disappeared in the library. At this time, a slanting sun shone from the side, and the old man's shadow suddenly tilted and became much taller. His body was covered with sharp thorns, and even his head had 2 curved horns. Soon, the sun shifted away again, and the old man's shadow began to slowly disappear, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Song Jian walked into the library alone. As soon as he entered, he saw that the room was full of dust. The books on the wooden table had long been covered with dust, and even the bookshelves were covered with a thick layer of dust. It seemed that no one had entered here for decades. Rather than calling it a library, it was better to call it a haunted house. At this moment, a translucent soul appeared from the corridor next to the bookshelf. Seeing Song Jian, the soul body immediately roared, Blasphemer! All of you invaders must die! This translucent soul body seemed to be wearing heavy plate armor and holding a 2-handed sword in his hand, looking a bit like a medieval knight. LV-15 Mutant Soul Body Ordinary. HP value, 1900/1900. Spirit value, 500/500. Characteristics, Virtual Body. Skills, Jump / Holy Light / Virtual Body? Song Jian frowned slightly. This name sounds very similar to a soul body monster he met at the beginning, except that the monster's skill is called Nothingness. After looking at the opponent's status bar, it turned out that the virtual effect was a 60% reduction in physical damage. Pure physical attacks had little damage to this monster. If Song Jian was a mage, it would be fun to kill monsters here. However, Song Jian was not without a solution. He took out a bottle of fire lizard potion and used it. Suddenly, a burning flame appeared on the dark red fire heart ape sword. The fire lizard potion can turn attacks into fire attribute attacks. Coupled with Song Jian's invisible sword energy, it is not too easy to deal with this kind of soul monster. Soul controlling sword technique. A transparent long sword condensed above Song Jian's head. as Song Jian swung the red fire heart ape sword in his hand. The transparent long sword also chopped towards the mutant soul. Swish, swish, swish. A series of more than 200 points of damage floated up from the mutant soul's head. The damage of the Sword of Spirit was surprisingly high. Almost every sword could deal double the critical damage. For a while, the mutant soul couldn't even get close to Song Jian, and could only passively endure the endless pain brought to it by the Sword of Spirit. Bang! As soon as the 3 seconds were up, Song Jian directly controlled the Sword of Spirit to explode, causing more than 300 points of blood value damage to the mutant soul again. With just one skill, the HP of the mutant soul in front of him was reduced to less than 1,000 points. This is easier than assassin zombies. Song Jian waved the long sword burning with blazing flames, performed other sword skills, and rushed towards the mutant soul. The mutant soul screamed continuously, and was killed by Song Jian without even releasing any skills. A heavy sigh sounded, and the mutant soul put his hands together, and the armor on his body peeled off piece by piece, and the two-handed sword disappeared. In the end, only a piece of cloth was left. A white light fell from the top of the mutant soul's head, sucking the dead mutant soul into the air and disappeared, leaving only a gray bead burning with white flames in the original place. Mutated Soul Seed White, consumable. After use, it can increase 30 points of holy damage, lasting 30 seconds. This effect can be repeated. The upper limit is 100 pieces. Song Jian picked up the mutant soul seed. Although it was burning with white flames, it was not hot at all. This kind of item can only play the greatest effect against specific monsters. Song Jian took a look and threw it into the parcel column. Song Jian began to wander in the library, hunting all the monsters in it. Are soul bodies also considered demons? And these soul bodies look no different from humans, so they should not be demons. Then where's the demon that the old man who is the boss of the block said? Song Jian muttered to himself, full of doubts about the hidden task he received. Soon, a mutant soul passed through a row of bookshelves and rushed towards Song Jian. The two fought together, and Song Jian killed the monster in less than 3 minutes. The experience points were not cheap, and the mutant soul dropped another mutant soul seed. Song Jian didn't care and picked it up and put it in the parcel column. In this way, Song Jian searched the first floor of the small building. In more than half an hour, he went through the entire first floor library and hunted more than 30 mutant souls. The experience points increased to level 1493%. Moreover, what is strange is that these mutant souls do not drop anything except hybrids, and each soul will drop a soul seed, and these soul seeds can be superimposed. Now Song Jian has 39 mutant soul seeds in his parcel column. Song Jian searched the entire lobby on the first floor. Just as he was walking towards the stairs to go up to the second floor, he suddenly saw a book emitting a faint white light on a crooked bookshelf. What is this thing? It seems like it can be picked up. Song Jian couldn't help but walk towards the book. Chapter 300 Divine Parry. The bookshelf was pushed over and leaned against the wall of the library, covered with dust. Under the thick dust, a book was faintly emitting white light. If Song Jian had not observed carefully, he would have easily missed the book and went directly to the second floor. Items with search value in the game will have their own white light, even those with miscellaneous attributes. If there is no light on the surface, it means that the item itself has no value, and the player does not need to waste time and energy to check them one by one. For example, there are hundreds of books in the library now. If you search one by one, it will waste too much time and energy. Therefore, most books that do not emit light are of no value. Even if you pick them up and look through them, the handwriting on them is blurred, and the player does not get any benefit. Song Jian walked forward, brushed away the thick dust, and picked up the book. Is this a diary? Javier should be the owner of this diary. Song Jian flipped through it casually and found that it was a diary of a low-level priest named Javier, which recorded some scattered trivial matters. May 18th. Today the whole temple seems to be in a restless mood. Even the face of the red priest has no smile. I feel like something big is going to happen. May 21st. Today Brother Wei Laner taught us the sacred prayer. Brother Wei Laner taught very well and patiently. It took me more than an hour to master it. I was really too stupid. The sacred prayer is a skill that the Dawn Priest must master. Maybe I can become a Dawn Priest in the future, in order to prevent omissions in the future. I still remember the prayer clearly and write it down. On June 2nd, a man-eating monster appeared in the city. The bishop said that this was the devil returning to the world. People had to undergo God's test again. If they failed, the end of the world would come. Everyone was panicked. On June 9th, Paladin Sophia summoned us today and told us that it was getting more and more dangerous outside. Maybe one day, we would take up arms and fight those monsters. Paladin Sophia taught us a life-saving skill today. Holy Light Parry. This skill can help us escape from the threat of death once. I must record it in full and strive to master it as soon as possible. On July 19th, more and more people have begun to leave the city, and fewer believers come to the temple to pray. In the morning, Carl told me that there was a strange voice talking to him in the library, and he was scared. On July 29th, the monsters outside were roaring so loudly that I couldn't fall asleep at all. I had to get up and pray to the gods to save us. The companions around me became more and more strange. I felt like they were strangers. Now every night, there is also a voice whispering in my ear. I can't hear what he is saying, but it makes me feel very comfortable. Very comfortable. On September 3rd, Carl told me to accompany him to the library today. He said he had something to tell me. What could he tell me only in the library? Carl is getting weirder and weirder. The diary was interrupted here. This man named Javier must have encountered danger in the library. He might have been killed by a demon. Closing the diary, Song Jian sighed. From this diary, Song Jian learned a lot about what happened before the Doomsday cataclysm. But Song Jian did not find the temple that Javier mentioned. There was only a library that had been abandoned for who knows how many years. This library is very likely the library recorded in Campbell's diary. But in his description, this library should be part of the temple. For some reason, it appeared in the Shadow District. At this moment, the diary, which was originally emitting white light, began to slowly decompose into crystal white light spots after Song Jian finished reading it, and slowly floated into the air. After a while, the diary disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. Song Jian also suddenly received 2 message prompts. System, you read Javier's diary and obtained the practice method of the Holy Prayer. The system detected that you are not a long-range magic professional, and the practice method was erased. System, you read Javier's diary and obtained the training method of Holy Parry. The system detects that you are a melee professional sword master, and you meet the conditions for practicing this skill. You begin to comprehend the training method of Holy Parry. Soon, a progress bar appeared in front of Song Jian and slowly moved. In this state, Song Jian dared not move at all, and the words recorded in the diary Holy Parry emerged in his mind. 5 minutes passed, and the progress bar finally came to the end. The system prompted Song Jian that he had mastered the skill of Holy Parry. Song Jian looked at the first system prompt and felt a little regretful. If he could have access to this diary before he took office, he would definitely be able to learn Holy Prayer. And maybe he could also get in touch with the profession of Dawn Priest. But now Song Jian has taken office as a sword master and become a melee professional. So naturally he cannot learn the priest-like professional skill of Holy Prayer. But if Song Jian had not taken office, he would not have come to the Shadow District, to this library, and to this diary. In fact, this diary of Javier records a lot of skills about the Dawn Priest and the Dawn Paladin. But most of the other skills are vague. Obviously, Javier has not been exposed to any advanced skills. He can only learn these skills through observation and talking to others. And naturally it is impossible for others to comprehend them. Only Holy Prayer and Holy Parry are the skills he mastered. So he can record the training methods in detail. Although there are thousands of player professions, if they are roughly divided, they are only divided into long range and melee, physical and magic. Therefore, no matter what profession the player is, as long as he finds Javier's diary, he can learn a skill from it. Although he felt a little disappointed, Song Jian's attention was quickly attracted by the skill Holy Parry. Holy Parry active. Level 1. Skill effect, after release, it can resist 1 damage to itself in the next 3 seconds, and at the same time rebound 110% of the damage received into holy damage to attack the opponent. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Skill consumption, 10 points of spirit value. Consumption is returned if the parry is successful. Equipment requirements, melee weapon. After reading the introduction of Holy Parry, Song Jian couldn't help showing a look of joy on his face. It really deserves to be a life-saving skill. It can completely immunize the next damage to oneself. It is similar to the legendary absolute defense of the skill. If used well, it can save one's life. It's a pity that this skill is not a sword technique. Otherwise, my main task will be completed. Song Jian said it was a pity, but there was no regret on his face. After searching carefully again, Song Jian walked towards the second floor. Chapter 301 Holy Spirit. After going up to the second floor, Song Jian looked around. The scene on the second floor was similar to that on the first floor, with a few tables and chairs for reading and rows of bookshelves. Many of these wooden tables, chairs and bookshelves were already rotten and turned into powder with a slight touch. Many of them lay on the ground in a mess, covered with thick dust. There were also many mutant souls here, wandering aimlessly on the second floor. When they encountered a bookshelf or table and chair blocking them, they would just pass through. The appearance of these mutant souls was very different from that of the mutant souls on the first floor. The mutant souls on the first floor were all knights wearing armor and holding heavy swords, while the mutant souls here were wearing white robes. Some of them held a coat in their hands, and some held a short staff, dressed like priests. There are more mutant souls here than on the first floor. After taking a glance, Song Jian looked towards the messy bookshelves. He was delighted by the holy parry he got on the first floor. He wondered if the second floor could give him another surprise. Raising the flame skeleton crossbow, Song Jian aimed at the mutant soul closest to him. Swish, swish, swish. Released the 3-shot skill of the crossbow. 3 burning crossbow arrows shot at the mutant soul. -12, -8, -3. Because of the palm sword, Song Jian's use of the skeleton crossbow caused very low damage. Plus, the mutant soul itself reduced 60% of physical damage. If it weren't for the fire damage of the crossbow, I'm afraid it wouldn't even break the opponent's defense. The injured mutant soul roared and rushed towards Song Jian, stopping 3 or 4 meters away from Song Jian. The pages of the code in his hand automatically opened one by one, and he chanted a spell. Suddenly, a small piece of rotating dark cloud appeared above Song Jian's head, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly appeared from the dark cloud and fell towards Song Jian. Is this lightning magic? Song Jian was stunned, and in a flash, he directly used the sacred parry he had just learned. Suddenly, Song Jian held the red fire-hard monkey sword and made a power-gathering action, and a thin layer of light golden energy appeared on the surface of his body. Bang! The lightning struck Song Jian's head, but was blocked by the light golden energy on his body. Miss. The attack was blocked, and then Song Jian's body was covered with golden light. A surge of energy gathered in his right hand holding the long sword, and he thrust forward. A dazzling golden sword energy stabbed towards the mutant soul. Bang! With a muffled sound, the golden sword energy exploded in the mutant soul's chest, and it was immediately pushed back a few steps. A damage number of more than 100 points floated above its head. This sacred parrying skill is really good. Song Jian smiled slightly, and directly performed the sword shadow step and rushed towards the mutant soul. The mutant soul that was counterattacked by the sacred showed a puzzled look in its eyes. It felt that the scene in front of it was very familiar, but it could not remember where it had seen it before. Seeing Song Jian turned into a black shadow and pounced on it, violent emotion surged in its heart again, and it roared ho-ho from its mouth, and the speed of flipping the code in its hand became faster. Kick! Song Jian rushed to the mutant soul and kicked it fiercely with his right leg. The mutant soul that had already started chanting the spell seemed to be pinched by the neck, and the spell stopped abruptly. Then, a backlash number of more than 80 points floated from its head. Sword thread. Broken wing dance. Speed sword. Start. After a set of skills, the mutant soul screamed and turned into a soul seed burning with white flames. Except for this mutant soul seed, there is no loot, but the experience is quite high. Much higher than the level 15 monster the day before yesterday. Song Jian thought to himself and walked towards another mutant soul. It took more than an hour for Song Jian to kill all the mutant souls on the second floor, and his experience value increased to 98% of the 14th level. He also harvested more than 60 mutant soul seeds. Now there are more than 100 mutant soul seeds in his bag. He doesn't know what to use them for now, so he can only put them aside. After clearing the monsters on this floor, Song Jian began to carefully search the books on each bookshelf, hoping to find a book that records skills. As a result, he spent more than 10 minutes searching more than a dozen rows of bookshelves one by one. But there was no new discovery, which made Song Jian disappointed. Sighing, Song Jian continued to walk towards the third floor. When he arrived at the third floor, Song Jian found that the third floor was empty, and there was nothing. No, that's not right. Song Jian saw that on the ground of the third floor, there was a huge magic circle drawn. This magic circle was drawn entirely with scarlet paint, which looked like blood. Moreover, this place had been abandoned for so long. But this magic circle looked as bright as if it had just been drawn. Destroy it. Destroy this magic circle. As long as this magic circle is destroyed, the demons here can be completely eliminated, and the tranquility of the entire block can be restored. A gentle voice suddenly came to Song Jian's ears. This voice was full of temptation. It was very comfortable to hear, and people couldn't help but want to do what it said. Song Jian showed a confused look in his eyes, and walked forward. Suddenly, a cool energy surged in his mind, which directly made him get out of this state of temptation. Seeing that he was less than 1 meter away from the magic circle, Song Jian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What happened to me just now? Song Jian opened the system information prompt. Sure enough, he was tempted by a mysterious force. Fortunately, his talent skill thick skin worked, and saved him from this state. Song Jian looked at the task bar, and found that the original task of destroying the demon in the library had become destroy the magic circle in front of you. This made Song Jian frown. This task was too weird. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and felt that he seemed to have been fooled. Just when Song Jian was hesitating whether to cancel this task, this hidden task suddenly changed again, and the task reward column was updated. The original task reward was only 3,000 Doomsday coins and 10,000 experience points. But now, it has become an item emitting holy light. Holy Spirit? After using it, it can increase all attributes by 2 points? Too awesome. Song Jian couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and stared at the task reward column of this hidden task. Song Jian carefully read the hidden task again, fearing that there would be some loopholes that would lead to being deceived. After reading for a long time, he finally nodded. As long as he destroyed the magic circle in front of him, he could directly obtain the Holy Spirit, which was a good thing that could increase all attributes by 2 points. Song Jian couldn't let it slip away from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Song Jian walked to the front of the magic circle, wielded the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand, and slashed at the magic circle fiercely. Chapter 302 Seal. The boss of the Shadow District, the old man who looked like he would die if the wind blew, was standing motionless in front of the library. His face was a little distorted, and his eyes were full of anger. Holy Spirit, this is a treasure that I condensed with the souls of 10 Dawn Paladins I killed. I actually gave it to this greedy human. It's unforgivable. Greed is the original sin. The original sin. Damn human. How could you resist my devil's voice? Almost. As long as the magic circle is destroyed, I can truly be free. This time is the closest to success. Go ahead. Just one sword. One sword can destroy the magic circle. Your attack power has been recognized by me, and you can definitely destroy this magic circle that has imprisoned me for more than 10 years. Freedom. The breath of freedom. I seem to have touched it in advance. The old man stood in front of the library and talked to himself like a lunatic. Behind him, the NPCs of the Shadow District slowly walked up and stood quietly behind the old man. They seemed to be waiting for something. Boom! A loud noise came out of the library, and the whole library began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Ha! We succeeded. We succeeded. The old man suddenly threw away his crutches and laughed loudly. His figure began to expand slowly, and the skin on his body was torn open, which looked very scary. The NPCs behind him also made a sound like ghosts and wolves howling. They grabbed their skins hard, just like a worn-out piece of clothing, and threw them on the ground casually. Soon, the old man turned into a huge demon over 3 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head and bone spurs all over his body. Behind him, the NPCs also turned into red-faced, fawn-toothed, and ferocious little demons. An object emitting golden light floated up from the strongest demon and flew towards Song Jian. The demon stared at the golden object with a look of pain in his eyes. The power of the contract cannot be desecrated. Any creature that violates it will be suppressed by the system. Even the demon dare not fight against this great power. Besides, this demon has been imprisoned for more than 10 years. The reason why the magic circle has always existed is that it has been absorbing its power as energy to maintain the magic circle. After being absorbed for more than 10 years, the demon's strength has fallen to the lowest. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire library collapsed. A dusty human held a dark red sword in one hand, and the sacred spirit that flew away from the big demon in the other hand. That's mine. The big demon showed a greedy look in his eyes, and roared, "Kill him!" The little demons of various shapes behind him roared and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian looked up, and was shocked to see so many monsters in front of him. These little demons were just ordinary monsters of level 15. But there were too many of them. Even Song Jian couldn't resist them when they swarmed together. Just as Song Jian was about to escape, a clear girl's voice rang out in the air. "All evils retreat." Sacred seal. Song Jian looked up and saw a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a red robe, floating in the air, with long golden hair fluttering in the wind. In her left hand, she held a golden codex, and in her right hand, she held a staff that was almost as tall as her. Priest? Damn it. How can there be a Dawn priest now? You should have died long ago. The big devil saw the little girl, with fear in his eyes, and roared loudly. The priestess stared at the little demons below with a solemn expression, and a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. Countless golden divine characters continued to condense in the air, and finally formed a golden sacred seal floating in front of the girl. Suppress! With a sharp shout, the golden divine seal flew towards the little demons. During the fall, the golden divine seal, which was only the size of a palm, expanded instantly and covered all the little demons. Boom! There was a roar like an earthquake. Smoke and dust were released, and energy was overflowing. Hundreds of little demons were killed in one blow, and their bodies turned into wisps of black air and slowly dissipated between the whole world. The priestess slowly descended from the sky, staring at Song Jian with a dissatisfied expression. "You release the abyss demon in advance? Otherwise, the magic circle will absorb all its strength in a few years and completely destroy it." "Sorry. I was also deceived by him, thinking it was just an ordinary hidden task." Song Jian bowed slightly, apologized to the girl, and put the Holy Spirit into the parcel column. "Demons are good at deceiving the world, and the world is greedy," the priestess said expressionlessly. Song Jian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He actually realized that there was something wrong with this task in the end. But for the Holy Spirit, he finally broke the magic circle and released all the demons. "There is another big demon. Do we need to kill it?" Song Jian pointed at the 3-meter-tall ferocious demon in front of him and asked. The demon in front of him was very weak. It was just a level 15 elite boss. Even if Song Jian was alone, he had the confidence to kill it. "We can't kill it now." The priestess shook her head and said, "If its demonic power is not exhausted, it can be resurrected no matter how many times it is killed." As she spoke, the codex in the priestess's left hand began to turn quickly without wind. Song Jian found that this scene was exactly the same as the scene on the second floor of the library when those mutant souls launched an attack. Holy cage. Seal. Suppress. The priestess waved her staff in her right hand, pointed at the big demon and shouted. The big demon's face suddenly became ugly, and he wanted to turn around and run away. But he was caught up by 3 golden chains condensed by divine texts and tied up tightly. The golden divine text chains passed through the big demon's body, suppressing its body and soul. Finally, the big demon's body began to petrify from bottom to top. After a while, it turned into a stone sculpture tied up by 3 chains and struggling hard. "Ha ha ha. You can't trap me. I won't give up. We will meet again, and then it will be your death." A hideous face appeared on the top of the demon stone statue, laughing loudly, and the words he said were full of murderous intent, cold and piercing, and the scarlet eyes stared at Song Jian, as if he wanted to swallow him into his stomach. Chapter 303 Purchase. Looking at the face on the top of the demon stone statue, Song Jian couldn't help but complain. "Why do you hate me? I didn't kill your men, and I didn't trap you. I have to take responsibility for the wrongs." Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt 2 malicious eyes looking at him, and his voice suddenly became smaller, and he touched his nose awkwardly. After sealing the big demon, the priestess also showed a trace of fatigue on her face, and fine sweat oozed from her forehead. "Okay. It has been sealed. In another 100 days, the divine chain will absorb all its original power. At that time, as long as it is killed, it will completely die and will not be resurrected again," said the priestess. "What about this statue? Just leave it here?" Song Jian pointed at the ferocious face above the statue and said, "Are you sure you have completely sealed it? That is just the last trace of its demonic energy, which will slowly dissipate. Don't worry about it." The priestess glanced at Song Jian and said, "This statue can only be placed here. But don't worry. As long as someone with malicious intentions, who wants to release the devil approaches, the divine chain that seals the devil will automatically attack. It's okay." Song Jian glanced at the priestess. This priestess was not of high level, only about level 30, but her strength was extremely strong. I don't know how she cultivated. Could it be that this Dawn Priest will be able to advance to the Dawn Priest after advancing? I'm leaving. Be careful. The priestess looked at Song Jian meaningfully, turned around and disappeared into the shadows. I'll be careful myself. What do I need to be careful about? This big demon has been sealed and won't come out. Song Jian felt a little strange. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received 2 system prompts. System, you have received the evil curse of the Abyss Demon. Your luck value -3. System, the eyes of the Abyss Demon begin to watch you. After 100 days, the seal of the Abyss Demon will be broken, and then it will find you. If you are killed by the Abyss Demon, its body will be occupied by the Abyss Demon. Fuck. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Song Jian couldn't help but curse. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. Whoever sealed you, you should go to find someone else. Why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? This Abyss Demon is also a bully. It probably feels that it can't beat the priestess, so it holds all its hatred on Song Jian. Moreover, Song Jian also took its sacred spirit, so it will naturally be countered by the Abyss Demon. After the day, the divine chain sucked the original power of the Abyss Demon, and it could never be resurrected. As long as it is killed once, it can be completely solved. For the priestess, this Abyss Demon is no longer qualified to be an enemy, so it is better to hand it over to the human in front of it. Song Jian is now cursed by the Abyss Demon. His luck is reduced by 3, which means that the chance of triggering any skill with a chance of triggering will be reduced by 3%. The chance of loot from killing monsters will also be reduced by 3%. And the chance of opening any treasure chest will also be reduced by 3%. It can be said that he is extremely unlucky. Only by killing this Abyss Demon can the evil curse be broken. So this Abyss Demon and Song Jian will definitely have a battle. On the stone statue of the Abyss Demon, the hideous face kept roaring at Song Jian. But soon it slowly dissipated and disappeared into the air because it had no energy. The entire shadow block was silent, without a trace of people. Song Jian looked around and walked out of the block. I went to the auction house and put the stealth skill stone on it. Then I took a look at the silver quality shield that was auctioned before. The price was raised to 18,000 Doomsday coins, and it seemed that it could not go up any more. However, this price has far exceeded Song Jian's psychological expectations. Even if he splits it with liqueur, he can get nearly 10,000 Doomsday coins, which is good. Now Song Jian has more than 15,000 Doomsday coins in his package. With the price of the shield and the stealth skill stone, Song Jian's final Doomsday coins may exceed 30,000. Even the war alliances in the city may not have as many Doomsday coins as Song Jian. It is a waste to put so many Doomsday coins in the package column. It needs to be converted into Song Jian's own strength as soon as possible. After using the Holy Spirit, all of Song Jian's attributes were increased by 2 points. Now Song Jian's highest attribute is no longer strength, but agility. At this time, the agility attribute, not counting the attributes added by the flame skeleton crossbow and the school flag, has reached 16 points. With the additional attributes of the equipment, it can reach 19 points. And the strength attribute is only 16 points even with the equipment. The experience value difference of 2% can be raised to level 15. In the skill column, the proficiency of the sword finger is the highest, reaching level 297%. It seems that the next skill point will be on the sword finger. Song Jian opened the interface of the auction house and searched. After looking for a long time, Song Jian shook his head. The equipment on it was not even as good as Song Jian's. No wonder a silver quality shield can be raised to such a high price. It seems that there are still too few good equipment. I can't use them all. How can I auction them? After closing the equipment auction interface, Song Jian opened the skill interface. As a result, there were even fewer skills than the equipment in the equipment interface. Only 2 pages, with only a dozen skills. These skills are very weak. Either attack skills with too little damage, or sequelae are too large, or require special bloodlines or special weapons. And the prices are very high. The cheapest one starts at 5,000 Doomsday coins, which is simply treating other players as suckers. Therefore, these skills in the skill interface have no bids, and they are hanging there alone, waiting to be taken down when the time comes. In this way, the players who bid have to pay the handling fee, which is simply a loss. Then, Song Jian opened the material interface. This interface was much richer, with a wide variety of materials. The most common ones were wood and stone. Because of the large quantity, the price was very cheap, only a little higher than selling to the system store. The rest were various ores, which were expensive. And then, there were a lot of materials dropped by monsters. Cooking, alchemy, medicine, forging, engineering, all materials were available. In addition, there were some strange things, some of which even players didn't know what they were used for. They were classified as special materials by the system and thrown into the auction house. The price was also ridiculously high, which made people have no desire to buy them at all. Song Jian searched for the materials needed for high explosive grenades, and unexpectedly found 7 or 8 kinds. Although the price was not low, it saved Song Jian a lot of time and energy. So Song Jian bought them all. Then he bought a lot of materials for making self-destruct robots. The more than 15,000 Doomsday coins in the package shrank by more than half in an instant, leaving less than 1,000. However, after the shield and stealth skills were auctioned off, Song Jian's pockets would be full again. So he didn't care. After purchasing a large number of materials, Song Jian walked towards his manor castle. Chapter 304 Reconstruction. Back at the manor castle, Song Jian couldn't wait to start making self-destruct robots. Self-destruct robots are disposable consumables that can be used at the same time. One self-destruct robot can cause 200 points of damage. If 10 are used at the same time, it will cause 2,000 points of damage. Even a level 10 elite boss can be killed instantly. Put all the materials into the manufacturing table, and the machine starts to operate automatically, separating the ore, extracting, fusing, and manufacturing. After a while, Song Jian saw the parts of the self-destruct robot being formed one by one, because it is to make parts. And Song Jian's engineering manufacturing has been upgraded to level 2 at this time. The parts are made very successfully, and the damage rate is very low. Almost one of the 7 or 8 parts is damaged. All the materials were used up, and a lot of parts were made. Song Jian's engineering manufacturing level was successfully upgraded to level 3. The rest needed Song Jian to assemble by himself. If the assembly was damaged, he would still not get the self-destruct robot. Song Jian divided the parts he made into more than a dozen piles, and began to install them one by one according to the instructions on the production drawings. After all, this was just a game, and it was impossible to be as strenuous as in the real world. Song Jian only needed to assemble more than a dozen parts in order, and the process was similar to building Lego blocks. Soon, Song Jian assembled the first self-destruct robot. System, you successfully made a self-destruct robot. Increased engineering manufacturing proficiency by 3 points. Upgraded experience by 300 points. And obtained a self-destruct robot of poor quality. Song Jian took a look and found that the robot he made was dull, just like a toy sold in a toy store for more than 10 yuan. And its power was not as great as the design drawing said. It could only cause a 110-point range explosion on the target, which was almost twice as weak as the original. The first one is just for practice. It's good enough to be able to make it successfully. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and comforted himself. I didn't expect that I would get upgrade experience after successfully installing the robot by myself. Before, I made a T11 high explosive grenade, but it only gave engineering manufacturing proficiency, but no upgrade experience. Looking at the experience bar that only had 2% left to reach level 15, Song Jian suddenly became cheerful. After assembling the dozen or so self-destructing robots in front of him, he might be able to directly reach level 15. With the first practice, and Song Jian's cheerful mood, his assembly movements became a little faster than before, like flowing water. And even the click rhythm of the installation seemed like a moving melody. Song Jian assembled the self-destructing robots one by one. From the second one, the power of the self-destructing robots had become 200 points. By the fifth and sixth ones, the quality had become excellent, and the power was increased to 250 points. which was incomparable to the power of the first self-destructing robot. When the last self-destruct robot was installed, Song Jian suddenly woke up from his previous trance, and was stunned when he saw the self-destruct robot flashing with silver light in front of him. This last self-destruct robot is very different from the previous ones. The style has changed drastically, and even the color has become light silver. It feels much more lively than the previous ones, as if it is a work of art carved by a master. Song Jian's level has risen to level 15 as expected. He had been looking forward to being able to reach level 15 and wear the ghost armor. But now, he has focused all his attention on the silver self-destruct robot in his hand. Finished. A self-destructing robot of perfect quality? Song Jian was stunned when he saw the properties of the self-destructing robot in front of him. System. Players who make a self-destructing robot of perfect quality will increase their engineering proficiency by 10 points and upgrade experience by 1,000 points. System. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person among the gods to make a perfect quality item. And reward 10,000 points of upgrade experience. Reward a workbench transformation stone. System. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained the right to engrave a unique mark on the manufactured items. Workbench transformation stone silver. After use, the engineering production table can be upgraded by 1 level. Transformation stone? Great. But why can it only transform the engineering production table? Song Jian looked at the silver light-emitting transformation stone in his backpack and thought a little depressed. He has a silver-quality portable pharmaceutical workbench. If it can be used on it, it can be directly upgraded from silver quality to gold quality, which is very useful. And his engineering production table is just ordinary white quality. Upgrading it by 1 level, it can only be upgraded to green quality. The effect is definitely not as great as upgrading silver quality to gold quality. In fact, more than 80% of the players now do not have their own production tables. If they want to make items, they must look for fixed workbenches everywhere in the city. Most of the players who have workbenches only have a white quality workbench. If they knew that Song Jian was not satisfied with upgrading the workbench to green quality, they would definitely drown him with spit, since he could only upgrade the engineering production table. Song Jian directly used the transformation stone. Suddenly, the engineering production table was covered by a white light, and a progress bar appeared on it, indicating that the transformation would take 12 hours. All his self-destruct robots have been made, and he can't use the workbench for the time being, so he just needs to wait patiently. As for the system prompt, then he can engrave his own mark on the item. Song Jian thought about it, opened the system interface, and began to design his own mark. Soon, Song Jian designed a 3-leaf clover mark and engraved it on the last perfect quality self-destruct robot. System. The 3-leaf clover mark has been successfully registered. The mark has been bound to your account. Others cannot use or design similar marks. After making all the self-destruct robots, more than 5 hours have passed. His school flag and battle flag have long been integrated. At this time, a strange flag appeared in Song Jian's two-handed weapon column. The top of this flag has a sharp blade similar to a spear blade that is more than 1 foot long. The flag is smooth and seems to be cut from a whole piece of silk. The blue and red stripes and a fire dragon condensed by flames occupy 2/3 of the entire flag. At the far right end of the flag, there is a dark blue 5-pointed star pattern. The flagpole is more than 2 meters long, all black, emitting a cold light, and its attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. 5th battle flag green, two-handed weapon, can be evolved. Equipment effect, agility +3. Movement speed increased by 20%. Defense increased by 15%. Damage increased by 10%. Special effect 1, alliance. You can designate 5 people as temporary allies. And after the alliance, all allies' own attributes will be increased by 30%. Special effect 2, brilliant aura passive. The user of the battle flag and his allies will receive the blessing of the brilliant aura. Brilliant aura. Attack speed increased by 15%. Damage +20. Special effect 3. Summon fire spirit element active. The user of the battle flag can summon 2 fire spirit element of the same level as the user to fight together. The fire spirit element will always exist before the death. The user of the battle flag can remove the fire spirit element at any time. After the fire spirit element dies or is removed, it can be summoned again after 1 hour. Item level, level 10. Item usage requirements, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The attributes of the two-handed weapon 5th battle flag changed a lot, and Song Jian's strength was greatly improved. Now Song Jian can fight even against a level 20 elite boss. After reading the attributes of the battle flag, Song Jian collected all the self-destructing robots and walked out of the manor castle. Chapter 305 The Little Match Girl. Song Jian, who was at level 15, put on the ghost armor and strengthened his two-handed weapon 5th battle flag. He could not sit still and wanted to see how much his strength had improved. This time he directly skipped the level 15 monster area and ran towards the level 20 monster area. Nowadays, players rarely go to the level 15 monster area, let alone the level 20 monster area. This place is a paradise for mutant zombies. The level 20 mutant zombies no longer care about day or night. Even during the day, their attributes do not decrease. In terms of chi and blood, they are not much different from the level 15 elite boss. As soon as he entered the level 20 monster area, a mutant zombie covered with black scales rushed towards Song Jian. At this time, the mutant zombie was like a humanoid monster that had lost its mind. And it was no longer human. Soul-controlling sword technique. A transparent spiritual sword quickly condensed above Song Jian's head. As Song Jian's mind moved, the spiritual sword silently chopped at the mutant zombie from the air. At the same time, Song Jian's figure flashed, wielding the red fire heart monkey sword, and also pounced on the mutant zombie. Wing-breaking dance. Sword thread. Sword swinging 3 styles. A series of sword moves were performed, and the mutant zombies were beaten without any ability to fight back. They could only roar in anger. In the end, they hugged their heads and turned around and ran away. It looks crazy and irrational, but in fact, it still has this fear of death instinct. These high-level monsters are really good at disguise. Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, mutant zombies below level 15 will not run away. They will fight to the last drop of blood, giving people a feeling that they will bite off a piece of your flesh even if they die. But this level 20 monster in front of him, although it also gives people a crazy feeling, it actually ran away in fear of death in the end. Obviously, it is not as irrational as Song Jian thought before. Sword finger. Song Jian raised his left hand and thrust his index finger forward. A silver sword energy suddenly shot out, piercing the back of the mutant zombie's head and piercing directly from the center of his eyebrows. Song Jian, who was at level 15, had already added the skill point gained from the upgrade to the sword finger with full proficiency. Now the skill sword finger has been upgraded to level 3, and the power has also increased from the previous 70 to 100 to 90 to 120. At the same time, the additional gold damage has also increased by 30 points, reaching 100 points of gold damage. In other words, the current sword finger can already cause about 200 points of damage to the target. Swish. The sword energy appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In a flash, the 3-meter-long sword energy disappeared, leaving only a deep hole on the mutant zombie's forehead. The mutant zombie trembled all over and fell softly. This sword energy harvested the last bit of its blood value. The combat power has improved a lot. Song Jian showed a happy smile on his face. Ordinary monsters of level 20 no longer posed a threat in his hands. As long as he was not surrounded by hundreds of level 20 monsters, he could calmly use the nearby terrain to kill them all. The upgrade area in the future can be set in the level 20 monster area. Song Jian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a message from the auction house. The silver quality shield was bought by someone at a flat price. After deducting the handling fee, 19,000 Doomsday coins appeared in his parcel column. Song Jian was stunned, and then sighed that there were still many rich people in this game. However, those who could spend 20,000 Doomsday coins to buy a shield were most likely not individuals, but those wealthy war alliances. Song Jian was not very interested in who bought the shield. He divided half of the Doomsday coins and planned to mail it to Likir after returning. Song Jian was looking forward to the auction of the stealth skill stone. He didn't set a fixed price, only a reserve price, so the auction time would be better, and he needed to wait patiently. After looking at the system prompt, Song Jian swung his sword and pounced on the next level 20 monster. A day passed quickly, and a sunset appeared on the horizon. Half of the sky was dyed red, which was probably the most beautiful scene of the day. In the game, even during the day, the sun is not always visible, and it is often blocked by heavy clouds. Only at noon, the sun will appear for a few minutes. It is really difficult to encounter weather with sunshine all day. Therefore, The evening has become a precious time for players in the game to enjoy the sun. At this time, most players will stop all activities, sit on their safe roofs, and watch the beautiful scenery of half of the sky being dyed red, and watch the sun set little by little. At night, the mutant zombies whose attributes are have during the day will recover their strength, and the mutant zombies of level 20 whose attributes are not weakened during the day will increase their strength by 50%. Whether it is attack, defense, or speed, there will be a significant improvement. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to retreat first and not hunt monsters at night. After all, the night is the paradise of monsters. Even those elite and lord-level bosses that are rarely seen at ordinary times will rush to the streets. Once discovered by these bosses, it will be a fight to the death. No matter how confident Song Jian was, he didn't dare to kill monsters in the level 20 monster area at night to level up. Now Song Jian was killing monsters 5 levels higher, and his experience points were rich. In one day, he had already increased his level 15 experience points to 34%, and his proficiency in the skill Sword Silk and Earth Teeth Thrust had also increased to 100%. He only needed skill points to upgrade to a higher level and gain greater power. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the level 20 monster area, he suddenly saw a little girl in a red cloak, holding a bunch of matches in her hand, walking towards him. "Sir, it's getting dark. Do you need matches? I have the best matches in the whole city, and a box only costs 1 Doomsday coin." The little girl looked a little frail, with a basket on her left hand filled with small paper boxes. Her bright eyes looked at Song Jian with expectation and nervousness. A little match girl selling matches? No. A little girl selling matches? Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared in front of him with a vigilant look. The little girl in front of him showed that she was only level 1. But where was this place? This was a level 20 monster area. Almost every 2 or 3 steps, you could find a mutant zombie. A level 1 NPC, let alone selling things here, would be dragged into the alley and eaten by monsters even if you just walked for a while. "Who are you?" Song Jian asked vigilantly, holding the red fire-hard monkey sword tightly in his hand. "Sir, my name is Maria Susan. Can you buy me a box of matches? I haven't eaten for a day." The little girl looked pitiful. Tears rolled in her eyes, and Song Jian's heart couldn't help but twitch, as if a big hand had clenched it hard. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian nodded, took out a Doomsday coin and handed it to the little girl, saying, "Then buy me a box." "Thank you, kind sir. This is your box of matches." The little girl showed a happy smile on her face, handed a box of matches to Song Jian, took the Doomsday coin and bowed to Song Jian, turned around and slowly left. Song Jian kept his eyes on the little girl. He had encountered a monster that transformed into a little girl before. It was too strange for a level 1 NPC to appear here. Song Jian had always felt nervous, until the little girl's figure disappeared in the afterglow of the sunset. Nothing unusual happened. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes fell on the paper box in his hand. Chapter 306, Battle of Territorial Expansion. The paper box in Song Jian's hand was nothing special. It felt light in his hand, as if there were not many matches in it. The matchbox didn't even have an attribute description. Just like an ordinary scene item. He opened the matchbox and found only 3 matches in it. Magical matches special, consumables. Effect, light a match at night. Something unexpected will happen. May luck always be with you. It's actually a special consumable? Song Jian's eyes showed surprise. He had heard of this kind of item before. It was just like a treasure chest. After using it, you can get various items. 1 Doomsday coin. A lot of money. Any item opened can offset the cost. I should have bought all the matches in her basket. Song Jian couldn't help thinking, and even had an impulse to catch up with the little girl immediately. However, at this time, night was about to fall, and the little girl selling matches had disappeared. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head, turned around and left the area, and walked towards the manor castle. When night fell, monsters swarmed into the streets, roaring and roaring to the sky. No matter how the players hunted during the day, at night, there would always be a large number of monsters appearing out of thin air, and it seemed that they could never kill all these monsters. At this time, players can only hide in the safe house and tremble, praying that the monsters will not attack their safe houses. In fact, The reason why the system asks players to create safe houses first is to give players a place to hide at night. As long as they don't take the initiative to die and provoke these monsters that come out at night. The monsters will not take the initiative to attack the player's safe houses at night. Song Jian's manor castle is brightly lit. But it is silent. The black dragon cub is happily hunting level 5 monsters near the manor. It is already a level 10 elite. It can't get any upgrade experience by hunting these low-level monsters. But it enjoys it. It is very excited to tear the monsters into pieces with its claws. In the golden vertical pupils, there is a bloodthirsty and excited look. It seems that killing non-stop is an instinctive activity for it. Song Jian sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting patiently. The Night Slayer on his chest emitted a faint red light. After a while, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moonlight. At this moment, the monsters' roars became louder, and their eyes were red, and they excitedly swallowed towards the moon. A ray of moonlight shone in from the window, just bathing Song Jian in the moonlight. A cool feeling rushed into his body from the top of his head, and instantly flowed through his body. Song Jian couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. This feeling of washing his whole body was really comfortable. Song Jian quickly immersed himself in this feeling, not noticing the passage of time at all. 15 minutes later, the moon was covered by dark clouds again. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands and arms. His skin was white and faintly glowing, and the blood vessels and tendons under his skin were clearly visible. However, soon, the strange vision slowly disappeared, and the coolness in his body, like a clear spring, also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Song Jian's heart was filled with a violent emotion, and he wanted to kill all the creatures he saw, and his whole face was distorted. When Song Jian's heart was filled with violent emotions, the blood pool in the basement suddenly rolled up, like a pool of boiling water. The blood zombies immersed in the blood pool also raised their heads and roared, but no sound came out of their mouths. At the moment when Song Jian's violent emotions emerged in his heart, a sense of coolness also surged in his mind. Fighting against this violent emotion and quickly suppressing it, the blood pool in the basement also slowly returned to calm, and the blood zombies also sat back one by one, only showing their heads and floating on the surface. Song Jian's face was calm, and he seemed to have gotten used to it. Absorbing the essence of the moon can improve physical fitness and increase attribute points. He will not give up. Although the sequelae are a bit of a headache, he has the innate attribute of thick skin, so he is not worried that his sanity will be eroded by this violent emotion in the short term. So Song Jian did not care, although he suppressed this violent emotion, listening to the roar of the monsters outside. Song Jian still had an urge to go out immediately and fight these monsters. After a moment of silence, Song Jian sighed, took out the matchbox he had bought before, pulled out a match from it, and gently rubbed the side of the matchbox. Suddenly, a small flame began to burn. There are only 3 matches in this box, which can only be used at night. Song Jian is also curious and wants to see what unexpected things will happen. The matches burned out quickly, and Song Jian also received a message from the system. System, you used Maria Susan's matches, and something unexpected and strange happened. Your chi and health value dropped by 90%, and the monster experience was reduced by 90%, which lasted for 10 hours. Congratulations. Song Jian was stunned, looking at the matchbox with 2 matches still in it, and had the urge to throw it out of the window, and then pour a basin of water on it. This is really unexpected, Song Jian said. He had an empty in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly had an idea and slapped his forehead. Oh my god! I'm still cursed by the Abyss Demon. My luck value is -3. And I'm still playing this trick of opening a box. It's simply courting death. Song Jian couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, when killing monsters during the day, Song Jian had already felt the power of the luck value -3. The number of times the lower limit damage appeared for each attack was obviously more than before. But Song Jian's strength increased greatly. Even the lower limit of damage was far beyond the ability of a level 20 monster to bear. So he didn't care. Looking at the matchbox with 2 matches left, Song Jian shook his head and put it into the parcel column. Now is not the time to gamble on luck. A night passed quickly, and the sky brightened again. Song Jian was still in the castle. At this time, his health value was less than 100 points. Even if it was a level 10 monster, it might kill him in one move. It would be better to wait quietly for the adverse effect to disappear before going out. Anyway, there was less than 2 hours left. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a roar from a distance, and a voice resounded throughout the Doomsday City. Player Sang started the battle for territory expansion. This will be a great battle. I wish Player Sang a victory and gain more territory. Chapter 307 Luo Qianyu. In the early morning, as soon as the sky brightened, a majestic voice came from the sky above the city. Player Sang has started a battle for territory expansion. This will be a great battle. I wish Player Sang a victory and more territory. Song Jian frowned slightly and stood in front of the window, watching a player not far away excitedly expanding his territory. Sang stood on a tower with an excited look on his face. Behind him, there stood a dozen players, watching the scope of Sang's safe house slowly expanding outward. President, we have finally taken the first step in the hegemony game. A player behind Sang shouted excitedly. Yes, in this regional mission, everyone worked hard to hunt the fish-headed monster. The efforts we made finally paid off. Our Brave World Alliance is probably the first alliance in the entire game to expand its territory. Sanger looked emotional. Although it can only expand 10 meters now. One day, the whole city will belong to our brave world. We are the first alliance in the game. Everyone cheered excitedly, as if they had seen their glorious future. At this moment, Sanger suddenly received a battle message. System, the territorial expansion campaign you launched has touched the safe house of player Luo Qianyu. Do you want to launch an expansion campaign against this player? Sanger's face suddenly changed, and he turned his head and asked, why is there another player who created a safe house nearby? There shouldn't be any. We searched it specially 2 days ago. There are no players who have created safe houses around? A player behind Sanger said with some doubt. Isn't it just a player? We can just flatten him. A burly warrior player said impatiently. That's right. We are the brave world who are afraid of no one. Sooner or later, we will take the whole city into our pockets. Are we afraid of fighting a player? Almost all the players behind Sanger raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Sanger nodded. In fact, he didn't care. It was just a casual player, and it was a newly built safe house. Now that it has become a stumbling block to the expansion of the world of heroes. Just kick it away. Launch an expansion campaign. Sanger said seriously. System, you have launched an expansion campaign against the player Luo Qianyu. Please completely destroy the other party's safe house within an hour. Brothers, let's go. Let's flatten that player together. Sanger raised his weapon and shouted loudly. A dozen players behind him responded immediately and ran towards the direction indicated by the system. At this time, in the level 15 monster area, Luo Qianyu was holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji and rushing towards a group of mutant zombies. The petite and cute Luo Qianyu waved the Fang Tian Hua Ji, which was almost as long as her height, with both hands, and kept slashing the mutant zombies around her with excitement. The Fang Tian Hua Ji in her hand emitted a faint silver light, and made a shrill sound like ghosts crying and gods howling, and chopped the level 15 mutant zombies into a pile of mincemeat. Luo Qianyu, wearing a silver helmet and silver armor and holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji, was like a female version of Lu Bu, rushing around in the level 15 monster area, and there was almost no enemy. After a long time, she retreated to a residential building, panting, and took out food and water from the parcel column to replenish her strength. What a pity! If I had another warhorse, who would be my opponent in this monster area? The upgrade speed would at least double. Luo Qianyu muttered in a low voice. At this moment, she suddenly received a system prompt. System, player Sanger has launched a territorial expansion campaign against you. You can choose to surrender or resist. After surrendering, your safe house will belong to the rule of player Sanger, and you must pay him 10 Doomsday coins every day. If you choose to resist, Sanger will attack you, and you must guard the safe house for 2 hours. After successfully guarding, Luosong's territorial expansion campaign will fail, and you will get a lot of battle merits. If you fail to guard, your safe house will be razed to the ground, and all items will be destroyed. Territorial expansion campaign? Luo Qianyu was stunned, and then immediately became furious. He stabbed the ground with his Fang Tian Hua Ji, and a deep pit was blown out of the ground. I just built a safe house, and you are going to expand it. Sanger, I remember your name. Luo Qianyu gritted her teeth and said word by word. I choose to resist. Luo Qianyu immediately made her choice. System, you will be automatically teleported to the safe house in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8. After a 10-second countdown, a white light flashed, and Luo Tianyu disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in her own safe house. Luo Tianyu's safe house is a huge tent surrounded by an open space, which looks like a training ground. The training ground is surrounded by tall walls, and her safe house has 4 arrow towers on each wall, which is twice as many as ordinary people's safe houses. In front of the wall, rows of chevaux de frise stakes stand upright, with cold light flashing on the spikes. The front section is actually inlaid with steel, and there are more than half a foot long barbs on it. The whole safe house looks like an ancient military camp. After walking out of the tent, Luo Tianyu looked at the tower not far away, his eyes full of anger. If you want to fight, then fight. Today I'll show you how powerful I am. Luo Tianyu snorted coldly, holding a Fang Tianhua Ji. Her figure flashed, and she appeared on the wall. In the distance, more than a dozen players were rushing towards Luo Tianyu's safe house. Seeing Luo Tianyu standing on the wall, Zhang's eyes lit up immediately. Luo Tianyu had fair skin, delicate face, and a pair of big eyes that were very smart. In addition, she was wearing a silver helmet and armor, holding a Fang Tianhua Ji, and she looked strangely charming. It's actually a girl. President, why don't you persuade her to surrender and let her become our sister-in-law? Ha ha. Yes, President. This girl looks good. President, go ahead. Our president will support you behind the scenes. You must take her down. A group of people looked at Luo Tianyu and began to laugh, completely without the murderous aura before. Zhang coughed twice, walked forward slowly, stood outside the defensive building attack of Luo Tianyu's safe house, and shouted loudly, "This girl. I am the leader of the Brave World Alliance." This time, the territorial expansion accidentally touched the girl's safe house. I am really sorry. I wonder if the girl is willing to join our brave world, and we will create a great cause together. If you want to fight, then fight. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. Luo Tianyu shouted, stepped hard, and actually jumped directly from the wall. In midair, Fang Tianhuaji rushed toward Zhang like a dragon. Chapter 308 The Dragon Palace. Zhang Gu didn't expect that the opponent, who was only one person, would dare to rush out of the safe house directly. In general, in the battle for territory, the defensive buildings of the safe house must be used to consume a wave of enemies first. Why didn't this little girl follow the routine? If he had known that this girl was so reckless, Zhang Gu would not have rushed so far alone. Wait a minute. I have something to say. Zhang Ji's face changed drastically, and he stretched out his hand to stop Luo Tianyu. But at this time, Luo Tianyu's momentum had reached its peak, and his killing intent was like substance, and even a faint red dragon-shaped energy condensed on the surface of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, the Fang Tianhua Ji in Luo Tianyu's hand made a ghostly howling sound and chopped towards Zhang's head. Zhang was unprepared and could only use his weapon to parry in panic. But it was useless. He was knocked to the ground by Luo Tianyu's halberd, and his blood value plummeted. He was actually beaten to a near-death state and fell in a pool of blood. His companions behind him were stunned. They originally thought it was just a simple expansion battle where the strong defeated the weak, but they didn't expect that the other party would kill their leader in seconds. This was not what they had expected before. The members of the Brave World Alliance, who had just started the territorial expansion battle and were full of confidence, have now become dumb one by one. Some players even quietly stepped back a few steps and hid behind everyone. Luo Tianyu carried the Fang Tianhua Ji, strode to Zhang, stepped on his head, and crushed it hard, and asked condescendingly, "You wanted to destroy my safe house. So I teleported back from the level 15 monster area. Do you know how much time I wasted on this round trip? Lady, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We, the Brave World, will compensate for my losses. Double. Zhang spat out blood and waved his hands in horror. At this time, he had less than 5% of his health left, and he seemed to have smelled the smell of death. No need. Just use your head to compensate. Luo Tianyu smiled coldly, stepped hard on Zhang's head. With a bang, Zhang's eyes bulged slightly, bloodshot, and his body bounced violently, losing all vitality. Turning his head to look at the other dozen players, Luo Tianyu narrowed his eyes. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. And shouted, "Who else?" Originally thought it was a beautiful and cute little girl. But unexpectedly it was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if there were more than a dozen players in the world of heroes, they were all frightened at this time, shook their heads repeatedly, and retreated. Humph! Garbage! Luo Tianyu spit at them, turned around, and began to search for items on Sang's body. In her opinion, these were all her trophies. With the death of Leader Sang, the battle for territorial expansion failed, and the players of the brave world fled back in disgrace. Not only did they lose a lot of war merits and Doomsday coins, but the safe house also dropped a level. They had finally upgraded to the first level manor, but this time, they were directly beaten back to the third level safe house. If they want to upgrade to the manor again, they have to go through another monster siege. Thinking back to the monster siege they experienced, all the players looked grim, and they didn't even want to recall the battle. With the sacrifice of the leader, the deputy leader Zhou Jin directly became the leader. He glanced at the players around him. At this time, the morale of the brave world had fallen to the lowest point, and it was probably going to enter a dormant period for a long time in the future. At this time, Song Jian was looking at the scene from a few hundred meters away. Luo Tianyu's strength was beyond his imagination. She didn't look like a girl at all. She was more manly than a man. Even Song Jian was surprised by the murderous aura that seemed to be real. How many monsters did he kill to condense this murderous aura? Now more and more players are creating safe houses, and most of them are concentrated near the level 5 monster area. That is, around the Camel Square. If Song Jian wants to expand outward, he will conflict with other players sooner or later. Does it mean that in the expansion campaign at that time, I have to attack the opponent's impregnable safe house alone? Song Jian frowned. Like today's scene, if these dozen players from the brave world came to attack Song Jian's manor castle, it can be said that Song Jian didn't need to do anything at all. The defensive buildings alone could kill these players. However, although the defensive facilities of other players' safe houses are not as strong as Song Jian's, the arrow towers and traps provided by the system are also many. It is not an easy thing for me to break through the defense of the safe house. It still takes more people, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, he suddenly remembered the blood pool in the basement. The blood pool has now been upgraded to level 2 and can summon 2 blood beasts, blood crows and blood zombies. The blood crows themselves are weak and can only play the role of harassment and reconnaissance. But the blood zombies can be upgraded. If the level is high, it may not be impossible to play the role of attacking. More importantly, as long as the blood pool level is increased, more powerful blood beasts can be developed. When the blood pool level is high, more and stronger blood beasts can be summoned. At that time, as long as I wave my hand, hundreds of blood beasts will attack other people's safe houses. At that time, I am afraid that just by setting up this formation, the other party will be scared. The role of the blood pool has been somewhat neglected before. I have to raise its level when there is a chance, Song Jian thought to himself. He looked at the items needed to upgrade the blood pool to the next level. 500 units of stone are very simple. Song Jian has met this condition. But for the remaining 2 conditions, Song Jian didn't know where to find them for a while. Ruby and dragon blood stone should also be a kind of ore. But I have never heard of any place where such ore can be mined, Song Jian thought to himself. He had been to the level 30 ore area and did not find any traces of ruby and dragon blood stone there. Do I have to ask on the radio again? Song Jian hesitated for a moment and was about to turn on the radio. Suddenly, a hazy green light rose from the ground in the distant sky and pierced the sky, looking like a pillar of light. Who has created a safe house? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the green pillar of light in the distance. Soon, all the players felt a tremor coming from a distance, as if the ground was about to crack. This made everyone feel a little panicked. No, it's not the creation of a safe house. Creating a safe house doesn't make such a big noise, Song Jian said in a deep voice. At this moment, all online players received a system prompt at the same time. System, the Yulong Demon Palace is open, and professionals above level 10 can go to explore. The opening time of the Yulong Demon Palace is 12 hours. Please hurry up. Chapter 309 Stop. The system prompt message was sent 3 times in a row, as if it was afraid that some players would not notice it. But as long as the players were online, they all felt the vibration from the ground just now. And naturally they would not ignore this system joy. The Dragon Palace? What is this? Could it be another secret realm similar to a dungeon? Song Jian said to himself. NPCs like to call dungeons secret realms. And according to the entry conditions, they are divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. The bloody underground boxing gym that Song Jian had entered was a Level 1 secret realm. Although the entry limit was Level 5. Many players would not enter the underground boxing gym of ordinary difficulty until they became professionals. After all, players only have one life. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and rushed towards the direction of the green light column. After all, it was the exploration site reported by the system. And there must be good things. Soon, Song Jian came to an abandoned factory. There were also many players gathered around here. In the shadows, Song Jian saw many NPCs appeared here, each with an excited smile on his face. At this time, in this abandoned factory, a dormitory building was split in half, and a big hole appeared on the ground. The green light column rose from this big hole. Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. I didn't expect that there would be an Imperial Dragon Demon Palace here. It's great luck. An NPC with a bull's head and a human body said in a low voice with excitement in his eyes. How could there be a dragon-taming demon palace here? Isn't it only found in big cities? And it's been divided up by those big forces. Those of us without a backer will be driven away if we get close to it. Great opportunity. This is our great opportunity. We must seize it. But there are too many God-favored people here. It's really annoying. Hee hee. God-favored people just have great potential and their strength improves quickly. But most of them have just become professionals. So there's nothing to worry about. If there are treasures, don't hold back. Most of these NPCs were teleported from other places by the game. Some NPCs have tasks. Some are combat professional instructors. And some come here to trade with God-favored people. Their existence is just to increase the fun of the game and serve the players. But now, because of the Yulong Demon Palace, these NPCs began to gather together and formed a loose alliance. Although their levels were higher than the players, their numbers were much smaller. Some players also noticed the abnormal behavior of the NPCs. But they were powerless and could only stand together according to their respective alliances. Some players who did not join the alliance stood in 2s and 3s. From the surface situation, it was obvious that the NPCs were better. At this time, 3 players wanted to approach the cave, but were stopped by an NPC. What are you doing? A player pointed his weapon at one of the NPCs with elf ears and shouted angrily. Little round ears. Stand further away. This is not a place you humans can get close to. Be careful not to lose your life. The elf ear NPC looked at the 3 people with disdain and said coldly. Fuck. Is an NPC so arrogant? He's just a level 15 guy. And he dares to block our way? He doesn't know whether to live or die. A player holding a submachine gun and wearing combat uniform glared. And before his companions could stop him, he pointed the muzzle of the gun at the NPC who was blocking him and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The muzzle of the submachine gun burst into flames, and a series of bullets shot towards the elf ear NPC. But when these bullets approached the NPC's body within a foot, it was like hitting a wall, and they lost all their kinetic energy and fell to the ground, causing ripples in the air. The elf-eared NCP looked at the other party with disdain, and unhurriedly pulled out a short spear from his back and stabbed at the player. The short spear drew an arc in the air, seemingly slow but actually fast, and stabbed towards the player's chest with a whoosh. Before the 2 companions beside the player could react, his body flew out directly. Blood splattered on his chest, and he was directly beaten into a near-death state. All the players were shocked, being able to kill a level 10 professional in seconds. Such attack power is far beyond the strength of a level 15 elite boss. Don't do it. Let's leave here immediately. The companion next to him shouted immediately. The elf-eared NPC didn't want to kill anyone here. He snorted coldly, waved his left hand, and took back the short spear without even looking at the 3 people. The 2 companions quickly rescued the dying player, and the 3 hid at the back in shame. The remaining NPCs also looked at each other and began to drive away the players, surrounding the cave entrance emitting green light. Hundreds of players dared to be angry, but dared not speak. These NPCs were all stronger than level 15 elite boss, and some had reached level 20. Even if all the players present united, they were not the opponents of these NPCs. This group of NPCs is too domineering. They have occupied all the good positions. The player who was driven to the back whispered. That's right. They are just game NPCs. When I reach a higher level, I will kill them all. Keep your voice down. I guess this is the plot of the game. We can just follow them. Yes. It should be the plot of the game. You see? They don't even dare to kill people. At most, they will seriously injure people. Song Jian also rushed to the abandoned factory soon. He took a look and found that there were hundreds of players surrounding it. He frowned immediately. But it was strange that he didn't find any familiar faces. Not even the Luo Tianyu just now. Could it be that they were not curious and didn't want to participate in the plot mission prompted by the system? Song Jian slowly walked towards the cave. When the players present saw Song Jian at level 15, they were surprised and made way for him. Master! A master is here this time. Look at the leather armor on his body. Although he concealed the light, the pattern and style on it must be a silver quality equipment. Why is he empty-handed? Is he a boxer? That's not right. If he is a boxer, he also has a pair of boxing gloves. What is his profession? The players speculated. But Song Jian seemed not to hear them, and walked straight to the cave entrance. At this moment, a dwarf NPC looked at Song Jian and inexplicably felt that he had a disgusting aura. He frowned and gave a look to the servants next to him. 3 level 15 dwarf warriors holding warhammers stood up and blocked Song Jian, saying coldly, "Stop!" Chapter 310 Crushing. Song Jian saw a group of NPCs surrounding the cave entrance. While the players were standing far away, he knew what was happening. But he didn't care. The NPCs in front of him didn't have the strength to make him retreat. Seeing the 3 dwarf warriors stopping him, Song Jian sneered and squinted his eyes, and said, "What do you mean? Is this your territory? The Yulong Demon Palace hasn't been opened yet. You NPCs are too overbearing. Are you going to block this place now? Why? You eat meat? But you don't even want to share some soup with us?" As soon as these words came out, the surrounding players suddenly felt a little awkward and looked at the group of NPCs, most of them with unfriendly eyes. At this time, more and more players have rushed over here, and the number has exceeded 150, while the number of NPCs surrounding the cave is only more than 50. Although some NPCs have rushed over from behind, they all stand far away when they see the situation in front of them, and it seems that they are planning to watch the show first. It is normal for high-level NPCs to have an advantage over low-level players. Players who want to dig out tasks from NPCs will be very polite, and some will even try to please NPCs, which makes many NPCs look down on low-level players. But once the players unite, the deterrent power is also great. In addition, players can kill monsters to increase their levels, and their strength increases very quickly. In a few months, they can surpass the NPCs who work hard for a year or even several years. This also caused the NPCs not to force the players too much, and at the same time called them the gods blessed. Seeing Song Jian's words, the anger of the gods blessed around them was aroused. Several dwarf warriors suddenly changed their faces and were about to jump up and curse. We only said 2 words in total. Where did you see that we wanted to block this place? The surrounding players began to slowly gather around, looking unfriendly. The dwarf leader saw this scene and stepped forward and snorted coldly, "God's favored ones. Don't listen to his nonsense. The Dragon Palace is open, and there are many monsters sealed inside. They are powerful, and you can't deal with them. And we stopped him not because of the Dragon Palace." The dwarf leader pointed at Song Jian and shouted loudly, "This God's favored one has a grudge against our dwarf clan. As long as he is a dwarf, he will fight to the death." As soon as these words came out, all the players were relieved. It seemed that the NPCs besieging this cave was really the plot of the game. It was estimated that they would fight with the monsters in the cave for a while before letting the players in. Once the players' spirits were dispersed, they immediately became scattered. Some even looked at Song Jian with ill intentions. Since this guy had a hostile relationship with the dwarves, would he be rewarded by the dwarves if he killed him? Song Jian was stunned and immediately remembered the scene in the Doomsday blacksmith shop. He was tricked by the dwarf blacksmith Albertine to go to the subway station to collect ore. But he didn't tell him that there was a level 30 monster area there. If he hadn't encountered the rat man, he would have almost lost his life there. Then after he came out, he tricked Albertine into helping him repair his weapons for free by collecting obsidian. In this way, Albertine naturally hated him to the bone and brought hatred between him and the dwarves. "Fight to the death?" Song Jian sneered, looked at the 4 people and said, Just the four of you dare to say that you will fight to the death in front of me. Ha ha. Song Jian is very arrogant now. Even if it is a level 20 elite boss, Song Jian will not take it seriously. These four people are at most the strength of a level 15 elite boss. And they will not make Song Jian feel any threat. Arrogant! The dwarf leader was so angry that his face turned red. With a wave of his hand, the three dwarf warriors waved their war hammers without saying a word and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian waved his right hand, and a flame burst out from his right hand, condensing into the red fire heart monkey sword. Such a pretentious scene shocked all the players. And then, they were envious. Dance of broken wings. Song Jian rushed forward fiercely. The dark red Chihua Xinyuan sword in his hand left a scarlet mark in the air, and slashed at the dwarf warrior in the front. Before the long sword reached him, the dwarf warrior in the front had a look of fear in his eyes. He had only seen such a fierce sword skill from those dwarf knights over level 20. When it reacted, it even smelled the breath of death from Song Jian's blade. There is a great terror between life and death. It is just a guard of the dwarf leader, and does not want to throw its life here. After this blow, it dared not rush forward any further. It immediately stood firm, holding the warhammer in front of its chest. Its two thick thighs, like tree roots, firmly stepped on the ground. Bang! With a roar, everyone around couldn't help but cover their ears. The long sword in Song Jian's hand collided fiercely with the dwarf's warhammer. The chi was rampant, and the sound of bones breaking came from the dwarf's arms. Power crushing. His power can crush me. The dwarf warrior became more and more frightened, and the look he gave Song Jian was like a god or demon. The dwarves are all good at strength. Unexpectedly, the human in front of them could crush them in terms of strength. It was hard to believe. Song Jian's strength attribute at this time has exceeded 20 points. It is still easy to deal crushing damage to a dwarf warrior whose strength attribute does not exceed 15 points. The dwarf withstood the first attack, and a damage number of 110 points floated above his head. But he could no longer withstand the second attack that came in an instant. The second attack of the broken wing dance directly cut it away, and its body flew backwards and hit the two companions hard. Just as the three of them stood up, Song Jian was like an eagle with wings spread, aiming at the cattle and sheep on the ground, falling from the sky, and slashing at the dwarf warrior. A wave of air was released from the red fire heart ape sword, and the three dwarf warriors lost control of their bodies at the same time and floated up. In the floating state, Song Jian directly activated the speed sword skill, and a sword shadow suddenly appeared in front of the three dwarf warriors. Sword thread. 3 silver sword chi directly pierced their bodies, without any ability to fight back. Blood arrows rushed out, and the blood value dropped rapidly. It made people feel that Song Jian was not facing a level 15 elite boss, but 3 level 1 monsters. How is it possible? This is a completely crushing strength. These are 3 level 15 elite bosses. There are actually players who can suppress them? Am I dazzled? A spectator blinked hard and whispered, I also feel like I'm in a dream. It's too exaggerated. The 3 guards were about to be hacked to death by this human, and the dwarf leader panicked and quickly clenched the scepter in his hand, wanting to rush up to help. At this moment, a huge desert scorpion beast appeared out of thin air, swinging its huge tail stinger behind it, staring at the dwarf leader. Suddenly, a look of hesitation appeared on the face of the dwarf leader, and he stopped. At this moment, a shrill scream sounded, and the dwarf leader's face suddenly became ugly, staring at Song Jian. Furious. Chapter 311 Qian Xiao. Stop! The dwarf leader yelled. Song Jian smiled coldly, seeing that the 3 dwarf warriors were all in a state of low health. He swung his left hand fiercely, and a 3-meter-long silver sword energy swept towards them. The 3rd level sword finger can cause about 100 points of physical damage, and at the same time, 100 points of gold damage. Physical damage can be reduced by defense, and gold damage can only be reduced by corresponding resistance. 2 damage numbers floated above the dwarf warriors' heads. The first one was more than 110 points, and the second one was 100 points of gold damage. Obviously, the 3 of them had 0 resistance to gold. This strike killed the 3 people directly. An item appeared on the surface of each of their bodies. A warhammer with an item level of 10, and 2 armors with an item level of 10. Song Jian picked them up and saw that all 3 items were of white quality. He couldn't help but curl his lips and secretly said to himself, "Poor bastard. How dare you really kill them? The dwarf leader's face was flushed, and his anger was almost tangible. The knuckles of his fingers holding the scepter had begun to turn white. Isn't it a fight to the death? Song Jian was stunned and couldn't help asking. The dwarf leader's tone stagnated, and then he roared angrily, turned around and ran away, and didn't even enter the Yulong Demon Palace. The other NPCs present all looked at each other, with a hint of relief in their eyes. Fortunately, they had not rashly set people up before. The strength of this god-favored one was already comparable to that of a level 20 elite boss. Song Jian glanced at the other NPCs. The NPCs blocking him made way to the side with gloomy faces, leaving a small space for Song Jian to move forward. Seeing Song Jian swaggering to the position closest to the cave, the players behind him were suddenly in an uproar. No one dared to believe that someone could actually sneak into the NPC team. Is this a test? As long as you can defeat an NPC, you can grab a position in the front? A mage player touched his chin and muttered to himself. Some players began to get excited. But after taking a look at the NPCs, who were comparable to level 15 elite bosses, and comparing their own strength, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Maybe we can team up to deal with an NPC? A player guessed. But no one dared to try. Crack. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. The ground collapsed, and everyone retreated out. This is the demon palace that is about to be born, an NPC shouted with shining eyes. At this moment, an elliptical light gate appeared out of thin air in the center of the abandoned factory, and more than a dozen humans walked out of the light gate. There are more than a dozen humans, all of whom are professionals above level 10, and the professional distribution is reasonable, including warriors, mages, assassins, priests, and all kinds of professions. With such a combination, they are not afraid even when facing a boss several levels higher than themselves. The leader of this group of humans is a handsome young man with a faint smile on his face. He looks approachable, but his eyes always reveal a proud look. He is wearing a luxurious dress and has no weapons in his hands. When he came out of the teleportation light gate, he looked around and smiled. Dr. Michaela's positioning device is good, with high accuracy. The research funds for the next quarter can be increased by 30%. The group walked straight towards the cave without even looking at the players and NPCs surrounding them. Compared with the first group of NPCs, this group looked like the elite of the regular army, while the previous NPCs looked like scattered soldiers. The son of Earl Qian Dahai of the city of Sin, Qian Xiaohao, an NPC recognized the young man walking in front, and said in a low voice with a change of expression, "Son of the Earl? Damn. Wherever there is good, there are these guys. I heard that Earl Qian Dahai is about to die. Qian Xiaohao is the only son of Earl Qian Dahai, and the Earl position will definitely be theirs in the future." Humph. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Earl Qian Dahai sold a core skill inherited from their family to someone else. That core skill is very important. If he can't become the legendary profession, even if he is the only son of the earldom will not be passed on to him. The city of Sin is a third-level city. Being able to become the Earl of the city of Sin, Qian Dahai's power can be imagined. As his only heir, Qian Xiaohao cannot fully control the entire power of the family, but he should not be underestimated. Qian Xiaohao looks like a dandy boy, but in fact his level has reached level 18. Beside him, there are also 2 level 20 followers, whose strength is comparable to that of a level 20 elite boss. These are recruited by Qian Xiaohao himself and are part of his personal strength. The city of Sin is not close to the city of Doom, and the Yulong Demon Palace has only appeared for less than 30 minutes. In such a short time, Qian Xiaohao was able to get the news and was able to accurately teleport to the vicinity. Obviously, someone in the city of Doom must have tipped him off. Song Jian frowned slightly when he heard the discussions of the NPCs around him. The name of Earl Qian Dahai was too familiar. Wasn't this the NPC who traded sword pointing with him? The core skills mentioned by these NPCs probably also refer to sword pointing. At this time, an NPC with a pair of wings behind him walked up, bowed to Qian Xiaohao and said, "Mr. Qian, long time no see. You are so well informed. The Yulong Demon Palace has only been in existence for less than half an hour, and you have already set up the teleportation array. And the positioning is so accurate. It is simply amazing." Qian Xiaohao glanced at the man lazily, with a smile on his face, and casually bowed his hands and said, "So it's Master Feiyu of the Sokka family. I heard that you were training in the wilderness battlefield." So why did you come here? Do your brothers know you are here? Master Feiyu's face changed. The Sokka family believes in the Dark Forest law of the survival of the fittest. All family heirs will be released from the family after adulthood to develop their own forces. When the next patriarch needs to be elected, these heirs will be summoned back. Therefore, brothers killing each other is commonplace for the Sokka family. As the ninth heir, Feiyu Sokka has always claimed to be training in the wilderness battlefield. Unexpectedly, he secretly entered this Doomsday City. If his brothers knew that he was in the Doomsday City, they would definitely send a steady stream of hunting teams to assassinate him. Mr. Qian, you are joking. The Yulong Demon Palace is about to open. Why don't you stand next to me so that you can grab a good seat when the time comes? Mr. Feiyu said with a smile. Chapter 312 The Gate. When Master Feiyu said this, the NPC standing next to him cursed in his heart. If you want to be a good person, why don't you use your own position, but drive us away? But when Qian Xiaohao looked at them, these NPCs all gave up their positions automatically with a flattering smile on their faces. They were just some adventurers at the lowest level, just lucky enough to be randomly sent to this city by the system. In terms of strength, they dare not make enemies with the son of the Earl of the City of Sin. Qian Xiaohao laughed and walked towards Master Feiyu with his men. Thank you very much, Master Feiyu. With the arrival of Qian Xiaohao, the entire abandoned factory became more lively. Song Jian didn't care. As long as these NPCs didn't attack him together, he was almost invincible. And the more people, the better. The more people, the more he could win in the chaos. These NPCs seemed to be more familiar with the Yulong Demon Palace than the surrounding players. Even if they had never entered it, they had heard a lot about it. Compared with these NPCs, the players were like fools who knew nothing. They only knew that there would be good things inside. As for the specific situation inside, they were completely in the dark and knew nothing. Time passed by little, and more people gathered around. But everyone was waiting quietly, without any sign of impatience. Song Jian saw from the corner of his eye that Master Feiyu seemed to be whispering something in Qian Xiaohao's ear. And while he was talking, he also looked towards him. Qian Xiaohao looked at Song Jian with eyes like a poisonous snake looking at its prey. Song Jian's heart sank. Could it be that the sword finger skill he showed just now made this Master Feiyu recognize him? At this moment, the cracks in the cave became larger and larger. And finally a burst of green light shot out from the cave, and the whole ground began to shake. The cave entrance completely split open a huge passageway that could accommodate 3 people walking side by side. And a stone staircase appeared in front of everyone. All players received a system message at the same time. System, the Yulong Demon Palace has been opened, and the entry time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the Yulong Demon Palace will not be accessible. The Yulong Demon Palace will exist for 12 hours. After 12 hours, all players inside will be forced to teleport out. After receiving the system message, all the players' faces changed at the same time, and they rushed to the cave entrance in a mess. There was only 10 minutes to enter. If they missed it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Almost at the moment the stone steps appeared, all the NPCs near the cave swarmed towards the cave entrance. Song Jian did not rush to the front, but waited until Qian Xiaohao and others entered before walking towards the stone steps leisurely. It was unknown what kind of monsters were in the Yulong Demon Palace, so it was better to let these familiar NPCs go in and explore the way first. Even if they snatched some treasures, Song Jian could just snatch them back from them. Everyone walked down the stone steps. They didn't expect that the stone steps were so long, like a long spiral snake, and it seemed that there was no end at all. It took more than half an hour to walk along this stone step. It was dark all around, and everyone was very careful, fearing that they would fall from the stone steps. There was no bottom below. If they fell from here, whether they were at the 15th or 20th level, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, no monsters appeared along the way, and everyone successfully reached the end of the stone steps. At the bottom, a huge bronze door appeared in front of everyone. 2 ferocious dragon heads were carved on the bronze door, lifelike, and looked like they were waiting for people to eat. Around the dragon heads were circles of complex magic runes, flashing the brilliance of the formation. But it was already very weak at this time. Several fast-running NPCs had already rushed to the front of the bronze door and pushed the door desperately. But the 2 doors did not move at all. Seeing this scene, Qian Xiaohao smiled slightly and said, "The 2 bronze doors of the Yulong Demon Palace Each of them condenses the power of a dragon, and the strength attribute must reach at least 15 points to shake them. As he spoke, Qian Xiaohao motioned to the people behind him to come forward. Soon, several heavily armored warriors walked to the huge bronze door and wanted to open it. These warriors were all level 15, with strength as their main attribute. Qian Xiaohao also spent a lot of treasures to raise their strength attributes to above level 15. As a result, under the combined efforts of these people, the huge bronze door was only slightly shaken, which made everyone present change their faces and look at Qian Xiaohao. How could this happen? Qian Xiaohao frowned slightly. He had been to the Yulong Demon Palace before, and each time it was pushed open by several people with strength attributes above level 15. Why is it different here? Seeing that the Yulong Demon Palace was right in front of them, if they couldn't get in, it would be a lot of fun, and people immediately began to riot. Qian Xiaohao looked ugly and cursed in a low voice. Waste. At this time, a follower behind him whispered in his ear, "Brother, why don't I try?" "Second brother, be careful." Qian Xiaohao nodded and said. The strong man smiled slightly and walked towards the bronze gate step by step. With every step he took, his body grew taller. When he arrived in front of the bronze gate, his height had exceeded 2 meters, and his muscles were bulging, full of explosive power. The armor on his body seemed to be one size smaller, and he pulled it off and threw it on the ground. He rudely slapped away the people in front of the bronze gate, and with a loud shout, his blood, muscles, and chi suddenly surged, and his figure seemed to have grown taller. His body was covered with dense veins, and he looked like a monster. Song Jian took a breath of cold air. At this moment, this strong man actually gave him a feeling that he could threaten his life. If they really fought, it would be difficult for Song Jian to defeat him. Another follower behind Qian Xiaohao said excitedly, "It seems that the second brother's god descending to earth skill has improved again." Qian Xiaohao also smiled slightly. These two followers are strong and have great potential. In order to win them over, Qian Xiaohao even swore brotherhood with them. At this time, the sturdy man let out a beast-like roar and retreated towards the huge bronze door. The bronze door that several NPCs could not push began to make a grating friction sound, and the door was pushed open little by him. However, while pushing the door open, a black mist drifted out from inside. The mist condensed into the shape of a skull in the air, and with a sharp roar, it rushed towards the sturdy man who pushed the door. The sturdy man was pushing the door open with all his strength, and he had no time to guard against it. He was completely enveloped by the black mist and let out a series of shrill screams. The mist was actually highly corrosive. The body of the sturdy man quickly deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a balloon deflated. Everyone retreated quickly, looking at the black mist with horror. Chapter 313 Gemstone. Watching the sturdy man struggling in the black mist, Qian Xiaohao looked grim and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How could this happen? The Yulong Demon Palace has never had this kind of black mist. Why is there one here?" Qian Xiaohao had been to the Yulong Demon Palace more than once and had never seen such a situation. Otherwise, he would not have asked his followers to push open the door. "Big brother. Second brother." Another follower behind him looked at the sturdy man, who was slowly losing his breath in panic, tears in his eyes. After the black mist corroded the sturdy man, it began to dissipate slowly. When everyone was sure that the black mist had dissipated and there was no danger, they found that the sturdy man had no breath and his flesh and blood were dry. The sturdy man, who was originally more than 2 meters tall, had now shrunk to the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The NPCs who pushed the door before were all in a state of fear. Fortunately, their strength attribute was not enough. Otherwise, they would have become mummies now. Qian Xiaohao's face was frighteningly ugly. It was okay for the others, but he recruited these two followers himself. They were not from the family. Now he lost one of them, which made him feel very sad. After waiting for a while, they found nothing unusual, and then walked in through the bronze gate. The gate was pitch black, but there were some stars shining above their heads, as if they had come to the outside world. With the starlight above their heads, they could only barely see the surroundings. At this time, the vertical pupil between Song Jian's eyebrows had quietly opened. Looking around, the vertical pupil has dark vision, and can see farther and more clearly here than others. Behind the bronze gate, there is a palace-like existence. This is the Yulong Demon Palace. When Song Jian walked into the Yulong Demon Palace, he finally couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that this underground palace was full of corpses, including humans and other races, elves, dwarves, trolls, orcs, and almost all races can be seen here. And Song Jian also saw the remains of many other creatures. The underground palace was decorated very luxuriously, with dragon pillars standing tall. But on these dragon pillars, there were also dried corpses tied with iron chains. These dried corpses all raised their heads and had big mouths, and seemed to be roaring silently all the time. There were obvious signs of bites on the bodies of these bound mummies, and some of them had lost all the flesh on their cheeks. I really don't know what terrible and tragic things happened here. At this moment, the mummies lying on the ground seemed to smell the breath of living people, and they began to revive one by one. Even the mummies on the Panlong pillar began to tear the iron chains that bound them. These iron chains had long been rotten and were broken one by one, and the mummies immediately regained their original bodies. Ho ho! The roars of the mutant zombies came from the mouths of these mummies, and the corpses slowly stood up and rushed towards the crowd. However, the scene in front of them was obviously expected by everyone. All NCPs took out their weapons and started to fight these mummies. Fuck. These mummies are all level 15 elite bosses. There are too many of them. Isn't this dungeon a bit scary? After checking the attributes of the mummies, the players behind couldn't help but shout. Level 15 elite bosses? Impossible. How can there be so many? Fuck. It's true. They are all level 15 elite bosses. Fortunately, these NPCs came down together. Otherwise, no matter how many people came, they would have been wiped out. Go up and fight. With these NPCs carrying us, we only need to output. Every head we can grab is a head. These are all bosses. Hearing this person's roar, all the players were stunned for a moment, and then began to rush towards the monsters. For a moment, all kinds of attacks rushed towards the group of mummies like an overwhelming force, and energy beams of various colors even illuminated the surrounding halls. The surging momentum of the players scared the NPCs, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they found that the players were attacking the mummies. After looking at each other, all the NPCs had fear in their eyes towards the players behind them. Song Jian didn't care about these. In addition to keeping the two skills of Immortal Sword Body and Incarnation Black Mist in his hands, he didn't summon any summons. For a moment, he opened fire and rushed towards the mummies. Dance of Broken Wings. Song Jian swung the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand, emitting a dark red light. The third attacked directly threw 7 or 8 mummies into the air. Sword pointing. A silver light instantly illuminated a large area around. Qian Xiaohao narrowed his eyes and stared at Song Jian. Song Jian only felt a malicious look coming from the side. Turning his head, Qian Xiaohao had a smile on his face and nodded slightly to Song Jian. Bang! A mummy fell to the ground. Its blood value was reset to 0. And with a boom, a black flame rose directly, burning the mummies to ashes in a few seconds. Clang! With a crisp sound, a fingernail-sized, emerald green gem rolled out from the ashes. Emerald white inlay. Effect can be inlaid on helmets, breastplates, pants, handguards, leggings. Physical attribute +1. Usage requirements, inlaid item level 10. A gem that can increase attributes? Song Jian looked at the fingernail-sized emerald in his hand, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. Song Jian had also hit inlays before, but he had never seen one that directly increased attributes. Seeing the emerald in Song Jian's hand, all NCPs showed greed in their eyes. If they were not afraid of Song Jian's strong strength, I'm afraid these people would have directly snatched it. Gemstones. As expected, gemstones can be dropped in the Yulong Demon Palace. An NPC stared at the gemstone in Song Jian's hand like a madman, muttering to himself. Ha. So many mummies. All mine. And the gemstones are all mine. An NPC seemed to be stimulated by something, burst out with all his strength, and rushed towards the mummies. Song Jian took a deep breath. It seems that these gemstones are indeed valuable. Otherwise these NPCs would not be so crazy. Could the rubies needed for the blood pool upgrade also be obtained here? Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly became excited, and he wanted to expose all his trump cards and annihilate all the mummies. I killed this mummy, and the gem is mine too. Why are you trying to steal my spoils? An archer NPC pointed at a human NPC and shouted angrily. You said you killed it. So you killed it? I also contributed to the damage to the mummy. As for the spoils, whoever gets it first will get it. You are slow. So who can you blame? The warrior NPC looked at the archer with disdain, snorted, and rushed towards the mummy next to him. Song Jian looked around and saw that almost all NPCs were using large-scale group attack skills. They didn't want to kill all the mummies, but at least they could cause damage to more mummies and get the right to pick up the spoils. Seeing this scene, Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 314, Monster Wars. Song Jian laughed when he saw the NPCs fighting over monsters. Seeing that a mummy had less than 1/10 of its health left, Song Jian took out a self-destruct robot from the parcel column and controlled it to run towards the mummy. The self-destruct robot was moved by sprockets, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, it was very small and very flexible among the monsters. After it ran to the mummy, a rapid red light flashed. Boom! With a loud bang. The monsters and NPCs within a 3-meter range all had more than 200 points of damage floating on their heads. After the mummy roared, it turned into a pile of flying ash. Unfortunately, the mummy did not drop any gems. Song Jian curled his lips and looked at the other mummies. But this explosion made all the NPCs look at Song Jian, especially the NPCs who had just surrounded the mummies. They were still in shock, with fear in their eyes. One NPC was even blown to death by the explosion robot and almost died. How dare you? The NPC pointed at Song Jian with an angry expression on his face. Hey, the last one gave a lot of experience points, Song Jian said in surprise. Human, you will anger everyone by doing this. Even if you are powerful, you can't be enemies with so many people. A Tauren orc shaman, holding a bone staff, turned his head and looked at Song Jian. Why? You are the only ones who can rob the monsters here, but others can't? Song Jian asked. The shaman was speechless, looked at the NPCs who were fighting for the mummy, sighed, shook his head and stopped talking. The NPCs were not all of one mind. They belonged to different forces. Some of them might even be hostile. But because there were too many players, these NPCs felt a little nervous and pressured, and were forced to unite and form a loose alliance. But in the face of interests, this alliance could not be maintained at all. Song Jian didn't care about that at all. And when he saw that a mummy was about to die, he immediately released another self-destruct robot. Da-da-da. The self-destruct robot rushed towards the mummy. At this moment, an NPC who was originally surrounding the mummy saw that his health value had dropped below half, and his face immediately changed. He would rather be chopped by the mummy than to quickly flee backwards. You know, the explosion range of the self-destruct robot is 3 meters. If you wait for it to run over, it will be too late even if you want to run. Boom! There was another roar, and the mummy with less than 100 health points was directly blown into several pieces. The surrounding NPCs fled outside in panic, and no one dared to approach the mummy within 3 meters. At this moment, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he seemed to see a red gem rolling down from the body of the mummy. Sword Shadow Step. A black shadow pounced on the mummy. Some NPCs saw Song Jian trying to grab the gem and immediately attacked him. For a moment, colorful energy beams exploded towards Song Jian. Boom! Miss! Miss! Boom! Almost half of the attacks were dodged directly. Song Jian was shocked and picked up the gem. He turned his head and locked onto the NPC closest to him that was attacking him. He rushed towards it like a black shadow. No! Stop! The NPC's face changed drastically. It didn't expect Song Jian to dare to fight it among so many people. Dance of Broken Wings. Sword Thread. A series of attacks actually killed the NPC whose health value exceeded 800 points instantly. Slowly picking up the items dropped by the NPC, Song Jian looked around, his eyes full of murderous intent, and a trace of black aura began to float on the surface of his body, like the tentacles of the devil. Qian Xiaohao sneered and was about to step forward to reprimand Song Jian, and even wanted to summon the people around him to kill him to see if the sword finger skill could be exploded. But he was stopped by his last follower, who whispered in his ear, "Young master, look at the black aura on him. That is the mark of the Abyss Demon. He has been taken over by the Abyss Demon. If you kill him, I am afraid you will replace him and become the next target of the Abyss Demon." What? How could he provoke such a terrifying existence? Qian Xiaohao's eyes were full of surprise, staring at Song Jian for a long time. Qian Xiaohao's eyes were full of struggle. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sighed and said, since he can perform sword fingers, he must also have the skill of invisible sword energy. What a pity. After Song Jian killed an NPC in seconds. Not all NPCs were intimidated by his arrogance. 2 level 20 NPCs snorted coldly and were about to stand out. But just after taking 2 steps forward, they saw Song Jian took out more than a dozen self-destructing robots in one breath and surrounded them. This directly intimidated everyone. More than a dozen self-destructing robots, each of which could cause more than 200 points of damage. So many self-destructing robots could kill anyone present in seconds. If Song Jian had a darker heart, he could even drag a lot of NPCs to be buried with him. Human, what exactly do you want to do? An elf NPC asked with a tangled face, holding the bow in his hand tightly. I need 100 rubies, Song Jian said with a smile. Impossible. Not every monster here can drop gems. And they may not drop rubies. Your request is impossible to fulfill. The elf NPC was furious and immediately refuted. Song Jian shrugged and said, then I will kill the monsters and get them myself. Are you killing monsters and getting them yourself? Are you stealing monsters yourself? Don't you have any idea? The elf NPC was speechless with anger. Song Jian messed up like this. And everyone had to keep 3 points of energy when killing monsters. When will they be able to kill these mummies? You know, there are more benefits in the Yulong Demon Palace. I'll give you all the rubies dropped by these mummies. In addition, I'll give you a fruit of life. No matter how much damage you suffer, as long as you take it, you can recover completely. What do you think? Song Jian hesitated for a moment. He only had a dozen self-destructing robots. Even if he could grab them every time and every mummy corpse he grabbed could drop rubies, he could only get a dozen more rubies at most. If you follow what this elf NPC said, the harvest will naturally be greater. Can they listen to you? Song Jian said, glancing at the other NPCs. The elf NPC seemed to have a high status. He looked around and only stayed on Qian Xiaohao for a moment. After Qian Xiaohao nodded slightly, the elf NPC showed a proud smile on his face. This, I will naturally guarantee you. Chapter 315 Dragon Master. Song Jian laughed and nodded, agreeing with the suggestion of the elf NPC. The elf NPC was also very generous and threw a fist-sized red fruit directly. This was the fruit of the Tree of Life, but it was not as precious as people imagined. At most, it was equivalent to a full-blood potion that could remove all bad conditions. But sometimes such a fruit might save your life. Song Jian nodded and put the fruit of life into the parcel column, but did not take back the self-destruct robot. It still surrounded him and stared at the NPCs who were hunting the mummies. For a moment, all the players looked at Song Jian with admiration. What a ruthless man. He actually let NPCs work for him, without the disturbance of the self-destructing robots. The NPCs were relieved and began to hunt the mummies with all their strength. Dang. With a crisp sound, Song Jian turned his head and saw a ruby burst out from the body of a mummy. Song Jian smiled and stared at the NPC who killed the mummy. The human NPC had a tangled expression on his face. After picking up the ruby, he looked at Song Jian with eyes like a wolf looking at a sheep. His body trembled slightly, shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He threw the ruby towards Song Jian. If he didn't hand over the ruby, not only would Song Jian not let him go, but even the elf NPC would not spare him. Although rubies are precious, they are not as precious as his own life. Rubies embedded in equipment can increase the power attribute a little, which is comparable to a ring of power. However, Song Jian wanted rubies not for embedding, but to upgrade the blood pool. Although the blood slaves created by the blood pool are weak now, they have great potential and must be upgraded as soon as possible. Soon, Song Jian collected more than a dozen rubies, but the other colored gems that fell were collected by the NPCs themselves. As for those who dropped rubies, they could only consider themselves unlucky. One player was even lucky enough to get the last hit, and the gem dropped by the mummy. When he took a look, it turned out to be a ruby. He threw it to Song Jian with a sad face, which made Song Jian laugh and cry. Soon, more than 100 mummies were killed by the NPCs, and more than 30 rubies were dropped, all of which were collected by Song Jian, without the interference of the self-destructing robots. The NPC's efficiency in killing monsters was still quite high, without the interference of the mummies. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon, a bronze throne appeared in front of everyone. This is it. The Bronze Throne. The person who possesses it will have a chance to compete for the top 10 unique professions. Qian Xiaohao's eyes lit up. The reason why he spent a huge price to enter this Doomsday City was for this Bronze Throne in the Yulong Demon Palace. The elf NPC also had an excited expression on his face. Is this the key to the top 10 unique professions? It's amazing. I finally saw it today. Qian Xiaohao rushed towards the Bronze Throne in the innermost part of the underground palace with excitement. But he stopped halfway through, with a look of doubt on his face. Why? How could this happen? Why is there a person on the throne? You know, the Dragon Palace that Qian Xiaohao entered before was just a bare bronze throne. Although he was not qualified to fight for it at that time, he clearly remembered every detail of the Dragon Palace. Could it be that this is a trap? Qian Xiaohao couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The follower behind him was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Young master, what's wrong? Why don't you go and grab the bronze throne? Something is not right." Qian Xiaohao frowned and said in a low voice, "Since Mr. Qian is not interested, then I, Emijil Xingyue, will take this bronze throne." The elf NPC rushed towards the bronze throne with excitement. Song Jian followed the NPC calmly. No matter who got the treasure in the end, he would always have a share. He had the confidence and strength to do so. The elf NPC rushed to the bronze throne and saw a skeleton in a black robe sitting on it. He frowned and reached out to pull the skeleton down. It was unknown what material the black robe on the skeleton was made of. Even the iron chains on the panlong pillar had decayed. But this black robe was still brand new, as if it had just been made. The flesh and blood on the skeleton had long decayed, leaving only the dark bones, which seemed to emit a faint light on the surface, like black crystals. Emijil, you are just a small family of the elves. I'm afraid you haven't even entered the Yulong Demon Palace. But you dare to compete with me for the bronze throne. You are simply courting death. Qian Xiaohao sneered, holding his shoulders with both hands, standing aside to watch the elves make a fool of themselves. Sure enough, when Emijil reached out, the skeleton that was originally sitting on the bronze throne with his head down suddenly had an oily green light rising from its eyes. Snap! Emijil's arm was grabbed by the skeleton. I smelled the stench of the elves as soon as you entered the Yulong Demon Palace. The skeleton raised his head, staring at Emijil with 2 balls of green fire, and said in a hoarse voice, You are? Emijil's face changed drastically. At this time, his name and attributes appeared on the top of the withered head. LV-15 Dragon Master Lord, HP, 5000/5000. Spirit, 800 out of 800. Features, Undead. Super Defense. Ghost Strike. Skills, Instant Slash. Soul Sucking. Summon Guardian. Level 15 Lord Boss? Emijil was shocked and tried to break free from the other party's restraints. But the other party's palm, like an iron clamp, tightly clamped his wrist. Swish. Emijil suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that a dry palm had been inserted into his chest. Its eyes were full of unbelievable horror. How? How is it possible? My chi and blood value is 860 points. How could it be? As the nourishment for my resurrection, the Dragon Master moaned comfortably, and a trace of red chi and blood flowed from Emijil to the Dragon Master. After a while, Emijil turned into a mummy, with a look of horror on his face. The Dragon Master had completely recovered his flesh and blood at this time, and looked like a human man in his 30s, with a pair of huge dragon horns on his head and 2 blue eyes like gemstones. Looking at the NPCs and players who surrounded him, the Dragon Master had a cruel smile on his lips. Since you have killed all my subordinates, then you will become my subordinates. The Dragon Master laughed loudly, raised his right hand to the air, and suddenly a dragon roar resounded throughout the underground palace. Chapter 316 Attracting Hatred. The Dragon Master stood up from the bronze throne, and a pressure emanated from him. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their faces changed drastically. A lord of level 15 has such a powerful aura. How is it possible? Qian Xiaohao also showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He had only felt such a terrifying aura from those big men above level 30. As the Dragon Master stood up and raised his hand, a dragon roar resounded throughout the underground palace. Behind the bronze throne, a huge bone dragon with a length of more than 10 meters slowly poked its head out. The flesh and blood of this bone dragon had been corroded away, leaving only white bones. 2 balls of green flames were burning in its eye sockets. Gray auras lingered around the body of the bone dragon. These lingering auras alone gave people a very dangerous feeling. Qian Xiaohao's face changed and he whispered, "Retreat." Suddenly, he and the follower retreated quickly and rushed towards the cave entrance. The level of an adult dragon is at least 60. Even if it turns into a bone dragon after death, the level will not be lower than 55. Even if all the people present were tied together, they would not be the opponent of this bone dragon. Not to mention that there was a 15th level lord level boss watching covetously. How could a monster like a bone dragon appear here? Qian Xiaohao's face was so gloomy that he didn't even care about his subordinates. He just led his followers and ran towards the cave entrance. The follower looked back unintentionally while running and was stunned. "Master, that's not a real bone dragon." The follower grabbed Qian Xiaohao and whispered. Qian Xiaohao was stunned and looked back. Sure enough, the bone dragon summoned by the Dragon Master was not real, but translucent like a phantom, and its back half seemed to be embedded in the wall behind the bronze throne, with only the front half of its body exposed. 15th level? And it's just a monster of ordinary quality. This. After Qian Xiaohao carefully examined the bone dragon, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Everything in front of him made Qian Xiaohao feel like he had lost control. Why was this Yulong Demon Palace in front of him different from the ones he had entered before? Boom. Just then, the cave entrance and exit of the Yulong Demon Palace suddenly shook, and falling rocks rolled, blocking the bronze door tightly. The Yulong Demon Lord showed a ferocious smile on his face and roared in a low voice, "You all will die." As he said, the Yulong Demon Lord grabbed with his right hand, and a huge magic blade with a length of more than 2 meters appeared in his palm. He chopped forward fiercely, and a black knife energy chopped towards everyone. An NPC holding a war shield roared, stood up, grabbed the war shield with both arms, and smashed it into the ground. Shield wall. With a low shout, a thick layer of white light appeared on the surface of the shield, forming a wall of huge shields, blocking in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the black sword energy directly split the shield wall condensed by the white light, and slashed at the shield fiercely. The NPC roared. Veins on his forehead bulged, and he refused to retreat a step, holding the shield tightly. Bang! With a loud bang, the NPC warrior was directly dragged back more than 2 meters by the sword energy, and a damage number of more than 300 points floated above his head. It can be blocked. The shield warrior NPC showed a look of surprise on his face. Swish! A white light flashed from above his head, instantly increasing his health by more than 200 points. We can beat it. Everyone! This is a level 15 Lord level boss. If you kill it, you will definitely get silver or even gold quality equipment. The shield warrior raised his arm and shouted, and almost all the NPCs cheered. Qian Xiaohao's face suddenly became very ugly. Everything the shield warrior did should have been done by him, but because he knew the information about the bone dragon, he was immediately scared when he saw the bone dragon appear, and just wanted to escape from here. His shrinking was seen by everyone. Even if he raised his arms and called out now, I am afraid that no one would respond except the people he brought with him. Master, what should we do now? The only follower asked in a low voice. Go. Kill it. Only by killing it can we get the bronze throne. Qian Xiaohao gritted his teeth and said, Understood. Master. The follower took out a rifle from the package and held it in his hand. The length of this rifle was even longer than that of an ordinary sniper rifle, full of a sense of technology far beyond this era. The energy spots on both sides of the gun body kept flashing, as if they were always in a state of charging. Gauss sniper rifle. This is a rifle powered by electromagnetic acceleration track, firing metal ammunition. The bullet flying speed is extremely fast, almost negligible within 1 kilometer, and there is almost no recoil. Not to mention the power, far exceeding ordinary sniper rifles. This is almost a weapon that all snipers dream of. Be careful. Don't attract hatred, Qian Xiaohao reminded, and then swung his right hand down, and a ring on his index finger suddenly burst into a blue light, and a lightsaber appeared in his palm. This is a lightsaber similar to the lightsaber used by Jedi Knights in the Star Wars movie in the real world. The performance is the same as the lightsaber. Almost indestructible, extremely sharp, and brilliant when wielded, and the appearance is also excellent. In the game, as long as the warrior can withstand the attack of the boss, the fall of this boss is doomed. Seeing that this shield warrior NPC can withstand the attack of the Dragon Lord, All NPCs suddenly became more confident. After all, the lowest level of the scene is the strength of the 15th level elite boss. Can't so many people kill a 15th level lord? What's more, there are hundreds of players attacking from behind. The blood value of the Dragon Lord is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the blood value of the Dragon Lord dropped by 1/5, it roared, and a strong energy suddenly burst out from its body, shaking all the people who besieged it away. Afterwards, the Dragon Master strode towards the bronze throne and slowly sat down. His health began to recover slowly. After a while, it had recovered more than 100 points. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they rushed towards it. As a result, as soon as they stepped into the range of 5 meters from the bronze throne, the huge bone dragon shadows suddenly let out a dragon roar and spewed out a gray dragon breath towards everyone. Suddenly, almost all melee professions were shrouded in the gray dragon breath. Everyone was horrified to find that their attributes had all dropped by 30%. And there was also an adverse effect of continuous blood loss. The melee professions panicked and quickly retreated. At this time, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the Dragon Master, and he stood up from the bronze throne, jumped up, and pounced on everyone. Chapter 317, focusing on the Bone Dragon. All melee professionals hit by the Bone Dragon's breath were in the bad state of aging. Not only did their overall attributes decrease by 30%, but their health continued to drop. This state lasted for 3 minutes. At this time, the Dragon Master had already come down from the bronze throne and pounced on the melee professionals. 3 minutes was enough for it to kill all the melee professionals. For a moment, the scene became chaotic. At this moment, the Tauren shaman who had first stood up to accuse Song Jian suddenly chanted loudly, inserted a thick wooden stake more than half a person's height into the ground, bit his tongue, and spit a mouthful of blood on the stake. Suddenly, the wooden stake began to tremble, and countless green powders floated from the wooden stake, covering the surrounding 5 meters. The health values of all NPCs and players who entered the range suddenly rose. Melee professionals retreat and enter the range of the purification totem. The Tauren shaman shouted loudly. All melee professionals immediately showed joy on their faces, and they all moved towards the wooden stake and entered the range covered by the green powder. In an instant, the aging state on their bodies disappeared, and was replaced by a 10% reduction in damage received state. For a time, the melee professionals were confident that as long as the melee professionals could resist the boss, it would only be a matter of time before they could defeat it. Swish! A black blade slashed towards everyone, and the sharp blade seemed to split the space in two, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The face of the shield warrior, who was standing in the front, changed. He could feel that this blade was similar to the one he had suffered before, but the power was increased by more than 10 times. Solid as a rock, the shield warrior roared, and suddenly a golden bell phantom emitting a light golden color fell from the sky, guarding him firmly in the center. This is the shield warrior's most powerful skill, which can reduce 50% of the damage. It is his most powerful attack reduction skill. But the cooldown time of this skill is also very long as 30 minutes. It can be said that it can only be used once in a battle. Ding! The sword energy chopped at the golden bell phantom, and a low bell sounded. It was low at first, but it became sharper and sharper. The faces of the people nearby changed drastically, and they moved away. Many people's ears began to bleed. They could not resist the sound wave attack at all. With a bang, the golden bell phantom was shattered by a sword. The shield warrior NPC spit out blood and felt that his hands holding the shield were sore and weak. If it were not for his strong will, he would probably fall to the ground on the spot. Gotcha! A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the shield warrior's heart sank immediately. There was a crack on the surface of the shield in his hand, and the durability had dropped to 12. I can't resist anymore. If I continue to resist, I will definitely be killed by it. The shield warrior NPC's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at his health value. Even though the attack just now reduced 60% of the attack, it still knocked down more than half of his health value. If he hadn't acted decisively and used the life-saving skill, this attack would have killed him instantly. Thinking of this, the shield warrior suddenly felt cold all over and slowly retreated. Even though the healer behind him kept increasing his health value, the shield warrior didn't dare to continue to resist in front, allowing other melee professionals to take the lead. Although Song Jian was also constantly attacking, his eyes were always scanning the entire field. Almost everyone's actions were in his eyes. When he saw the shield warrior slowly retreating, his attack suddenly stagnated, and the skill he wanted to release also stopped, and he began to use normal attacks to cause damage. At this moment, Xian Xiaohao's follower felt that the hatred of the boss had been attracted by the frontline melee professionals. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger at the boss. Suddenly, a creepy feeling surged into Song Jian's heart. For a moment, he had an illusion that he was being stared at by the god of death. Before he could react, the Dragon Master burst into a shrill roar. At this time, its left shoulder exploded, revealing a big hole as big as a bowl. Countless black auras gushed out from the wound, and the blood value actually dropped by 15%. It can be said that the damage caused by all the previous attacks was not as high as that caused by this attack. Almost all NPCs and players cheered excitedly. But Song Jian was shocked. With such a terrifying attack, even if he took it without noticing, he would probably be killed instantly. And most importantly, the opponent's shot was too fast. Almost at the moment he noticed the opponent's attack, the bullet was very close to him, and there was no way to dodge it. How could there be such a terrifying attack? Song Jian frowned and couldn't help looking at the follower. At this time, the follower's face was pale, and his health was only half left. It seemed that the burst of this attack was not without cost, and in a short period of time, he might not be able to cause such terrifying damage as before. Even if it's only one strike, it's terrifying enough. If he wants to assassinate someone, there's probably more than an 80% chance of success. Song Jian thought to himself, looking at the follower with murderous eyes. Because of the sword-pointing relationship, he and Xian Xiaohao can no longer be friends. The opponent's shot is likely to fall on his head one day in the future. At that time, I don't know if I have a chance to avoid this fatal injury. It's better to keep him here forever. Song Jian's murderous eyes flashed, and he took them back after just a glance. The Dragon Master, who was severely injured, stared at the follower with his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned to walk towards the bronze throne instead of chasing him. This guy is going to recover his health again. Kill him! Stop him! Someone shouted, seeing that 20% of his health had been knocked off. If he was asked to go back to recover his health, all the previous efforts would be in vain, and almost everyone became anxious. However, they looked at the bone dragon next to the bronze throne, and they couldn't help but feel apprehensive, and turned to look at the Tauren shaman. The priest sighed and said, "The purification totem has a 5-minute cooldown." When everyone heard this, they stopped and watched the Dragon Master sitting on the bronze throne, and his health began to recover little by little. "You all will die." The Dragon Master had a cold smile on his face, his eyes full of murderous intent, staring at the more than 100 NPCs and players present, and said in a low voice. Song Jian stared at him for a long time, then looked at the half-exposed bone dragon phantom, and suddenly shouted, "Ranged professions. Focus on that bone dragon." Chapter 318, Destroying the Bone Dragon. No one thought of attacking the bone dragon. After all, it was just a phantom. Many people subconsciously thought that it was just a skill summoned by the Dragon Master. Hearing Song Jian shout, everyone was subconsciously stunned and looked at the bone dragon. A long-range professional tried to shoot an arrow at the bone dragon. Unexpectedly, a damage of more than 60 points actually floated from the top of the bone dragon. It can be killed. This bone dragon phantom was killed. Seeing the bone dragon phantom with a blood bar on its head due to the damage, almost everyone was overjoyed. Every time the Dragon Master was damaged to a certain extent, he would return to the bronze throne to restore his blood value. Because of the bone dragon, no one dared to get close, and could only watch the Dragon Master recover. If this situation continues for another half an hour, everyone's spirit value will be exhausted, and then they will really be killed by the Dragon Master. Now seeing hope, everyone burst into cheers. The Dragon Master snorted coldly, suddenly stood up, and strode down the bronze throne. At this time, Song Jian suddenly discovered that this time the Dragon Master did not restore the blood value to full, and only restored 5% before leaving the bronze throne. When it recovered for the first time, it seemed to have only recovered 5%. Song Jian recalled the appearance of the Dragon Master when he recovered for the first time. At that time, seeing that the Dragon Master could restore the blood value, everyone panicked. In addition to the threat posed by the bone dragon to everyone, most people did not notice how much blood value the Dragon Master had restored. Maybe he could only restore 5% of his HP at a time. Song Jian guessed in his heart. After the Dragon Master stepped down from the bronze throne, many melee professionals began to resist. Although they were also nervous, because every time the Dragon Master stepped down from the bronze throne, a sharp black sword energy would be emitted. The shield warrior with the strongest defense just now had to activate the life-saving skill to survive from this sword energy. I don't know if they can withstand this attack. However, speaking of the shield warrior, why didn't they find his trace? Where did he run to? Just when some melee professionals began to look for the shield warrior everywhere, the Dragon Master suddenly roared and rushed forward. Its body exuded a sharp aura, and all melee professionals who touched its body were all bounced away by the aura. Fortunately, although they were bounced away, the damage they received was minimal. This is a bit like the charge of the warrior profession, someone whispered. From the outside, this move does look very similar to the charge skill of the warrior. But the charge skill of the warrior is not so powerful that it can bounce so many people away. Ordinary charge skills will only attack the first target they touch. Once they touch the first target, the skill will end. However, this attack of the Dragon Master has bounced all the melee professions in front of him away. At least 7 or 8 melee professions flew away. Who is its target? After a moment of relief, the melee professions were suddenly shocked. Behind them, there were all ranged professions. If the Dragon Master rushed into them and killed them all, there would be no fun. Song Jian was not far away from the Dragon Master at this time, and he also felt the sharp wind blowing on his face. But fortunately, he was not standing in the attack range of the Dragon Master, and watched the Dragon Master rush towards Qian Xiao's follower. Sure enough, his target is that follower. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. The damage caused by the follower in the previous attack exceeded the sum of all the others. This is why he did not launch an attack in the first round, but delayed it to the second round. He was probably worried that his damage would snatch the hatred of the boss. But unexpectedly, even after waiting for a round of attacks, the damage caused by himself still successfully attracted the hatred of the boss. Song Jian glanced at the others, all of whom rushed towards the boss, while Song Jian rushed towards the bone dragon next to the bronze throne. It's just an ordinary level 15 monster. To kill it, I don't even need to activate the immortal sword body. A set of combos can kill it, Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him, the bone dragon roared and spit out a breath of dragon. Song Jian instantly activated the sword shadow step and rushed to the front of the bone dragon. He chopped at its huge head with a red fire heart ape sword in his hand. Sword filaments. 3 hair-thin sword chi appeared out of thin air, exploring in the air like tentacles for a moment. And then with a whoosh sound, they all stabbed towards the bone dragon. Bang! Song Jian's long sword also chopped fiercely on the head of the bone dragon, and he was also wrapped in the dragon's breath. Suddenly, a feeling of weakness surged from Song Jian's heart. But after a moment, a sense of coolness surged in his mind, completely expelling this feeling of weakness. The 10th level talent skill Thick Skin has a strong weakening or even immunity to any negative effects. Although the bone dragon is a creature at the top of the pyramid, its level is too low at this time. Not even an elite boss. Obviously, it only has the shape of a bone dragon at most, and does not have the kind of pressure of a higher creature. The skill Thick-Skinned easily made him immune to the aging effect. Without the aging effect, Song Jian didn't take the attack of the bone dragon seriously. Each time, it could only cause less than 30 points of damage to Song Jian, and it couldn't even recover his own blood value. Song Jian's blood value was always at full value. Dance of the Broken Wings. Speed Sword. Start. Soul Control Sword Technique. A series of sword moves kept hitting the head of the bone dragon. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from a distance. Song Jian turned his head and saw that the Dragon Master was holding a long sword high. On the tip of the sword, he was picking up an NPC. Looking closely, it was Qian Xiao's follower. Qian Xiao's face was frighteningly ugly. In order to stop the boss from attacking his follower, he even forced the others he brought to stop the boss. However, he did not expect that the boss was so powerful that even under the siege of the crowd, he easily rushed to his follower and stabbed him without hesitation. Looking at the human being twitching above his head and blood gushing out, the Dragon Master laughed loudly, feeling very comfortable, bathing in the blood. A look of intoxication appeared on his face, and he even stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on his cheek. You will all become him. The hoarse voice of the Dragon Master sounded again. But at this moment, a shrill dragon roar suddenly came from behind. The Dragon Master's face changed, and he turned his head sharply. At this time, Song Jian was jumping high, and the red fire heart ape sword in his hand flashed a red sword energy, and chopped down fiercely at the bone dragon. No! The Dragon Master showed a look of horror on his face, and roared angrily. Crack! Song Jian harvested the last bit of the bone dragon's blood value. The huge bone dragon exploded with a bang, and countless bones collapsed. In a short while, a small bone mountain was formed. Chapter 319 Restore Qi and Blood. The distance that the Dragon Master rushed out was too far. Seeing Song Jian's last blow, he was furious and wanted to rush to Song Jian and kill him immediately. In the end, the Dragon Master could only watch the phantom of the bone dragon turn into a pile of bones. Then a gust of wind blew, and the pile of bones suddenly turned into a pale ashes. On! A dragon roar resounded throughout the cave, and a huge phantom of the bone dragon emerged from the bone mountain. At this time, the soul state of the bone dragon rushed towards Song Jian several times, but could not cause any harm to him. The Dragon Master gnashed his teeth and roared. He shook the long sword in his hand, and the body of the follower hanging on the tip of the sword was torn into several pieces by the energy, and scattered all over the ground. Although Song Jian did not cause any damage to the Dragon Master, after killing the bone dragon phantom, the Dragon Master's hatred value was firmly locked on Song Jian. Go to hell! The Dragon Master roared, and rushed towards Song Jian regardless of anything. Some NPCs saw the Dragon Master rushing towards Song Jian, and they intentionally or unintentionally made way. Song Jian's heart trembled, and he was ready to fight against the Dragon Master. The huge bone dragon phantom circled around Song Jian, constantly opening its mouth to attack Song Jian, but it could not cause any harm to him. At this moment, Song Jian felt the black dragon cub in the pet space constantly emitting impatient emotions, and suddenly his heart moved, and he summoned the black dragon cub out. As soon as the black dragon cub came out, it immediately raised its head and let out a tender dragon roar. Its two golden vertical pupils stared at the bone dragon soul that had been circling around Song Jian with great interest. The moment the black dragon cub appeared, the bone dragon soul suddenly felt a shudder for some reason, and could not help but retreat. The black dragon cub flapped its wings and pounced on the bone dragon soul. Before the bone dragon soul could react, the black dragon cub opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept the bone dragon soul and flew into the mouth of the black dragon cub. Just like sucking jelly, in a few seconds, the black dragon cub actually sucked the bone dragon soul, which was dozens of times its size, into its stomach. The black dragon cub that had sucked the soul of the bone dragon into its stomach burped and staggered towards Song Jian, staggering from side to side, looking like it was drunk. Seeing that the soul of the bone dragon was sucked by Song Jian's pet, the Dragon Master was struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze, with a look of loss of soul. The black dragon cub that flew to Song Jian's side actually closed its eyes, and fell headfirst. Song Jian quickly put it into the pet space. Looking at the black dragon cub again, the pet space actually prompted that the black dragon cub was in an evolutionary state, and it would take 10 hours to complete the evolution. During this period, it could not be summoned, otherwise the evolution would fail. Will it not become a bone dragon with white bones all over its body? Song Jian was a little worried. At this moment, the Dragon Master let out a shrill roar, and his originally dark green eyes suddenly turned into two balls of red flames, burning fiercely. Go to hell! With a roar, the Dragon Master swung his long sword and chopped at Song Jian. For the Dragon Master, this bone dragon is not just a pet, but his life beast. The reason why he can survive is all because of the existence of the bone dragon. Now that the bone dragon has been devoured by the black dragon cub, even if the Dragon Master kills all the NPCs and players in the underground palace, he cannot change his fate and truly revive again. His strength is locked in the current state and cannot make any progress. This was even more difficult for the Dragon Master to accept than death. At this moment, Song Jian was even more angry than the follower just now. The surface of the long sword in the Dragon Master's hand had begun to burn with black flames. Song Jian was startled and took out a bottle of weakness potion from the package. He aimed at the root of the Dragon Master's sprint and smashed it hard on the ground. With a bang, in a cloud of dust, the Dragon Master rushed out without caring and chopped at Song Jian. Beep beep. At this moment, The dozen or so self-destructing robots surrounding Song Jian emitted dazzling red light in their eyes, and rushed towards the Dragon Master in unison. Immortal sword body. Open! With a light shout, a golden light suddenly appeared on Song Jian's body, and 8 long sword shadows slowly surrounded his body. His own attributes were greatly improved, and the red fire heart ape sword in his hand also became lighter. Broken wing dance. Song Jian rushed towards the Dragon Master, and the sword and the knife collided fiercely. With a bang, Song Jian was directly blown away, and the blood value on his head dropped by more than 500 points. Even if the shield warrior just now had taken the blow from the Dragon Master, he would definitely have been killed on the spot. The Dragon Master was not feeling well at this time. After opening the immortal sword body, Song Jian's strength attribute had exceeded 25 points. Even the Dragon Master did not have such high strength. If it were not for the skill bonus, the Dragon Master would definitely have been repelled. At this time, a damage of more than 300 points also floated above the head of the Dragon Master, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out of his mouth. But the Dragon Master swallowed it, just as it was about to pursue and continue to attack Song Jian. More than a dozen self-destructing robots had already run in front of it. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen self-destructing robots exploded almost at the same time, and a small mushroom cloud rose from where the Dragon Master stood. Such a terrifying explosion made the entire cave tremble. There were rubbles falling on the top of their heads. Everyone was terrified, afraid of being buried underground. At this time, the location where everyone was located was unknown hundreds of meters away from the ground. Once it collapsed, no one would have any way to survive. Song Jian leaned on his sword and slowly stood up. He looked at the life fruit in the package, hesitated for a moment, and still did not take it out. At this time, he still had more than 300 points of blood in Qi, and he could recover more than 20 points per second. It only took half a minute to restore his blood in Qi. Now was not the time to use the life fruit. Looking at the bronze throne beside him, Song Jian suddenly had an idea and turned around and sat on the bronze throne. Before the Dragon Master was killed, the bronze throne could not be taken. Similar to the plot items, Song Jian did not know whether he could replenish his blood in Qi, but just sat on it with a try. Unexpectedly, as soon as it sat on the bronze throne, a mysterious energy suddenly surged from the throne toward his body. For a moment, the speed of blood recovery increased greatly. In just a dozen seconds, his blood was fully restored. When his blood was fully restored, the mysterious power suddenly disappeared. And then, in his eyes, a 60-second countdown appeared on the bronze throne. This throne can only be used again in 60 seconds to restore blood? Song Jian's eyes flashed with excitement. He finally discovered the secret of the bronze throne. The Dragon Master could not restore blood at any time. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the Dragon Master stood there in a mess. His body was covered with wounds, and countless black mists slowly emerged from the wounds. His eyes stared at Song Jian, who had just stepped down from the bronze throne, wishing to tear him into pieces. Chapter 320 Broken. Song Jian killed the Bone Dragon Shadow, and the damage to the Dragon Master was greater than he had imagined. It can be said that the Bone Dragon Shadow is the condensation of the Dragon Master's cultivation. When it can absorb enough blood and Qi and truly revive, it can merge with the Bone Dragon Shadow and increase its strength. Staring at Song Jian, the Dragon Master was filled with hatred and wanted to bite off Song Jian's flesh and blood. More than a dozen self-destructing robots caused more than 2,000 points of damage to the Dragon Master, directly reducing his blood and Qi value to less than half. In addition, the Dragon Master found that the bronze throne was actually in the cooling time, which was like adding fuel to the fire. He waved a long sword with black flames and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian had never faced a level 15 Lord-level boss before, but after the fight just now, Song Jian roughly guessed the attributes of the Dragon Master, and estimated that no attribute could exceed 20 points. In terms of attributes, it can be said that Song Jian has completely suppressed the Dragon Master, but each of the Dragon Master's skills is extremely powerful, and the damage is terrifyingly high, which is why Song Jian had such a hard time fighting. In addition, the surrounding NPCs saw the Dragon Master approaching Song Jian, and they all stood by and watched, thinking that the fishermen would benefit from the fight between the cranes and the clams, allowing the Dragon Master to fight Song Jian without any scruples. This was also the consequence of Song Jian's previous use of the self-destructing robot to threaten the NPCs and obtain the ruby, which almost offended all the NPCs present. At this time, his relationship with these NPCs must have been reduced to a normal level. In a cold stage, if nothing unexpected happened, the long sword of the Dragon Master was full of energy, and every move and every style had the power of splitting mountains and rocks. Song Jian was not to be outdone, and a touch of red flame suddenly appeared on the surface of the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand. Salamander Potion. Song Jian, who used the Weakness Potion and the Salamander Potion, actually fought with the Dragon Master head-on. The two fought for more than 10 moves without a clear winner, and the onlookers were stunned. How could he be so strong? Qian Xiaohao's face was terribly gloomy. He originally thought that he was just a lucky God-favored person with great potential at most. Unexpectedly, the other party's strength has reached this level. It is simply unbelievable. Originally, when entering this city, in addition to the Yulong Demon Palace, Qian Xiaohao had always wanted to find the information of the God-favored person who traded with his father. If the other party had not learned the sword finger, he would trade it from the other party. If the other party had learned it, then he could only kill him and see if the sword finger could be exploded. When Qian Xiaohao saw that Song Jian had learned the sword finger, his murderous intent boiled in his heart. Although he tried to hold it back, Song Jian still noticed it. If the two followers were still there, Qian Xiaohao would still have the confidence to sneak kill Song Jian. But now, Qian Xiaohao has no confidence at all. This guy is so powerful. He can fight against a level 15 Lord Monster on equal terms. Are we playing a game? Hundreds of players around were also surprised. They stopped their actions and watched Song Jian and the Dragon Master fight intently. At this time, the entire Demon Palace has become the home court of Song Jian and the Dragon Master, and all NPCs and players have become onlookers. Song Jian's blood value continues to decline, while the Dragon Master's blood value declines faster, and its attacks become more fierce as the blood value decreases. It seems that the lower the blood value, the higher its attack. Gradually, Song Jian could no longer resist the attack of the Dragon Master. Any attack could cause more than 100 points of damage to Song Jian. If it was a skill, it could knock down 500 or 600 points of Song Jian's health. If he was not careful, he would be killed instantly. At this moment, a huge shadow of a desert scorpion beast suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, its huge tail thorn stabbed towards the chest of the Dragon Master. Get out of the way, you low-level, despicable creature, the Dragon Master roared, as if he was very angry that the desert scorpion beast dared to attack him. The knife that was originally chopped at Song Jian actually drew an arc in the air and chopped towards the desert scorpion beast. This knife seemed to be able to cut through the void. The desert scorpion beast, which was originally impossible to lock on and attack, actually let out a shrill roar after being cut by this knife. A thin line appeared on the surface of its entire body, and then it shattered with a bang like glass, turning into thousands of fragments. System, your scorpion beast helmet is damaged, and the helmet's characteristics cannot be triggered within 12 hours. Song Jian was shocked. Is the attack of the Dragon Master so terrifying? This seemingly powerless knife actually killed the scorpion beast's evil spirit that could not be locked on and could not attack. If this knife fell on me, could I withstand it? After releasing the knife, the Dragon Master seemed a little tired. He glanced at Song Jian and turned to walk towards the bronze throne. Oh no! This guy is going to recover his health again. Song Jian was shocked. With a thought, 2 level 15 fire elemental spirits appeared beside Song Jian and rushed towards the Dragon Master. Song Jian also jumped up and swung the red fire heart ape sword towards the back of the Dragon Master. The Dragon Master had already grabbed the handle of the bronze throne with one hand and was about to sit down. 2 fire elemental spirits, more than 1 person tall, had already begun to condense fireballs with their hands and smash towards it. Song Jian's red fire heart monkey sword also pierced into its back. At the moment when Song Jian's long sword pierced into the Dragon Demon Lord, an angry roar echoed in the Demon Palace, and the sound was as grand as that of a god. The Dragon Demon Lord trembled all over, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. How is it possible? This is the God of Fire. A red damage floated up from the top of its head. After such a long time, the special effect of Song Jian's ring, Eye of the God of Fire, was finally triggered. The Wrath of the God of Fire caused an additional 300 points of fire damage to the Dragon Demon Lord. Crack. With a slight sound, the Dragon Demon Lord actually crushed the handle of the bronze throne. This time, everyone present changed their faces. You know, the most precious thing in the entire Dragon Demon Palace is probably this bronze throne. But now it has been damaged by the Dragon Demon Lord's loss of consciousness. If we had acted earlier and attacked together, the Dragon Master would have died long ago, and the bronze throne would not have been damaged. For a moment, such thoughts gnawed at everyone's mind like poisonous insects. Qian Xiaohao clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles began to turn white, and he gritted his teeth. There was even a trace of blood flowing down the corner of his lips. But he was unaware of it. He just stared at the bronze throne that was damaged by the Dragon Master. Chapter 321 No Dropped Items. The bronze throne could actually be damaged, which shocked all the NPCs who knew its value. Qian Xiaohao felt that his hopes were completely dashed. The bronze throne was a certificate. Only by owning it could you prove that you were qualified to compete for the 10 unique professions. Damn. A damaged bronze throne. I don't know if I can enter that place. Qian Xiaohao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at the Dragon Master with murderous eyes, wishing to tear it into pieces. The Dragon Master was also surprised that he crushed the handle of the bronze throne, and even looked at his palm in disbelief. At this moment, a transparent spiritual sword condensed above Song Jian's head and slashed fiercely at the body of the Dragon Master. With a scream, the Dragon Master rolled down from the bronze throne, and the long sword in his hand swept across, forcing Song Jian to retreat. The Dragon Master stood up shakily, glanced at Song Jian, snorted coldly, and rushed into the NPC, grabbed the priest professional closest to him, and stabbed the long sword into the opponent's heart fiercely. With a strong twist, 2 damage numbers of more than 600 points floated above the head of the priest professional, and he was killed instantly. The Dragon Master sucked in his mouth, and the blood on the priest's body condensed into red airflows, rushing towards his mouth. The Dragon Master, who originally had less than 500 HP left, had recovered nearly 300 HP in a few seconds. After sucking the professional into a mummy, the Dragon Master seemed very dissatisfied with the fact that he had recovered more than 200 HP. He threw the mummy away, snorted coldly, and rushed towards another NPC next to him. Stop it. Don't let it continue to recover HP, the NPC shouted. And suddenly there was a panic. They watched the show for too long and even forgot that the Dragon Master was going to leave them all here. In an instant, everyone, including the players, attacked the Dragon Master together. Countless energy beams of different colors exploded on the Dragon Master, and the rumbling sound was endless. Black mist suddenly floated on the surface of the Dragon Master's body, and all the damage to it was forced to be suppressed to single digits. The attack of hundreds of people only caused 300 to 400 damage to the Dragon Master. You all will die. The Dragon Master's health value was less than 500 points. But his arrogant attitude gave people the feeling that he was suppressing hundreds of players and NPCs. In fact, this was exactly the case. At this time, the Dragon Master's attack power was so strong that even the shield warrior who resisted it at the beginning had his shield split in half by it, and he went directly into a dying state. Others were no match for it. Once it got close to them, they would either be killed with one blow or have their health sucked dry. But the strange thing was that no matter how much health the Dragon Master sucked from the NPCs, its upper limit seemed to be locked at 500 points and could never be raised. At this moment, the bronze throne suddenly made a crackling sound. The demon palace was in chaos. The only person who heard the cracking sound was Song Jian, who had been standing next to the bronze throne, holding his hands and looking at the Dragon Master coldly. At first, Song Jian thought he had heard it wrong and turned his head to look at the bronze throne. He was surprised to find that fine cracks began to appear around the handle that was accidentally crushed by the Dragon Master. These cracks continued to spread outward, and the sound of crackling was endless. But the sound was very weak. If Song Jian had not been standing in front of the bronze throne, he would definitely not have been able to hear it. The Dragon Master was like a madman, killing people in all directions. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, no one was his enemy. At this time, people were surprised to find that someone had been able to fight with the Dragon Master for more than 10 minutes. It was simply unbelievable. Boss, Master, come and help. Do you really want to see us all killed by this boss? Yes, Master. Can I just give you all the items dropped by the boss? Help. This boss can deal more than 200 damage even with a single blow. I can't handle it. The NPCs were too embarrassed to ask Song Jian for help. But the players didn't care. Even the HP of a level 10 professional didn't exceed 300 points. They couldn't handle the boss's ordinary attacks, let alone using skills. However, no matter how loudly the players asked for help, or even begged, Song Jian just stood there motionless, frowning and staring at the bronze throne. At this time, no one noticed that the surface of the bronze throne was already covered with dense cracks like a spider web. This most precious existence in the eyes of the NPC was about to be completely destroyed. Voila! The bronze throne suddenly turned into fine particles and collapsed in an instant like sand. In a pile of green sand and dust, a palm-sized bright bronze box appeared in front of Song Jian. There are treasures in the bronze throne? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward, picked up the palm-sized bronze box, and put it in the parcel column. At the moment when Song Jian put the bronze box into the parcel column, the Dragon Master seemed to feel something, and after slashing an NPC away, he turned around and looked at the bronze throne. Seeing the bronze throne that had turned into fine sand, the Dragon Lord's face showed a look of despair, and he screamed hysterically, "No! It's impossible!" Crack! Crack! The Dragon Lord walked towards the bronze throne step by step. After a few steps, his legs began to slowly stiffen, and a hint of green appeared on the surface of his body. He struggled to walk forward a few steps. The whole body of the Dragon Lord was covered with a layer of green, and he looked like a bronze statue. Bang! The bronze statue that the Dragon Lord turned into exploded, and the whole Dragon Palace was filled with screams like ghosts and wolves howling. At this moment, a red light spot suddenly appeared in front of the bronze throne, and then in an instant, the light spot turned into a light door, and there was a 5-minute countdown above the head. "Did you take something from the bronze throne just now?" Qian Xiaohao suddenly pointed at Song Jian and shouted loudly. No one saw the scene where the bronze throne collapsed and turned into fine sand. Everyone was chased by the Dragon Master like a dog, fearing that they would be killed by it if they were a step slower. However, after Song Jian took the bronze box, a box-shaped pit was left in the green fine sand, which was noticed by Qian Xiaohao. It was precisely because of this detail that Qian Xiaohao suspected that Song Jian had taken something. Song Jian looked at Qian Xiaohao coldly, made a throat-cutting gesture towards him, turned around, walked into the red light door, and disappeared. The players did not notice the NPC's actions. They all rushed towards the body of the Dragon Master, constantly turning over every piece of bronze fragment to see if the boss dropped any items. As a result, to everyone's disappointment, this powerful 15th level Lord level boss did not drop any items, which immediately made the players curse and made the remaining NPCs look sideways, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Chapter 322. There is a black item. The players did not find any loot and left through the light gate. Only Qian Xiaohao walked to the bronze throne sand and looked carefully. His face was terribly gloomy. After a while, Qian Xiaohao stood up with gritted teeth and said in a low voice, "I was fooled by that God-favored person. Mr. Qian, what is going on?" An NPC came forward and asked. "Everyone, look here." Qian Xiaohao pointed to the pit in the center of the bronze throne sand and said, "There must have been something here just now, but it was taken away by that guy." Qian Xiaohao now understands why those big shots want to seize the bronze throne. They must be after the treasures in the bronze throne, not the throne itself. Anyway, Qian Xiaohao suffered a big loss this time. Of the dozen people he brought here, only 3 are still alive, and his 2 most loyal followers also died here. In the end, he worked in vain and got nothing. Mr. Qian, we all know that the bronze throne in the Yulong Demon Palace is the most precious, but we don't know why it is precious. I wonder if Mr. Qian can tell us about it. A priest NPC suddenly asked. Qian Xiaohao sneered. This kind of information was monopolized by those big forces and big families. Ordinary people could not get it at all. These people wanted to get such precious information from him for nothing. It was just a dream. Just when Qian Xiaohao was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and laughed. Actually, it's nothing. The bronze throne contains the secret of becoming the 10 unique professions. As long as you can get it, you have the opportunity to become the 10 people standing at the top of the pyramid. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar among the NPCs. Everyone's eyes flashed with longing and greed. The 10 unique professions, in the eyes of ordinary people, are no different from gods. Unexpectedly, The bronze throne actually contains the key to the gods. Now, the treasure has been obtained by the God-favored one. If you want it, go find the God-favored one, Qian Xiao said, smiled slightly, and turned to enter the teleportation light gate. There were less than 20 NPCs left. They looked at each other and left through the teleportation gate one by one in silence. The Yulong Demon Palace was silent, with only gravel and mummies on the ground. At this moment, the index finger of the left hand of an NPC that had become a mummified body suddenly moved and moved a small stone beside the finger. The small stone rolled forward, and a series of collisions echoed in the empty demon palace. After leaving the teleportation array, Song Jian returned directly to his manor castle. What a pity. I didn't get the items dropped by the Dragon Lord, Song Jian thought with some regret, after Qian Xiaohao pointed out that he took something from the bronze throne. Song Jian immediately realized that he could not stay in the demon palace any longer. Without the deterrence of the self-destructing robot, the remaining NPCs could kill him instantly with one round of attack. However, Song Jian was already satisfied with being able to obtain the treasure hidden in the bronze throne. What he didn't know was that more than a dozen NPC professionals had already set their greedy eyes on him. When you open the bronze treasure box, the first thing that comes into view is a silver quality staff. This is a priest staff with an item level of up to 15. The Hymn of Life, with good attributes in all aspects. In addition to increasing the healing amount by 10%, all healing skills are increased by 1 level. This is definitely a top quality staff for the priest profession. In addition, there is a level 15 knight's shield used by the knight profession, which is also silver quality with average attributes. However, at this stage, any silver quality shield will be snapped up by players. If a team's MT is not strong, the entire team will not be able to hunt high-level bosses. Therefore, as long as the shield appears in the auction house, it will be snapped up by players. The remaining 3 materials were a dragon blood stone, a ruby, and a black quality token. The dragon blood stone and ruby were both materials for increasing the blood pool level. Song Jian took a look and put them away. Instead, Song Jian held the black quality token in his hand and kept playing with it. Since entering the game, Song Jian has only obtained 1 black quality item, which was the black quality ornament obtained when he hunted the zombie carrying the monument. The attribute of that ornament was extremely poor, and it only increased the blood value a little. In the end, it was abandoned by Song Jian and exchanged for other items at the prayer altar. It was also the experience of praying at the altar that made him understand the value of black items. There were so many people willing to exchange gold quality items and skills for a black quality accessory with such poor attributes. This may be another item of no less than gold quality. So keep it well, Song Jian thought to himself. The attributes of this token are extremely vague. With only 1 sentence, the certificate to the mysterious place. It neither says where the mysterious place is nor how to use this token. But there is an item description that makes Song Jian shudder. The item will drop after death. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian smiled slightly. In this game, he only has 1 life. If his life is gone, why bother with these equipment and items? After putting the token into the parcel column, Song Jian looked at the pet column. The black dragon cub was still sleeping soundly, and a strange gray breath was constantly wafting from its body surface. The evolution was still going on. Although Song Jian was a little worried, he had no way to deal with it. If the evolution was interrupted rashly, it might cause some damage to the black dragon cub. The only thing he could do now was to wait patiently. After mailing 9,500 gold coins to Liqueur, Song Jian received money for the stealth skill stone. Stealth sold for more than 6,000 Doomsday coins, which increased Song Jian's funds to nearly 30,000 Doomsday coins. This is a huge sum of money. For many war alliances now, they may not be able to raise so much money. There is no use in keeping so many Doomsday coins on you. It is better to use them to build your own safe house. After all, in the entire Doomsday City, this manor castle is the only absolutely safe place for you. After summoning the butler George, Song Jian began to ask about the construction of his territory. Everything in the territory is developing step by step. But due to lack of investment, many buildings cannot be built. Song Jian directly allocated 20,000 Doomsday coins to George, which actually raised George's loyalty to the maximum value. Dear Lord, I will definitely build your manor territory into the greatest territory in the entire area, George said excitedly. His face flushed. Song Jian's trust in him made George grateful, and soon invested in the construction of the territory. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian still turned on the radio and prepared to sell the silver quality knight's shield and priest's staff on the radio. Chapter 323 Devil's Heart. Song Jian originally planned to sell the two items in the auction house. But after hesitating for a moment, he changed his mind. Nowadays, most players are only at level 11 or 2. Level 15 equipment is still too high-end for them. Even if someone bids, I'm afraid they won't bid too high. It's better to sell them to NPCs in the outside world through the radio. Sure enough, as soon as the equipment attributes were mentioned on the radio station immediately became boiling. People who bid one after another, each time much higher than the previous one. Silver quality. My god. A level 15 silver quality weapon and shield. Which alliance can't afford this? We want the shield from the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. You can name your price. This staff. My god. All the healing skills are increased by 1 level. Is this going to be amazing? Seeing so many people interested in his 2 pieces of equipment, Song Jian suddenly said, if there is a sword technique of the same grade, consider trading first. For a moment, the radio station was silent for a moment. After all, equipment may be obsolete after a period of use. But skills will never be outdated. Even if the skill is of a low grade, once it is practiced to perfection, it can be combined with other skills to form a new skill. I have a white quality sword technique. Can I exchange it for your silver quality shield? Of course. I can pay more. A hoarse voice came from the radio. White quality. Song Jian frowned slightly. Although he only needed 1 sword technique to complete the main task, a white quality sword technique was still far beyond his expectations. I have to exchange these 2 pieces of equipment for a silver quality sword technique at least. This is the bottom line, Song Jian said in his heart. Sorry. I just want to exchange the sword technique now. Song Jian declined on the radio. After an awkward silence, just when Song Jian thought the transaction could not be completed, a voice suddenly rang on the radio. This is the Silver Moon Merchant Group. I have a golden sword technique here. Are you interested? Golden quality? It's a golden sword technique? Why would he trade with me for a golden sword technique? Song Jian was not surprised. Instead, he frowned and said on the radio, I don't think these 2 items are worth a golden sword technique. Of course, in addition to these 2 items, I also need a promise from you. If possible, this golden sword technique will belong to you. A chuckle came from the radio and said, I think we should conduct the next transaction in a more private way. Tell me your contact number. The communication number is similar to an email address, which allows 2 people to talk instantly even if they are thousands of miles apart. Just as convenient as a video phone. However, this is a privilege for level 10 professionals, and ordinary people cannot do so. After telling the other party the communication number, Song Jian turned off the radio. Not long after, a strange communication request came in. Hello. I am a manager of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. You can call me Miss Annie. A mature woman's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. Just now on the radio. Song Jian was a little confused. The man on the radio just now sounded a little old. At least over 50 years old. Hee hee. That's old John. He's responsible for collecting intelligence on the radio. Annie laughed softly, if I'm not mistaken. You must be a god-favored lord. Ahem. You can think so? Song Jian was still a little unaccustomed to being called a lord. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. God-favored lord. Annie's voice had a hint of charm. But Song Jian didn't feel anything except that it sounded good. We need a level 15 elite boss. The heart of a demon zombie. But this kind of boss only exists in cities that have been attacked by monsters. If you want to enter such a city and obtain the heart of a demon zombie, the cost is very staggering. For us, it's not worth the loss. So we need your help. God-favored lord. Annie said softly. Demon zombies? Level 15 elite boss? Song Jian frowned and said, Sorry. The level 15 monster area is in my city. I have almost visited it. And there are no monsters like demon zombies. At this time, Song Jian suddenly thought of the Shadow District. Are the monsters there considered demon zombies? No. Those can only be considered low-level demons. Low-level demons that have been imprisoned for decades are not demon zombies. Song Jian thought to himself. Hee hee. Although the demon zombie is a level 15 elite boss, the area where it is located is not a level 15 monster area, but a level 20 monster area. Annie explained. What? A level 20 monster area? How is that possible? Song Jian couldn't believe it. There was a strict class division between monsters of different levels. They would not easily leave their own area. High-level monsters might jump to low-level monster areas, but low-level monsters would never dare to jump to high-level monster areas. Demon zombies are zombies with demon bloodlines, and they feed on the hearts of strong zombies. They are even called zombie killers. Annie told Song Jian all the information about demon zombies in detail. Song Jian nodded slightly. With his current strength, if he burst out with all his strength, he would have the strength to fight even against a level 20 elite boss. Not to mention a level 15 elite boss. Okay, I promise you, I can hunt this boss for you. But in order to ensure the completion of the task, I need you to trade your sword skills to me now, so that I can be more confident in improving my strength, Song Jian said. Of course, there is no problem. We just need to sign a contract. You can trade 2 silver quality equipment with us first, and then kill the demon zombie and mail its heart to us, Annie said. Okay. Happy cooperation. Song Jian smiled. I believe that this is not the first time we have cooperated, and it will definitely not be the last time. God's favored one. You have talents and potential that we envy. I look forward to meeting you, Annie said with some emotion. Song Jian smiled slightly. He could already sense the gap between the players and the NPCs. Whether it was the level increase or the skill improvement, the players could leave the NPCs in the game far behind. This was why the NPCs called the players God-favored. People favored by the gods really made the NPCs envious. Not long after, Annie set a contract scroll over. After signing the contract, a skill scroll emitting golden light appeared in front of Song Jian. Chapter 324 Det. Tai Chi Sword? Is it so magical? It's Tai Chi Sword? Song Jian looked at the skill scroll in his hand, with a surprised look on his face. He unfolded the skill scroll without hesitation and started to learn it. Soon, Song Jian received a system prompt that his main task had been completed, and he could quit the game at any time or continue playing the game without time limit. Now the game time and the real world have changed. 1 month in the game is equivalent to 8 hours in the real world, which is 1 night. If Song Jian quits the game now, it would be around 5 or 6 in the morning in the real world. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian decided to stay in the game, at least to complete the task of the Silver Moon Merchants. Looking at the description of Tai Chi swordsmanship in the skill column, Song Jian's heart moved slightly. Tai Chi swordsmanship active. Level 1. Skill effect, after casting. It can resist 90% of damage, immune to all adverse effects, and has a certain chance to rebound the enemy's attack. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill consumption, 10 points of spirit value. Equipment requirements, one-handed sword. This swordsmanship is a bit like combining the talent skill thick skin and the holy parry. But the duration is a bit short. I wonder if it will change when the level is increased, Song Jian thought to himself. When fighting the Dragon Lord, Song Jian used the holy parry skill to block several high-damage attacks from the opponent. Moreover, this skill can only be improved in proficiency if the parry is successful. It cannot be practiced like other skills. So far, it has only improved by 5 or 6 points of proficiency, and the level is improving very slowly. By the way, Miss Annie, do you have these materials in your group? Song Jian suddenly had an idea and sent Annie the materials for making TX high-explosive grenades and teleportation arrays, as well as the list of rubies and dragon bloodstones. Your materials are of high level. Let me see. Annie chuckled. After Song Jian mailed 2 silver quality equipment to her, the two established initial trust, and the conversation between Annie and Song Jian became a little easier. Oh, how come there are still materials for building a teleportation array here? Annie frowned slightly, thinking to herself, could it be that the other party is already preparing to start building a city-level teleportation array? How is this possible? You have to know that the teleportation array is a strategic level building, not to mention the materials. The construction drawings alone are all kept at the highest level of confidentiality. Although the Silver Moon Merchant Group also has materials for building a teleportation array, each one is registered and prohibited from being sold. Sorry, I have most of the materials here, but these are materials for building a teleportation array. They are prohibited goods and cannot be traded. I'm sorry. After hesitating for a moment, Annie still spoke to Song Jian openly, and at the same time hinted at the importance of the teleportation array, hoping that this God-favored person could understand what she meant. After hearing what Annie said, Song Jian was shocked. He was a little reckless. These materials revealed important information that he could build a teleportation array. It seemed that he had to collect the materials for building the teleportation array himself. Otherwise, if others knew about it, it would be disadvantageous to him. Song Jian did not expect that the teleportation array would be so important. Otherwise, he would never give Annie the list of materials for building the teleportation array. Oh, I just planned to accumulate some of those materials and sell them. But I didn't expect them to be contraband goods. That's fine. But the remaining materials? Song Jian laughed. Annie also smiled slightly, not caring about Song Jian's poor excuse, nodded, and continued, okay. Our Chamber of Commerce has the remaining materials. But the price is not cheap. I will give you a quotation list. Soon. A list was passed over. Song Jian glanced at it, and immediately took a breath of cold air. It's so expensive. Each ruby costs 150 Doomsday coins. And the Dragon Blood Stone is even more expensive, requiring 200 Doomsday coins. Just to get these two items, it will cost nearly 30,000 Doomsday coins. Although the remaining materials are only dozens of Doomsday coins, Song Jian needs a lot of them. A rough calculation shows that the manufacturing cost of a TX high-explosive grenade, not counting labor costs, is 1,500 Doomsday coins for materials alone. I originally wanted to use it to upgrade, but now it seems that this is simply a waste of money. Can I get a discount? Song Jian said a little embarrassedly. Sorry, you are not a member of our Chamber of Commerce yet. Only by spending 100,000 Doomsday coins in our Chamber of Commerce can you become a first-level member and enjoy a 95% discount. Annie said in a slightly apologetic tone. Well, please prepare 35 rubies and 100 Dragon Blood Stones for me first. As for the remaining materials, please prepare according to the quantity on this list. Song Jian scratched his head and finally decided to buy it. However, he only bought the materials for 10 TX high-explosive grenades. He couldn't bear more. After the business was over, Song Jian was immediately burdened with a debt of nearly 40,000 Doomsday coins. However, as long as he could complete the task issued by Annie, the items dropped by the demon zombie boss alone would probably be enough to pay off most of the debt. The materials were mailed quickly. Song Jian first upgraded the blood pool. After consuming all the Dragon Blood Stones and rubies, the blood water in the blood pool began to slowly drop until only a thin layer of blood remained at the bottom of the pool. It takes 12 hours to upgrade the blood pool. After taking a look, Song Jian walked towards the room where Dr. Aberston was. All the materials for the TX high-explosive grenade were handed over to Dr. Aberston. 3 hours later, Song Jian left the room with 8 TX high-explosive grenades. The TX high-explosive grenade is extremely powerful. One can kill a level 10 player instantly. Moreover, the grenade can also attack at range. At this stage, it can be regarded as a killer weapon for a comeback. However, for these materials, Song Jian has already shouldered more than 30,000 Doomsday coins and nearly 40,000 debts. If he cannot pay them off within 3 days, his relationship with the Silver Moon Merchant Group will be reduced to hatred, and he will also be hunted down by the other party. It can be seen that the Silver Moon Merchant Group is very powerful. Song Jian does not intend to be hostile to the other party for a few tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. This debt must be paid off as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately set off, left his manor castle, and drove all the way north. First, complete the tasks issued by the other party. Kill the boss that can use level 20 monsters as food, and it will definitely drop a lot of good things. And then sell them to the Silver Moon Merchant Group. This method of borrowing chickens to lay eggs, Song Jian didn't even dare to think about it before. But now, he is playing it very well. Chapter 325 Accumulating Good Luck. After leaving the manor castle, Song Jian summoned a motorcycle and drove it all the way. Low-level monsters such as level 5 and level 10 could no longer threaten Song Jian, even if the noise of the motorcycle was loud. These low-level monsters, after sensing Song Jian's strength, became more irritable, but they did not dare to chase Song Jian like before, and only roared from a distance. It was not until the level 15 monster area that Song Jian stopped the motorcycle and walked on his own. The monsters here were already a threat to him. If he was surrounded by a large number of monsters, it would be a very troublesome thing. However, when he passed the level 15 monster area, he saw several players' bodies lying in disorder on the wide road. Most of these players were level 12 or 13. It seemed that they wanted to hunt monsters of higher levels, but they were surrounded and killed by monsters. Song Jian shook his head slightly. When players first entered this game, they were very cautious and wanted to stay in the safe house every day. However, as they got to know the game better, many people began to regard it as a real game. Perhaps it was the interests or greed that made them have the mentality of gambling. But what they didn't know was that once they failed, the bet they had to pay was their lives. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on a street in the distance. Song Jian frowned slightly, stretched out his right hand, and a stream of heat from his heart flowed along his meridians to his right hand, turning into a dark red long sword. Soon, 2 level 13 players rushed out from the corner of the street on the left. They looked very embarrassed, with blood stains on their combat uniforms, and their health values were less than half. One of them even had no weapons in his hands. When they saw Song Jian, they rushed towards him without saying a word. Behind them, a group of level 15 mutant zombies let out a low roar, ran with their fangs and claws, and chased the two closely. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and instantly understood what the two men were thinking. They wanted to shift the blame to Song Jian, and let him take the blame for them. Boy, you're unlucky. You're going to die anyway. Just take the blame for us for a while. I'll burn more paper money for you every year on this day. An assassin player looked at Song Jian and sneered. As they spoke, the two of them actually used the acceleration skill at the same time, and the speed of sprinting towards Song Jian increased a bit. Unfortunately, they greatly underestimated Song Jian's strength. Just as the two were about to pass by Song Jian grabbed them and threw them directly at the mutant zombies rushing over with his crushing power attribute. You know, even a level 15 Lord level boss has a lower strength attribute than Song Jian. Not to mention 2 level 13 assassin professional players. Before the two assassins could react, they felt a strong force throwing them up. And suddenly they felt like they were flying in the clouds. Bang! The two were thrown into the group of mutant zombies, and after knocking over several zombies, they were immediately surrounded by mutant zombies. Damn it. You know Before the assassin could curse, he was grabbed by several mutant zombies and bitten on his throat, cheeks, and shoulders. After a while of tearing, the two's blood values kept dropping wildly, and they let out waves of painful wails. Song Jian held the red fire heart monkey sword and stood not far away, watching expressionlessly as the two were completely submerged by the zombies, until the wailing became quieter and quieter, and finally only the sound of the zombies biting and gnawing remained. Song Jian had no sympathy for such people. If they fled in other directions, they might still have a chance of survival. Even if they begged Song Jian to save them, Song Jian would help them. However, the meanness of human nature made them choose a method that they thought was simpler or smarter. However, they had no idea that the person in front of them was even more terrifying than the group of mutant zombies behind them. Just when all the mutant zombies were attracted by the two and attacked them, Song Jian saw the moment when the two's blood value was 0, and immediately performed the broken wing dance and rushed towards the group of mutant zombies. The dark red sword blade made a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and slashed forward fiercely, instantly covering 7 or 8 mutant zombies in the sword light. The third level broken wing dance made more than 100 points of damage float above the heads of these zombies. Then came the second attack, and the sword light immediately covered more mutant zombies, and more than 100 points of damage floated above their heads. Amid the roars of the mutant zombies, Song Jian's figure jumped high, wielded a long sword, and slashed at the zombies. Boom! With a dull explosion, almost all the mutant zombies were thrown into the air by the chi, and their bodies were completely weightless. Speed sword. Start. Song Jian's attack speed suddenly increased a lot. Dozens of phantoms appeared when he swung the long sword in his hand, slashing at the zombies around him. 3 sword swings. Each move is more damaging than the previous one. Several mutant zombies could not bear the damage and turned into a pile of black ash. Sword threads. Paw paw paw. 3 sword threads attacked 3 mutant zombies respectively. Although the damage was shared, each sword thread killed a mutant zombie. Bang bang bang. The mutant zombie fell from the sky and rushed towards Song Jian with a roar. Sword shadow step. A group of black shadows swam in the zombie group like a fish, constantly harvesting their health points. And the zombies' attacks hit Song Jian. But there was a series of misses. The speed was too fast, and the zombies could not attack Song Jian at all. Sword pointing. With a light swish, a circle of dazzling silver light bloomed in the zombie group. Song Jian's body spun like a gyroscope, and the silver sword energy drew a circle. Suddenly, more than a dozen mutant zombies roared and turned into black ash. After a series of attacks, Song Jian's health dropped by 1/3, and the group of mutant zombies around him died without a single one left, turning into a pile of black ash. Although more than 20 level 15 mutant zombies were killed at once, these monsters did not drop any items, not to mention equipment, not even ordinary materials, which immediately made Song Jian feel bad. Damn. When will this curse that reduces luck be eliminated? Song Jian looked ugly. He didn't expect that the luck -3 would have such a big impact on him. Now just treat it as accumulating luck. I hope the boss's drop will have less impact. Song Jian sighed in a low voice. Chapter 326 Assassination. Without players deliberately attracting monsters. As long as Song Jian is careful, the monsters around him will not pose a threat to him. He easily passed through the level 15 monster area and spent more than half an hour to reach the level 20 monster area. This is a pedestrian street with a large number of plants planted around it. Perhaps because there is no one to manage it, or because of the climate, these plants are growing wildly. The plants on the entire pedestrian street look as dense as a primitive rainforest. Although Annie did not know the environment of the zombie city, and could not provide the exact location of the demon zombie. After Song Jian accepted the task, the system automatically gave the location where the demon zombie boss appeared. But the range given was very large. It seems that this boss is also a patrolling boss, not in a fixed location. If Song Jian wants to find the target, he needs to spend a lot of time and energy. Sure enough, there are fewer mutant zombies here. I haven't encountered any zombies after walking for so long. Song Jian searched carefully. The surroundings were quiet, except for some insects and birds. There was no roar of zombies. It was really weird. Just then, a strange roar suddenly came from the alley on the left. Song Jian was about to turn his head to observe, but suddenly felt a chill behind his head. Murderous aura. After more than 3 months of training in the game, Song Jian had an instinctive alertness to danger. He was even 80% sure that this was the backstab skill of the assassin profession. Holy parry. With a thought, Song Jian's body suddenly radiated a golden light, and his body twisted strangely at an extremely fast speed, and the long sword in his hand suddenly crossed his chest. Block. A metal collision sounded, and a mist appeared above Song Jian's head. And in front of him, a figure slowly emerged from the invisible state, looking at Song Jian in surprise. Interesting. A black shadow's eyes flashed with excitement, ignoring the more than 200 points of damage floating above his head. The figure retreated quickly, and Song Jian's left hand sword finger just released, directly brushed his cheek and pierced into the air. Having lost the first move, the assassin still didn't seem to give up. With a flash of white light under his feet, he actually used the acceleration skill and rushed straight towards Song Jian. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of Song Jian, and his arm swung from the side, drawing a large arc. His body seemed to be driven by this arm, and the whole body turned around, like a nimble falcon, turning over in the air. The dagger with a cold light stabbed from the side of Song Jian again towards his back, and the whole movement was extremely smooth, like flowing clouds in water. Song Jian's face was livid. He found that the opponent was quite powerful, and his use of skills was not inferior to his own. Sword threads. 3 silver sword chi condensed into threads, constantly stretching and contracting in the air like tentacles. In an instant, like a venomous snake staring at its prey, the 3 sword threads stabbed at the black shadow. At the same time, the red fire heart monkey sword in Song Jian's hand also swept towards the enemy. The black shadow was shocked. Song Jian's fighting style was completely a lose-lose situation. He did not hesitate at all. But it was not worth it for him. In a flash, he suddenly retracted his dagger to block it. Clang, clang, clang. Several sparks flew in the air. The dagger in the black shadow's hand accurately blocked every sword thread and Song Jian's long sword. But what he didn't expect was that his blood value still lost more than 300 points. Interesting. Force damage? The black shadow retreated quickly. After a series of attacks, his health value had dropped to nearly half. while Song Jian suffered little damage. Sure enough, you are worthy of being the one who robbed the treasure of the Yulong Demon Palace. You didn't disappoint me. The Black Shadow laughed frivolously, and didn't seem to care about his defeat. Song Jian stared at the other person. There was no name or attribute on the top of this person's head. He was wearing a black suit, with a black cloth covering his face. Even his head was covered by a black headscarf. Only 2 eyes were exposed from his body. Who are you? Song Jian asked in a deep voice. The aura emanating from the other party was too terrifying. Like a real killer. Silent and deadly. With very sophisticated means. If there was a slight hesitation or a wrong response, he might be assassinated by the other party. The treasure of the Yulong Demon Palace is not something you can keep. Someone has issued an assassination mission to the Assassin League. As long as you don't hand over the treasure, you will always live in fear of being assassinated at any time. I failed this time because I was careless and unprepared. When we meet again next time, I will definitely take your life. After the assassin finished speaking, he turned around and ran away. Want to escape? How can it be so easy? Song Jian snorted coldly, and his body turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the assassin. The assassin, who lost his invisibility and initiative, was the weakest among all professions. Even a warrior of ordinary profession could kill him. Song Jian naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. A bottle of potion was thrown at the assassin, but the opponent seemed to be prepared. He held a smoke bomb in his hand and smashed it at his feet. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke rose up. After a moment, the smoke dissipated and the assassin disappeared. At this time, with a bang, the weakness potion just hit the position where the opponent had stood before. Strong stealth skill? Song Jian frowned. The assassin who had the skill of forcing stealth again in combat had a second chance to attack. No one wanted to fight against such an assassin. Vertical pupil. Song Jian's vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened suddenly, and he looked around, but he didn't find any trace of the assassin. Such a fast speed. Song Jian immediately wanted to retreat, tightly grasped the red fire heart monkey sword in his hand, and slowly retreated. Where did this guy come from? The Assassin's Alliance he mentioned just now. Could it be that he is a member of the Assassin's Alliance? Song Jian thought to himself. It seems that it was the trouble caused by the Yulong Demon Palace before. The treasure in the Bronze Throne was obtained by me, and someone must be unwilling to give up and issued a hunting mission to the Assassin's Alliance. At this time, a person's name flashed in Song Jian's mind. Qian Xiaohao. I'm afraid only Qian Xiaohao has the strength and financial resources to issue my assassination mission to the Assassin's League. Song Jian said to himself, his eyes full of murderous intent. Next time I meet you, I will never let you leave alive. Qian Xiaohao was far away, but the assassins in the Assassin's League were right in front of him, with such an assassin who could attack you at any time staring at him. Song Jian also felt a headache. Performing the sword shadow step again, Song Jian ran towards the distance. Chapter 327 Master Key. Soon after Song Jian left, an assassin slowly emerged from a tree, staring at the direction where Song Jian disappeared, staring in silence. Originally, after forcing himself to hide, he was planning to attack again, but the vertical pupil between Song Jian's eyebrows made him feel a sense of vigilance. He can see through my invisibility. Although there was no evidence to prove that the vertical pupil between Song Jian's eyebrows could see through invisibility, he was sure that this was the fact. So he kept resisting the urge until Song Jian left. The information given by the employer is incomplete. If the target has the ability to see through the invisibility state, the price will be increased by at least 30%. The assassin said to himself. Song Jian walked cautiously all the way to an abandoned shop. Suddenly, he heard a sigh from inside the shop. He was moved and walked slowly towards the shop. In this abandoned shop, Song Jian saw a translucent ghost figure standing in front of a counter, staring at a key in the counter with a sad face. Yellow name. Is this a neutral monster? Song Jian took a look at the name of the ghost and slowly put away his weapon. In the game, the monsters that actively attack are all red names and attributes. Yellow names belong to neutral monsters. As long as you don't attack the other party, it will not actively attack you. Moreover, some NPCs are also yellow names when they first meet, and they will turn green names when the relationship with each other improves and they feel friendly. Song Jian looked at this ghost and thought that it was not a monster that had lost its mind. It should be the kind that can communicate. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with? Song Jian looked at the ghost and asked softly. This is the standard way to ask for tasks in the game. If the other party has a task, the task conditions will be proposed. If not, the ghost will shake his head and refuse to help. Seeing Song Jian, the ghost seemed to show a look of joy in his eyes. And he waved to Song Jian and said, There is a demon here, which has been hunting the residents around. Many people have been killed. It has now discovered the secret passage where we are hiding and has broken in. I took the opportunity to close it. But in this way, the residents in the secret passage can't get out. I don't know if I did it right. Warrior, can you help me kill the demon who broke into the secret passage and restore the tranquility here? Song Jian hesitated for a moment. Ever since he was fooled by the Abyss Demon in the Shadow District, Song Jian has become cautious about the tasks issued by NPCs. So, what benefits will I get from completing this task? Song Jian asked. You must know what the task reward is before deciding whether to accept the task. Even if it is the Abyss Demon. Once the task contract relationship is confirmed, as long as the task is completed, the task reward will be taken out without a cent. And it will not be transferred according to the will of the person who issued the task. This is the power of the game system. And no one can resist it. Warrior, if you can kill this demon, then I will give you a master key. This key can open any locked secret room, secret passage, or treasure chest in the world. The ghost said. Master key? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He didn't care about opening locked secret rooms and secret passages. There were too few such things in the game, and they were very hidden and difficult to find. What Song Jian really cared about was opening locked treasure chests. Lock-picking skills are the core skills of the thief profession. Other professions cannot learn them. However, other professional players can open locked treasure chests through other means. The simplest one is violent disassembly. But this method can easily damage the items in the treasure chest. Generally speaking, violent disassembly will reduce the grade of the items in the treasure chest by 1 level. In addition, engineering manufacturing can produce a one-time master key. Keys of different grades correspond to treasure chests of different grades, which is very limited. Master key? Can you show me the properties of the master key? Is it a one-time or permanent key? Can it open treasure chests of all grades? Song Jian asked. This is our family heirloom, so it's naturally not a one-time item, and it can open any treasure chest below epic quality. The ghost seemed very proud of his family heritage, and said with a proud expression, You are a ghost, but you have a rich expression. Song Jian muttered in a low voice. In that case, I accept this task, Song Jian said. The ghost's task goal is likely to be the same as the goal of the Silver Moon Merchant Group. It is the kind of task that can get 2 task rewards for 1 task. So Song Jian will naturally not refuse. Warrior, take this key and open the secret cellar behind me. The devil is inside, but you have to be careful. It is very powerful. The ghost pointed to the bronze key on the counter and said. Song Jian nodded and took out the key. This key has only one simple attribute, which is open the secret cellar passage. Take it well. Don't lose it. The ghost looked at Song Jian after he took out the key, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. Song Jian nodded and walked towards the secret cellar passage pointed by the ghost. If it weren't for its guidance, Song Jian would not have discovered that there was a secret cellar passage in such a shop. Now Song Jian is being targeted by an assassin. If this demon zombie is in the city, even if Song Jian finds it, he may not dare to take action. If the assassin attacks again during the battle, Song Jian may die. Now that he has the key, he can enter the secret cellar passage, which relieves Song Jian's worries. He uses the key to open the passage door disguised as a wall. A gloomy and cold air blows out from the passage. Indistinctly, he can hear bursts of shrill ghost fox and wolf howling. The passage is very dark, and there is almost no light. Song Jian directly opens his vertical pupils. With the vertical pupils of dark vision, he can clearly see the surroundings in a lightless environment. Song Jian put away the key and walked towards the secret passage. Just after taking 2 steps forward, the door behind him closed and Song Jian fell into darkness. What is this? Song Jian frowned and looked around. In this secret passage that was more than 1 person tall and more than 2 people wide, there were actually many bones scattered around. There were also traces of fighting everywhere on the surrounding walls. It seemed that there had been a very tragic battle here. Song Jian carefully avoided the bones under his feet and continued to walk forward for more than 100 meters. He still did not see the end of the passage. At this time, A low whimpering sound came from the passage. One by one, the dark ghosts jumped out from the depths of the secret passage. When they smelled the breath of living people, these ghosts all had red eyes and rushed towards Song Jian with their fangs and claws. Chapter 328 Underground Village. Song Jian looked at them intently. These monsters were just ordinary monsters of level 20. The blood-red name showed that they were all monsters that attacked actively. LV20 Secret Passage Ghost Ordinary. HP 1100/1100. Features: Spirit. Skills: Claw Attack. There were 17 or 18 of these secret passage ghosts. With their strength, they were enough to kill a team of 5 players of level 15. However, the passage was narrow at this time, so they could not rush forward all at once. Song Jian only had to face 2 secret passage ghosts at the same time, which greatly reduced the pressure. Summoning the red fire heart monkey sword, a bottle of weakness potion fell at the feet of the secret passage ghost. At the same time, a touch of red flames emanated from the red fire heart monkey sword. All of Song Jian's attack damage became flame damage. For ghost monsters, flame damage would have a damage bonus. Dance of Broken Wings. Song Jian waved his sword and rushed towards the group of secret passage ghosts. Although he was facing a level 20 monster and had a level 5 suppression, Song Jian's attack power far exceeded that of an ordinary level 15 player. As his skills were used one by one, a series of damage numbers floated above the ghosts' heads. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly thought that for ghost monsters, it seemed that holy attacks would cause more damage to them. There were a lot of mutated soul seeds in Song Jian's package, which could increase holy damage by 30 points after use for 30 seconds. And these mutant soul seeds could be used in combination. After Song Jian tried to use one, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. When the secret passage ghost attacked Song Jian, the moment the dark claws touched the golden light, a faint black smoke came out. Roar. The ghosts let out a shrill scream and actually hit backwards. It seemed that the mutant souls suppressed them more severely than Song Jian had imagined. In this way, the battle suddenly became simpler. The ghosts were timid and huddled together. The battle lasted only 3 minutes, and all the ghosts in the secret passage were killed by Song Jian and turned into a pile of black ash. Level 1 Ghost Beads. More than a dozen monsters only dropped 3 ghost beads for Song Jian, which made Song Jian's cheeks twitch. Forging materials can increase the shadow resistance of equipment. It should be worth some money, Song Jian thought to himself, and put the 3 ghost beads into the bag. System: the more you kill the ghost in the secret passage at level 5, the more combat experience you get, and the more experience you get. System: the more you kill the ghost in the secret passage at level 5, the more combat experience you get, and the more experience you get. A series of more than 10 experience points appeared in Song Jian's system prompt. With the mutant soul species, the monsters here are even similar to level 10 monsters, but the experience points are more than 10 times higher than those of level 10 monsters. Song Jian's experience bar suddenly increased a little, reaching level 15 29%. This upgrade speed is much faster than brushing ordinary level 20 monsters outside. At this moment, the red fire ape sword also burst into a golden light, flew out of Song Jian's hand, and fiercely pierced into the rock wall of the passage above his head. Song Jian looked at the red fire ape sword trembling constantly, as if trying to get out of the passage, and his eyes showed a look of surprise. Is it going to upgrade again? The red fire ape sword can grow in battle. Now the item level is level 2, but its attributes are better than many level 10 silver quality weapons. Now it has been upgraded to another level, and its attributes will definitely increase. Song Jian's heart is full of excitement. For a moment, the golden light burst out in the passage, and a stream of light flashed out of the red fire ape sword. It seemed that because it did not fly into the air, the red fire ape sword was a little dissatisfied, and flew back to Song Jian's hand aggrievedly, constantly emitting slight tremors and sword sounds. Song Jian gently stroked the blade, soothing the red fire heart monkey sword, and carefully checked its properties. Red fire heart monkey sword gold. One-handed sword. Equipment effect: attack 70 to 95. Armor penetration plus 5. Piercing plus 5. Fire attribute damage plus 50. Shot speed increased by 18%. Special effect 1. Recognition of the owner passive. The item absorbs the user's essence and blood to recognize the owner. After recognition, the item cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, and will never wear out. Special effect 2. Growth passive. This item is a growth type equipment. The initial level is level 1. Gain combat experience in battle to upgrade. The higher the level, the stronger the item's attributes. The item level cannot exceed the user's level. Special Effect 3. Ignore level suppression plus 5. Equipment requirements. Level 3. Set, 1/5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The attributes have been greatly improved. And a special effect of ignoring level suppression plus 5 has been added, which is tailor-made for Song Jian. With Song Jian's strength now, hunting monsters of the same level is no longer stressful or challenging. The monsters he often faces are monsters that exceed his own level. Therefore, the appearance of this special effect allows Song Jian to exert 100% of his strength when facing a level 20 monster, and is no longer restricted by the level suppression effect. It can be said that it is the special effect that best suits Song Jian's appetite. After waving the dark red long sword in his hand, the red fire-hard monkey sword seems to have increased in weight after the upgrade, but it is more convenient to use. Song Jian nodded with satisfaction. Continuing forward, the entire secret passage was winding, and seemed to go all the way down. Half an hour later, Song Jian finally came to the end of the secret cellar passage, and saw the exit. The entire secret passage was very long. Along the way, Song Jian encountered 5 or 6 waves of attacks from the secret passage ghosts. However, with the blessing of the mutant soul species, these secret passage ghosts all became Song Jian's combat experience. At the same time, they dropped more than a dozen first-level ghost beads for Song Jian, leaving him speechless. Although there were not many spoils of war, the combat experience was very rich, which raised Song Jian's experience bar to 78% of level 15. In a few more times, it would be able to reach level 16, which made Song Jian very happy. There was a glimmer of light at the exit at the end of the secret passage. Before Song Jian reached the exit, he heard a series of roars and howls coming from the front. It seems to be a hall ahead. Could it be another underground palace? Song Jian thought to himself. He couldn't help but walk to the exit and look out. It's actually a village. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. There was a vast space ahead with various buildings and streets. It looked like a small village. One by one, the dark ghosts kept wandering in this underground town, making bursts of heart-wrenching roars. LV-20 Enslaved Evil Ghost Normal. HP, 1800/1800. Features, Undead. Slave Soul. Skills, Dead Whale. Lightning Claw. Enslaved Evil Ghosts, although similar in appearance to Secret Passage Ghosts, are more ferocious. Unlike Secret Passage Ghosts who have no rationality, Enslaved Evil Ghosts, from their actions, it can be seen that they seem to have a certain degree of intelligence and look very flexible. But their desire for flesh and blood and their vigilance against living creatures are as instinctively crazy and sensitive as Secret Passage Ghosts. Chapter 329, Bone Altar. Looking at the densely packed evil spirits in the underground town, Song Jian glanced at the ATX high-explosive grenades in the parcel column, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. He planned to lure out all the evil spirits in this underground town, and then gather them together and blow them all to death with TX high-explosive grenades. 8 high-explosive grenades can theoretically cause 2,200 points of explosion damage, while the evil spirits only have 1,800 points of health. And the coverage area of the high-explosive grenades has reached 8 meters. That is, the evil spirits within a diameter of 8 meters can be killed instantly by 8 high-explosive grenades. The main difficulty now is to lure out all the evil spirits in the villages and towns, and they must be gathered within an 8-meter range. It is harmless if a few are missed, but if too many are missed, and they are not all killed, once Song Jian is surrounded, it may attract the demon zombie boss. At that time, Song Jian may not even be able to escape. The danger is very high, but the benefits are also great, not to mention other things. Just the combat experience of so many level 20 monsters is enough to allow Song Jian to upgrade a level. Moreover, if these small monsters are not cleared out, once the demon zombie boss is found, the movement of the battle is likely to attract these monsters, and then it will be dangerous. After making up his mind, Song Jian started running towards the underground village. Just when he jumped in front of a stone house, a roar suddenly came from the stone house, and a dark evil ghost broke out directly, staring at Song Jian with 2 scarlet eyes, chasing him closely. Song Jian did not stop, but rushed towards the center of the village. After a while, The crazy roars of evil ghosts were heard throughout the underground village. Evil ghosts continued to gather towards Song Jian from a distance. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of evil ghosts in the entire village were all attracted by Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian had rushed to the center of the underground village. There was a square here. In the center of the square, a demon zombie boss covered with black scales, a pair of goat horns on his head, and bone spurs all over his body was kneeling in front of an altar in the center of the square. In the center of this altar built of countless bones, a palm-sized black flame burned. The demon zombie boss was muttering something, and a series of strange pronunciations came out of its mouth. Runes that shone with a black gold luster condensed in the void as the boss chanted, like moths to a flame, constantly flying into the black flame in the center of the altar. Demon zombie boss. Song Jian's heart sank. He didn't expect that the mission target was in this underground town. And it seemed that these evil ghosts that kept chasing Song Jian were also enslaved by this boss. I'm still a step too late. It seems that this demon zombie boss has killed everyone. These enslaved evil ghosts are probably the residents who hid in the secret passage before. Song Jian glanced at the bone altar and sighed in his heart. The task given by the ghost was to kill the demon zombie boss, not to save the residents of the town. So Song Jian just sighed slightly and didn't care, seeing that the demon zombie boss was in the center of the town. Song Jian didn't dare to rush forward, but turned in another direction and continued to lead the evil ghosts to chase. The roars of the evil ghosts were deafening, but the demon zombie boss seemed to turn a blind eye and deaf ear. He didn't even look at Song Jian, but just bowed devoutly to the black flame in the center of the bone altar. As the demon zombie boss worshipped, the black flame swayed slightly and seemed to grow a little bigger. Having found the target, Song Jian had no way to trouble the demon zombie now. A large group of evil spirits were chasing him, and the closest distance was less than 5 meters. Seeing evil spirits all around rushing towards him, Song Jian immediately started the sword shadow step, and his figure suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, and his speed increased a lot, rushing towards a stone house next to him. Roar! 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 The level 20 evil spirits roared in anger, and the evil spirits in the whole town became agitated. The noise made by Song Jian attracted all their attention, and surrounded the stone house where Song Jian was. This stone house is not big, only about 10 square meters, with a wooden door at the entrance, which has long been rotten and will break apart with a slight touch. The door is open, but it can only accommodate 2 people at a time. Suddenly, the dark evil spirits pushed each other and wanted to rush into the stone house. The bodies of these evil spirits seemed like a ball of thick black fog, which could accommodate a small part of each other. It looked dense and creepy. Just when all the evil spirits were crowded in front of the door, Song Jian took out a bottle of potion from the package and smashed it into the group of evil spirits. With a bang, the weakness potion immediately enveloped dozens of evil spirits. Then, a TX high explosive grenade was thrown into the center of the weakness potion range. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent explosion occurred in the group of evil ghosts. Countless evil ghosts were blown up by the grenade, and rows of dense injury numbers floated up from the heads of the evil ghosts. A strong air wave spread from the center of the explosion to all directions, and immediately blew the surrounding evil ghosts unstable and staggered. Dance of broken wings. Song Jian waved his long sword and rushed towards the evil ghosts blocking the door. Under a series of skill damage, all the evil ghosts at the door were killed by Song Jian. But soon new evil ghosts filled in. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions sounded. The evil ghosts whose defense was reduced by 35% could not withstand the power of the high explosive grenade. Every evil ghost in the explosion range had more than 300 damage points floating above their heads. Then, Song Jian's skill cooldown ended, and he threw out another set of skills, clearing a large area at the door. When all 8 high explosive grenades were used up, only a dozen evil ghosts with low health were left outside the stone house, and the ground was covered with black ash after the evil ghosts died. Seeing Song Jian rushing out of the stone house, the remaining dozen evil ghosts with low health actually hesitated for a moment and began to flee in all directions. How could I let you run away at this time? Song Jian activated the sword shadow step and killed all the evil ghosts. In less than 5 minutes, Song Jian killed hundreds of level 20 monsters, and his experience value directly broke through level 15 and reached 9% of level 16. Song Jian directly used the extra skill points on the skill Dia 2. The proficiency of Dia 2 had already reached 100%. But it had no skill points, and could not be upgraded. Now it has finally been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Song Jian killed all the evil ghosts in the town. And then he began to collect the spoils dropped by the evil ghosts. Chapter 330 Savior. Song Jian killed all the evil spirits in the town. The ground was covered with a thick layer of black ash. There were many spoils dropped. It took more than 10 minutes to clean them up. I'm afraid few people can afford such an expensive upgrade. Song Jian smiled bitterly. The 8TX high-explosive grenades alone were worth more than 10,000 Doomsday coins. Not to mention the Salamander Potion and Weakness Potion. However, after collecting the spoils, Song Jian made a rough estimate, and found that he didn't lose much on this trip. There were more than 50 first-level ghost beads dropped. This is a good thing that can add shadow damage and shadow resistance to forging equipment. One piece costs at least 150 Doomsday coins. In addition, the evil ghost also dropped more than 3,000 Doomsday coins. 3 wizard skill book shadow arrow. And 5 level 15 blue quality equipment. Each shadow arrow can be sold for more than 1,000 Doomsday coins. As the player's level gets higher, each level 15 blue equipment can be sold for 500 to 600. In particular, one of the blue quality long swords has excellent properties. If it is put on the auction house, it may be sold for thousands of Doomsday coins. Just a rough calculation. This trip can earn at least 15,000 to 20,000 Doomsday coins. These are the items that exploded when Song Jian's luck value was reduced by 3. Under normal circumstances, these monsters will definitely drop more items and better quality. It's good to spawn monsters here and level up. But I don't know if it's a one-time monster area, or if it can continue to spawn monsters in the future. Song Jian thought to himself. There are many areas in the game where one-time monsters appear, such as the Aegis Building and Shadow District. After killing all the monsters in them, monsters of the same type will never appear again. The monsters here are also very special, belonging to the ghost-type monsters. If it is an area where one-time monsters appear, then Song Jian has nothing to say. But if it will refresh after one night like outside, then this is a good place for Song Jian to level up. The evil ghosts in the whole town were cleared out, and Song Jian came to the central square of the town easily. At this time, on the bone altar in the central square, the black flame seemed to grow a little bigger, becoming the size of a football. This time, Song Jian's mission target was the evil ghost zombie, who was wearing a black armor and carrying a long halberd on his back. These evil ghosts in the town were all enslaved by it. After Song Jian killed these evil ghosts, the demon zombie looked like he didn't care. Is there anything special about that black flame? Why does this boss keep bowing to it? Song Jian frowned slightly. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System: Demon Zombie Campbell is worshipping the 3rd level magic flame, the Flame of the Abyss. In half an hour, the 3rd level magic flame will grow into a complete form. At that time, the Demon Zombie Campbell will use the 3rd level magic flame to open the channel between the Abyss and the human world, releasing countless Abyss demons. By then, the whole city will be occupied by demons. System: Dear Warrior, please defeat the Demon Zombie Campbell for the sake of all mankind. The countdown is 30 minutes. You must kill the Demon Zombie Campbell within 30 minutes. Otherwise, after the 3rd level magic flame is completed, the gate of the Abyss will open, and the mission will fail. System: Mission Reward. Get the title of Savior. Mission Failure Penalty: Annihilation. Savior? Annihilation? Are you kidding me? Song Jian was shocked when he saw the mission reward and mission failure penalty. Is it so serious? The title of Savior sounds very high-end and classy. It is much better than the Survivor and Primary Wine Taster that Song Jian has obtained now. Although the specific attributes of the Savior title cannot be seen for the time being, judging from the failure penalty, this mission reward is obviously not ordinary. At this time, a 30-minute countdown suddenly appeared above the head of the 3rd level magic flame, the Flame of the Abyss, which made Song Jian feel a chill in his heart. This battle must be fought quickly. Otherwise, if it drags on for too long, even if the demon zombie is killed, it will fail and be annihilated. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly used the Earth Teeth Thrust skill and attacked the demon zombie. After the Earth Teeth Thrust was upgraded to level 2, not only did the damage increase, but the attack range also increased from 10 meters to 12 meters, and the fong-shaped air mass was much higher than when it was level 1. Boom! The demon zombie did not dodge or evade, but actually endured the attack. and a damage number of more than 60 points floated from the top of its head. LV-15 Demon Zombie Elite. HP, 2800/2800. Spirit, 500 out of 500. Characteristics, Demon Body. Demon Flame Forging. Skills, Demon Roar. Demon Halberd. Summoning. Demon Flame Raging. Nearly 3000 HP? Song Jian couldn't help but gasp. You know, an ordinary level 15 elite monster has only a little over 1000 HP at most. But this demon zombie has doubled it. What surprised Song Jian the most was that it had a summoning skill, which was a signature skill only available to Lord level bosses. Could it be that this was a boss that was about to evolve to the Lord level? Thinking of this, Song Jian frowned. He was not worried about not being able to kill him, but worried about not being able to kill him within half an hour. I should have made more high-explosive grenades or self-destructing robots, Song Jian thought to himself. If there were more than a dozen self-destructing robots, wouldn't it be easy to kill this boss? The injured demon zombie suddenly stood up, burning with black flames all over his body, standing in the center of the square like a demon god. You lowly human. You dare to block the great worship ceremony. I will pull your soul out of your body and roast it in the demon flames for 10,000 years. The demon zombie roared angrily. The demon zombie stood up and took off the halberd behind him. The halberd was held in his hand, and the surface suddenly burned with black flames. With a sudden swing, the halberd turned into a black meteor, cutting through the air and accurately slashing at Song Jian's head. What a fast speed! Song Jian was shocked. This attack was really terrifying. Even he was not sure he could fight it head-on. Sword Shadow Step. Song Jian's figure turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the demon zombie. Boom! With a loud bang, Song Jian dodged the halberd, and the demon halberd hit the floor of the square hard, creating a deep pit and splattering gravel. Weakness Potion. A bottle of potion hit the demon zombie's feet, and a gray dust mist rose, but was burned up by the black flames on the surface of the demon zombie. A big immunity appeared on the top of the demon zombie's head. Trivial tricks. The demon zombie sneered, raised his right hand, and the demon halberd whistled back into its hand, slashing at Song Jian fiercely.